What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4vh Chapter 91 Thousands of grip strength and mysterious shape, Kokoshibu lost. If we can see each other, and both are still ghosts, then it will be a protracted battle. Kokoshibu chanted softly at this moment with emotion, stretched out his hand, and the hands that held, Shu Cry God Go, were throbbing with blue veins. The whole face was flushed with blood at this moment, and even the giant halberd like, Shu Crying God Go, gradually changed color at this moment. That is, the pure crimson color, continuously climbing towards the tip of the sword, and then, turning the entire giant blade into a bright red. It is Shinjin's grip strength, the transformation of Hidao. Nichiren blades are not the only ones who can have the grip strength of 1,000 ton to make the effect of the blade change qualitatively. The Xuu Cry God Go that Kokoshibu carries with him also has the strength to withstand the grip of 1,000 ton. At this moment, looking at the huge red blade, Yin Shi frowned. In fact, for Oni, most of the enemies are the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer squad. So, for Kokoshibu, there is no need to use the tennis grip in front of the enemy. But now, when he felt that Yin Shi's realm was quickly catching up with him, he also wanted to see how far this junior could go, so he specially used this technique in front of him. The Nichiren blades you hold in your hand, you can also use the 650 method, Kokoshibu said calmly. When the grip strength reaches 30,000 catties, you can use the Nichiren blades. Transform into another blade, called Hidao. Hidao slash can greatly reduce the ghost's self-healing speed. Kokoshibu calmly turned his Zan Cry God Go, pointed the tip of the sword at Yin Shi. My favorite knife used to be Nichiren blades, but under the effect of my blood ghost technique, I took its essence and discarded its dross. It can not only be transformed into a Hidao, which will drastically weaken their ability to regenerate and heal after slashing ghosts, but it will also form multiple blades in ever-changing ways when slashing humans. Try it, Yin Shi, with your current physical fitness, concentrate and hold your breath, do your best to improve your grip level, and turn this Nichiren blades in your hand into a Hidao. Kokoshibu said softly at this moment. Since it is a matter of exchanging ideas and asking for advice on martial arts, which is beneficial to both parties, Kokoshibu will not be stingy and refuse to teach them. What's more, Yin Shi's conditions are already met, and sooner or later, he will be able to comprehend the skills and master them. This sparring was the first time for Kokoshibu to feel the thrill and fun of fighting, so the stronger Yin Shi is, the more excited and happy he will be. After seeing that Yin Shi has mastered the penetrating world, he immediately used the Hidao in front of Yin Shi. The purpose is exactly this. Feeling a little emotional about Kokoshibu's mature thoughts, Yin Shi didn't ask too much thought, holding the hilt of the sword with both hands, and then, countless veins emerged on the back of his hand and the entire arm at this moment. The blood vessels surging and emerging on the neck looked extremely hideous and terrifying. The next moment, Yin Shi shouted angrily. I saw that the Nichiren blades in his hand, from the position of the sword, gradually rose to a crimson color, spreading to the tip of the sword. 1,000 Jun grip strength, Hidao, success. On the Spider Mountain, through the remote monitoring of the blood eyes, all the girls who could not hear any sound and could only see the picture looked nervously at the scene in front of them. Both of them were naked with their strong upper bodies, similarly, both were holding a red sword blade. For some reason, all the girls felt terrified when they saw the red blade at this moment. That kind of hot feeling, as if looking at it, even the retina will be burned. Next, the outcome should be released soon, Tamayo said solemnly. I know the ability of that red knife. Hidao, slashing and hitting a ghost will greatly abolish the ghost's self-healing ability. Only a swordsman with a strong enough grip can change his Nichiren blades into such a shape. Tamayo said solemnly. Once it hits, it determines that the opponent's self-healing speed will be extremely slowed down in a short period of time. Then, it can be directly determined who the winner of this battle is. All the girls nodded nervously. Then, he continued to watch the live broadcast video presented by his eyes with full concentration. Black is dead, but he actually has his own little thoughts. He wants to continuously improve Yin Shi's strength and realm, and artificially create one that belongs to his opponent. Advertisement thus, breakthrough to another realm. Open the pattern and see the transparency, hold the sword and know the meaning. Now, Yin Shi, like him, possesses the power to open stripes, see through the world, and master the knives at the same time. They are in the same realm, except that Kokoshibu has more experience than Yin Shi. Therefore, his purpose of improving Yin Shi's strength is to improve Yin Shi's strength after knowing the opponent's intention to compete, but without any anger, he jumped into the trap on his own. Then in the battle, get a breakthrough, master the my own secrets of martial arts. Here we go. After a slight reminder, the next second, Kokoshibu bent forward in a lunge, raised the Zan Cry God Go, from bottom to top, and continuously performed a random number of invisible slashes in the air with mixed interactions. Multiple staggered blade winds shot out instantly, while sealing Yin Shi's actions, countless full moon blades were produced. Breath of the moon, 9 shapes falling moon connecting faces. As long as the body is hit by such a slash, it will be extremely difficult for the wound to heal itself. Yin Shi knows this very well. And in the future that is less than a second in his mind, if Yin Shi dares to do this, he will be directly taken away by Kokoshibu's second attack. Therefore, this trick can only be carried hard. Swing Nichiren blades straight backflip, and roaring black thunder rushes out like a net. Boom boom boom. Constantly bombarding and collapsing each other on the incoming moonblades, blasting and resounding and countless sparks. Breath of Thunder 6 type electric boom thunder boom. And just when Yin Shi blocked this move, when Yin Shi knelt down on one knee and was about to stand up quickly, he could see through the world that Yin Shi's movements were black and dead, and he calmly waved, Shu cry God go. Breath of the Moon 10 shape piercing face / Luo Yu. Zheng. Two gigantic full moon wheel-shaped sword auras whirled forward, advancing at a high speed as if smashing everything. On the sword aura, there were also countless round moonblades interlacedly distributed, and they came to Yin Shi in an instant. Under the penetrating perception of the world, amidst the frantic arrogance of knowledge, Yin Shi immediately sensed the only opportunity he could take advantage of. Stomping on the ground, he rushed towards the huge oncoming moonblade. In the next second, Yin Shi's Nichiren blades were mixed with wind blades. While sweeping forward, he swung the knife, and crashed directly while advancing. This terrifying sword Shi net. However, on the skin, there are also dozens of criss-cross wounds that cannot be healed. Breath of the Wind 8 shapes first gale slash. Can you dodge it? Very good. After Kokoshibu said calmly, he waved open black lens bracket Shu cry God go close black lens bracket again, just wiped it lightly, and the red and mutated flesh and blood knife immediately blasted out countless huge purple moon blade sword energy. It is Yin Shi's ability to see through the world and be able to see a momentary flaw, react and seize it to escape from the sky. But what about this trick? Boom one like a vortex. At this moment, all escape and avoidance routes for a while have been completely blocked. Countless huge crescent-shaped blade winds seemed to smash everything in front of them. The water surface broke open at this moment, and at the same time, it was accompanied by countless giant moon blades. At this moment, Yin Shi's eyes were filled. Breath of the Moon 14th form. Fearful change hyphenation point the sky is full and the moon is full. Call, advertisement there is no hiding, there is no avoiding. Yin Shi exhaled slowly and then jumped into the air. Swinging the Nichiren blades in reverse, pouring down at this moment, countless huge wind blades. Head to head. This is Yin Shi's choice. The call of the wind, Typhoon Waitu Ocean. Clang clang. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Sword Chi and Sword Chi collided heavily and made a roaring sound, and amidst the sparks all over the sky, the black on the floating ice was dead, calmly holding the handle of the knife with both hands, and the blade plunged straight into the ice behind him. The next moment, he swung out the blade from bottom to top. The ultimate skill. Breath of the Moon 16 shapes hyphenation point Moonbow Lone Moon. At this moment, countless huge crescent moon blades soared into the sky, and then fell in all directions like shooting stars. All-round terror attack without dead ends. At this time, all of Yin Shi's sword shapes have been used up. Falling from a high altitude, watching the giant crescent blade that is about to fall to separate himself. Yin Shi closed his eyes. Then, when he was about to be hit by the bombardment, his body turned around suddenly, and he quickly fell to the side of a big tree before landing. After stepping on the tree trunk, Yin Shi's body shot towards Hei Shijing. Breath of Wind superimposes Breath of Thunder 2.7. At this moment, he thought of his own type. In the original book, Zenitsu also combined other people's breathing methods to create his own thunder breathing pattern. At this moment, like a black brontosaurus charging in the air, among the countless falling crescents, Yin Shi turned into a black dragon and came directly in front of the shocked Kokoshibu. At this moment, what the brain thinks and sees is so clear and transparent. Everything in the world has a sound. Everything has its law. Foreseeing the future, he has completely seen through the trajectories of all attacks that are about to fall at this moment, while Yin Shi evades this. Then, swing this knife, pass through the black dead, let his upper body rise directly from the sky. Thunder's breath, profound truth, 7 shapes, fire thunder god. Boom. The entire surface of the water boiled and spewed water jets at this moment. Breathing slowly, Yin Shi put the Nichiren blades back into the scabbard, turned sideways, and looked at the stiff black dead behind him. You win. He spoke out slowly, his tone extremely vicissitudes and desolation. Chapter 92 Empress Muzan's thoughts. It's time for Yin Shi to marry her. Yin Shi came to Kokoshibu's body, stretched out his hand, hugged his upper body and put it back on the incision of his lower body, so that he could overlap and recover, and then said with some emotion. I admitted, Your Excellency Kokoshibu. This competition is just a battle of mutual learning. Both of them want to go further in the battle, but Yin Shi has achieved it, and with the help of Hei Shie, he has been greatly strengthened, so naturally he will not kill Kokoshibu. The Nichiren blades in his hands, who became He Dao, do have this ability and capital. If it wasn't for Yin Shi's intention to deflect the blade's attack trajectory downwards just now, that move could indeed cut off Kokoshibu's head. As for He Dao's decapitation, even if he surpassed the ghost's Hei Si, he would die violently on the spot at that moment. Advertisement when Yin Shi reunited Kokoshibu's body into one. The man who had always been the second child had an extremely complicated expression at this moment. Self-healing speed. The power of the He Dao really has a different response. Kokoshibu said softly. The last moment, but you have to reach it one step earlier than me. Stripes, penetrating the world, He Dao, the shape of the profound meaning, and the skillful use of double breathing. Kokoshibu said somewhat complicatedly, a good fight. After finishing speaking, Kokoshibu dragged his body back to its original state, inserted it back into the scabbard, and staggered straight away from Yin Shi's sight. Until the figure completely disappeared into the snowy night. Yin Shi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, feeling a little emotional. Without using the strength of the thread fruit, his strength surpassed Hei Shie and reached the level of Lord Muzan. And if the fruit of the line is used, it is obvious that Yin Shi has truly become the strongest existence in the world. Spider Hill finally, through the blood eyes, 13 saw that Yin Shi directly blasted a black thunder dragon, broke through countless falling crescents, and cut off Kokoshibu directly. All the girls were a little shocked and surprised. Really did it. The one on the opposite side is one of 12 Kizuki's top strings, Kokoshibu, who is in full swing. Yin Shi's strength has already fallen asleep like this? The 4 girls except Tamayo are very surprised and happy at the moment. For Tamayo, the look and feel is more complicated. Some were relieved, and some were surprised. She still remembers the first time she met Yin Shi, although she could feel that Yin Shi's aura was comparable to Kokoshibu's, but if they really fought, the situation might be a lose-lose ending. But this time, it was obvious that Yin Shi simply used swordsmanship to completely defeat the Black Death Army. His Blood Ghost art ability was not used from the beginning to the end. Strength, has it become so much stronger? Inner relaxation, in fact, is also the result. The stronger Yin Shi is, it means that if the time comes, Muzan may really break with Yin Shi. So now, Yin Shi, whose strength is definitely not weaker than Muzan, definitely has the ability to protect them. Also find a way to adjust Yin Shi's body, at least let him escape from Muzan's control. Even though Yin Shi may not have this idea in mind, among all women, if I have the ability to do it, I must plan ahead. Tamayo made up his mind, at the same time Infinite City. Advertisement, Meet Your Majesty. Nakim, who was sitting quietly on the futon, suddenly uttered a respectful voice at this moment, and then respectfully knelt down on the ground, saluting towards Muzan who suddenly appeared here, dressed in royal robes. The life of being the emperor is actually much easier than I imagined. Those cabinet members have helped me with a lot of things, which is really good. Muzan calmly glanced at Nakim who was kneeling at this moment, and said softly, "It's okay, you stand up." Kokoshibu lost. It seems that Yin Shi's strength has really become much stronger. She murmured in surprise, "It's all because of His Majesty's cultivation." Nakim was a little confused, but he immediately chose to flatter him. Muzan shook his head indifferently. As for Yin Shi's promotion, there is not much about her at all. It has always been, this child, he has worked hard to get it. Not long ago, Muzan once gave a large amount of his own blood to improve his strength, but after that, he couldn't find the opportunity. Everything was Yin Shi's own efforts. He is a very talented, capable and bold man. These days, Muzan has been staying in the palace, and what she sees every day are some maids who only know how to flatter, and she is a little bored. What makes her feel funny is that some politicians think that their queen has not yet had a husband, so she might be a lover. Therefore, some ambitious people specially collected some handsome men from the people and added them to the palace. What I was thinking of course, was to use this to ascend to the sky in one step, and become the husband of the current emperor. But Muzan, the ghost, views humans like food. For Muzan, it's almost like, "Are you interested in grilled chicken on a plate? It's impossible. Get rid of all these men, and Butaro will have work to do. After probably killing 3 waves, there will be no mental retardation, and then think about filling the family's handsome men into the palace to make them familiar." However, these idiots seem to be right. Muzan sits on the futon and works lightly. Behind him, Nakim didn't dare to make mistakes and only dared to play the lute lightly, playing clean and crisp music, so as not to disturb His Majesty Muzan. Each emperor takes office, more or less has a marriage relationship, and it is time for me to let Yin Shi come over. Thoughtful colors appeared in Muzan's beautiful eyes. In addition to home plate, Yin Shi's advantage is destined to make Muzan unable to forget this daring guy. Moreover, he is very capable, so it is not unacceptable for Muzan to let him become his husband. In fact, in her 1,000 years of life, it was the first time that she felt such a taste similar to love. It was also the first time I felt that there were such interesting men in the world. Those ladies of his, though, are a little troublesome. He stretched out his hand involuntarily, and tapped the floor lightly at this moment with his green fingers painted in black kodan. At the same time, the sudden figure of Kokoshibu suddenly appeared in another room. He stretched out his hand in a heavy and complicated manner, and after descending to the Infinite City, he stroked his chest, which was beginning to recover. However, the very prominent knife mark on it, the knife mark formed by Hidao's slashing, is destined not to be completely erased so easily. At the last moment, Yin Shi broke through the limit and comprehended his secrets, and defeated himself. Advertisement Kokoshibu was a little embarrassed and uncomfortable. He had sworn that he would never lose to anyone after Yuanyi again. However, facing such a terrifying junior with such astonishing potential, Kokoshibu accepted the invitation to compete because he also wanted to fight hard to reach a higher level. Both of them wanted to use each other as a stepping stone to make further progress, but in the end, it was themselves who became the other's stepping stone, allowing the other to reach the peak. Kokoshibu's expression was extremely complicated. Then, he suddenly felt a breath, and looked at the hall in front of him with a slightly horrified expression. His Majesty Muzan, who was sitting on the futon, was looking at him calmly at the moment. "Meet your Majesty." After hastily knelt down and saluted, Kokoshibu said respectfully at this moment. "I heard that you had a duel with Yin Shi. How was the outcome?" Although he knew that Kokoshibu had lost, but he couldn't speak too clearly. This is what Yin Shi once said to himself. So now, Muzan knows how to use what she has learned, and expressed her concern about the battle situation and Kokoshibu's situation in a roundabout way. Kokoshibu was slightly taken aback, but he quickly raised his head and said softly, "I'm defeated. Yin Shi reached a new level during the battle, and then defeated me in one fell swoop. No matter what moves I use, I should not be able to escape the fate of being defeated by one move. Muzan felt a little surprised. He thought it was a deathmatch, and the chess was missed. As a result, Kokoshibu's evaluation was so tragic. Knowing the situation is knowing the situation, but Muzan did not expect that this would happen unexpectedly. Your Breath of the Moon has ever-changing moves. When facing Yin Shi, can't you use your advantage? At this moment, Muzan was really surprised. Kokushibou shook his head calmly. Yin Shi's training method, if I'm not mistaken, probably has a lot of self-harm training behaviors. 237. Muzan frowned suddenly. Self-harm training. This statement is not very good at first glance, and I can't help it. At this moment, Muzan's heart is a little nervous and uncomfortable. Kokoshibu did not have the ability to hear the voice of the heart, so he said softly at this moment. Yin Shi has mastered the breath of thunder and the breath of wind. Generally speaking, a person can only practice one breath to the extreme. Breathing to the extreme, using other breathing methods will cause indelible damage to internal organs. Even a ghost is the same. Although it has a strong self-healing power that can heal damage, when it is used, the damage is unavoidable. And Yin Shi's two breathing techniques have reached a pinnacle level. Although there are many sword types in my moon's breath, Yin Shi, who has two breaths and also masters many sword types, can handle them with ease. Kokoshibu said with emotion. However, to reach such an astonishing level, one can imagine how hard his practice is. In order to become stronger, he constantly conducts such self-harm training. No one can bear the painful day that hurts the marrow practice day after day, and while using it, bear the pain and deal with the enemy at the same time. Yin Shi's will is also a day that I am ashamed of. Kokoshibu said softly with emotion. Muzan couldn't help but frown tightly, and the kaken on his lap clenched his fist. It turned out that such a strength was trained so miserably? In my heart, I feel a lot more pity for this big boy, and at the same time, I am full of relief. Muzan asked Kokoshibu to leave, and sat on the spot alone, thinking slowly. Well, I really can't be more picky. Yin Shi met all my expectations perfectly, didn't he? Find a chance and talk to him about getting married. At this moment, in this empty space, a warm and soft smile appeared on Muzan's charming face. If anyone can see this scene, there will definitely be the sense of sight that seems to have been melted by the 1,000-year-old ice. Chapter 93 Double Rewards for Shinra and Kohaku. Stretching his waist, looking at the shattered frozen lake, Yin Shi felt a little emotional. The battle with Heishi completely shattered the ice surface. However, if we look at it again tomorrow, it will freeze again due to the temperature in one night, right? At this moment, the thrill of the fierce battle receded quickly, and after the chi and blood gradually subsided, the pain in the internal organs and the cold wind of winter night felt with the upper body bare, came like a tide. Yin Shi took out a white robe from his portable space, put it on again, and went back. I'm in a good mood. With such rich results after this battle, it would be absolutely false to say that Yin Shi is not moved. Knowledgeable and domineering to the extreme, comprehend and predict the future. Moreover, through this battle, you can see through the world, master the power of He Dao, and understand the profound meaning of breathing. Thanks to this, Yin Shi's inner passion has not completely cooled down now. In order to prepare for the battle, He died, and after he came back, he and Am I Wrong had a rough time, and after that, he didn't make any excessive moves. Now, it's time to make amends. Of course, it's not going down the mountain and Am I Wrong. Kochou Hanai hasn't figured it out yet, so it will be more or less embarrassing. This Waju, it's time to put it on the agenda. Otherwise, when we meet Kochou Shinobu and Tsuyuri Kanawo for revenge later, and Yin Shi has not completely won it, the difficulty will increase exponentially. When Yin Shi was in Dongjing, he just played a lot of novel points. But when it comes to what really happened, Master Muzan is very valued and shy, and always insists that he refuses to take half a step. He is quite a conservative person, but because of this, Yin Shi pays special attention to this. This probably lasted for 1,000 years. Therefore, if it is the first time, then naturally there must be a very atmospheric and prelude. Absolutely not casually, act too hastily. However, because of this, it is true that Yin Shi is frustrated. Of course, these are still acceptable to him. Although he didn't achieve that goal, he was very satisfied after enjoying all the first time. Except for the 3 main points, I haven't tried it yet. It should be done after getting married, right? As for one of the key points, it should be impossible in this life. Pure barrenness is like some dry land that cannot produce barren land where cows can graze. It's very obvious, you can tell it at a glance, you don't need to experience it personally. Muzan, the ghost dancer, can't achieve the effect similar to Shinra, Duohuo, Tamayo, Murong and others. Of course, when it comes to this, I have to mention one thing. Among them, what Shinra can do is definitely the best. The mimicry is too perfect, it directly forms another dimension of combat power and beats all opponents. But having said that, when you get home, do you want to try some other points as well? Yin Shi fell into deep thought. Your Majesty Muzan is good at everything. Although he was ignorant at first, he will gradually learn from the professor and start to apply what he has learned. Except for one point that does not meet the innate conditions, other aspects can be improved quickly after the experience is imparted. On the feet, on the mouth and on the armpits, I'm back. When Yin Shi pushed open the door, he made some excited noises, but what greeted him was a deserted scene. Yin Shi blinked in disappointment. Something is wrong. Shouldn't all the girls of Shinwura look forward to their return at this time, and then welcome them warmly? Advertisement it should be because he has seen his heroic fighting posture through blood eyes and felt happy for his growth, right? They just talked all night, and now they're all asleep. At this time, Shinra suddenly poked his head out from the door, looked at Yin Shi with a blushing face, and said softly. Yin Shi, congratulations on your complete victory in the duel. Everyone is very happy, but they all fell asleep later. Hearing this, Yin Shi slightly nodded in relief. It turned out to be the case. However, ghosts don't really need much sleep, especially Tamayo and Ruhuo, who are pure research workaholics. Moreover, knowing that I am at home, it is even more impossible to go to bed early so easily. Yin Shi quickly thought of some doubts, but when he saw Shinra, who instructed him to come quickly, stepped into the room. Although he was a little confused, he also wanted to see what Shinra wanted to say to him. In fact, Shinra speaks both truth and lies. Tamayo and Ruhuo did indeed fall asleep, and even Momiji, who was extremely excited, also fell asleep. And there is no other reason, it is purely because the three of them were mixed into the blood of supper by the sleeping potion that Lu Huo had been researching with the intentional amber, and they entered their stomachs together when they were eating dinner, and now the medicine took effect. Unable to support them all knelt down. Not long ago, after the three of them fell into a coma and fell asleep, Kohaku started to act, and then, Shinra, who was horrified to discover the truth, asked why he did this. Then, after hearing Kohaku's anxious explanation, Shinra also simply, although a little embarrassed, was still very quick. Drag Hongyi, Ruhuo, and Tamayo back to their respective rooms. Otherwise, when Yin Shi comes back this time, I can definitely feel everyone's enthusiasm. As for the reason, Shinra was also very shocked by Amber's behavior at first, and asked her why she did this. Then, after getting her reply, the blushing Shinra also roughly understood the so-called motive. Among the 5 members of the family, including myself and Shinra, no progress has been made. And obviously, Yin Shi is totally a playboy. As for Ruhuo and Tamayo, the 2 shameless guys, once Yin Shi came back, they immediately launched a shameless offensive to keep Yin Shi. If this goes on for a long time, I and Shinra will definitely be marginalized. Hongyi is alone. 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands, not to mention that Ruhuo and Tamayo cooperate very well, which is obvious to all. How could the slightly clumsy Hongyi be a match for these 2? So, moreover, they already had a crush on Yin Shi. According to Hongyi's words, obviously we came first, what are you guys? Just because some knowledge and abilities help Yin Shi become stronger, you can't just domineering over our heads. Find out where you stand at the beginning, aren't you kidnapped by force? Hey. Don't change your position directly, turn over and become the master. Now when Yin Shi followed Shinra to the room, he saw Shinra and Kohaku who were sitting on the futon looking at him shyly, the spider ghost mother and sister whom he had recognized. Some are puzzled, but they still sit obediently at the table. Speaking of which, after traveling so far, it is true that the relationship with the 2 of them has become somewhat estranged. They are also cheap relatives, who have traveled over by themselves. Hongyi has a very good relationship, and Shinra is also. When Yin Shi addressed her, he always had a strange sense of excitement. Advertisement. This is the most uncontrollable part for Yin Shi. However, Amber, to be honest, it's been almost a year since I traveled here, and I haven't spoken more than 100 words to her. Indeed, it's because he, the younger brother of the family, is not good. At this moment, I started chatting cordially with Shinra and Amber, although I don't know why the atmosphere seemed a bit weird, but after the conversation, Yin Shi also took the teacup that Amber handed over, and drank the colorless and tasteless tea. Human beings can't feel the taste of tea at all. However, since it was made by Amber himself, there is no need to refuse. By the way, this time in Dongjing, the economy was depressed, and Yin Shi also took this opportunity to buy quite a lot of women's jewelry and rouge. After all, there are many women in the family, and they all need to be taken care of. The conditions are absolutely unacceptable, although I don't know if they will like it, but it doesn't matter. Yin Shi bought 10 sets. There are many things that Doma has learned by sacrificing herself, dating some noble ladies, and knowing what kind of cosmetics are best given to what kind of women. It has to be said that although Doma has a very bad personality, human women like this. Strangely, Yin Shi didn't know what to say. The looks of him and Doma are the extremes of the 2 temperaments. After knowing that Yin Shi actually has this demand, although he didn't understand why he wanted to buy it, but after thinking about the relationship between Master Muzan and Yin Shi, Doma immediately understood. He also told Yin Shi all his insights, and gave Yin Shi a large sum of money. Although Yin Shi was somewhat dissatisfied with the other party saying that it was pocket money for the younger generation, but his current appearance looks like a teenager who is still underage, no matter what. And after knowing the operation of Yin Shi and Doma, the 3rd brother Akaza is not idle. Like Doma, he has no concept of money, and the material comforts of human beings are not attractive to them. He also gave Yin Shi 10 large sums of money. But Gyutaro didn't have it, because he had been hearing Yin Shi from his sister recently. The older brother gave money to a strange man to pick up his younger sister. He's not a badass. Moreover, he knew that the relationship between Yin Shi and Master Muzan was unclear, so, no matter what, he had to talk to his sister. This is a deceitful, nasty little devil. Just because of his strength, brains, and appearance, you can't throw yourself into his arms stupidly. When Yin Shi took out 10 sets of cosmetics from her portable space, she said shyly, "This is a gift, but I don't know which type you like, so I bought them all. If you have something you particularly like, tell me, when you come back from Dongjing next time." Abruptly, Yin Shi felt heavy eyelids and then blinked with some doubts. Watching Shinra and Kohaku approach quietly around the table and say, "Thank you," softly. Yin Shi was still a little confused. The eyes of the two were full of tenderness at the moment. Yin Shi's actions just now completely shattered the embarrassment and shyness of the two of them. At this time, there are already. Let's reward you. Ah, this. Yin Shi finally reacted. He has been recruited. Chapter 94 Charge and Fall. The rematch between Shinra and Kohaku is impossible. This is already very big, why has it become? At this moment, Amber looked at the pale and smoky Shinra with some horror and said tremblingly, "This will kill people." "Don't ask me. How did I know it would be like this? It was at least 1/3 smaller before." Shinra gritted her silver teeth and said with some horror at the moment, You didn't put the wrong medicine right. This is already the same as my forearm. It was clearly not like this before." Then, Shinra swallowed, stretched out her little hand and patted it gently. After feeling the power on it, his face turned pale. "This pillar will definitely kill people here. How could it be so magnificent? It is as hard as a stone." Amber shook her head in horror. "I don't know if you ask me. I just in case, I put all the medicine bottles into Mayo's room, but she mixed them all together. If you don't put a name on it, could it be that it was specially prepared? In fact, it is, but it is not actively modulated by Tamayo. Sometimes she and Ruhuo really can't stand Yinshi's indiscriminate tactical bombardment. This is still two people participating in the battle. If it is one person, it can be said that it will roll your eyes and surrender in less than half an hour. Tamayo and Ruhuo are deeply ashamed and miserable for myself and Ruhuo, who are always on the verge of collapsing and splashing at the first touch. Although you can have the very smooth feeling of fighting on the battlefield, getting the spoils after the battle will feel quite satisfying and joyful. However, if possible, Tamayo still wants Yin Shi to be gentle against the enemy for a longer period of time. Therefore, he and Ruhuo mainly researched this kind of drug, and planned to take it quietly for Yin Shi to improve his strength. However, the development of drugs ended in failure, and it cannot be said to be a failure. Anyway, the final result is that a potion with the opposite effect was developed. In fact, if the efficacy of this potion is exposed to the world, there is no doubt that Tamayo can definitely rely on this exaggerated medicinal effect, and once it enters the market, it will become a top rich man. Moreover, it is very possible to win the Nobel Prize in medicine. After all, no man can resist such a temptation. However, this is definitely not Tamayo's original intention. He originally wanted to weaken Yinshi's strength, but he concocted a potion that greatly enhanced Yinshi's strength by a third. However, fortunately, what Tamayo produced was a failure that didn't match his imagination, and Yinshi didn't know her little thoughts. Otherwise, Yinshi really has no place to cry. At this moment, Shinra and Kohaku looked at each other shyly and nervously, and after a while, they each stretched out their hands. However, it was soon discovered that everyone cannot grasp this power with one hand. At least one more hand is needed, and if you want to block the sharp arrows of the spear, at least one hand is not needed. 4 hands can completely cover it. What the hell is this? Shinra stared palely at Amber, who was about to cry, her eyes full of doubts. What the hell did you lay down? I don't know. Amber swallowed, shook her head nervously and fearfully, and then quickly replied. Hey, now the two of them are reaping the consequences, but after that, what shall we, BDBI, do? Outside the door, Ruhuo clasped his hands in front of his chest, looked back at Tamayo, who couldn't laugh or cry, and said softly with some helplessness. Then what can I do? That kind of potion is originally a failed and successful work, and the data obtained after making it is completely opposite. I knew at the time that this absolutely cannot appear in the world. In short, I don't want to develop such a potion anyway. Otherwise, if we are subdued by Yin Shi again, then we will be finished directly. Advertisement, Tamayo said with a wry smile. Anyway, what we will face in the future. But it's just that you can't hold on for a little longer than before. Slowly, you will get used to it, right? Tamayo said with some distress. And what do these two guys think? Sneak into my laboratory secretly. Do you really think my monitoring system is a useless decoration? Really? I thought I would do what they wanted, pretending to drink and then pretend to sleep, but it turned out directly self-defeating them. Hearing this, Ruhuo became even more distressed. And, what do you think? Yin Shi's physical fitness, every time he endures strong poisons to resist poisons and then trains, how can ordinary coma drugs be effective for him? He's definitely faking sleep. After the two looked at each other in blank dismay, they immediately came to this conclusion. Then, I became more nervous. To be honest, Yin Shi is really pretending to sleep at this moment. Such a situation can be said to be extremely rare. Therefore, Yin Shihei simply closed his eyes and quietly endured the bullying of Shinra and Kohaku. Inside, nature is also extremely weird. Tamayo and Ruhuo actually developed such a potion? However, before the two of them flanked each other and were killed by him, how could he still have the courage to make such a potion that strengthens him? Or, actually, there are two of them, is it possible? Yin Shi felt a little emotional. It doesn't look like it looks at all, but it's pretty good. Anyway, only belong to oneself. At this moment, Yin Shi, who closed his eyes to feel the outside world, waited for a long time, but he still didn't feel the next movement of Shinra and Kohaku, so he didn't pretend at all, and went straight to the showdown. Wow. Seeing Yin Shi sitting up suddenly, with a bright smile on the corner of his mouth, Shinra and Kohaku were both surprised and extremely nervous at this moment. Shi, didn't you fall asleep? Shinra and Kohaku were just about to scream out in panic when they were interrupted by Yinshi's forceful movements. I was drowsy at first, but after a while, I was awakened by the noise, and the medicine in my body was rapidly decomposed, so I was fine. Yinshi said softly, "You guys are slow, and it won't hurt if you go on like this for a day. May come to realize." At this time, Yinshi said softly, "So, I will take over the battlefield, you two, just follow me well. But next time, don't try to drug me again, woo." Shinra and Amber trembled a little. The next moment, Amber was attacked by Yinshi's snake driving technique, and after just a few touches, Yinshi pried open the pearl door with ease. At the same time, Yinshi's other army also started to move immediately, pressing and kneading the two bloated army of Shinpura in his hand. Advertisement: the army led by the clumsy two men was about to collapse at the first touch. Afterwards, the army was defeated like a mountain, and the two fell easily. The whole body is weak and can't fight anymore. Yin Shi thought for a while, let's attack the city and seize the country from Shinra first. But now, his strength is too strong, and he needs a little lubrication from the insider so that he can break into the country more easily. Obviously, the Amber's pure white shell mouthparts can just meet Yin Shi's requirement. Tamayo and Ruo fire have been more than once. However, at this moment, the two of them act as bystanders together, observing the other two on the battlefield. This feeling is really amazing. At this moment, both of them were itchy and their hands were shaking, and they both had the idea of wanting to fight together and support them. But soon, Tamayo and Ruo, who fully recognized their mistakes, couldn't hold on any longer and hurriedly retreated. Back in the research room, I started to read a book calmly. This day was a very fulfilling day, except for Hong Yi, who slept very soundly, as ignorant as a dead pig. And the door of a room, because of being constantly hit, the joints were old and stuck and broken. A coffee table was also split in half from the middle, but fortunately no one was injured. Therefore, Yin Shi decided to replace it with a new one. As for Shinra and Kohaku, their throat is hoarse, their chest hurts, and they can't stand up. Even as a ghost race, it has a strong self-healing ability. However, after a long period of fighting on the battlefield, Shinra and Kohaku had to suffer the consequences, and finally realized that Tamayo and Ruhuo did not actually have acting skills. I'm afraid the best thing to fight here is Hong Yi. Whether it is combat strength or battlefield strength. Of course, if Hong Yi sees Yin Shi whose strength has been strengthened by 1/3, it may not be possible to say the battle situation, whether it will still present a 3-7 situation as before. In the end, Shinra and Kohaku passed out with satisfaction, while Yin Shi was still the final winner. And, after the battle, 2 human treasures were seized. If at that time, the two want to see that certificate, he will also give this certificate back to the two of them. Like red leaves. Those were 2 handkerchiefs decorated with red cherry blossoms, which was also a treasure that made Yin Shi feel mixed feelings. It is also a proof that he understands his responsibility and cannot give up or live up to it at will. After solemnly retracting the private space, Yin Shi stretched out his hand, stroking Shinra's head with one hand, and Hupo's head with the other. Then, he said softly, "Good night, you have worked hard, and you have worked hard." Chapter 93 Mother and Daughter, The Clue to the Blue Bana. Are they still asleep? Looking at Yin Shi sitting in front of the courtyard and quietly reading a book, Hong Yi walked from the corridor and said softly. Putting down the book in his hands, looking at the red leaf sitting obediently beside him leaning on his shoulder, Yin Shi nodded softly with his eyes, and said softly, "It was a bit hard for them yesterday, now it's time to take a good rest." Hong Yi curled her lips in dissatisfaction. As a result, people can't be judged by appearances. I didn't expect to guard against me, it's really. Tamayo and Duanwo have already noticed it, but I was the only one kept in the dark, it's abominable. As soon as Hong Yi thought of this, her whole body became ill immediately, and she said incomparably at this moment. Last night, she was the only one who didn't know anything about the relationship. She was tricked and then passed the day in a daze. Yin Shi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and then stretched out his hand, gently rubbing the back of Hong Yi's head, and said softly. Okay, don't be angry. Hong Yi, how's your blood ghost training? Hearing this, Hong Yi said with some seriousness. It's already reached the bottleneck stage, the blood ice strengthens the physical fitness, and the toxicity of the blood poison. If I don't eat a lot, I'm afraid I can't continue to become stronger, or... Yin Shi said thoughtfully. My blood should also be able to achieve this effect? Hong Yi was slightly taken aback, and then poked her index fingers a little embarrassedly. Yes. It can be, but it may be much bigger than what was required last time. It doesn't matter. Yin Shi shook his head. Humans and ghosts already have a certain blood-forming ability, and now I have reached the peak physical level after turning on the stripes, and I will consume some blood to make you stronger. It's not very difficult for me. Yin Shi simply pointed his hand towards Hong Ye. The other party couldn't help blinking her beautiful eyes at this moment, and her eyes softened. Yin Shi said softly. As your strength becomes stronger, it will provide more help to me, so it doesn't matter, drink it at ease, the most urgent thing is to borrow my blood and break through to the limit. The current me should be at the peak level of Ghost King like His Majesty Muzan, right? Yin Shi had a hunch that with his strength so advanced, even if his head was chopped off by Nichiren blades at this moment, he could still break through the limit and regenerate his head without dying. Only sunlight is the only weakness. Watching Hong Ye close her eyes and start to suck her own blood, Yin Shi thought about something calmly at this moment. Next, in order to become stronger, we must continue to practice poison resistance. Then the type of profound meaning of the breath of wind is also researched. As for overcoming the sun, in fact, Yin Shi knew that there were 2 ways. One is to continue the original work, focus on the Kamado family, transform into ghosts, and then wait 2 or 3 years. Nezuko should be able to overcome the sun. The other is to use the power of a country to find the blue flower of the other side. The first plan is really not suitable for Yin Shi, it is too slow, and the variables are too big, and if this is done, it is difficult to confirm whether Nezuko will really develop like the original plot. His meddling has already made the world line riddled with holes. It is not difficult to imagine such a huge change. The plot, will it really go like the original? Obviously it's impossible. Moreover, Yin Shi is not prepared to take his time. Since the advantage is on one's own side, it must be completely consolidated and killed directly, waiting for the original plot to unfold. Because of Yin Shi's early action, Muzan, who replaced the former emperor, took the throne as the empress. Now the name of the reign is the Taisho period. Yin Shi still remembers that in the original plot, it was said that Tanjiro and Nezuko of the Kamado family, when they were young, had seen the blue flower, and played with it for a long time. Therefore, if that area is found, there may be clues to the blue bana flower. Now, Nezuko and Tanjiro should still be children. Immediately clarifying the goal of the next plan, Yin Shi slightly nodded. Advertisement then, after resting for a while, go to Dongjing to have an audience with His Majesty Muzan to inform the matter and then give orders. On this trip, I happen to go sightseeing with these female relatives for a while. Then, go to Jiyuan's Flower Street to visit Guo alone, and meet the Juji. Yin Shi has promised that when Gyutaro is not around, he will protect her well and take on the responsibility of elder brother and younger brother. Seeing Hongyi lying on her lap sucking her own blood, Yin Shi simply closed her eyes to increase the blood transfusion ability in her body so that Hongyi could absorb it faster. However, soon, he was extremely shocked to see the red leaves gradually crossing the border. Hongyi, wait a minute, this is the garden. Yin Shi's scalp felt a little numb. The last time I was training with Hongyi in the open air. If it wasn't for Yin Shi, he would definitely freeze his body, and there would be no atmosphere at all, so he went to a cave to keep warm. But now, how could Hongyi always make such unexpected moves? This character is so good, so wild. At this moment, Hongyi, who was full of Yin Shi's blood, sat up at this moment, hugged Yin Shi, and said softly, "Then so what?" Hongyi's tone was full of resentful anger. Then, Yin Shi got the reason why Hongyi was so angry in her next words. Auntie Tamayo and Auntie Luhuo, those two guys don't treat us as outsiders at all. They're always so arrogant. This time I will also show these two stinky guys arrogance. It's just that these two stinky guys can only watch and not come over, Apparently, Hongyi is pretty upset about Yin Shi being held back by Duohuo and Tamayo every time. Yin Shi is definitely not wrong. It must be those two guys who only know how to enjoy themselves. Even though he doesn't fight so much, he always drags Yin Shi along. He's really good at cooking and loves to play. But, is this? So, what happened yesterday? Hongyi has seen Yin Shi's strength many times, but it has been strengthened by at least 1/3 as it is now. At first glance, it really made Hongyi extremely frightened and confused. Could it be that Kohaku and Shinra did something special? But, after Yin Shi was shocked and then fell silent for a while, he pursed his lips comfortably, exhaled lightly, and quietly watched the actions of Hongyi, the snake driver, and took time to watch what this guy was going to use. What a trick. Ask for flowers. After that, he sank his chi into his dantian, quietly controlling his sensitive nerves. Yeah. Playing with the red leaves that I was eating, I started to feel a little anxious. I've been driving snakes around for more than 10 minutes, and I haven't detected any signs of Yin Shi's missing messages until now. This is not a show at all. Is it really strengthened in all aspects? After a while, I suddenly thought of a possible red leaf, and my heart suddenly became naughty. Advertisement looking up at Yin Shi, he said in a complicated and embarrassed way. Afterwards, if you were with Shinra and Kohaku. Shall we call Shinra, Mom, together like before? What, Mom? Yin Shi was stunned, but in the next second, when he came back to his senses, he thought of what Hongyi was talking about Yin Shi at the moment, and the focus of his pupils shrank slightly. Whoa, immediately, Boju suddenly collapsed. 0. Only now did Hongyi begin to be satisfied, and then, she felt a little amused in her heart. When Yin Shi first wanted to start a family, he should have thought, will this happen sooner or later? Bitter taste, totally unpalatable. Next time, while eating a Kompe candy, how about doing this again? Hongyi thought slyly. At this moment, Yin Shi has mixed feelings in his heart. Yes, he really didn't think about it during the battle. So what is this? Yin Shi, who questioned himself in his heart, quickly mentioned his own answer. What does it matter to him? He and Shinra have an emotional basis for each other, and this playhouse game is originally the idea of tiring myself from the predecessor. Yin Shi really has no feelings for this so-called family, at least during the time traveling. I must be tired, too, just thinking about playing house games. Moreover, Brother Spider Ghost and Dad Spider Ghost, both were said to be cut off at the time. Shouldn't this playhouse rule be abolished directly? But, if these things are described in a storybook, it is really a bit like Oedipus the King in Western myths. Reaching out to stop Hongyi and wanting to go further into war, Yin Shi said softly, "You reminded me, Hongyi. In any case, I should go and see the situation of Shinra and Amber now." Yin Shi blushed and said with some embarrassment, "Didn't you see this mother and this sister?" Hongyi blinked in surprise and then smiled slightly. Could it be in front of the sleeping two people? Yin Shi was taken aback for a moment and then coughed quickly. Wow, this red leaf. You really don't hide your desires at all. For this, Yin Shi really couldn't laugh or cry. Chapter 94 Yubayashiki Amane's Uneasiness, Kaigaku's Conspiracy. Although there is still some pain, but at this moment, Shinra and Kohaku have both woken up. After seeing Yin Shi coming, they seemed very excited and happy. However, when they saw Yin Shi coming behind him, Hongyi with a dark and smelly face, and Hongyi's disgusted and angry eyes, the two of them he also immediately recognized his mistake, and was too embarrassed to look up again. Ahem. He stretched out his hand and lightly tapped the red leaf beside her to tell her not to take advantage of it but to be good-looking. At this moment, the two sat beside the second daughter. Are you okay? Shall I ask Tamayo to concoct some wound medicine and apply it for you? Yin Shi asked gently. Although he had made all the preparations yesterday and ensured that the flood was flooded, he led the army to rush into the battle. However, due to special reasons, it still became stronger by 1/3, so at that time, Shinra and Kohaku cried very loudly, and they refused to let Yin Shi withdraw their troops. However, it is difficult for them to bear the impact of the war in the end. At this moment, hearing that Yin Shi actually wanted to go to Tamayo to get some potions, Shinra and Hupo shook their heads in fear. 490. No, let's not do it. Yes, we are the ghost race and our self-healing ability is very strong. We will recover after morning. Shinra and Kohaku said hastily at this moment with pale faces. Just kidding, kill them, and you won't even think about going into Tamayo and Ruho's research room to get potions in the future. It's because of that kind of potion that yesterday he splashed and had no resistance at all, and was put in a state of being unable to control himself. Also, if Tamayo and Ruhino were calculated before, and then I need their help again after turning around. That can really make the two of them completely ashamed, so, no matter what. Yin Shi thought about it carefully, although if he asked Tamayo and Ruhuo for help, the redness and swelling might be better reduced. However, since Shinra and Kohaku are very resistant to this, forget it. Yin Shi still knows how to distinguish colors. It is obvious that the situation of Shinra and Kohaku is very difficult for Tamayo and the others. Although Yin Shi really wants these women to coexist peacefully with each other, it may have to go for a long time, and there is a long way to go. Together with Hongyi, I chatted with Shinra and Kohaku for a while, and soon, the topic suddenly changed when Hongyi suddenly made some playful inquiries. Then, want me and Yin Shi, and Hupo to call you mom? Shinra was taken aback for a moment, and then, her pretty face blushed immediately. The first encounter between her and Yin Shi was in fact the first encounter with Lei, who was forcibly taken in as a mother in a house-playing game. Although later, Yin Shi no longer played this game. But in terms of identity, from the beginning to the end, Yin Shi did not choose to deny it. Therefore, Hongyi, Amber, and Shinra, to a certain extent, as long as Yin Shi does not deny it, they are his stepmother and stepsister. Seeing Shinra staring at her with interest, it was obvious that she wanted to get an answer from Yin Shi. After all, nowadays, sending relationships are very complicated. A morbid blush appeared on Yin Shi's pale face at this moment, and after a while, he still said softly, Mother, let's just be mother. Sister, it's the same. Advertisement, however, when that time comes, don't use such a title. Yin Shi stretched out his hand and scratched his chin in embarrassment, turning his head away from the playful gaze of the three women. How embarrassing. His strength is useless, and the people who are being squeezed at this moment are all stupid. And Hongyi also began to feel relieved. Now the camp is actually very clear. In order to prevent the two outsiders Tamayo and Ruhuo from always possessing Yin Shi, Hongyi knows that a person's efforts are limited, and Hongyi has learned a truth from the short-term relationship. That is, you can't lose the possibility you should have because of your strange self-esteem. Now there are 3 people on our side, and only 2 on the opposite side. What's more, there is another one. If you say that word in Yin Shi's ear, it will definitely make Yin Shi's soul and body tremble, unable to call the original owner by himself. Yin Shi didn't listen to Hongyi's whispers to Shinra and Kohaku. Presumably, this is the privacy of women. However, why did the face turn red after reading it, and the eyes look so strange? Yin Shi was puzzled. In fact, just now, Hongyi told the spider ghost mother Shinra and Kohaku about a technique she had learned not long ago. At this moment, Shinpura also probably knows a sensitive point of Yin Shi. However, if she wants to use this here, she feels a little ashamed. At the same time, Dongjing City. We have detected it, ma'am. The Black Death suddenly broke out in Dongjing City not long ago. The specific source of the disease is unknown, and the Metropolitan Police Department is still investigating. Presumably, we can't help but know how it happened. In addition, the outbreak of the Black Death was extremely spreadable and fatal, but it didn't take too long before it was suppressed and then subsided completely. The tall silver-haired man kneeling on the ground respectfully said to the beautiful silver-haired young woman in front of him at this moment. This man is one of the 9 pillars of the ghost-killing squad. Sound call him Yu Sui Tengen, and the wife he respectfully calls is the wife of the current leader of the ghost-killing squad. Ubayashiki Amane. I also got the same result here, but, on the other side, Kaigaku knelt down on one knee at this moment, looking quite respectful. It is said that many members of the royal family were affected by the Black Death that broke out in Dongjing City, sickness and death. When the descendants were almost extinct, the former emperor found his daughter, Oniji, who had been left among the people, and quickly passed the throne to him. Kaigaku said respectfully. It just so happens that after the empress came to power, the Black Death the outbreak quickly died down. Yubayashiki Amane was thoughtful, such things. Let us know, it may not be good, it's better not to go any further. It turns out that before we came, did such a terrible disease break out at the end of winter? Yubayashiki Amane murmured softly at this moment. In any case, it's really great to be able to quickly resolve the illness. But, the poor people who died in the outbreak of the Black Death, hey. Yusui Tengen and Kaigaku, at this moment, are correspondingly silent. At this time, there is nothing to say. In addition, I searched for a long time in Tokyo, but I didn't find any traces of ghosts, so I couldn't find the lady named Tamayo that my lord is looking for. Advertisement Kaigaku said respectfully. HMPH, after all, you are just promoted, and it is impossible to be proficient in everything. At this time, Yusui Tengen sneered, like others who, they all had a little contempt for the newly appointed Naruto. The guy who didn't even know how to breathe himself used the venom to kill the weakest sixth of the lower strings. One thing to say, many of them don't like this guy very much. Therefore, taking the opportunity to ridicule Kaigaku, who has a gloomy face all day long, is also something that several columns like to do. Of course, only once in a while, and when I see Ite Gidata. Kaigaku's face was slightly gloomy for a while, and then he snorted coldly. So, what about you? A ninja from the Edo period? Kaigaku remained calm on the surface, but murderous intent floated in his heart. What he hates the most is that others look down on him. Sound column Yusui Tengen, just wait, in his heart, he had directly issued the death penalty for his colleague. And, if he could, he wanted to do it himself. After all, the adult he took refuge in had the strongest power at the moment. Wanting to use strength to crush the ghost killing team is simply a matter of hand. This time, as long as he gets online with the adults, what Kuei-yu thinks is very simple. Directly expose the stronghold of the ghost killing squad headquarters, and then wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Even the emperor of this empire is a ghost clan. No matter what their ghost killing team is, the current nature is directly equivalent to a rebellion organization. Is it possible to follow the rebel organization and have a future? 4.9 This is not the period of the shogunate. Kaigaku doesn't want to sacrifice his life for the Ghost Slayer squad in vain, and he is already a traitor. His current strength and status are all bestowed by that lord, and the Ghost Slayer squad, did they give him anything? Nothing at all. The people there still look down on him so much. That being the case, comparing the two, they must have followed Mr. Yin Shi, who believed in and understood himself. Then, get more rewards. Power, strength, status, wealth. Today's emperor, but the people above him. Good birds choose trees to live in, this is something that all animals know, don't they? At this moment, after Yusui Tengen glanced at Kaigaku indifferently, he said respectfully to Mrs. Ubayashiki Amane, who obviously didn't like the quarrel between the two, and frowning slightly at the moment. In the past few days of exploration and tracking, I mainly found that there are two organizations that seem to be haunted by ghosts. One is the All Things Bliss sect, and the other is a society with considerable influence in the city of Dongjing. Yubayashiki Amane couldn't help narrowing her beautiful eyes slightly at this moment. Chapter 95 Feed. Shai Tamayo and Grenades Yusui Tengen added at this moment. The things about the Wanshi Bliss cult and the club are all information obtained after some hard work by some ninjas driven by me and my 3 wives. Including His Majesty the current emperor, who actually has a background about the Bliss cult of the world, Yusui Tengen said with some seriousness at this moment, and at this moment, Duyue and Yubayashiki Amane, who heard the words, showed shocked expressions at this moment. The former, at this moment, is extremely dignified and uneasy in his heart, feeling a sense of turmoil. Unexpectedly, this ninja actually has real materials. Has this kind of secret been so clear in the short few days since entering Dongjing? Even His Majesty the Emperor today believes in such a sect, but does this sect actually have traces of the Ghost Clan's actions? At this moment, Yubayashiki Amane's pretty face completely became serious. Well, if this is the case, His Majesty the Emperor may be in danger at any time. Is the lord of a country actually in such a dangerous situation? Obviously, Yusui Tengen also noticed the uneasiness of the lord's wife at this moment, and said hastily at this moment. Madam, don't worry, since I have already detected traces of the existence of the Ghost Clan, I will never be negligent, and I will definitely take care of you. Kill the evil spirits lurking in it. Yubayashiki Amane nodded slightly, expressing his approval. And at the side, at this moment, Kaigaku also quickly responded respectfully, and he will definitely assist 13 Yin Zuyu to follow Tengen to annihilate the Ghost Clan. Of course, no one knows exactly what is in his mind. And Yusui Tengen did not express his rejection. After all, if it is what he thinks, then the person who has mixed into the Bliss sect and has taken root in this capital is probably a very powerful winding ghost. Then, it is really not safe to fight alone, and there is absolutely no problem with 2 enemies. And on Nation Spider Mountain, after talking with the new 3 at home for a while, Yinshi also thought that it was time to give Hongyi a gift. After all, the 5 women in the family, as well as Am I Wrong, Kochou Kanae, and Yin Shi of the Wisteria Flower House at the foot of the mountain, all prepared a copy. Now, only Shinmura and Kohaku are given, which is not acceptable. After letting Shinmura and Kohaku continue to rest, Yin Shi and Hongyi left first. But outside the corridor, Yin Shi quickly gave Hongyi this gift. Of course, unlike Shinmura and Amber, in addition to cosmetics, this gift also has some medicinal snakes bought from drugstores. Medicated snake. Seeing the snake handed over by Yin Shi, Hongyi was slightly stunned, but still stretched out her hand to take it, letting the red poisonous snake start to climb and swim down her hand, and then gently scratched the corner of her mouth. Is this a pet? Or what? It's a red snake, Yinshi said softly. It's a kind of venomous snake with fangs that is widely distributed in the local area. It is weakly poisonous. The scales are red, and the temperament is quite violent. Seeing the red leaves teasing Kai Lian snake's chin, Yinshi wanted to laugh. It seems that being irritable can be said to be true. About the snake, he actually lied. This venomous snake was discovered by Yinshi from the Institute of Virology, and it must have been thought of as a research material. Advertisement therefore, he simply walked away, lest such an innocent life would die in his hands. Of course, in the beginning, there was actually a period of time to test whether the portable space has the ability to store life. After trying it out, I found out that it does. However, although plants, animals, and dead objects can enter, humans or ghosts cannot. Moreover, once you enter the portable space, you will maintain the state before you live in it. Hanyi was very satisfied playing with the red and black red snake that was beginning to wrap itself around her, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. I'm very happy. If that's the case, Yinshi, I will take good care of it. Hanyi looked at Yinshi with piercing eyes and said softly. Good. Then, Yinshi started to introduce those cosmetics to Hanyi. Unexpectedly, Yinshi would send so many gifts this time, and there was also a pet. Hanyi's eyes were suddenly filled with tenderness, and the eyes looking at Yinshi became more affectionate. After a while, after listening to Yinshi's words, he couldn't help leaning over, raised his toes and hugged Yinshi's neck at the same time. But soon, because Yinshi was bitten by the neck of the red snake, he withdrew back somewhat dumbfounded. Letting the white wire break in midair, Hanyi doesn't want this pet anymore. Yinshi stretched out his hand, flicked the red snake that couldn't bite him lightly to make it stop, and then told Hanyi, let her continue to practice first. He has to go to Tamayo and Duohuo and ask some things. Although she was a little annoyed in her heart, seeing Yinshi's serious expression, Hanyi knew that there might be something important to deal with, so she nodded and watched Yinshi's back quickly leave her sight. Then, he stretched out his hand helplessly and teased the Chilean snake in his hand. Next time, if you dare to bite him again, I will peel off your skin. Hanyi looked at Chilean snake's vertical pupils and said calmly and indifferently at this moment. And in his hand, the poisonous snake suddenly stopped shaking. Holding her own pet and holding the gift from Yinshi in the other hand, Hanyi left the corridor. The blue other shore flower. I know this. After Yinshi finished asking, Tamayo nodded without thinking. When I was transformed into a ghost, I probably knew that this thing was her purpose of transforming me into a ghost. She wants to find the blue bana flower as a guide for that medicine so as to overcome the sun. Tamayo put his arms around his chest, pursed his lips slightly. After a while, she shook her head helplessly and looked at Yinshi. However, why are you asking me this at this time? This is what puzzled Tamayo the most. Hearing this, Yinshi said calmly, I probably have a clue about the blue bana flower. Tamayo was taken aback for a moment and then couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. After a while, she asked excitedly, you finally figured it out, you want to betray. Yinshi quickly shook his head, why should I betray my woman, it's not this. Tamayo and Duanwo couldn't help but glance at each other at this moment, and then cast a speechless glance at Yinshi. Advertisement, as far as I know, there may be more than one cyan flower. Therefore, I am going to hand over one copy to His Majesty Muzan, and leave some for you to study. It can be used as an important medicine for the ghost race to overcome the sun. However, if you don't know the configuration of other medicines, a single cyan bianhua will not work. Tamayo was slightly taken aback, then nodded lightly, so that's it, I understand. I've actually heard from Muzan about the method of developing that medicine, and I do know a lot of details, and it's actually not difficult to collect them. Yinshi smiled and nodded, that's why I came to discuss with you. I know Tamayo you are really the best. Tamayo rolled his eyes, folded his arms around his chest, and asked with some doubts, are you going to let us take it after the successful development? That's right, by then, we won't have to be disturbed by the sun anymore. Yinshi said gently. In this way, although we are no longer human beings, we don't have to be always afraid of the existence of the sun and cannot appreciate the splendor of the natural scenery. At that time, you can also enjoy more fun and beauty, live in a bigger house, and don't need to worry about communication issues anymore. The eyes of Duanhuo and Tamayo are very complicated at this moment. Then, Tamayo smiled and nodded lightly, then when you find the blue bana flower, leave it to me, and I will help you develop 803. Liao Huo snapped his fingers, grabbed the attention of the two, and said softly at this moment, however, how will you explain to Ghost Dancer Muzan? Will she regard this as an act of transgression and betrayal again? Yinshi rubbed his nose, that can't be helped, I'm making two-handed preparations and taking insurance measures. Why? If His Majesty Muzan fails to develop it, there is still half a chance for you. If so, use the results of the research and dedicate it to His Majesty Muzan, and then she will be eliminated. Tamayo and Duohuo nodded slightly. In this case, you really don't have to worry about it. However, before Duohuo and Tamayo could continue to speak, seeing their white research attire at the moment, Yinshi couldn't help but took a step forward, and then said softly. Let's talk about it later as we do it. Yesterday, he was always worried about hurting Shinmura and Kohaku, who had experienced battle for the first time, and he dared not show his full strength at all. Therefore, there were already some small flames burning vigorously. In addition to accepting Hongyi's provocation just now, the flames can no longer stop burning. Seeing Yin Shi's actions, Tamayo and Duohuo were slightly taken aback. Immediately, Chao's face blushed. You be asterisk 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 D. Tamayo spoke softly, and was hugged into Yin Shi's arms. Along with Tamayo, is Mrs. Rengoku, who whines but doesn't fight back. I've been waiting for a long time, I'm here to feed you for a month. The corner of Yin Shi's mouth curled up, and he said softly. Responding to him was Tamayo, who had also been lonely for a month, and the soft voice of the Bengal. At least 2 months. Tamayo blinked, and said softly, shyly and expectantly. Chapter 96 Tamayo and Ruhuo. Will I be pregnant? At the same time. Infinite City. Doma looked at Akaza who was coming towards him, a look of surprise appeared on his handsome face, and then, excitedly, he leaned forward and said with a playful smile. Oh, isn't this Akaza? It's really rare. We are both in Dongjing, but we haven't been able to meet you, which really disappoints me. Doma said with a smile. I didn't expect to bump into you in Infinity City today. Wow, is this a fateful encounter? Akaza looked gloomily at Doma who was hugging her shoulders, with bruised veins on her face, and said coldly. Let me go, you are too close. Aiya, feeling the deep disgust of his colleagues, Doma let go of his hand and waved his hands helplessly. Hey, why are you still the same? Let's look up and look down. I have always admired you doghouse, what about it? Don't eat women, but work hard to become stronger, and you can reach the 3rd level of the 1st string. Hey, that's great. Listening to Doma's eccentric words at this moment, and seeing the sincere expression of emotion on his face, Wazo resisted the urge to rush over and cut off his jaw in one fell swoop. He was received by His Majesty Muzan just now, and now His Majesty is also in Infinite City, so given him 100 courage, he would not dare to overstep so recklessly at this moment. I'm not the only one who can become stronger without eating women. At this time, Akaza said indifferently, it seems that you don't know, one of our top players lost. Doma was taken aback for a moment. Kokoshibu, how could it be? He's not Yi. Suddenly, Doma's face became quiet. As you can imagine, not long ago, after going back, Yu Nation Spider Mountain and Kokoshibu fought again. I just saw Heishie, and he also told me that he lost. Akaza brushed past Doma, and said calmly, you just continue to eat your woman, the real strong have always been training themselves as the main means. I'm waiting, soon, the feeling of crushing you under your feet. After Akaza calmly dropped these words, he left. At this time, Doma's face was calm and indifferent. Hei is dead, did he actually lose? Hey, you really dare to say it, Akaza. He turned his face sideways and looked behind him. Akaza's figure had already disappeared from his field of vision. However, the sentence just now undoubtedly shocked Doma deeply. As the second of the top strings, he understands very well, and has been suppressing the strength of one of his top strings hyphenation point Kokoshibu. Before Kokoshibu and Yinshi's sparring, from Kokoshibu's point of view, both of them actually kept their hands, but Yinshi acted like he was trying his best. But, at this moment, actually defeated Kokoshibu in a head-to-head match? With such strength, why does Yinshi still hold the position of number 2 and not be promoted? Moreover, why did his strength improve so quickly? Doma quietly clenched his fists and fell silent. You can continue to eat women, the real strong, kung fu is all cultivated by yourself. Doma, who was walking forward, suddenly thought of what Akaza said just now. Advertisement. His face couldn't help but calm down even more. He can make happy and sad expressions, but he doesn't have any real feelings in his heart. He was born with a lack of emotion, and he had to say that at this moment, his mood was extremely complicated. After a while, he suddenly smiled and felt relieved. But, Kokoshibu was defeated by Yinshi, so what? After all, this is a whimsical guy who wants to be the man of His Majesty Muzan. With this strength, it is only natural to think about it carefully. The difference is that, as expected, it is a little earlier. Doma has returned to his original state of mind, which doesn't really matter to him. He will not train himself like Akaza and Kokoshibu just because he is obsessed with becoming stronger. He will not eat women or the weak. As ghosts, they are no longer human, shouldn't they enjoy life more? Doma can't accept the continuous hard work to become stronger. When he came to the hall and looked at His Majesty Muzan who was sitting on the seat and reading books, Doma respectfully knelt down on his knees and said, "See your Majesty." After an indifferent reply, Muzan calmly glanced at Doma, who was kneeling respectfully, and felt that his aura seemed to be a little different at the moment, and he was a little confused. Then, he said softly, "I just got bad news from Akaza. I don't think you are the same as him. You are here to deliver bad news to me?" Doma was stunned for a moment, and then said in a puzzled way, "I don't know if it's bad news or not. The All Things Bliss sect seems to have found traces of the ghost killing squad looking for the enemy." Muzan narrowed his beautiful eyes slightly, his eyes were a little cold. But, Doma continued to speak at this moment. "I found them. They seem to feel strange about the recent events in Dongjing, including the rise of His Majesty and the outbreak of the Black Death virus. However, the clues are cut off, and it is difficult to find useful information. Muzan said indifferently. "I don't want to listen to these nonsense. Who are they? Can they be resolved?" Doma quickly knelt down on the ground and said respectfully, "Yes, I can. They should be the sound pillar of the ghost killing squad, and there seems to be a higher level woman who is connected." Muzan was thoughtful. "Zu, a woman on a higher level? Perhaps, you and Akaza are talking about the same faction." At this moment, Muzan finally noticed the coincidence, and said at this moment, "Before leaving, Yin Shi reminded me that if someone chases the three of them rashly, let him follow him and wait for him to come back. It's related to the layout behind. Plus, now there are two pillars of the ghost killing team in Dongjing, and there is a woman who is on a higher level. Muzan said calmly. Just do a good job of tracking down and investigating. I will let the Metropolitan Police Department cooperate with your actions. If it's not enough, don't reveal your identity and don't act rashly, understand? Feeling the strong coercion outside the skin, Doma's complexion changed slightly, and he quickly agreed respectfully. I will take care of this matter with Akaza, and we will make a decision when Yin Shi comes back. Well, he thinks more, and there will be no mistakes in handling things, so you can rest assured. Muzan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said softly. Doma looked speechless, but both inside and outside were speechless at the moment. Feeling the constant sensation coming from the tip, Yin Shi felt very comfortable. It is like being in a living massage room that is always wriggling, squeezing and kneading repeatedly. Advertisement. It is very comfortable, and every time you hit the door, you can clearly feel the water like delicacy. This is Tamayo's gate valve. To Yin Shi, in a word, it can be said to be the only one, which is quite rare. As for the gate valve of Ruhuo, it is actually quite good. The key is the complex and intriguing expression, which makes Yin Shi very interested. By the way, why would you want to develop such a potion? After the words were finished, Yin Shi gave an even stronger blow. The books on the table were immediately pushed away by Tamayo, and then, the research doctor gritted his silver teeth, said with some difficulty at this moment, No, no. Now Tamayo feels like crying. It was quite scary when I watched it yesterday, but after experiencing it today, I realized what happened to Shinmura and Kohaku. Tamayo's whole body was numb, and when he saw Tamayo next to him screaming hoarsely, rolling his eyes and sticking out his tongue, he also felt a little numb. And now, looking at it like this, Yin Shi has misunderstood it. Is it because I still have Ruhuo and want a higher level of experience? The heavens can learn from each other. This is definitely not the original intention of the two of them. Originally, they were a little bit shy about Yin Shi's strength, and they were worried that they would have nothing to fight back. How could they develop such a thing recklessly? Find the guilt yourself. At this point, Tamayo began to explain. After listening to it, Yin Shi was shocked, a little embarrassed, and then, a little lucky, Li Hao finally became very angry. Okay, isn't it lucky that I ate this thing? If you really succeed, how can I gain my prestige? Yin Shi can be said to be extremely angry about Tamayo and Ruhuo trying to play these tricks because they can't beat them. Apart from anything else, he is going to no longer take his time, but directly gather troops to attack the city gate and the inner city gate, and continue to charge repeatedly. Numerous battering rams hit, bombarded, shelled, and smashed, causing a violent shock in Rui's heart. The people of Tamayo country were almost devastated, crying for their fathers and mothers. After constantly vowing that he would never develop such a thing again, Yin Shi is still not ready to keep his hand. Until the Tamayo National Army was completely dizzy and flew out from the last kerosene. Yin Shi caught another legion, belonging to Ruhuo's whereabouts. Then, he made a quick and straightforward decision to choose this person as the target of this torment. Soon, Ruhuo also stepped into the footsteps of Tamayo. Before the two passed out, they thought silently. So, if it's really active, it seems that it has to be put on the agenda. The samples have been filled and can be studied at any time. This time, the subject is, can ghosts really not reproduce? Chapter 97 Day Trip with Kochou Kanae. Yin Shi, are you going back to Dongjing again soon? At this moment, Tamayo, who had just filled his stomach, and Ruhuo, who was in the same situation as himself, were already wearing the white robes used in research again. Looking at Yin Shi, who was walking around his research room with great interest, Tamayo folded his doting hands around his chest, and asked softly at this moment. Yin Shi was taken aback for a moment, then nodded lightly. The situation over there is still unstable now, and the follow-up plans and measures need to be formulated by me, so I should return to Dongjing in the near future to continue serving His Majesty Muzan. Yin Shi said without thinking at this moment. Both Tamayo and Ruhuo sighed in a somewhat complicated manner. In fact, after getting in touch with each other like this, they also knew about Yin Shi's personality. If it is an enemy of him, if it is a woman, it may rarely be life-threatening. But if it's a man, and they have very clear positions with each other, then it can only be said that it's more ominous than good luck. Moreover, after getting Yin Shi's approval, the relationship between the women and him will be coordinated a lot. In fact, Yin Shi can allow the other party to be mischievous and bold. And Yin Shi can also treat everyone equally, take everything to heart, will not treat people differently, and will never betray. Except for the shortcoming of being fickle, Yin Shi has almost no shortcomings. Although he still has the appearance and figure of a child, in terms of height, there is actually no one among women who is taller than him. It's just that the youthfulness of his appearance will give them an illusion. Such males are, in fact, really attractive, aren't they? He is really good to his woman. Even if he has the strength now, he can replace Muzan as the ancestor of all ghosts. As long as Yin Shi accepts Tamayo's medicine, he can successfully break away from Muzan's control, but Yin Shi because of various reasons of 807, but did not choose this way. In fact, sometimes, Tamayo would inquire about Yin Shi's attitude, but in the end, the reply he got was that Yin Shi was not going to do that. And it turned out that in future generations he bet right. Responding to Yin Shi's trust is Muzan's same trust in him. Although Yin Shi doesn't know, if he returns to Dongjing again, he may be greeted by Muzan's forced marriage request. After you go to Dongjing this time, I don't know how long it will take to come back. You can go with Kochou Kanae. At this moment, Tamayo stretched out his green fingers and tapped Yin Shi's forehead, which made him cover his eyebrows in a daze, and then said softly, "Among all the people, she is the only one who hasn't been tortured by you, and, presumably she also hates you." It is precisely because of this consideration that Tamayo intends to let Kanae follow Yin Shi, and then monitor him well. Hearing this, the corners of Yin Shi's mouth could not help but twitch slightly. Toxic. This word is too impolite, right? Yin Shi touched his nose, feeling a little disrespectful. I probably know what Tamayo is thinking. Since I, Ruhuo, Hanyi, Shinwura, Amber, and Miyang all have them, in order to prevent the crazy stealing together, I still give this opportunity to another person who has never had it before. It just so happens that this person is still very vigilant and alert to Yin Shi, and he can also watch Yin Shi not to steal. That is really the best. So, among all the people, there is Kochou Kanae who came back with Tamayo and Ruhuo not long ago. This Waju who once came to the ghost killing team is now a ghost. She is a great older sister who can give up everything for her younger sister and regain everything again. Moreover, it is very difficult to deal with Yin Shi. As for Yin Shi's thoughts, advertisement knowing that Tamayo actually had this idea, he fell silent for a while. In fact, this is also a very good opportunity. He originally planned to put the matter of Kanae on the agenda. Because, if there is no unexpected situation in the follow-up, Kochou Shinobu, Tsuyuri Kanawo, and Yin Shi are going to take the direction of Kanae as a breakthrough, and slowly pull them into their own camp to become their own shape. So, now words, next, is it a day trip with Kochou Kanae? Sounds interesting, and presumably these days are still far away, should be enough for Yin Shi to do. Love, what a distant word. Looting, possessing, day after day, laying a deep imprint, will slowly surrender and surrender, without any other thoughts. Compared with it, the purity of love is low. At this time, Tamayo looked at Yin Shi, and said again, "Also, after you go back to Dongjing this time, help us buy some books, and you can also start preparing to buy a property. If there are no accidents, we will the office location, and most of your busy time is in Dongjing. In this case, it is also very good to buy a house as soon as possible and let us settle there." Yin Shi was slightly taken aback, and then nodded lightly. It's time to buy a house. There is really no way to stay in Spider Mountain like this. It is isolated from the world and it is difficult to walk. Tamayo and Ruho couldn't help but draw the corners of their mouths warmly. That's why they like Yin Shi. He listens to advice and tries his best to be good for them. The books are mostly about science and technology, Tamayo said, and together with Ruhuo, they took out a long list that they had prepared long ago, which made Yin Shi frown. These can probably be bought in bookstores, and some need to be borrowed in the library. At this moment, the corners of the mouths of the two charming ladies are slightly drawn at this moment, and bright smiles appear on their beautiful faces. Yin Shi nodded without thinking. It's okay, I will bring them all. It has a portable space, so it is no problem to bring back these books, newspapers, and magazines. Hearing this, Ruhuo and Tamayo are quite satisfied. Their current way of life is to go up and down between 2 points and 1 line during the period of research and companionship. As Yin Shi's strength is getting stronger and stronger, BDDI, and they are not the fighters like Hongyi, so they must find their own position and keep up with Yin Shi. They don't want to be ordinary vases. Just like the current Shinwura and Kohaku, if it wasn't for their opportunism, I am afraid that the relationship with Yin Shi will only become more and more distant. Hongyi knows her position, but Shinwura and Kohaku may not know it until now. Even Yin Shi actually didn't notice this. Where there are people, there will be competition, and there will be rivers and lakes. If you can't be the eliminated party, then you must find ways to improve your sense of existence. If only relying on looks, Yin Shi will get tired of it sooner or later. That's what Tamayo and Ruho thought, although Yin Shi definitely has no such idea. After receiving the list from the two ladies, Yin Shi looked at it carefully and nodded slightly. With the help of Akaza's men, it should be all over soon. Advertisement as for the money spent, Yin Shi doesn't care. After seeing Yin Shi doing things like this, Ruhuo and Tamayo nodded slightly, a little happy, and hastily bid farewell to Yin Shi, who was a little confused but was about to continue talking, and after Yin Shi left, they confirmed that he did not come in again, Ruhuo and Tamayo blushing and looking at each other. The people who are in the way and the easy-to-find situations are finally gone, so it's time to start researching. Tamayo and Ruhuo are eager to know, is there something wrong with Yin Shi's activity? Or they themselves, as well as Hongyi, Murong, Shinmura, and Kohaku have their own problems? If it is the former, with hundreds of years of medical experience, Tamayo is still confident that he has certain remedies. However, if it's the latter, the situation is unimaginable. There are enough samples for repeated experiments. At night after Yin Shi bid farewell to the wives, although the three women were a little helpless and dissatisfied, they knew that Yin Shi did have serious business to do, and the purpose of this trip was to buy a large real estate in Dongjing, and then take them over. After living in the past, I was relieved immediately. After being forgiven and saying goodbye, Yin Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Through the empty road, to connect the clouds, he quickly galloped through the sky, and then arrived at the house of Wisteria flower family at the foot of the mountain. Am I Wrong was very pleasantly surprised when he saw Yin Shi, but the main purpose of tonight is not Am I Wrong's Yin Shi. Let Am I Wrong start preparing the hot water first. The blushing Am I Wrong immediately knew what to do. It was exactly the same as the first time. And Yin Shi came to Kochou Kanae with contempt and disgust in her eyes and invited her. Shocked Waju never thought that this little kid would be so shameless, but, thinking of the encounter with him before, Kochou Kanae, who was so angry that his molars were itchy, stared at Yin Shi for a while. In the end, after Yin Shi raised the question that Tamayo and Ruvuo also wanted her to join in, she finally agreed with a puzzled and nervous expression. That is to say, watching you not let you mess with women, is that what Tamayo and Ruo mean? Kochou Kanae hummed softly at this moment and said dissatisfied. You can also treat this as a day trip, Yin Shi said with a smile. With you as a beauty, I wouldn't be so unsteady in my mind. Kochou Kanae blushed, snorted coldly, turned around and left. Who would believe a liar like you? Yin Shi touched his nose helplessly, it seems. There is a long way to go. How can I get rid of the minister's guard against himself? While Yin Shi was thinking about it, he took off his clothes at the same time, and began to shower his dirty body that was ready to go, and am I wrong must have prepared water by now. Then, take a good bath, then you can spend a relaxing night and prepare for tomorrow's trip. Chapter 98 First Encounter with the Fifth Mukago, the first encounter with Kanroji Mitsuri. After taking a good rest in the bathroom with Am I Wrong, and having satisfied each other a lot, the next morning, Yin Shi said goodbye to Am I Wrong with some embarrassment under Kochou Kanae's scum-like eyes. Hey, you're enough. Along the way, always feeling Kanae's half-discovered gaze, Yin Shi was a little bit dumbfounded, and said speechlessly at this moment. I think Am I Wrong and I should love each other, so what happened to your eyes? Kochou Kanae looked at Yin Shi with distaste, snorted lightly, and turned his head away. Nothing. Yin Shi had no choice but to lead Kanae forward. Not far ahead, if you climb over that mountain, you should be able to reach the next town. Yin Shi said gently. After we rested there for a while, we could just take the train to Dongjing. Kochou Kanae nodded slightly. The next moment, she frowned slightly, and looked not far in front of her with some doubts. It has only been a few hours since I left Wisteria Kamen House. Although both of them are ghosts, there is no need to rest while chatting while on the road. But in this short amount of time, is it possible to see an unusual scene? Would you like to see it? Yin Shi saw Kanae's worried eyes, shook his head slightly, and asked calmly and softly at this moment. He didn't expect to run into the ghost killing team's ghost hunting action here, and the breath of the ghost in front seems to have a lot of His Majesty Muzan's blood. Yin Shi clearly judged that it should be one, with the lower string around the ears. Moreover, there is a girl's taste, and there are two. Yin Shi was taken aback for a moment, then closed his eyes, and the domineering aura of knowledge spread out at this moment. After a while, his complexion became a little weird. He actually recognizes these two people who are facing each other. At this time, Kanae, who heard Yin Shi's words, was silent for a while, then shook her head slightly. I'm already a ghost now, and I'm no stranger to the ghost killing squad. Even if I can coexist peacefully with ordinary people, but to the ghost killing squad, I'm just a pure traitor. After Kochou Kanae shook his head, he spoke barely at this moment. Any organization is extremely hostile and disgusting towards traitors, no matter what the reason is. Even, it is not Kochou Kanae's wish to become a ghost. However, in the eyes of everyone, the fact that she became a ghost, and the fact that she fell into a ghost as Zu, has already happened. Because of this, there is absolutely no member of the Ghost Slayer squad who can tolerate her. After all, after the last pillar-level swordsman fell into a ghost, he directly slaughtered the headquarters of the ghost killing team at that time, and brought the head of the Yubayashiki Patriarch of that era to Muzan as a gift. Therefore, for the pillar-level swordsman to fall into a ghost, the headquarters of the ghost killing squad can be said to be shocked. Therefore, after knowing that such a thing had happened, they moved their base immediately without any hesitation. At this time, looking at Kanae who looked lonely and sad, Yin Shi calmly asked, So, should we leave now? The one fighting in front is my junior, the fifth of the last string, Mukago. The one fighting her is also a female swordsman from the Demon Slayer squad, a girl who uses the breath of love. Kanae was taken aback for a moment and then was a little puzzled. Breath of love? Is there such a person? On the day before Kanae became a ghost, Kanroji Mitsuri finally found his way, from the breath of flame to the breath of love, so, at this moment, Yin Shi's speech. Kanae didn't know who the female junior was, and it was a matter of course. However, at least at this moment, Kanae heard it. As a junior of the ghost killing squad, I seem to be in danger. Advertisement B. She looked at Yin Shi with some doubts. Do you want me to save her? Yin Shi smiled. Misunderstandings, I think they can be solved slowly, little by little, and water drips through stone, isn't that the truth? Starting with small things, and then gradually achieving perfection, may not be able to make everyone feel better. Everyone recognizes you, but those who are favored by you will also gradually understand your motives and ideas. Hearing that, at this moment, Kochou Kanae's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. It seems unbelievable, Yin Shi would say such words. But if I make a move, what should I do with that ghost? At this moment, Kochou Kanae couldn't help but ask softly at this moment. I will take action to save my life. If you have such acting skills, how will you repay me? Yin Shi said softly at this moment playfully. Kanae's eyes suddenly filled with disgust. Sure enough, she knew that Yin Shi definitely had no good intentions. Worth mentioning. Kochou Kanae nodded lightly. You can't give me harsh orders. Other than that, I can promise you. How about it? Yin Shi smiled slightly. Yes, on condition that I can't kiss you or force you, can I? Kochou Kanai always has a sense of foreboding at the moment. However, looking at Yin Shi's smile that was not false, after a short silence, he nodded slightly. Yin Shi shouldn't seem like a coercive person. Murong, Tamayo, and Ruho, they seem to have said so. Trust Yin Shi for now, at this time, on the other side. Wow, your blood ghost technique is so strange. It's obviously just an ordinary seed. Why is it exploding and growing? The cherry-pink long-haired girl in the uniform of the ghost-killing squad looked at the horned ghost in front of her, panting, constantly shooting fruits in her hands. It was a pretty cute girl, her face was puffy at the moment, she looked very angry. Don't hold back anymore, I'm the last one, give up resistance quickly and obediently eat it for me. Da. Responding to her, Kanroji Mitsuri once again did a backflip to avoid the spiky wooden spikes on the ground. However, the training of the breath of attracting love did not seem to pass the test, so the calf was still scratched immediately. Kanroji Mitsuri gritted his teeth involuntarily at this moment. The pain made her tremble a little at this moment. This encounter was actually not what she wanted, although after the trip to Dongjing, her strength increased by leaps and bounds, and she also became aware of it. But her current strength has not yet reached the pillar-level strength of later generations. This time, it was just because of the routine killing of evil spirits, but after spending a lot of effort, I didn't expect to bump into Mukago who was hungry and wanted to eat people. Asking for flowers. Both of them are foodies, but Kanroji Mitsuri has no intention of eating ghosts, while Mukago is different. In particular, she felt that Mitsuri's body seemed to be a super physique that was unique among human beings. Like thin blood, if you eat it, you may directly gain the first level of strength. At this moment, seeing Kanroji Mitsuri finally exhausted and unable to bear such a fierce battle, the tight string finally broke. Mukago has no intention of keeping his hand. This girl was able to hold herself back for more than 10 minutes, fighting and retreating. It can be said that she has exhausted her potential. Advertisement thanks to it, my stomach is already growling with hunger. Blood ghost art. Muluo thorns. He stained the seeds in his hands with his own blood, and shot them like shotguns at Kanroji Mitsuri, whose complexion changed slightly. Under Mitsuri's horrified gaze, she clenched her silver teeth and tried to lift the Nichiren blades in her hand. The next moment, there was a bang, and it fell to the ground completely because of its exertion. At this time, countless huge blood-stained thorns burst out. Breath of flowers ni no type Mikage Mei. The slash that flutters and dances like petals will directly defeat all the thorns at this moment. Kochou Kanai, who was wearing a Kochou Haori, stood in front of Mitsuri at this moment, blocking this ultimate move. Her appearance also surprised the two present at the moment. Kanroji Mitsuri clearly recognized it. This is the original style, however, has fallen into a ghost. Why? Is it here? And, save yourself. Kanroji Mitsuri pursed his lips tightly. At this moment, Mukago frowned dissatisfiedly. What's going on? Are you a ghost too? Why did you take my prey away? After Kanai glanced at her silently, the next moment, she turned around, hugged Ganlu Siri and ran away. Mukago was shocked, and then flew into a rage. Good guy. She is the fifth of the last string. Mukago, who is hungry and cooing now, can't stand the duck in his mouth and just ran away. Just as he was about to chase, suddenly, his petite body trembled slightly at this moment. Then, he stared in horror at the figure slowly coming from under a tree not far away. When did he come? Yin Shi, the second string. Little Mukago, don't chase, Yin Shi said gently. You're hungry, aren't you? Woo. Seeing Yin Shi slowly approaching him, stretching out his hand to gently touch his head, Mukago clenched his silver teeth. He wanted to resist, but at the moment his eyes were full of tears because of too much fear. He let Yin Shi touch his head. This pitiful look made Yin Shi feel really funny. Let me feed you. As for those two, let them have a good talk. They're all mine, okay? With a soft reply, Mukago surrendered decisively. Chapter 99 accepted as a maid, tearing farewell to Kanai and Mitsuri. Sucking the scratched wound on Yin Shi's wrist at this moment, he continued to draw fresh blood. This was Yin Shi's initiative, otherwise, with Mukago's strength, it would be very difficult to tear his skin and cause bleeding wounds. But at this moment, Mukago squinted his beautiful eyes a little intoxicated. Regarding Yin Shi's news, she has actually heard many people say it, and she has seen it herself. She is the only guest under the curtain of His Majesty Muzan, the only ghost who has been favored very much. Although holding the second position of the bottom string, but the strength is even stronger than the ghosts of the top string, they will not choose to switch positions to pull them down in a bloody battle. The only bloody battle that ever happened was because of the opponent's insistence. Yin Shi had no choice but to kill him like lightning. This is a man who is powerful, mysterious and charming. Therefore, at this moment, Mukago did not dare to resist Yin Shi at all. What's more, the smell of his blood is both human and His Majesty Muzan's blood. Every time he draws a little, he feels the power in his body constantly rising. This is what makes Mukago most intoxicated. Finally, I felt that I couldn't drink anymore, otherwise I would not be able to bear the 2900. Blushing, looking at Yin Shi with charming eyes, blinking, and said in a sticky voice, "Thank you, well done, drink." Then, he looked nervously at Yin Shi in front of him. In other words, she just drank and sucked so unscrupulously and without restraint. Yin Shi's blood was drawn at least 1/3, right? Why does it feel like Yuan Ting Yuji, whose appearance has not changed much and whose breath is still the same? The loss of this little blood can't affect me. Yin Shi smiled lightly, and then said gently. By the way, Mukago, I once heard His Majesty Muzan talk about you. Mukago's delicate body trembled, and then he looked nervously at Yin Shi in front of him, pursed his lips, and his body trembled. When you were human, you couldn't fill your stomach all the time, and you were bullied by your elders in your family. After all, you were the only daughter in your family. You can't do anything, and you can't do farm work, so you were always bullied, looks thin and weak, am I right? When Yin Shi was in Dongjing, he asked His Majesty Muzan about some abilities of the new moon Ghost Moon. Therefore, Kaigaku was able to defeat and hunt Kamanu, which actually took a large part of the credit for a while. The battle between the demon killing team and 12 Kizuki is often due to the need to decipher the opponent's vampirism ability, and they are seriously injured in the process. When Kaigaku faced Kamanu, he had already been reminded by Yin Shi, and he knew the opponent's blood ghost ability very well, so he could easily annihilate him with the venom. Therefore, Yin Shi is actually clear about Mukago's identity and blood ghost ability in front of him. And the reason why he mentioned it now, the purpose is naturally to impress Mukago's heart. This Shiashen ghost looks very cute, letting her wander outside is really not Yin Shi's style. He is a kind man. Yes. At this time, Mukago, who heard the words, suddenly fell silent, nodded slightly for a while, and his eyes were full of hatred. When I was a human, in fact, I didn't have any good days at all. I couldn't eat enough. Advertisement. Mukago suddenly stretched out his hand, covered his face, and said in a complicated and uncomfortable way. I can't eat enough. Until I saw His Majesty Muzan, she transformed me into a ghost, and I ate my family. At that time, I will be full. But after that, I don't know what it's like to miss the museum anymore. Mukago was at a loss for what to do when he saw that he suddenly shed tears while talking. Yin Shi pursed his lips silently, stretched out his hand for a while, stroked her delicate side face lightly, and said gently at this moment. So, are you willing to follow me? His Majesty Muzan has given me the right to serve as my servant, and I will make you full every day, how about it? Just like just now, you don't have to worry about being hungry anymore, and you don't have to worry about it. I will beat you, abuse you, and give you nothing to eat like your relatives. Mukago stared at Yin Shi in front of him with his beautiful eyes wide open. Then, he nodded without thinking, and said in response, Then I will go with you, but, you must not break your promise. Of course, looking at this little girl with a red face and a red kimono, the two are actually about the same height. However, looking at Mukago, Yin Shi feels as if she is looking at her little sister. And the shy Mukago, who was stared at by him, lowered his head shyly at this moment, stretched out his kaken, and just gently touched Yin Shi's cuff. Like a little beast that doesn't want its owner to abandon it, it's really cute. Yin Shi couldn't help reaching out and stroking the girl's head. The other side, sensing that Yin Shi really blocked that ghost moon, Hanai was really surprised. However, he reacted quickly and put down Kanroji Mitsuri, who had been yelling in his arms. Looking at the panting demon slayer swordsman, a soft look appeared in Hanai's beautiful eyes, but after being noticed by Kanroji Mitsuri, she quickly recovered her calm look. You are not an opponent now, get out of here and go back to the headquarters. I know, you are, style, Kochou Hanai, right? At this moment, Kanroji Mitsuri nodded slightly, looked at Kochou Hanai, who was about to turn around and leave, and shouted loudly, stopping her who was about to leave, Thank you for saving me, but I want to know some questions, you can answer me. Hanai turned her face sideways, then turned around, and looked at Kanroji Mitsuri in front of her again with a complex look in her eyes. Why? Why do you want to become a ghost? If you were willing to fall, why did you save me just now? Mitsuri asked softly. This is indeed the problem. Hanai felt a little emotional, and then shook her head slightly. It wasn't what I thought, but I had no other choice at the time. As for saving you, it was just a matter of convenience, but I have already cooperated with the ghost killing squad. We are strangers. If we encounter each other later, maybe we can only be enemies. After Hanai said helplessly, her eyes drooped slightly, and her eyes were a little lost. Miri couldn't help frowning her eyebrows, and said hastily, Did you tell your sister the reason? Because of you, the Demon Slayer squad is very hostile and distrustful of Shinobu now. If it wasn't for Yenju still standing on her side, she might even be expelled from the ghost slaying squad. But what about the children of the Kochou house? Kochou Hanai shook his head silently. I know, but I didn't have any choice at the time. I could only do this. Mitsuri pursed her lips a little uncomfortably. For such a reason, saying it is the same as not saying it. Advertisement, sister, she's having a hard time, right? After Kochou Hanai said in a complicated way, he took out a refined booklet from his pocket. This is my guide to swordsmanship on Breath of Flowers, and it is now returned to its original owner, but I hope you can put this booklet first. Give it to my sister and let her study hard. Also, if she can't accept this cruelty, she will take the children of the Kochou house and leave the ghost killing team. Kochou Hanai said with some discomfort. I may be a big disappointment to her as a sister, but I will always be incredibly proud of having a sister no matter what. After a long sigh, Hanai pursed her lips. At this moment, her beautiful eyes could not help but shed tears. Under Kanroji Mitsuri's somewhat moved gaze, she stretched out her hand to wipe away the tears, turned and left. Leaving Mitsuri holding the notebook at the moment, looking at everything that happened in front of her with complicated and sad eyes. She and Shinobu are good friends. Since Dongjing came back, she has seen what happened to Kochou Shinobu. Fortunately, with the direct guarantee of Himeji Makiyome, the strongest pillar of the Demon Slayer squad, there is no policy of kicking out the Demon Slayer squad. the method of execution. And since then, Kokushibou started training himself like crazy. However, in fact, one thing that strikes Kanroji Mitsuri as rather odd is that didn't everyone voluntarily participate in Ghost Killing Team 1.4? Wouldn't he be willing to sacrifice his own life to hunt ghosts? Then why? Because the truth is not clear, some people may be executed by their own people. Ghost Slayer. This unofficial organization, and the situation of Kochou Kanai just now, and everything, gradually made Kanroji Mitsuri feel extremely complicated. Her brain was in a daze, and she didn't know what to say at the moment. Putting the Flower Breath Swordsmanship Guide, which was given to her by the flower column in an extremely complicated way, into her arms, Mitsuri sighed lightly, then turned around and left. I don't understand, and I'm so tired, so, is there really a future? Mitsuri didn't know. She didn't have a childhood and life that was harmed by ghosts, but she was constantly being spread the idea that ghosts make a living by hurting people and killing people. But it is obvious that the Kanai just now is not like this at all. Mitsuri was distressed and confused. Chapter 100 Shocking Truth. Submit Kochou Kanai. I'm back. It seems that the situation is not good. Yin Shi, who successfully subdued Mukago and made her maid, felt quite good in her heart at the moment. Looking at Kanai, who finally rushed back, he noticed that her complexion was a bit complicated and lost. Yin Shi was slightly taken aback, and then asked softly. Hearing this, Kochou Kanai raised his head and looked at Mukago, who was obediently standing beside Yin Shi with some astonishment. My heart is a little complicated, but I still choose to answer Yin Shi's question first. Well, I met a lovely junior and got some information about my sister from her mouth. Kochou Kanai spoke softly at this moment. Yin Shi noticed it immediately. It was obvious that Kanai's current expression was caused by hearing the unhappy message. The only thing that can make her so unhappy now is her sister Kokushibou. Apparently, because Kochou Kanai became a ghost, her younger sister started getting sidelined in the Ghost Slayer squad. Yin Shi knew this very clearly, and then he thought about it. In this case, the process may be accelerated a lot. He doesn't want Kokushibou to be bullied all the time, and spend this period of time surrounded by everyone's eyes and cynicism. At this moment, Mukago beside him looked at Kochou Kanai with some dissatisfaction. This is the woman who just appeared to hinder my further killer, otherwise the girl with long pink hair and 13 would have been able to fill her stomach with a full meal by now. However, Yin Shi has reminded that this person has the same status as her current self and is also a maid. Therefore, although there are still grudges and dissatisfaction, Wynako still lives patiently. What's the matter with this girl? Kochou Kanai was not going to continue talking about this matter. She fixed her eyes on Mukago, and said to Yin Shi with some dissatisfaction. You stole her food. Mukago is going to faint from hunger. I can only make it up to you. Yin Shi said gently. Now, she is mine just like you. Kochou Kanai rolled his eyes. Is this the agreement between you and me? No, I'm helping you. I'm asking for the price of the contract. I'm still thinking about how to do it best. However, I think we should be able to reach the next place, so we can plan. Yin Shi said gently. Kanai sighed lightly, then nodded slightly. Also, after this time, have you made up your mind completely? Kanao Hui's delicate body shook, and after a while, she nodded silently. There are good people and bad people in everyone, but obviously, the members of the ghost killing squad are destined to be strangers to this ghost. Advertisement, I don't blame them, but... Yin Shi took the words and said calmly at this moment. But they have already started to stretch out their claws to your sister and Kochou, and you know very well that they are absolutely innocent and ignorant. Why should they be treated like this, right? If it wasn't for the help of your leader Yenju Hamejima Kiyome, I'm afraid their fate would be very miserable, because you were a pillar-level swordsman but became a ghost, so correspondingly, your sister and stepson who have received your favorite children, you will also be punished because of you. Life is not good now, am I right? Kochou Kanai clenched his silver teeth and lowered his head silently. It's very simple, this principle. Yin Shi said calmly. After all, the Ghost Killing Squad is an unofficial organization. A group of extreme Avengers have the ability to judge others at will because they have gained power. Only the strong can judge others at will. Ghosts cannibalize people because ghosts are the strong, and the weak eat the strong. Now the members of the Ghost Killing Squad frame your innocent sister and family members because of their strength and cannot be recognized by them. To you, who was once strong, the fear of these girls has now turned into a deep malice towards these girls. Yin Shi said softly. That's why I let you get in touch with that pink girl just now. She has a nice and gentle personality, and she doesn't have a family background that was hurt by ghosts. The reason for joining the ghost killing team is not so bitter. Great hatred. Besides, because they are both girls, she and Kokushibou must be good friends. Therefore, she probably has seen the darkness hidden behind the extremes of the Ghost Slayer squad from her sister. Kochou Kanai's pupil focus was shocked. Yin Shi smiled calmly, and began to spread his thoughts to the two, citing the past history of the Ghost Slayer squad. The Yubayashiki family was condemned by God for the appearance of His Majesty Muzan, but, correspondingly, they gained predictable abilities. And because of this, relying on this ability of foresight, the Yubayashiki family has been in the heyday for hundreds of years through business, and while enjoying this benefit, they spurned and hated His Majesty Muzan because of their early death. The ghost killing team established thus began a war between humans and ghosts that has been repeated for hundreds of years. On the one hand, they suffered from God's scourge, and on the other hand, they seized wealth because of the predictive ability given by God, so that those children whose families were ruined because of ghosts, and people who joined because of money, started the road of ghost hunting. But in fact, no matter how many ghosts there are, the time limit and the dense flood of human beings will definitely make it impossible for ghosts to achieve their goal of wantonly killing humans. On the contrary, it is this ghost-killing team that appeared because of great righteousness. Over the past 100 years, by virtue of its reputation, it has begun to have a large number of foundations among the people, and it has begun to have more and more powerful strength and player base, financial support, and the name of righteousness. Kochou Kanae and Mukago looked at the eloquent Yin Shi in shock at this moment. This is actually a bit of a conspiracy theory, but in fact, what Yin Shi said is half true and half false. The second daughter, who had never heard such an argument, was really shocked at this moment. After all, one is a ghost and the other is a pillar-level swordsman of the former ghost-killing team have never thought so divergently. If the ghost-killing team really solves the goal of Muzan, then the huge wealth and team-level combat effectiveness, coupled with the reputation of justice, and the support of a rich foundation. What if, again, an ambitious leader, guides, an unofficial organization, it is almost difficult to quit after joining. Violating the team rules will even be executed by Ling Kai. Whoever gave them the privileges, they think they are official orthodox, and the patriarch of the Yubayashiki clan is the emperor or the general. Yin Shi said calmly. Don't you think this is very similar to the Shogunate period? It's just that their unofficial organization has never exploded, and the leader of the Yubayashiki clan has always said that he does not know swordsmanship. He doesn't know physical skills, so he can only use words and gentleness to instruct these pillars to continue to serve him, and then he is so grateful. The only thing that drives people to act is profit, for fame, for money, in the world. There will be no love or hate for no reason, Kanae. Yin Shi said softly. The purpose of telling you this is to tell you a truth. What you see must be what the other party wants to show you. Seeing may not be believing. People are not born to do good. Advertisement. You are no stranger to the Ghost Killing Squad. If you are spotted by the Ghost Killing Squad due to your frequent appearances, your sister and the children you have rescued will be even more dangerous. Yin Shi said softly. I think it's time for us to have a good talk about future issues. Don't let the inevitable mistakes happen and cause you and me to feel regret, loss, regret and pain, don't you? Kochou Kanae stared at 067 with big beautiful eyes, looking at Yin Shi in front of him a little flustered and nervous. Then what should I do? Yin Shi raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said softly, as long as you follow me faithfully, can you do it? For your sister, those children, those family members. Kochou Kanae pursed his lips, then nodded solemnly. I can do it. What a great sister. Yin Shi felt emotional in his heart, stretched out his hand, gently stroked Kochou Kanae's side face, and drew the corners of his mouth slightly. It was very good. A piece of common knowledge, the current Yin Shi's height is not as tall as the current Kanae. And Kochou Kanae, who was somewhat complicated, let Yin Shi gently stroke his side face. Although he was a little shy, his heart was more or less awe-inspiring. She listened to Yin Shi's words. If the Ghost Killing Squad, it is as Yin Shi said. Then this so-called justice, whose justice is it? Why don't you hand over this breathing method swordsmanship to the Metropolitan Police Department and let them be responsible? Who gave this unofficial organization the right to make them so bold and lawless? This is because of the different standpoints, resulting in different views. After being awakened by Yin Shi, Kochou Kanae began to reflect on his decision to join the Ghost Slayer squad. However, in fact, the more reason is to worry about his sister. And Yin Shi obviously knew this, so he set up a language trap. But now, apparently, Kochou Kanae has stepped into it completely. And, in the true sense, completely surrendered. Mukago, who was listening all the time, also looked at Yin Shi's back with twinkling eyes. Following this big brother who wants to support her is definitely the most correct decision she has ever made in her life. Chapter 101 The Shameful Kochou Kanae. A Trip to Gun Flower Street. Scum. Kochou Kanae looked at Yin Shi shyly and angrily at the moment, and Mukago beside her looked a little shy. Neither of them knew where Yin Shi got these things from. The one for Mukago was a pair of sheep ear headbands with fluff hanging down, but because Yin Shi had just put them down, it was not good for Yin Shi to let Mukago wear the sheeptails, otherwise she would just run away in embarrassment. For Kochou Kanae, there is a black cat ear headband and a plush cattail toy. After receiving these strange things, Wainako and Channa were a little confused for a while. However, after getting the hint from Yin Shi's beaming eyebrows, they immediately understood what the other party wanted, and the two were deeply shocked. Although Mukago is shy, he thinks it is acceptable. After all, the plush sheep ear toys hanging down are actually quite cute. But Kanae can't do it. These two gifts from Yin Shi are such a shame. Although this avoids the agreed restrictions, Kanae absolutely cannot do what Yin Shi wants out of shame. Yin Shi folded his hands in dissatisfaction. That's what we agreed with you at the time. It's a bit ugly for you to backtrack now. Kochou Kanae gritted her silver teeth angrily, because she could stop Yin Shi's seductive behavior in this way, but she didn't expect that the other party had such a weird toy. What a shame. There is no cosplay trend in neon now, so Kochou Kanae feels quite ashamed to wear cat ears and cattail. However, it is obvious that Yin Shi is not ready to listen. Anyway, Kanae must fulfill the agreement. However, seeing that the other party was about to cry, Yin Shi still felt a little soft-hearted, and then said helplessly, Then you are the same as Mukago, as long as you wear cat ears. However, you still have to owe me a wish fulfillment. A look of disgust appeared on Kochou Kanae's pretty face, and then fell silent. She also didn't want to break her promise at will. Yes. But it's the same as the previous contract, but this time, you can't give me any more weird toys, that's unacceptable. Kochou Kanai gritted his silver teeth and said bitterly. In fact, this is equivalent to Yin Shi tricking 2 wishes into Kochou Kanai's fulfillment, first making an order and request that cannot be refused, and then after getting strong opposition, decides to castrate this request but makes a corresponding request. The naive Kanai didn't notice Yin Shi's sinister intentions. And Yin Shi, who got Hana's consent, slightly raised the corners of her mouth in satisfaction at this moment. Seeing Kochou Kanai and Mukago shyly wearing cat ears and sheep ears respectively, Yin Shi couldn't help feeling a little bit relaxed and happy. One looks like a proud black cat girl, and the other is a little weak sheep. Kanai's aggrieved and arrogant little eyes were full of air. And the horns on the top of Mukago's head are still weak and feel pitiful, like a crying child. It made Yin Shi feel that these are really 2 beast mothers. Ahem, okay, let's go, after Yin Shi coughed, he said with a satisfied smile. Kanai glared at Yin Shi with some resentment, a little helpless. She also wanted to help Tamayo and the others take a good look at Yin Shi. From this point of view, she is already very good without meat buns. Advertisement Mukago followed Yin Shi while touching his sheep ear toy. After a while, he couldn't help laughing lightly. This is the first time anyone has given her a gift, it was really fun. Although this sheep ear is not real, it is very fluffy. Although the purpose of Yin Shi's trip is to go to Dongjing to continue to assist His Majesty Muzan who needs Yin Shi's help. Although it is as soon as possible, Yin Shi can make full use of the time limit to do what he wants to do. Black umbrellas were prepared for the 2 photophobic maids, and at the same time, they were connected to clouds with wires to shield them from the sun. The 3 ghosts who got off the train finally came to Dongjing City at this moment. After a day and night of traveling, it was already evening in Tuyuan. When Yin Shi completed the registration in the hotel and the 3 of them only wanted 1 room, the waiter at the bar obviously looked a little weird, but he quickly went through the formalities for Yin Shi, a rich man, without any nonsense. Kanai was a little annoyed, and Mukago was even more shy. Their uniqueness along the way, as well as their headgear, made many passers-by look at them with amazement. Especially Mukago, with his pair of horns and sheep ears and his shy look, made a group of passers-by really happy to see him. Does the hair tie still have such a function? Some couples and lovers who had fun suddenly had their imaginations flashing. And the market changes and economic turmoil that this caused were not what Yin Shi had foreseen. You guy, there are 3 of us here, why do you only book 1 room, and it's a room with only 1 bed? Kanai, whose pretty face was frosty, finally couldn't help saying after coming up to the room with Yin Shi and Mukago. She doesn't want to sleep with Yin Shi, this nasty and mean little pervert. Unexpectedly, Yin Shi heard the words and said righteously, Mukago needs to fill his stomach, so it is natural for us not to be separated, right? The blushing Mukago poked his index finger without any assertion at this moment, and responded with a sticky sound. Kanai glared at the girl next to her with hatred for iron and steel. She had no idea, when such a guy would be eaten by Yin Shi, she might not even know and was still counting the money for him. As for you, Yin Shi looked at Kanai with a playful look in his eyes, didn't you promise to grant me a wish? Kanai took a step back in fear, said a little nervously and at the same time kept waving her arms trying to distance herself from Yin Shi. The content of my contract, if you dare to do anything wrong, I will fight back. How could I be like this? Yin Shi said helplessly, I just want you to try the massage. After all, I want to see if my massage technique works for them. Massage? Is that all? Kochou Kanai was a little puzzled. If it was just a massage, it would be fine. Satisfy his wish, and we will not owe each other in the future. Very good. Okay, I promise you. The naive Kanai nodded lightly. She was gentle and friendly, but she didn't know that Yin Shi was thinking of bad ideas again. Starting to decorate the room with the 2, Yin Shi said softly, however, I have to go out later in the evening. So the massage will take some time. Mukago, let me feed you first. Huh? I'm not very hungry yet. Advertisement Mukago froze for a moment, then blushed and said softly. She wants to eat and drink later. Kanai at the side looked at these 2 guys a little speechlessly, and then stared at Yin Shi with puzzled eyes. There is still action at night, and there is still a long distance from the Imperial Palace to Edo Castle. Are you going to where? Gun Flower Street, Yin Shi said with a smile. The second girl was taken aback for a moment, and then, Mukago lowered his head shyly, while Kanai's expression turned completely cold. No, I won't allow you to go there. Gun Flower Street, located in the capital of Dongjing, is a city that never sleeps. The capital of madness that sleeps during the day and revives at night. There is the real Red Fan area. It is also the Neon Empire, a place where wandering girls gather. Obviously, a big boy like Yin Shi wants to go there. Why is it quite clear? Therefore, Kochou Kanai definitely disagrees with Yin Shi's approach. She promised Tamayo and the others to take good care of Yin Shi. And, watching Yin Shi being taken by those, she felt a little disgusted and angry when she thought about it, and she absolutely couldn't do this. I'm going to meet the 6th of the first string, Daki, don't think I'm looking for fun or cannibalism. Yin Shi felt a little helpless. He once made a promise with Mei that he would do his best for this elder brother when Gyutaro was busy outside. Responsibility, F**k her for protection. And it's been almost 2 months now, and I haven't seen her once. How can this work? This is not because Yin Shi is interested in the history of neon and forgettable flower streets. But to be honest, GUN Flower Street is also in Dongjing City, good jows, and so many 12 Kizuki are stored in Dongjing City, so the talents of the ghost killing team didn't notice it at all? Pei Lang, His Majesty Muzan, Daki, Yutaro, Tamayo, so many high-profile ghosts were all in Dongjing, and none of them were exposed except Pei Lang. Yin Shi feels very strange. Although I am rich, I will never mess around. Don't worry, I can control myself very well. Yin Shi looked at Hanai in front of him with deep and gentle eyes and said softly. Family flowers are more fragrant than wild flowers. I have always insisted on this truth. Kochou Hanai blushed and didn't look at Yin Shi again. After a while, she said unwillingly. Anyway, if this is your task, there is nothing I can do. Mukago and I will not go with you. If there are any traces when you come back, then you will die. Yin Shi Mao sighed. He can control himself very well, and, counting the last time, he only met twice. Daki is not a casual ghost. I haven't started the strategy until now. How could I finish the strategy and hit a home run on the first day? Chapter 102 Oiran Lixia, Daki's Desire. The lights were brightly lit, and the air was filled with the slightly drunkenness of many perfumes. After the Black Death broke out in Dongjing, the daily flow of Yoshiwara Flower Street finally returned to the past. The men coming and going, chatting and laughing, full of greed and enjoyment, kept looking at the wandering girls on the second floor of the pavilions on both sides, waving their hands and smiling sweetly. Of course, not all wandering girls are entertainers for a living. Accompanied by the sound of clanging bells and countless yells, at the end of the street, the noble Oran stepped on long wooden clogs, trembling 3 times at a step, under the bald umbrellas on both sides, surrounded by the envy of the crowd. And in the fanatical gaze, he walked forward step by step. This is Yoshiwara Flower Street Royal Sanjia, the Oran of the Renya at that time, Natsu. But at this moment, she appeared on Huakui Street, which simply explained a point. That is, she was picked by a guest. The Oran doesn't show up easily. In Yu Gujang, the Oran doesn't show up easily. Most of the girls are in the enclosure for guests to choose. However, appointing an Oran is also a very cumbersome process, and a huge sum of money must be spent, and this may not even be seen. The meeting will be divided into 3 times. Meeting for the first time, the guests should hold a banquet in the shop where the Oran is located to show their wealth and wit. Whether the Oran appears or not is another result. If he does not appear, it means he is not willing. If they appear, they will be far away. When they meet for the first time, they will not talk to the guests, but just wait and see silently. If it doesn't show up, then the cost of this banquet will be in vain. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages in not doing so, and it may make the suitors more eager and let them form a dog-licking offensive. Of course, it may also make more than one suitor disheartened because of the indifference of the Oran. And the cost of this cost, equivalent to 457, is about 1 to 2 million yen. After all, she is the highest rank of Yang, Oiran. The appearance and wealth of the Yusan family were brought up precisely because of the Oran. And training an Oran is not that simple. The second meeting is the same as the first meeting. It's just that if the Oran appears this time, the distance between sitting will be a little closer than the first time. Of course, there is still no communication with the guests. All the questions raised by the guests, the Oran will only answer with yes or no. This meeting allows the guest and the Oran to have a deeper understanding of each other's language, and the cost is the same as the first time. The third time is completely different from the previous 2 times. At this time, the guest will also be recognized by the Oran, so the Oran will appear on the Oran road and take the guest to the nearest tea shop on the same street. Advertisement: the Oran will walk along the guard of honor with great fanfare, and go to welcome the guests back to their home. The store where there, with unique steps. Not only did they also have to put on a big banquet, extravagance and waste, and engage in all kinds of carnival. Finally, just one more step, the well-known, indescribable thing. At this time, there will be no such tone of talking about performing arts but not selling oneself. However, one thing to note is that after Yu Guo hand-picked the Oran here, he is no longer allowed to have a relationship with any Yu girl in the entire Yu Guo city. The Oran can still continue to work, but the man can't do it, so he can only go to other Yu Guo Street. And now, what the Oran Lixia is doing is, BDFJ, this third meeting. The money spent on this third meeting reached 3 to 4 million yen. In other words, if you want to make an appointment with the Oran, you have to spend at least 5 million yen to have such an opportunity. It seems to be inlaid with bricks and stones, this price. Yin Shi looked at the son of the cabinet prime minister kneeling on the ground in front of him with some confusion. Unexpectedly, this guy actually knew himself. Moreover, when I bumped into such an acquaintance in Yoshiwara Flower Street, and the other party was so frightened that he was about to give up the Oran Lixia she had an appointment with, Yin Shi felt a strange expression on his face. Although he is also looking for an Oran, his goal is the Warabiji Oiran, Daki, of Kyogokua. It wasn't Li Sha, although the other party was quite good-looking, with a slim figure, and it was the first time he was invited to meet. But if you eat it, you are not allowed to touch other people in this flower street. The purpose of Yin Shi's coming here is not to make things difficult for others, but for her husband to commit a crime now, so that the other party will sadly give up what his woman gave to him. The more than 8 million yen he spent before was all in vain, and he can only listen to the voice outside the door. Then solve your physical problems by yourself. He came to talk to Daki to discuss if there is any grievance recently, not to make her trip up. What's more, not long ago, I just swore to Kochou Kanai that I would never mess around. How could I break my promise? But if you just give up like this, it seems a bit suspicious of giving away a girl. After being silent for a while, Yin Shi said calmly. Well, since it happened so suddenly, then, let me take a good look at it. Recently, has anyone invited you to meet the Ouran Fairhime of Kyogoku House? The young and handsome son of the Prime Minister in a kimono maintained a kneeling and respectful posture at this moment, and raised his head in a daze at this moment. Then, thinking of something, he nodded quickly and said, Yes, my lord, yes, and, is nearby. He is now raising money to prepare for the third meeting with Fern-ji Oiran. Yin Shi nodded in satisfaction. If I let him start setting things up now, can Fern-ji come here too? Wow, is this fun? The Prime Minister's son, who was shocked in his heart, said dryly. This? I think it is okay, but the rules of Yoshiwara Flower Street seem to not allow this. Moreover, the character of Fern Princess Oiran is quite weird. There are many the people who met her 3 times, although they were satisfied and left in the end, they seem to be dying soon. Of course, besides me, probably no ghost has a sexual interest in food, right? Yin Shi shook his head calmly, expressing his indifference. The Prime Minister's son said, sweating profusely at this moment, and that young master, he lost his entire family because of Ji Huakui. I don't think he will accept this proposal. Give him 10 million yen, let him make an appointment for the 3rd time right now. I will see Fern-ji tonight, no objection. Yin Shi said lazily. You write the check, and I will transfer the money to you later. If he is not willing, then he will report my identity. If he still does not agree, then he will be killed. He sank into Dongjing Bay. Advertisement. The Prime Minister's son agreed with some scalp numbness, and secretly scolded Yin Shi, this despicable little white-faced dude, if he hadn't had the figure of the current emperor on him, an unruly, domineering, lawless D like Yin Shi would have just entered Dongjing, was beaten to death at night on the 1st day, and his body was dumped in Dongjing Bay. He scolds Yin Shi in his heart, but on the surface he looks like the standard style of an Empire person. Soon, when the Prime Minister's son came to Yin Shi with a flattering smile, saying that the arrangements had been made, Yin Shi waved his hand in satisfaction. Okay, you step back, leave this time for me, in the next coming Li Sha and Ji will do. The corners of the Prime Minister's son's eyes twitched slightly, but he still responded obediently and respectfully. Okay, I see. Have fun, adults. Kyogoku Adaki tilted his head, stared cruelly and indifferently at the slightly trembling, sweaty proprietress in front of him, and then said softly, That guy really dares to have a 3rd meeting with me. I have insulted him so much, do you still have the courage to pursue me? Ah. An icy cold look of anger appeared on her delicate and pretty face. Fern-ji. Please give me face, the proprietress said nervously with some trembling. Proprietress, I'm not a devil, you don't need to beg me like this, you know, I'm the trump card of Kyogoku House, the Ouran you created with your own hands, I know my own responsibilities. Daki said with a light smile. The heart is full of tyranny. It's disgusting to have to set illusions on the damn scum, and then cut off the ribbon. I was in a bad mood at first. My brother and that B***** D talked about seeing me, but they never came. Now, there are still people who don't know how to live or die, dare to disturb me. Why is it that the Ouran Lixia was invited to meet today, but I wanted to? Daki exhaled slowly, calmed down the irritability in his heart, and then said indifferently. Let's call, I'm ready. Let PR Street *Ute, and, Bald, start the arrangement, now, let's go the Ouran way. HMPH, I remember, now is the time when Renya's Ouran Lixia is going out, crashing a car with her. Daki snorted softly, let the whole Flower Street remember for me at this moment, who is the most beautiful. Hearing this, the proprietress quickly nodded silently. Ah, of course. Of course you are the most beautiful, GG. I'm starting to prepare now. After Daki snorted lightly, he nodded indifferently. Chapter 103 Redemption. The Shock of Daki and Koinatsu. Li Sha was shocked and angry when she came here at the appointment, but found that she was actually given to another stranger as a gift by the guest. She looked at this young man who spoke coldly and made such a decision in disbelief. The Prime Minister's son has actually been hiding his true identity, and it is absolutely impossible for his identity to be revealed to you new. Even if this is Yanu's most senior Ouran, his identity information cannot be obtained. In order to prevent being known by political opponents, and this is just a few nights of carnival, it is not the love of each other. The love of a wandering girl is nothing but a bubble-like thing. Li Sha's heart is ashamed, but now that the guest's order has been issued, since she agreed to the 3rd appointment, it means that she is the other party's person tonight, so even if he sends himself to another guest to satisfy his purpose, the method is like this dirty and disgusting. She didn't have any strength to resist, so she could only choose to accept this reality in despair. Angrily and desperately glanced at the Prime Minister's son who turned his head away from him, Li Sha suddenly felt a sense of sadness in his heart. So, is this the reason why she couldn't know the man's real name from the beginning to the end? He just regards himself as a gift, and the previous conversations are just to cover up the purpose? Li Sha was born in poverty, and was sold by traffickers to the current house of one of the 3 imperial families in Yoshihara Yuji. Starting from the lowest level, bald, step by step, he became a blockbuster at the age of 13 and became the next Ouran to train. Although at the beginning, it was not a good start. However, since growing up as an Ouran, it can be said that it has been smooth sailing, and everyone in the office at that time was actually a very good person. This is also why Li Sha was born. Although she was not born well, everyone is actually a poor person and quite kind. Because of this, Li Sha often gives her bald little snacks, which is very good for them. Because she also grew up from bald, looking at this guest who turned his head away from looking into his eyes, he had agreed to meet him twice. There was some loss and anger in my heart, and eventually, it felt like a broken mirror began to collapse inside. Li Sha didn't say anything else, just smiled miserably, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. The young master who watched this scene suddenly frowned. In fact, he didn't look like that either. He spent such a huge amount of money and wealth to date the Oran Lixia. Moreover, this was Li Sha's first guest, and it should have been her own. However, he never thought that he would meet that adult today. And he asked something. This is the first time I came to Yoshiwara Flower Street. I don't know what the rules are for asking orans. Please ask me out now. The young master was really anxious and angry when he heard such words. Isn't this just playing tricks on him? You are about to succeed, and then you step in. Do you think this is appropriate? However, he had no choice. His father's groveling appearance had left a deep impression on him at that moment. Therefore, no matter how much Yin Shi went too far, the Prime Minister's son didn't dare to disobey his orders immediately. In fact, he actually misunderstood. Knowing that this guy seems to know him and is afraid of him, Yin Shi, who just arrived here, intends to invite Daki in his name, but he only knows that Daki is the Oran. It's not clear what the stage name is, so simply ask him to find an Oran to come over first. Therefore, such a thing will happen under the circumstances. It's not too much, one Oran is coming, and two Orans are coming. Advertisement. When Li Sha pushed open the door, the next moment, she couldn't help being deeply astonished. Why is that Oran at Kyogokua in trouble? On the left and on the right, Lixia and Daki sat beside Yin Shi and poured wine for him. During this process, Li Sha was always a little shocked and curious. What's the matter with this guest? Why can I meet two Orans at the same time? Not right. What is his identity? How can you act so unruly? And she is quite aware of the matter of Fernji Oran. She is a woman with a very strong and bad personality. Although she looks extremely beautiful, she has a very gloomy personality. Li Sha knew that when this Oran received guests in the past, he had an arrogant expression, and he would definitely not show such a respectful and submissive expression as he does now. And what are we going to do tonight? Li Sha is very clear. So a little embarrassed and ashamed, this so-called first time is like this, with another Oran? My lord, the Oran Lixia has arrived, so I'll take my leave too. Outside the paper door, a respectful male voice resounded at this moment. You did a good job, Yin Shi replied calmly, stretched out his hand, and gently hugged Li Sha, who was beside him, exclaiming, hugged her delicate body into his arms, and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Speak to you on my behalf. Greetings from my father. I will pay a visit in person in the near future. Yes, my lord. After hearing Li Sha's exclamation, the man's complexion turned pale, and he gritted his silver teeth respectfully for a while and backed away. This night, I'm afraid he won't be able to forget it easily. Reluctant but unwilling, he could only be forced to hand over his woman. At this time, Daki pursed his mouth in dissatisfaction, and looked at Yin Shi, who was holding Lixia. So I wanted to ask from the beginning, isn't it me you want to see? Why is she here? Yin Shi said helplessly. That guy misunderstood the order, and he didn't listen to the explanation to him. In this case, don't be in vain, right? Daki, are you familiar with her? Li Sha's delicate body in her arms trembled slightly, and she began to feel that something was wrong. Of course, you have such a beautiful appearance, you can't remember it. The corners of Daki's mouth curled up slightly, his eyes were greedy, he stared closely at Li Sha's face, and said softly. From now on, there is no need to continue to lie dormant in Yuguahua Street in Yoshihara to spy on information. I came back to Dongjing this time to eliminate future troubles once and for all. Therefore, it is not suitable for you to continue to stay here and wait for a rabbit. Yin Shi began to play with it recklessly. Now, as a guest, he has the absolute right of life and death. The meat rabbit was pushed back and forth continuously, and it immediately became the shape of Yin Shi's palm. Daki, who saw this scene, was obviously dissatisfied. Okay, stop playing around like this. Obviously, seeing this scene, Daki began to feel a little uncomfortable. This Yin Shi said that after his brother left her, he would take good care of him and act as a family member. Then they disappeared. They were both in Dongjing, but they never came to Yoshihara Flower Street to see themselves. Asking for flowers. But now that it's here, it's a good thing, to actually start mouthing Li Sha in front of him. Daki began to feel a little angry and dissatisfied, and looked at Lixia with hatred and disgust. Stop, you're such a waste. Advertisement. Yin Shi, who naturally knew what Daki was thinking at the moment, said helplessly at this moment. We just met, don't directly attack my prey. What kind of prey? I'll be the first to see it. Daki snorted a little arrogantly. It's okay to give it to you, but how will you compensate me? Yin Shi scratched her head, she didn't have anything good for Daki. Seeing Lixia, who still didn't know why, in his arms, Yin Shi pondered for a while, and said softly. So, how about I redeem you and Lixia tomorrow and leave Yoshiwara's Yubu Flower Street? Obviously, the two people who got the answer from Yin Shi froze, and looked at Yin Shi in front of them in shock. Li Sha's delicate body trembled slightly, and then fell silent without saying a word. And Daki frowned. I can leave whenever I want, you don't have to do this. That won't work. I want to redeem you in a fair manner in the eyes of the world. and then take you away from the Kyogoku house, so that everyone can know the meaning of your existence in my heart instead of letting you jump away in despair. Announcing to the world. Relationship, tell everyone, does Oiran have her happiness too? Suddenly, Daki, who was throbbing in his heart, slowly lowered his head with a blushing face, a little afraid to imagine that scene. Becoming an Oiran is her goal, and every time she leaves for a period of time, she joins again, and then becomes an Oiran. However, in her memory, there has never been any man who redeemed himself because of her. That's why she hates human men so much. If someone had redeemed her for her, perhaps, she would let go of the grudges in her heart, and then accept and love well. However, so far, everyone only thinks about indulging in desire, not chasing love. Redemption. The word came out of Yin Shi's mouth suddenly. At this moment, both Lixia and Daki were deeply shocked. Now that Li Sha was about to change into her own shape, at that time she had no plan to continue to be an Oiran, to be invited by other guests 3 times. Her first guest was herself, and then she didn't need other guests. He's not Yu Sui Tengen, who has a strange habit of sharing 3 wives as playgirls. As for Daki's situation, Yin Shi also asked Gyutaro. The situation is stable. Do you still want to let Luo Shu stay in Huaji to spy on intelligence and hunt the Pillar Sword King of the Ghost Killing Team? The other party's answer is to let Daki choose by himself. At that time, I was a little unhappy. While knowing that Daki doesn't have any sexual interest in food, identity is always an issue. No man would be willing to let his wife continue to be a PR street *you'd after marriage, right? Is this a hat-wearing addiction? Therefore, it is necessary to redeem her body so that she can leave Huaji from now on. As for the rules, problems that can be solved with money, what about breaking the rules? Yin Shi, there is plenty of money. Chapter 104 Jealousy, by Daki, who is currently guilty. However, soon, Daki sensed something was wrong. Yin Shi doesn't seem to be short of money. To redeem the Oiran's body, the wealth to be consumed is extremely huge, at least 100 million yen or so. However, according to Daki's understanding, Yin Shi directly works for His Majesty Muzan, who is now enthroned, and with the support of His Majesty Ikaza, Doma, etc., it seems that it is not too difficult to spend 100 million or even 200 million. However, redemption. To be honest, Daki yearns for such behavior. As far as she knew, during the hundreds of years that Dormant had been an Oiran, she had never seen a man willing to redeem himself for the Oiran. On the one hand, the wealth consumed is too huge. On the other hand, those human males will not choose to do that because of their own status or various reasons. You can play, why should you be responsible? For them, the Oiran is just a consumable and a luxury, and it is barely acceptable to enjoy it a few times, but it costs a lot of money to buy an item that has been enjoyed by others. Public opinion and family pressure made them doomed not to do so. For Yin Shi, Li Sha is the first time, so after now, it is completely acceptable to redeem her body. 040. As for Daki, she has no interest in human males, and it's time to give an account of her ghost status. Therefore, looking at Yin Shi now, Daki nodded slightly. Okay, I got it. Now that Muzan is on the throne, the relationship between Yin Shi and His Majesty Muzan is so close again. His rhetoric is likely to be suppressed by His Majesty's will. Then, maybe I really don't need to continue dormant in Gyuanyu Gohua Street in the human world. However, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Then what are you going to do with her? Because of Yin Shi's words, at this moment, Li Sha looked at Yin Shi's Li Sha with a heartbeat and soft eyes, and suddenly frowned, looking at Fernji with an indifferent expression. By the way, what happened to this woman? How it seemed to be quite aimed at me at first, and what about that strange sense of superiority, as if she and this guest were of the same class and she was inferior to them? They are all Oirans. Why is she so arrogant? After Li Sha was silent for a while, she decided not to continue being weak. Endure it, endure it. Endure it no longer. Ever since I met Yin Shi just now, this woman has been targeting herself. Compared to appearance, she also feels that she is not too inferior to Daki. Moreover, it also has great advantages. At this moment, she whispered to the opposite GG. You and I are both Oirans. Since we have accepted the third appointment, we should do our part to please the guests. Didn't everyone at Kyogoku teach you about your duty as an Oiran? Then again, you have received many customers, so why is your attitude so mean and annoying? Li Sha said softly. I don't think your appearance is much better than mine. If this is what you think you can surpass me, I think you should take a good look at yourself. Bar. Yin Shi and Daki froze suddenly after hearing Li Sha's outburst. The next moment, Daki's delicate and pretty face was full of veins. I want to sit on an equal footing with you. Are you unable to recognize the situation, or are you simply out of your mind? What's even more ridiculous is that your appearance is better than mine. You're the best, know yourself well. Yin Shi was sweating profusely at the moment. Hearing this, Li Sha snorted coldly. In the Oiran rankings of Gyuanyu Gohua Street, after I became an Oiran, when did you rank higher than me, old man? Advertisement. You have to have no breasts, no character, no character. If it weren't for you, you would only suppress people. I am afraid that in these days, the Oiran of Kyogoku House could have been replaced a long time ago. Daki's eyes were bloodshot with anger. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten her identity as a ghost. But purely as a woman, she raised her hand and was about to slap Li Sha. However, looking at her sarcasm, Daki quickly realized that if he continued to fight, wouldn't it be better to admit yourself in a disguised form than Li Sha? So, slap her in the face out of embarrassment? Because I also agree with this statement in my heart? What a joke. She, Daki, is the most beautiful Oiran. Daki put down his hands indifferently, and looked at Yin Shi calmly. I want you to hand her over to me. The corner of Yin Shi's mouth twitched slightly. I'm not interested in women. Li Sha, who still didn't know the meaning of Daki's words, snorted softly at this moment, hugged Yin Shi lightly, and said gently, My lord, let me serve you well. As for this one, let her just watch from the sidelines. Yin Shi looked at Li Sha, and then at Daki, who had a pretty pale face, feeling a little embarrassed. That's not good, actually, my purpose today is. Li Sha frowned slightly. She was so full of words just now. If now Yin Shi is not interested in her, but is interested in Fernji, wouldn't that be a complete slap in the face for her? Without saying a word, he immediately stretched out his hand and gently wrapped his arms around Yin Shi's neck. This kid is set. Daki looked at this scene angrily, and then, surprised to find that Yin Shi didn't make any resistance. Instead, he was quickly thrown down by Li Sha Huakui, who was obviously powerless. Suddenly, Daki, who was aroused in his heart, became furious. What you do? She was a little panicked. She gritted her silver teeth and spoke quickly at this moment. I don't know if it was Lixia who asked, or Kushi. However, because the latter was blocked at the moment, he had to wave his hands in a panic. Li Sha, who saw this scene, was also a little shy. It seems that Yin Shi is the same as himself. However, she has a lot of knowledge and pleasing skills from her predecessors, so although they will be uncomfortable at first, they will get better after thinking about it. Seeing Li Sha's actions towards Yin Shi at this moment, Sister Chu was really flustered. How could Lixia be so proficient? According to her knowledge, Li Sha should be invited 3 times as an Oran since her training. However, the proficiency of this movement obviously comes from deep practice. Did she listen to those courses so seriously? And, why didn't Yin Shi resist? Humans are just food for them. How can you be interested in food? Daki gritted his silver teeth with a blushing face, clenched the kaken tightly, and stared at the scene in front of him dumbfounded. Until, she noticed that Lixia's hand started to make the next move. Are you kidding? You stop. Yin Shi is mine. Know who you are, human. Daki, whose eyes were bloodshot with anger, reached out and grabbed Li Sha's wrist at this moment. She couldn't sit still and watch Li Sha do whatever she wanted. Advertisement seeing Li Sha treat Yin Shi like this, I feel more and more uncomfortable. And after watching Li Sha finally take that step, at that moment, Daki really couldn't help it. His eyes were bloodshot and directly stopped Li Sha's actions. That demeanor was like a little girl being bullied and robbed her precious tamari from her hand. After a short period of stupefaction, Li Sha suddenly had a strange expression on his face. She thought of a possibility. It seems that from the very beginning, the guest knew this Oran. Therefore, even though the Oran's attitude was so reckless and arrogant, the guest seemed unresponsive and annoyed. Moreover, if you get to know each other in this way, you will be able to clearly understand why he thought about meeting him for the first time, and he had already begun to prepare for the redemption. Is it a childhood sweetheart? Or family? Because I am developed. I want to see my sister once when I come back, and then redeem myself to let her leave. Looking at Daki beside him who was biting his silver teeth angrily, trying to stop him. A look of pity suddenly appeared in Li Shamei's eyes. However, if this is the case, this does not stop yourself. Whether it's a childhood sweetheart or a family member, Fernji, you just take a good look at it. The guests didn't show any resistance, since that's the case. This attitude is kind of fun. At this moment, Daki, who was suddenly freed from his hands, looked in shock at Lixia Huakui who completely released Yin Shi's defenses after smiling slyly in front of him. Daki didn't know why she was so powerless at the moment when her hand was released. She could only look at the scene in front of her awkwardly and dumbfounded. Under the control, Longzhu began to recover slowly and then rose rapidly. Lixia and Daki were stunned by that violent appearance. This thing is a bit too exaggerated. However, immediately following, Li Sha felt a sense of excitement amidst the fear. Yin Shi's appearance is very good looking, and his body is also very good. Since this is the case, he will definitely not lose money, but make a lot of money. Moreover, this is a big benefactor, and his status must be very honorable. Otherwise, the previous guest would not have given him as a gift respectfully. That being the case, hugging this thigh may not necessarily make you a success. Daki, on the other hand, watched this scene with a petrified rigidity, watching Lixia's movements. And Yin Shi, who was lying down, looked at Li Sha who was suppressing herself in shock. In the next moment, Yin Shi's complexion changed slightly with tension and squeezed pain. Li Sha is now a reckless hero like Xu Xian. Daki opened his mouth wide, stretched out his hand, his fingertips trembled. No, can't. Scream, shut up, take care of yourself. Li Sha, who was in severe pain, yelled with some difficulty. Chapter 105 The Shape of Lixia, punishing Daki the huge dragon pillar phalanx, because of the enemy's intentional indulgence at this moment, easily broke through all the troops. The gate of the country, which had been locked tightly for more than 10 years, was easily penetrated at this moment. The cherry blossoms and white flying debris in the middle school were soon dotted on the phalanx. This is different from Momiji, Shinmura, and Amber, which only have the blood of cherry blossoms. As for the white flying debris, because they are handled properly, there are almost no such things, and Yin Shi knows this very well. This so-called white impurity is, in fact, a life substance that has lost its vitality but still remains. Unprecedented severe pain. Li Sha's kingdom was completely unable to accommodate the thorough intervention of this dragon pillar phalanx. Because, the gate of the city in the middle of the country has been reached by the dragon head. But in fact, the phalanx has not yet fully invaded the kingdom. In fact, the two Oirons have never thought about it and have never seen it. In the world, there will naturally be someone with such a terrifying power of a killer. Obviously Yin Shi looks like a child, isn't he so young? But actually, such a terrifying force will erupt. Mei, who watched the whole process from the sidelines with a stiff face, soon discovered that Li Sha, who had just fought and annexed the enemy army, convulsed immediately, and then collapsed without any strength, gasping for breath. This is because he didn't have a good understanding of his fate, thinking that he could eat everything, but in fact Li Sha completely surrendered after just one arrival. Yin Shi felt helpless. In fact, if possible, he wanted to be gentle. When dealing with Kohaku and Shinra, due to their erroneous practices, Yin Shi is more gentle than before. After all, Kohaku and Shinra would definitely be hurt if it was the same as how they treated Hongyi and others. Of course, the ghost's self-healing speed is very strong, and that kind of injury can be fully healed in about half an hour. As for humans, the situation is much worse. Obviously, now, because Li Sha's newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, Yin Shi is sure that the other party has definitely been seriously injured. Of course, this kind of pain will start to attack soon, and now, apart from tearing, there should be no other pain. Yin Shi began to try his best to make Li Sha's impression better. If the meeting was such a painful memory, to be honest he still has some guilt. Although it has been a little more than half of it now, no matter whether it is retreated or not, the severe pain will still remain a little bit. Therefore, it is necessary to use body language to awaken the instinct of the other party. Mei watched tremblingly. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield was beginning to be controlled by Yin Shi. After all, Yin Shi has experienced hundreds of battles and has rich combat experience, which makes it easy for him to judge how the next battlefield situation should go. Under the simultaneous offensive of the Palm and the Snake Drive, he clearly found Li Sha's weakness. Although the city has been completely invaded, the city seems to be in a drought at this time, and the people's livelihood is very tight and painful. Yin Shi felt an extremely uncomfortable squeeze, and therefore, it was necessary to dig a moat at this moment. Accompanied by Yin Shi's simultaneous attack at 3 points in one line, Mei, who had been watching the battle dumbfounded, stared wide-eyed and opened her mouth wide. No. No. Mei, who murmured in her heart, kept roaring in her heart. Advertisement, but on the surface, he didn't dare to say a word, and he couldn't even swallow his saliva. After the flood, Yin Shi can start to freely command the army to attack or retreat. Moreover, by waving the flag, the army can make trouble. The opponent's army is like water, and it will splash when it rushes, without the power to fight back, and it is easy to be directly pierced by Yin Shi. The city gate even wanted to rush into the palace. Ridiculous, Li Sha also thinks that with her own skills, she can give Mei Shu, who is watching the battle, a painful surrender. At the same time, Yin Shi was bullied severely. However, since the start of the battle, Li Sha was directly killed by Yin Shi's charge without leaving a single piece of armor behind, and had no power to fight back, so he could only be beaten continuously. Any resistance seemed so ridiculous in the face of strength. Only the cries seemed quite painful and frantic. No, no way. And Mei, who has been watching the battle, now has a big pupil. His face was pale and flushed, and he looked a little sick. His eyes were full of anxiety and shock. Mei, who has been reluctant to close her mouth for a long time, feels as if her heart is being grasped and tightened by the palm of her hand. Then, the focus of Mei's pupils suddenly shrank slightly. In front of us, at the same time as the flood occurred, it also directly caused the embankment to burst at this moment. Right in front of him, it surged wildly, even the walls were affected. How? How can this be? With a crying voice, at this moment, Mei was completely at a loss. At this time, Li Sha had already passed out from the hot water. However, Yin Shi, who let out a breath slowly, was ready to fight again. Looking at Mei, Yin Shi suddenly fell silent. Li Sha and him are more like a deal, he knows it very well. But Mei, is it really okay to treat her like this? Yin Shi gave up in the end, so it was a bit too disrespectful to a first-string sixth meeting for the second time. After taking out the handkerchief and starting to wipe it, Yin Shi exhaled lightly. Why? Mei cried, feeling for the first time that she had been wronged very briefly. Why did you treat me like this? How could you? At this time, Mei even forgot that, as the sixth of 12 Kizuki's first string, she could easily slap Lixia to death in front of her if she wanted to. However, after seeing the battle between Yin Shi and Li Sha just now, he was completely powerless and stood aside, watching everything happening helplessly. Until now, Yin Shi, as the victor, still holds a square formation in front of him that is still strong. Do not cry. Yin Shi stretched out his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Mei's eyes. Seeing the other party's teary eyes, Yin Shi was also quite embarrassed. I couldn't restrain myself, so I killed them directly, and now that I regained consciousness, I feel really humiliated. Seeing Mei's pitiful appearance wanting an explanation, after a while, Yin Shi felt that he should give a response. So without further ado, he pulled Mei into his arms at this moment. Then, said in a deep voice, because you are disobedient, as an elder brother, I will punish you. What? Advertisement Mei Zhen's crying expression suddenly stopped, and then he became furious. Isn't it you who are disobedient? And you didn't mean to be my younger brother, what the hell is an elder brother? But the next moment, Yin Shi started to clap his hands, which immediately made Mei yell. Ah, damn, me and you, it's not over, Yin is you. Ah, Yin Shi, you be **************. After a brief punishment, Yin Shi suddenly thought of something, looked at the shy and annoyed Mei, and suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. How about I transform Lixia into a ghost and let her be your maid? I want to eat her even more. As soon as she heard, Li Sha. Mei's eyes were bloodshot with anger. At this moment, she just wanted to punch Li Sha, who had fallen asleep next to her, and smash the head of Li Sha who had fallen asleep next to her. Those 10 scenes just now will never be forgotten. Yin Shi was a little helpless, and then said seriously, if my sister is disobedient, I can only continue to punish. Mei was shocked, and then said angrily, you little b******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* You reckless chastisement man. Soon Mei was obedient. Lying on Yin Shi's lap, sobbing with gritted teeth, bad guy, stinky guy. I curse you be asterisk 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 d, stupid. Although he has been scolding himself, his mood is obvious and seems to have improved. Rubbing Mei's head, a gentle look appeared on the corner of Yin Shi's mouth. This twin ghost sister who is the sixth of the first string really has a habit of being bullied by herself. Now, it really calmed down. Then, Yin Shi looked at Li Sha at the side. Tomorrow, I will start arranging people to redeem the two of you, and after temporarily placing you in the hotel, I have also been looking for real estate recently, and I will send you there after I buy it. After a soft, Wang Nuo's sound, Mei stood up slowly, stared angrily for a while, and then glanced over Yin Shi's clothes subtly. Then, he asked with some doubts, do you have some kind of disease? Mei will never forget that rather vivid memory. At this time, Yin Shi who heard the words was slightly taken aback, not sure what Mei's question was referring to. Following her gaze, Yin Shi began to examine himself, and then immediately understood, at this moment, Mei's complex facial expression. The drugs of Tamayo and Ruhuo increased the horizontal and vertical strength by a third. So, indeed, in the current Neon Empire, this is definitely the only one. If you say you are sick, it is indeed counted. After all, it was caused by a mutated drug, and there is no way to recover from the consequences caused by this drug. Yin Shi said helplessly. No, this is my own strength. If Li Sha says, after transforming her into a ghost, you can be a companion, how about it? I knew it. Mei snorted softly, smelly brother who stole my prey. Chapter 106 Kochou Shinobu and Mitsuri, the clue about her sister. On the same day, it was the third day when Yin Shi met Kanroji Mitsuri. The only swordsman who has used the breath of love so far in the ghost killing team has finally returned to the headquarters of the ghost killing team. Due to the rebellion of Sylvia Kochou Kanae and his degeneration as a ghost, the location of the original headquarters of the ghost killing squad has changed. Not only has the location been changed, but at the same time, the rest of the backup bases, as well as the location of the Ghost Slayer team's entrance assessment, have all undergone major changes. It is impossible to determine whether Kochou Kanae disclosed the information of the Ghost Slayer team to Muzan. The headquarters of the Ghost Slayer team thinks that Kochou Kanae was transformed into a ghost by Muzan, so the corresponding necessary measures are very precious. Therefore, it is understandable that Kochou Kanae's sister Kochou Shinobu, who stayed in the Ghost Slayer squad, was hated by everyone. But in fact, there is a very important problem. It should be Yubayashiki Kagaya, the head of the Ghost Slayer squad, who is worried about this. After all, the money that needs to be consumed is provided by the Yubayashiki family. So, why do people who take a small income and sacrifice their lives go through fire and water feel angry? Although Yubayashiki Kagaya felt quite sorry for what happened to Kochou Kanae, he didn't open his mouth to blame. The swordsmen of the ghost killing squad under him spared no effort to figure out Shenji, frantically outputting their malice and dissatisfaction. Ghost Slayer headquarters Kochou house depressed fallen leaves fell on the snowy ground with the winter wind. Sitting in the courtyard, looking calmly at the girl with a ponytail in front of her, waving the Nichiren blades in her hands to perform flower breath, Kochou Shinobu's beautiful eyes are calm without any expression. As early as 470 in the Qing dynasty, she could hear the cursing and spattling voices of some passing Ghost Slayer swordsmen faintly coming from outside the courtyard. Kochou Shinobu kept his eyes on his nose and his heart and remained silent. The contemporary Yubayashiki Patriarch knows about this and has stepped in to stop it. He admits that Kochou Kanae betrayed the Demon Slayer squad and became a ghost, but Kochou Shinobu is innocent as her sister. This also led to everyone in the ghost killing squad knowing. The fact that Kochou Shinobu's older sister, Harajuku-class swordsman Hana Kochou Kanae defected. You shouldn't have come. Kochou house doesn't entertain guests now. If you come here rashly, it might make other people hate you too. He seemed to hear some noise, and smelled the very nice smell of sakura mochi. After Kochou Shinobu sighed lightly, he said in some silence. Her appearance was weak and pale, and her beautiful eyes were still bloodshot, making her look quite haggard. So much so that the Kochou hairpin on the top of the head, under the rendering of this atmosphere at this moment, seemed to be dead. Hey, I'm here to visit you, Kochou Shinobu. The person who came was the future crush, Kanroji Mitsuri. She was grinning, and after approaching Kochou Shinobu quickly, she sat beside her, gently hugged the helpless girl beside her, and handed out the sakura cake gave her. Here, eat it, eat it. Looking at the girl beside her who was still smiling as heartless as ever, it was obvious that she was taking care of her own mood. Kochou Shinobu's beautiful eyes flickered for a while, then nodded slightly, and took it from her hand. Cherry cake. Advertisement then, to the girl who was still dancing sword in the snow, she softly called out, Kanao, don't practice now, come and eat the cherry cake brought by Mitsuri. The girl with the side ponytail blinked, nodded, and walked over with a calm smile. She is Tsuyuri Kanawa, the former style. After her sister left, it was up to Kochou Shinobu to teach her. 3 cute and beautiful girls sat side by side, chatting while eating cherry cakes. During this time, how is the situation? Same old style. Oh, but, by the way, Shinobu, when I was on a mission this time, I met someone. After being silent for a while, Kanroji Mitsuri said softly at this moment. Do you want to guess who it is? Kochou Shinobu and Kanao beside him were a little stunned, then shook their heads. When is it? This girl is still so heartless. Let me see, is that the scarf snake boy who gave you pantyhose? Kochou Shinobu said somewhat narrowly. Huh? No, it's not him. Slightly taken aback, Kanroji Mitsuri quickly shook his head, looking at Kochou Shinobu's narrow smile in front of him. He could clearly feel that Shinobu had misunderstood her. Although giving myself a gift is an unprecedented thing in this life, but they haven't contacted each other more than 3 times. That boy named Iguro Obanai is indeed a good man to marry. However, Lee is going to get in touch again to find out. She hurriedly said at this moment. In this mission, although I got rid of the ghost who had been eating people all the time, after doing my best, I ran into 12 Kizuki's last 5. The appearance of the girl, I heard that she calls herself Mukago. The blood ghost ability is to accelerate the growth and explosion after the seeds of the plants are stained with blood. The range is too large for me to deal with it. It is quite difficult, but if you come into close contact, the other party will be quite flustered and easy to show flaws. Kanroji Mitsuri said softly, but at that time, I was also at the end of my strength. Hearing this, Kochou Shinobu and Kanao were a little nervous at the moment. Mitsuri shook her head and said gently, however, at that time, I was rescued by someone. And that person was none other than Shinobu's older sister, Kanae. B-Day. Kochou Shinobu and Kanao stared at Kanroji Mitsuri in shock with their beautiful eyes widened at this moment. She used Nichiren blades to block Mukago's shot with Breath of Love, saved me, hugged me and ran away immediately. It's dangerous. Miri said nervously and emotionally, as if she was reminiscing about the things that happened to her. I talked with your sister for a while, and I can be sure that she still has you in her heart, and it's not her who became a ghost. Choice, she may have been forced. Kochou Shinobu stared blankly at Mitsuri at this moment, and then quickly grabbed her by the shoulder. Where did you see her? Also, if you put it this way, did Mukago continue to catch up? No. The other party seems to be very angry, but I don't know why they didn't come over at the end. Kanroji Mitsuri was startled, and after thinking about it, he said at this moment with some doubts. Advertisement, it's that man, Yin Shi. That pervert, most likely the last 5 was held back by Yin Shi. Kochou Shinobu, who was filled with violent emotions in his heart, had a frosty face. Of course, she believed that her sister would not take the initiative to become a ghost, and combined with Yin Shi's words when they parted, it was obvious that her sister might have been seriously injured by a ghost, and for herself, unwilling but irresistible, turned into a ghost by Yin Shi. It has to be said that Kochou Shinobu's inferences and guesses are quite accurate. It is really shocking that the whole truth can be deduced based on the slightest clue. Kanao and Kochou Shinobu both looked extremely dignified and nervous at the moment and then exhaled lightly. Is she still thinking of me? That's nice, I miss her too. My sister's wish is to allow ghosts and humans to coexist peacefully. Now that she is forced to become a ghost, I think she may be able to realize this wish in the future. I believe her. Kochou Shinobu lowered his eyelids slightly and said softly at this moment. Mitsuri blinked, and then nodded lightly. It will definitely, I can feel it, in her heart she is definitely a good person, her eyes won't lie to me. Although she was transformed into a ghost, with that innocent look, it is obvious that she has never eaten anyone's food. Kochou Shinobu's delicate body shook, and then, he nodded solemnly. By the way, remembering what Kanae told her before leaving, Mitsuri suddenly realized that she hit her palm with a fist, and then quickly took out a booklet from her arms, and handed it to someone who was somewhat puzzled and surprised. Ran Kochou Shinobu said, this is Kanae, she entrusted me to hand over this book to you before leaving. It is the Swordsmanship Guide of Breath of Flowers. Kanao hopes that you and Kanao will learn the secrets in it together, and then return it to Demon Killer Team. Speaking of this, Kanroji Mitsuri's tone was a little lost. This is actually written by Wazoo himself, it is fine to give it to relatives, how about giving it to the current siege team? Along the way, she always heard gossip and gossip. When she joined the ghost killing team, she was also criticized for her strange costumes, a female ghost killing team uniform made by a lecherous 4-eyed costume designer, hair color and wrist strength. When I came back this time, I saw and heard what happened to Kochou Shinobu. I met Kanae again, she is still a very gentle person. Ghosts are not really evil gradually. Mitsuri felt slightly disappointed and slightly distrustful of the Demon Slayer squad. Xiao Ren, I'm going back first. Your sister asked me to tell you that if you can't hold on anymore, you can quit the ghost killing team, and she will take good care of you. If you insist on staying, I hope you can practice martial arts well, she has always cared about you, but she can't help. Mitsuri, who stood up, said softly at this moment, I know. Kochou Shinobu pursed his lips and nodded lightly, holding the book in his hand, his fingertips turned slightly white from the force. Chapter 107 Preparations for Kanae, go to see His Majesty Muzan. Hiss. The next morning, when Li Sha woke up from the bed, the severe pain and flickering memories flooded her body like an ebbing tide, and her body froze completely. After looking around with some doubts, she soon discovered a fact. Forget it, Yin Shi has already left. On the other side, Daki, who was calmly dressing himself in the makeup mirror, said indifferently at this moment. Look at your right-hand side, there's your redemption deed, and it has been brought here. You still have 1 day, you can go back to your say goodbye to everyone at the time office. After casting an indifferent glance at Daki, Daki said softly. Then, probably tomorrow, we have to leave you Guo. Since you agreed to go with him, then you don't regret it. Certainly. Hearing this, although he was a little puzzled as to why the words were so weird, Li Sha still nodded lightly to show that he understood. Fern Ji, the relationship between you and Yin Shi, did you know each other before? Because of the strong sunlight outside the window, Daki and Li Sha are in this backlit room at this moment, and Daki doesn't want to go out. Now, after hearing Li Sha's words, Daki couldn't help turning his head and looking at Dio Ran. After a while, he nodded slightly. That's right, I did know him a long time ago. It's not that she doesn't like chatting, and, if there are no accidents, Li Sha should also become her own kind in the near future, so it's actually not good to target her. She still remembered Yin Shi's request before leaving. And now, each other is in the backlit room, taking care of this seriously injured human being, chatting, and spending this boring time until night comes. At this moment, Kochou Kanai and Mukago, watching Duan Shi finally returned to the hotel room. Mukago was a little bit better, he didn't dare to say anything in his shyness. And Kochou Kanai looked at Yin Shi who looked embarrassed, and couldn't get angry. I didn't come back last night. Do you want to explain what you did? If you just went to see the 6th of the last string, you don't need to waste so much time? If it wasn't for Yuanyi Gohua Street, it was inconvenient for her to go in as a girl. Originally, she was ready to be by Yin Shi's side at any time, helping Tamayo and Lu Huo to keep a good eye on this guy so that he wouldn't let him get distracted. But obviously, the oversight, so look at this guy. Kochou Kanai is a little angry. Yin Shi waved his hand, coughed lightly, and said quickly at this moment. Some special circumstances happened. Specifically, I was going to socialize. After all, the son of a high-ranking official in this empire invited me. It doesn't make sense if you don't go, don't give him face. In fact, if he hadn't been very curious about Li Sha, he wouldn't have thought of this dude when he saw him. Kochou Kanai looked at Yin Shi with disgust in his eyes, then shook his head and snorted coldly. I didn't go with you, how could I know, what do you want to do today? Yin Shi waved his hands helplessly, let's do some work first, so that you don't have any objections, Nai Shuan? Yin Shi looked at the 2 girls in front of him, and said softly at this moment. Let's deal with the books first. Before leaving, Tamayo made a list of the books I need and collected them first. Of course, this kind of complicated and time-consuming, I'm not going to let us do it ourselves. Yin Shi said calmly. Appropriate subordinates are necessary, and it just so happens that I know someone who has a lot of subordinates who can help us. However, after collecting the books we need, you need to carefully screen them, Kanai. As he spoke, Yin Shi threw out the scroll in his hand. After taking it, Kanai glanced at the names of the books on the list, and Kanai nodded slightly. At this moment, Yin Shi clapped his hands lightly, you can come in now. Advertisement at this time, after 3 knocks on the door, several middle-aged men in suits respectfully put their hands in front of their bodies and stood behind Yin Shi. For the current Mukago and Kanai, they don't have the slightest idea of betting on the line of sight. Like a group of sculptures, standing behind Yin Shi. Here's Akaza's guild minions, some capable underdogs. After Yin Shi contacted, Akaza immediately made arrangements. Originally, he thought about whether he needed to go out on his own, but Yin Shi rejected this suggestion, and only needed his subordinates. After readily agreeing, correspondingly, Kennel also made a request to Yin Shi. He wants to understand and know that Yin Shi defeated Hei Xie in the duel, that is to say, Yin Shi also has the power to open and penetrate the world. And this is exactly the pinnacle of martial arts that Akaza has been thinking about. He also wants to fight Yin Shi, so as to see if he can break through the opportunity. In fact, counting the outbreak of the Black Death virus last time, and this time he sent someone to help him provide funds at the same time, with the help of the 2, and Akaza's character is actually quite good, Yin Shi did not refuse. Arranging for these subordinates to start to disperse and start to collect the books on the purchase list, Yin Shi looked behind him, still wearing cat ear hairpins, Kanai, who was very royal, and Mukago, who was very cute with sheep ears. Now is not the time for Kanai and His Majesty Muzan to meet. Tamayo is okay, but if Kanai sees Muzan now, I am afraid that she will not be able to bear it. After all, Kanai's family actually died because of Muzan's convenience, and their parents died because of the attack of ghosts, and the family was ruined. It is necessary to modify some memories as much as possible, or forget the memories and deepen some impressions. Yin Shi's heart was awe-inspiring. Without changing his face, he said softly to Kanai. How about it, can I leave this matter to you? It's Tamayo's request too, I get it. After shaking her head slightly, at this moment, Kanai agreed. But, do you and Mukago still have things to do? She keenly sensed this clue from Yin Shi's words. That's right, after all, Mukago is also the ghost of the bow. This time, Yin Shi said calmly, I'm going to take her to the palace to meet His Majesty Muzan. If there is a little concealment, the situation will be complicated if His Majesty finds out. Muzan once told him that she trusts herself very much, so she doesn't want to hide anything. Yin Shi doesn't dare to bet, if he keeps hiding himself, will he get any benefits? Asking for flowers. After all, bringing Mukago to Dongjing, Muzan definitely knows. Muzan's blood in 12 Kizuki's body can easily be felt by Muzan himself. And when Yin Shi took her to the palace together to meet His Majesty Muzan, it was to express his attitude. This will also put His Majesty Muzan at ease. At this moment, Kanai couldn't help frowning her beautiful eyes. The memory of human beings is still a little deep now. Muzan. Your Majesty. Although she knew what happened in Dongjing from Jiyu Huo Niao's mouth early, she was shocked by Yin Shi's method and quietly usurped the emperor. Advertisement, however, when I think of the high position now, it is the ghost dance official Muzan. Always, very strange and dissatisfied inside. I see, I will sit here and wait for those people to collect the books and send them over. You won't delay for a long time this time, or you won't come back this day, right? Kochou Kanai folded his hands on his chest and asked with some dissatisfaction at this moment. Of course not. Yin Shi scratched his head. I'll try to come back. 0. All he can say is try his best. The premise is that His Majesty Muzan is willing to let him go. A long absence is better than a newlywed. As a couple, it depends on His Majesty Muzan's attitude. Moreover, Yin Shi didn't really resist coming back. Originally, the purpose of this trip to Dongjing was to take a good look at this Kochou big sister on the road or during this period of time. The content of the transaction promised, but there is no chance to realize it. Kochou Kanai folded his hands with a sigh. Yin Shi's tone knew that he was not sure tonight again. I can say that Tamayo and Grenadier's request is completely useless. Feeling slightly lost in his heart, Kochou Kanai's eyelids drooped slightly. At this time, Yin Shi quickly said, I promise you, if possible, I will definitely come back tonight. I'll leave it to you to purchase the books. Perhaps, meeting with His Majesty Muzan to give her some advice shouldn't take too much time. Hearing this, Kochou Kanai tilted his head and looked at Yin Shi thoughtfully. She knew very well that she was not sure about this period of time. However, being able to take care of your own mood and say this sentence is actually a big improvement. After sighing slightly, Kochou Kanai had no choice but to nod, and then stared at Mukago, who had been trembling since just now when he knew that he would also meet His Majesty Muzan. Mukago, are you alright? Is there something wrong with this girl? Hearing this, the startled girl raised her head in astonishment, then shook her head slightly. I'm fine. Mukago said nervously. She just didn't expect that she would meet His Majesty Muzan again so soon. The strong sense of oppression and deterrence in her blood makes her want to surrender and lie down when she sees it. So, from just now, she has been trembling all over. Chapter 108. Your Majesty Muzan, it's cold, let's go back to the room to rest. Winter Beijing Imperial Palace, Edo Castle. The clouds above the sky were drawn by Yin Shi with silk threads, blocking out the sun that is not so abundant in winter in Japan. However, just to be on the safe side, Mukago and Yin Shi still walked on the road to the palace with a black umbrella. Of course, the vigilance of the palace cannot be so weak. Even though they had been ravaged by the Black Death before, the guard soldiers were quickly drawn from the military and supplemented. When they saw Yin Shi and Mukago aiming at the palace, they immediately went to the palace to stop. However, after seeing the token personally given by His Majesty Muzan in Yin Shi's hand, their complexion changed slightly, and they immediately realized the dignity of Yin Shi's status. After seeing the backs of Yin Shi and Mukago completely disappearing from sight, a patrolling soldier looked at his superior with some doubts, and asked blankly, Captain, why should we treat him so respectfully? That token, is it such a precious thing? That is the only token issued by the current Majesty of the Neon Empire. It does not require any orders to enter and leave the palace freely. Such tokens. The captain said with a serious face. That is only issued to a boy with silver hair. It is obviously the one just now. The patrolling soldier behind him looked blank, but, since it is so precious, why would you give it to an ordinary civilian? Wouldn't it be better to give it to the Prime Minister of the Cabinet, or the Marshal of the Army or the Navy? The captain shook his head lightly. Even if you say that, I don't know if you ask me. Walk with Yin Shi on the snow-capped lake bridge, leaving clear footprints. The surface of the lake was already frozen at this moment, and in the pavilion not far away, one could vaguely see a dignified and noble lady with black hair coiled up and dressed in a gorgeous black kimono. Beside her, stood two maids, who seemed to be having a conversation with the sitting beauty at the moment. Yin Shi's dynamic vision has evolved so far that he can completely see all the details within 100 meters. Therefore, at this moment, he can clearly see that the mouths of the two maids. Those protruding canines and tusks. Obviously, transformed into a ghost by His Majesty Muzan. Only in this way will His Majesty Muzan be completely relieved. At the same time, the figure of Yin Shi coming with Mukago was also watched by Muzan, who was sitting in the lake pavilion watching the snow at the moment, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a soft color appeared in his eyes. This little guy is finally here. The ghost dance official Muzan waved his hand calmly, told the two maids to leave, and sat alone in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, quietly waiting for the arrival of Yin Shi and Xuan Yuzi. After a while, Yin Shi and Mukago, who came before His Majesty Muzan, knelt down respectfully first. Regardless of whether Muzan is the emperor or the ancestor of all ghosts. As a person of the Neon Empire, or as the ghost clan she transformed, the meaning expressed by 12 Kizuki, Yin Shi and Mukago's kneeling is the same. That is absolute surrender to Muzan. At this time, ghost dance official Muzan narrowed his beautiful eyes slightly and looked at Lu Cha. It wasn't until I saw it just now that I realized that Yin Shi actually came with this girl who had just been promoted to 12 Kizuki. There are too many women around. Advertisement. Muzan felt a little helpless in his heart, and then he seemed to notice something. He frowned in confusion and shock, and after a while, he calmly asked, Mukago's hairpin, why is it in the shape of a sheep's ear? Mukago, who was kneeling on the ground, was blushing with embarrassment at the moment. When he came with Yin Shi this time, he forgot to take this off. Yin Shi was taken aback for a moment, then coughed lightly, and then said with some embarrassment, I think this hairpin, if I wear it, may make my temperament more cute, so I bought some at that time, and this time I let it go. Gorongzi played to see the effect. Ghost Dance Shi Muzan looked at Yin Shi with deep eyes. You really enjoyed playing. Yin Shi was a little embarrassed. After Muzan shook his head calmly, he said calmly at this moment, Mukago, you just stay by my side. It just so happens that you are also a woman, and you don't look like Nakim. Although your strength is not the same, but as my guard qualified enough. Those maids accepted my blood, but they couldn't even realize the ability of vampirism, a group of low-level guys. Muzan said with some dissatisfaction. Mukago was a little nervous and flustered. She opened her mouth, and then looked in Yin Shi's direction with some embarrassment and fear. Why, I let you be my female officer, do you have other opinions? Ghost Dance Shi Muzan said calmly at the moment. No, His Majesty Muzan. Immediately, his delicate body trembled, and the tearful Mukago spoke hastily at this moment. At this time, Yin Shi nodded slightly, and said softly, Your Majesty feels lonely because of living in the palace for a long time, so do you want to be accompanied by someone? That's right, the ghost moons on the string have important things to do now, or the description is too scary to cause mutiny. I want a good-looking subordinate who obeys orders and has good strength. It just so happens that Mukago can adapt to this position. Muzan said calmly. In fact, she didn't need to say so much, but since it's been a while, she might as well explain it to him. Of course, Muzan did not explain the deeper reasons. At this moment, Yin Shi and Mukago, who heard the words, nodded thoughtfully. In this case, Mukago is willing to accompany His Majesty Muzan as her direct female officer. After arranging the matter, Muzan asked the two to stand up and sit opposite him. But Mukago quickly adapted to his status, blushing and hurriedly walked behind Muzan and stood quietly. Casting her a glance, Ghost Dance Shi Muzan looked away indifferently, looked at Yin Shi, and said softly, During the time you were away, Doma and Akaza each received a message that Dongjing has already started to be killed by the Ghost Slayer squad. Infiltrated, they found some clues from the clues. How do you deal with this? Yin Shi was taken aback for a moment, and then said softly, Is this the case? As far as I know, the Ghost Slayer squad sneaked into Dongjing to spy on information. It should be two pillar-level swordsmen and the wife of the current Yubayashiki Patriarch, Yubayashiki Amane. Muzan raised his eyebrows abruptly. One of the pillars is the traitor I planted in the ghost-killing squad, but there is no need to directly expose his identity against them. Yin Shi said calmly. What they are looking for is the traces of ghosts, and they have been found. If the words on Akaza and Doma's heads are met, then we can take advantage of this and use our tricks. Transfer some useless ghosts there and let them hunt them down, and then track them all the way to find a stronghold. Yin Shi said softly. The Zoo-level swordsman who I installed as a traitor will be of great use in the future. I am going to save his life. As for the other Zoo, he will be folded here, and I have other arrangements in the meantime. Muzan nodded slightly. Since you have an idea and have already prepared it, I will entrust the whole situation to you. Advertisement, however, how long will this ghost-killing team stay? Muzan asked calmly. Isn't it better to let me issue a decree to arrest the organization of the ghost-killing squad directly across the country? The traitor just came to the post not long ago, and he hasn't delivered much useful information yet, so it's hard to do anything rashly. It will only make them hide, harass them, and they are hard to guard against. Yin Shi said softly. After all, it is a family that has been entangled with His Majesty for 1,000 years. The relationship network is intricate and the potential is endless. If it is not completely killed, there is still a chance to make a comeback. Yin Shi said indifferently. So, if you want to do something, you have to slap him to death. Muzan's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and then he nodded solemnly. So, you're right. Muzan actually figured it out a long time ago, but he still wanted to kill the ghost-killing team immediately. But now, after hearing Yin Shi's thoughts, he finally restrained himself and chose to follow Yin Shi's suggestion. In the past, Ghost Dance Shi Muzan would definitely not be like this. In the sky and the world, I am the only one. This is a true portrayal of her in the past. But now, with concerns and worries in my heart, I have begun to have the habit of relying on others in disguise. And this, other, 3.3 is right in front of you right now. Generally speaking, Muzan likes to think alone. However, if she faces Yin Shi, she will think about being lazy, and then take a good look at the appearance of this little adult who is doing his best to help her. At the same time, looking at Her Majesty the Empress, who had a soft face on her pretty face at this moment, after Yin Shi's eyes flickered slightly, some flames suddenly ignited in his heart. Involuntarily, the next second, Yin Shi asked softly, By the way, Your Majesty Muzan, it's a bit cold here now, why don't we go back to the room to rest? Cold? I don't feel that way. Muzan was a little taken aback. But at the next moment, when the Empress noticed Yin Shi's burning gaze, she suddenly thought of something. Pretty Face blushed slightly. After a while, some hesitated and said, Okay, according to you, it is indeed a bit cold. Mukago blinked without doubting his doubts. Chapter 109 A Massage for the Empress, a marriage proposal? Mukago, just stay outside the door and be careful not to let people come here. After all, Muzan knew what might happen, so some small shame made her decide to just let Mukago stand outside the door and be careful. Good. I don't want someone to interrupt you suddenly, your ability should be able to do this, don't be like those useless maids. Yes. Mukago quickly agreed, and then, respectfully watching Muzan's beautiful figure disappear into the room, he hurried forward and locked the door tightly. As for what will happen to Yin Shi and Muzan in the room, Mukago figured he'd better not be curious. Of course, Muzan also thinks that he still has a certain ability to defend himself. Mukago did not suspect him, nodded obediently, and was in charge of guarding the door. Avoid letting maids and guests who don't have eyesight come over suddenly to disturb you. In the room, Yin Shi quickly made preparations. Muzan, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, quietly looked at the plate that had been prepared to hold water at the beginning, and now he was squatting down. There was a soft look in his eyes. Are you going to wash my feet first? Speaking of which, do you mind? Help my wife. Madam. Your Majesty, if you wash your feet. Yin Shi changed his address 3 times, his tone became a little embarrassed, and then, 13 hurriedly continued to say. It's just and right, how can it happen? Resist. Muzan looked at this guy with some amusement, and then slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Well, it was just as he wished. Sitting obediently and then raised his feet, Muzan said softly. Recently, that group of humans started to give me a new suggestion, and before that, they also performed some actions. Feeling the itching, Muzan blushed slightly and glared lightly at Yin Shi on the ground, which made the latter give up the action of loving it, and put the golden lotus in his hand into the hot water and kneaded gently. The cold body temperature seemed to be slowly recovering under the water temperature in palm. Hearing this, Yin Shi asked thoughtfully, the group of humans? Did they make His Majesty feel disappointed or dissatisfied? If necessary, I will take action and replace them with another batch. Muzan shook his head calmly and said gently, are you dissatisfied? At the beginning, there were indeed, those guys wanted me to get married quickly, and even sent some males from their respective families to the palace. Yin Shi frowned, and his red eyes flickered violently, so arrogant? Muzan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, quite satisfied with Yin Shi's expression at the moment. However, he still took care of his mood, raised his feet, and warm water dripped from the toes at this moment, and then said softly at this moment. Are you jealous? Those men are specially selected by those noble families and famous families, good-looking and handsome. But, have you ever seen a hunter get sexually interested in a roast chicken on the table? Muzan said calmly and indifferently. Get rid of all those people, and those people will know what I think, and this kind of thing will never happen again. However, I still misunderstand my behavior to some extent. Some resentment. Yin Shi nodded slightly. His Majesty Muzan said such words to himself now, obviously, he wanted Yin Shi to give him an attitude. So what is Yin Shi's attitude? It's time to clean up another batch of people and pull people to the top again. Muzan doesn't need to read his mind, he can clearly see the deep anger in Yin Shi's eyes now. Then, he said softly, what you want to do is up to you, but it is precisely because of their actions that I have confirmed one thing. The female emperors of the Neon Empire, no, almost all the emperors have descendants in the world at the same time as they ascended the throne, so, I think, I'm also the time. Advertisement married to someone. Yin Shi's body froze, and he raised his head in surprise. At this moment, Muzan looked at him with soft eyes, and his pretty face and cheeks were also slightly flushed. You. What do you think? When are you going to join the cabinet? At this moment, Yin Shi couldn't help but widen his eyes. And Muzan also shyly kicked Yin Shi's chin with his little foot, and looked at him shyly. At this moment, Yin Shi, who was proposed, was extremely astonished, but at the same time, he couldn't laugh or cry. This kind of feeling of being proposed is really a bit unpredictable and unexpected. He didn't expect that when he entered the palace to meet His Majesty Muzan this time, he would encounter such a thing. Engagement, wedding, marriage, childbirth. A lot of thoughts kept popping up in his mind, and then, Yin Shi suddenly felt a little at a loss. After a while, he immediately came back to his senses. This should not be avoided, however, he needs to do some things before he can do this. As a ghost, does he still have the ability to reproduce? He always remembers this point, but deliberately forgets it, not thinking about such things. And, more importantly, the Ghost Slayer squad has not yet been exterminated. But these are actually okay to say. Looking at His Majesty Muzan, who was looking down at him at this moment, who was somewhat shy and embarrassed, it was obvious that what she said just now was actually a huge concession and great effort. This is, after all, the first time Muzan has proposed to a man. Yin Shi chose to accept, but at this moment, he was a little distressed, he didn't have any engagement ring in his personal space. After a long silence, Yin Shi coughed, blushing and took out a ring that was actually used for other purposes from the portable space. A small and pure white silverfoot ring, and then, with some complexity, said softly at this moment, of course I am willing, Your Majesty. It is a great honor for me to marry you, but I have not prepared a ring. Can I use this foot ring as a substitute? Muzan was taken aback for a moment, then, after a flicker in his eyes, he nodded slightly. In an instant, she was sure that Yin Shi really didn't make such preparations. A foot ring. Well, a foot ring is a foot ring, later, add the ring. Advertisement, Your Majesty, please accept my marriage proposal. Seeing Muzan nodded in embarrassment and agreed to his request, Yin Shi exhaled lightly with relief, held up her white and soft feet, and slowly held the white and soft feet in front of the small and clear pearls. The pure white foot ring like a snake ring was put on lightly. It's an amazing feeling. Muzan felt the touch, and his eyes were a little complicated and joyful. Although, it's not the middle finger of my left hand. However, it can be regarded as wearing a ring barely, but why prepare such a foot ring? Muzan was puzzled. At this moment, Yin Shi looked at Jinlian who had put on the ring, with a look of satisfaction and excitement in his eyes. However, he immediately restrained himself and asked softly, "Your Majesty, what about this marriage contract? In a few days, I will declare the entire empire." Stretching out his hand, lifting Yin Shi's chin, Muzan's eyes were joyful and excited, and when his cheeks were flushed, he said softly, in 3 months, it will make people in the whole world witness the marriage between His Majesty the Emperor and a little ghost." Yin Shi's eyes flickered slightly, His Majesty. Afterwards, she didn't care about Xiaoqiao Jinlin's playing with her. At this moment, he knew that it was time for him to express his current attitude. His Majesty Muzan has already achieved this step. If he doesn't express anything, he can still be regarded as a qualified courtier. Can he still be regarded as a proper relationship between monarch and minister? Yin Shi who stood up, Muzan was a little panicked, and was subdued by Yin Shi almost without any resistance. As the ancestor of all ghosts, ghost dancer Muzan naturally likes black clothing style. And after becoming the emperor of the Neon Empire, with abundant funds and almost the entire empire serving her alone, she was able to obtain a rather gorgeous and graceful black dress. Golden dragon pattern carvings, brightly blooming patterns of the other shore flowers, this gorgeous kimono, which is quite luxurious and worth at least tens of millions of yen, slipped quietly at this moment and gradually lost all defenses. The relationship between the Oni King and 12 Kizuki is like a hungry wolf and a sheep that can be bullied at any time. But at this moment, under Yin Shi's control, the offensive and defensive momentum is different. The white and soft young sheep appeared in the sight of the wolf at this moment. The ancestor of all ghosts forgot his own power, or he simply didn't want to use the power of the Wolf King that he still had. At this moment, under the wolf's kiss, the sheep's calf, which seemed to be depressed, uttered a gentle and nervous low cry. Is that hurt panic? However, Yin Shi did not do this. Just like a seasoned hunter, he started to cruise down, and after crossing the peaceful plain, he continued to move down without distraction. Until I came to the black dense forest, after sniffing the mildness of the aromatherapy. The hunter was vigilant and cruising among them, and began to look for the source of water. In less than half a minute, the hunter, who has hunted and killed 7 different kinds of prey in hundreds of battles, has already found his position. The sweetness and taste of the water made the hunter feel it thoroughly after licking his lips. Wu, Chapter 110 Muzan can't fight again, talk with Akaza. The boa constrictor began to ask for sweet water from the small river in the black forest, prying open the door to make the river flow more turbulently. The soft steamed bun meat was easily pried open at this moment, and the feeling of squeezing quickly made the boa constrictor feel uncomfortable. And soon, the boa constrictor also found the prey he was looking for. It was a small doo-doo, and the boa constrictor soon felt the trembling sensation of doo-doo. The next moment, the boa constrictor opened its blood-plated mouth and completely blocked the door, and the snake among snakes also began to quickly enter the door to investigate the situation, stirring up and down and causing even bigger floods. Finally, the ghost dance official Muzan, who could no longer hold on, was defeated directly as the master of the river, and the powerless flood gushed out directly. Feeling the trembling and spasm from his hands, Yin Shi smiled slightly before standing up. At this moment, His Majesty the Emperor had no strength anymore, he just breathed slowly and his eyes were quite weak. No, you can't. In fact, Yin Shi had some thoughts just now, but at this moment, hearing the words of the ancestor of all ghosts, his eyes quickly regained clarity. Now is not the time, for His Majesty. The other party's thoughts are really left to oneself after the wedding. That being the case, Yin Shi will not disappoint the other party's heart. After lightly nodding his head, he said softly, I see, Your Majesty. However, although it cannot go further, it is actually very good to be able to achieve this level. Looking at Muzan, who is now looking at himself with some powerlessness and anticipation, Yin Shi smiled lightly. Things are not over yet. Outside the door Mukago blushed and nervously watched every move around him. For the task entrusted to her by His Majesty Muzan, Mukago knew that she had to do her best, and in fact, she did. Be wary of the arrival of everyone, including maids, high-ranking officials and nobles. Or other 12 Kizuki. So far, though, no one has come, so she's rather bored and very embarrassed. Mukago was not ignorant of the faint sound coming from the room behind him. I have heard something about Yin Shi from Kochou Kanai before, and about the relationship between Yin Shi and His Majesty Muzan. Some ghosts in 12 Kizuki are not ignorant. This is especially true for a certain first-string second who can't keep such a secret at all. However, at this moment, although not being there, hearing it means feeling it personally, which is another matter. However, soon, Mukago suddenly noticed that the gate of the yard in front of him suddenly opened. A man with broken red hair and ghost patterns on his body appeared there at this moment. It is 12 Kizuki's winding third Akaza. He had something urgent to report, and just as he took a step forward, he saw a girl running anxiously and stopped his actions. The snow is still falling, so even in the daytime, as ghosts, they can still move freely. You are, the last fifth of the new term. Akaza sensed this breath, looked at Mukago's writing eyes again, frowned slightly, and asked a little confused. Why are you here? Forget it. Get out of the way. I have something to report to His Majesty Muzan. Advertisement. No. His Majesty Muzan asked me to prohibit all outsiders from disturbing her before she comes out. She has specifically instructed that no matter whether it is urgent or late, you must not disturb her. Akaza frowned slightly. In this case, how to report this situation to Lord Muzan? Taking a deep look at Mukago in front of him, who was trembling because of the awareness of his huge aura, Akaza did not force or order her to retreat. He was always lenient or kind to women. Moreover, if it is His Majesty Muzan's order, if you don't obey it, there is actually only a dead end. Akaza shook his head and backed away. There is no other way. The matter can only be left to him to deal with. Originally, I wanted to ask how to deal with the arrangement of the 3 members of the killing team. That being the case, then he should attack first, 1 against 2, and kill them both. But at this moment, Akaza seemed to notice something, turned his head and looked behind him. It turned out that the door of the house had been opened at this moment, and Yin Shi had just walked out of it at this moment. Akaza frowned, and then, as if thinking of something, his complexion changed slightly. Your Majesty Muzan, please leave her alone. Then, Yin Shi came out of the room just now? Akaza, keenly feeling that there seems to be some connection, began to meditate, but was immediately interrupted by Yin Shi. At this time, Yin Shi said softly. Your Excellency Akaza, we meet again. Well, I have something urgent to report to His Majesty Muzan. Is it about the group of demon slayers who infiltrated into Winterkyo recently? A message from the 2-pillar level swordsman and Mrs. Yubayashiki? Yeah. Wait, Mrs. Yubayashiki? Akaza looked at Yin Shi in shock, with some doubts in his heart. His Majesty Muzan will tell Yin Shi about the matter. Akaza is not surprised. But that daughter is actually the wife of the head of the Yubayashiki family? That's right, only in this way will there be 2 column-level swordsmen guarding her side. Moreover, only in this way can it be explained that the purpose of their trying to keep a low profile is not only for secretly investigating, but also for protecting the safety of Mrs. Yubayashiki. Akaza narrowed his eyes slightly. He wouldn't make a move on a woman's words. However, that is Mrs. Yubayashiki. If let go, there will be endless troubles. What's more, if she can find the current headquarters of the ghost killing squad through her, that would be a great achievement. Don't think too much about it. The ghost killing squad that sneaked in is actually a soft-shelled turtle. Their secret investigations are actually very obvious to my eyeliner. Yin Shi said indifferently. Pay too much attention to the ghost's clues, but didn't notice that someone is actually watching them all the time, not to mention, one of these 2-pillar level swordsmen is my eyeliner. The focus of Akaza's pupils narrowed slightly, and he widened his eyes in shock. So, don't rush to close the net now, Yin Shi said calmly. His Majesty Muzan also agrees with me. If they want to hunt the ghosts that exist in Dongjing, let them hunt them down. Let them get deeper and deeper, and then we can reverse track them without any suspicion. If that's the case, why don't you just follow your traitor's prompt and break into the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad? Together, we, 12 Kizuki, are enough to completely crush that group of trash to death. Akaza said with some doubts. No, as long as one accidentally loses one member of the Yubayashiki family, relying on the opponent's terrifying background strength, he can continue to train the 2nd or even the 3rd ghost killing team. Advertisement Yin Shi said calmly. The number of human beings is too overwhelming, and they cannot be killed. Demon killing team, if we don't start from the root and destroy the Yubayashiki family, breathing method, and Nichiren blades forging skills, they will always haunt us like tarsal maggots. I don't want to keep entangled with this group of guys for more than 10 or hundreds of years, and have repeated boring battles. Akaza widened his eyes, then nodded solemnly. Indeed, this is the truth. Of course, what he approved of was Yin Shi's thoughts on how to deal with the ghost killing squad. We must start from those 3 points. As for fighting, he doesn't really care about it. It's actually quite good to be able to fight more. What do you want to do? When will you do it? Yin Shi shook his head lightly. Let that sound column continue to act. My eyeliner will continue to report information to me, and when he knows what he should know, we can act as we should, so as not to let him have the possibility of tipping off. For the safety of a traitor, why bother? Akaza couldn't help frowning and said. A traitor, a high-ranking and powerful traitor, can play a great role. Yin Shi smiled, and said softly indifferently. Okay, Lord Akaza, I still have things to do. I will inform you when the net is closed. If you are interested in fighting against the Pillar Swordsman, then I can hand over that enemy to you. Good. Akaza's eyes flickered, and the corner of his mouth was slightly drawn violently. Li Wanghao. Live to fight, die to die. Looking at the back of Yin Shi, who was about to leave, he suddenly asked with some doubts. Where are you going next? Clean up some people. What, are you interested? Akaza asked thoughtfully. Is this an order from His Majesty Muzan? No, it's just that I'm upset that someone actually wants to get involved with the love I'm after, so I need a little punishment. Yeah? Akaza's eyes flickered, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that Yin Shi's body had disappeared from sight at this moment. And Yin Shi's words came from afar. Mukago, take care of your Majesty, she may be a little dehydrated now? The girl nodded confusedly, but Akaza didn't bother to think about it, since Yin Shi's words are so clear, then go back and wait for the good news. In the room, Muzan, who slowly pulled up the silk gold quilt to cover his fragrant shoulders, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, closed his eyelids and breathed lightly. Really? Very short of water. Chapter 111 Perverted Doma, the extreme desire for Kochou Kanae. Oh, Yin Shi was a little surprised to see the bloody scene in front of him. There were corpses and blood everywhere, broken limbs and legs were scattered everywhere at this moment. He had just disposed of one of them, and now when he arrived at the mansion of another high-ranking nobleman who dared to send a male pet to the palace, he saw this scene in front of him. Yes, someone beat him up and wiped out this family directly. The smell of blood lingering in the air lingers for a long time. Yin Shi is a ghost, so it is very clear that the blood of these corpses is very fresh and exudes heat. Obviously, it should have all been processed shortly before his arrival. The facial expressions of this group of corpses were full of horror and anger, and then they were frozen. Come out. Yin Shi said calmly. The moment his words fell, a few figures suddenly appeared under a few trees in the distance. The next second, Yin Shi looked at the two people in front of him with some surprise. Hello, Master Yin Shi, we are the subordinates sent by His Majesty Muzan to help you deal with the leftovers, 12 Kizuki Reserve. The short-haired man closed his eyes at the moment, bowed respectfully to Yin Shi under the tree, and said respectfully. And beside him, there was a girl who also hurriedly bowed with him. The appearance characteristics of these two ghosts are quite easy to identify. They are the December reserves sent in a few episodes in the original book. Yahaba and Cinnabar pills. The strength has not reached the level of 12 Kizuki, but there is nothing wrong with becoming a reserve player of 12 Kizuki. Mastering the ability of vampirism can reach the level of 12 Kizuki reserve. Yin Shi came down 683 thoughtfully. In fact, there are only 3 nobles and bureaucrats who dare to send male pets to the palace and want to go through the back door. Just now Yin Shi wiped out the family, and then this family was wiped out by Yahaba and Zhu Xuan, then there is another family. Originally Yin Shi planned to kill them one by himself, but now the plan has undergone a huge change. Worth mentioning. Since that's the case, I'll leave it to you to take care of the last Miyamoto family, Yin Shi said calmly. I'm also going to start making preparations for tonight's plan. Yes. The two 12 Kizuki reserves hurriedly responded respectfully at this moment and then left immediately. Even in the face of the last girl, Huo Nio, it is impossible for them to be so respectful and obedient. Probably because Yin Shi's identity is not just as simple as the second string. His relationship with His Majesty Muzan, and the vague rumor that he defeated one of Kazumi, these 2 points, whether there is water or not, are rumored to be known to almost all ghosts in 12 Kizuki and even Dongjing, and His Majesty Muzan and Kazumi as long as Kokoshibu doesn't deny it, it's probably true. Therefore, it can be said that there is no hypocrisy in Yin Shi's respectful attitude. Watching the two ghosts leave, Yin Shi couldn't help rubbing his chin. For a while, he shook his head lightly. Advertisement. For Zhu Xuan's appearance score, Yin Shi only intends to give a passing score, which is a bit ordinary, without temperament or any characteristics. There is no need to remember. Now, it's time to go. Pulling up the empty road, the use of the thread fruit made Yin Shi directly suspended in the air at this moment. He decided to go to Yoshihara to visit Gohua Street first, and take Lixia and Daki first, BDCB. When he left, he didn't just find Akaza and needed his little brother to help him buy books. Doma, he also paid a visit. He happened to have a lot of villa properties on the first and second ring roads in the center of Dongjing. Doma doesn't pay much attention to these things. After knowing Yin Shi's thoughts, he didn't say much. He just gave Yin Shi the next time to choose one or several sets directly. Probably, among all the ghosts, except His Majesty Muzan, Doma, who owns the All Things Bliss cult, is the richest. And Doma is also very clear that if it is not because of Yin Shi's suggestion, the scale of his All Things Bliss cult would not be so huge. In order to repay the eternal kindness of being able to spend time with the female believers every night, any request made by Yin Shi, as long as it is not too excessive, he will agree directly without even thinking about it. Of course, in fact, Doma also has plans for the future. Yin Shi's potential has been fully demonstrated, and his strength is also obvious to all, and he has also been personally recognized by others. One of the stronger ones is Black Death, and he has a relationship with His Majesty Muzan. All in all, Yin Shi is very likely to become an existence recognized by His Majesty Muzan as equal to her or above 10,000 people in the near future. Doma thinks it is better to invest as early as possible. As for the real estate and wealth, they are all offered by devout believers. Of course, it is not in vain. As the Patriarch of All Things Bliss sect, Doma will also give these pious believers an opportunity and choice to introduce. As for whether they can grasp it, it depends on whether they can be human. Your Excellency Doma, these 3 villas live next to each other, how about I want them all? Yin Shi looked at the real estate certificate in his hand and the introduction on it, looked out the window, used his knowledge and arrogance to sense it for a while, then retracted his gaze, closed his aching eyes, for a while, then turned his head, and turned to the side as smiling Doma asked. 3. No problem. Although a little surprised, Doma quickly shrugged his shoulders indifferently, and directly handed over the 3 real estate certificates to him. However, I have to go to the bank to go through some procedures. The bank president was with me just now. I will talk to him later. Say it, and you won't have to waste your time with him. Yin Shi nodded lightly. This can't be better. At this time, Doma asked with some doubts. However, logically speaking, 1 villa should be enough, right? Why do you want to be adjacent to 3 at the same time? I don't want strangers or humans to contact or observe us. There are only thieves who can be thieves for 1,000 days, and there is no one who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Therefore, starting directly from the source, making it difficult for humans to contact, and deploying blood ghosts to confuse us outside, this is very good choice. In addition, some of my female relatives may not deal with each other, and may need to stay in their own houses. Finally, if His Majesty Muzan leaves the palace and is welcomed by me, one of the 3 villas can satisfy His Majesty. Doma couldn't help shedding a drop of cold sweat. He doesn't think about so many things. So, this is probably the gap between Yin Shi and himself. Women are there to improve, and for Doma that's the truth. But obviously, for Yin Shi, this is not the case at all. It's so strange, after being transformed into a ghost, does he still have such things as love and desire in his heart? Advertisement. Doma glanced at Yin Shi's back quietly, feeling a little puzzled in her heart. He didn't know what was the point of doing such a thing. A complex look appeared in his eyes, and for a while, Doma shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and then asked softly. I heard from Akaza that he has found a group of ghost killers lurking in Dongjing recently. A famous swordsman and a woman who seems to be of high status. Yin Shi, are you interested in doing it with us? Yin Shi was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and said, I just met Akaza this morning, and he explained this to me. However, I stopped him from attacking. Now is not the time. In fact, one of the members of the ghost killing team is a traitor I planted in the ghost killing team. When the time comes, I can give a thunderbolt. Let us completely wipe out the existence of the Demon Slayer squad. Doma's pupil focus shrinks slightly. So, for the ghost killing team that has infiltrated Dongjing, I will personally arrange an act. However, if you also want to take action, you can. However, you must not act until I notify you. Yin Shi said softly and gently, I don't want to waste all my previous efforts, I just want to once and for all. Really? That's how it is. If that's the case, then I don't need to take part in it. Doma shook his head, you're thoughtful, and you're brilliant at anticipating the enemy's opportunity. I don't like looking for trouble. Let's talk, Doma said with a smile. When the time comes, go to the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad. If there is a female swordsman at the pillar level, leave it to me, how about it? Yin Shi's eyes flickered, and he nodded for a while, okay. But if it's not a female swordsman at the column level, you can't do it. No problem, Doma smiled and looked out the window with a smear of blood in her eyes. He remembered, that night, the woman who was rescued by a silver-haired wind pillar using breath of wind. A woman is a pillar, using the breath of flowers. I really want to see you soon, Miss Kanae. I miss you so much, I want to go to eternity with you. At this moment, Doma spoke slowly with fascinated eyes. He wants Kochou Kanae so much. The column-level female swordsman tastes absolutely delicious. Definitely. Stronger than thin blood. Moreover, seeing the weak girl, her efforts are useless. She can only sadly accept her own teachings, and embark on bliss and eternity together. Doma felt that her body and mind seemed to be purified. Beside him, Yin Shi was expressionless. The existence of Kanae, sooner or later cannot be hidden. And if Doma knows, I'm afraid the relationship will be completely broken. In this case, it seems, 12 Kizuki will be missing another one. However, who should be the patriarch of the All Things Bliss sect? Yin Shi was thinking absently at this moment. First of all, that ghost must have iridescent eyes like Doma. Chapter 112 Arrangement within the game. The Cornered Uzui Tengen. When I was in Tokyo researching the production of medicinal materials that can resist the sun, I was not obsessed with research and could not extricate myself. Close black lens bracket. Since Tamayo is by your side, and now she has been used by you, I am going to hand over some of my research materials and the books and knowledge I have collected to you. If you need it, you can also donate it to her. Close black lens bracket. And in Dongjing, I have sent out a signal that there are about 20 inferior ghosts. You can arrange them as you like. 5 of them have the ability of vampirism, and among these 5, 2 have the ability that's right. One is Tamari, which can collapse body tissues when touched, and the other is Vampire Art, which can control the power of direction. Close black lens bracket. Yin Shi closed his eyes, even though they were far away. At this moment, His Majesty Muzan's gentle female voice still seemed to resound from behind him, speaking softly in his ear. Since the overall situation is in your hands, then I will give you full trust in what you do. Close black lens bracket. Yin Shi nodded slightly. Now, His Majesty Muzan is directly responding to Yin Shi through her own blood, so this is the ability to communicate directly even if they are far apart. Yin Shi glanced at the phone not far away, and then looked away. If His Majesty doesn't like to use the phone, it's actually quite good. At least in this way, there will be no risk of being leaked and monitored when communicating with each other. I understand, Your Majesty. The authority you have given me now allows me to observe the positions of all the inferior ghosts in Dongjing. Since this is the case, I will start to arrange it. Standing up from the futon, Doma beside him was watering the dead flowers. Seeing this scene, he raised his brows in surprise, and then said excitedly, oh, started to act. At this time, His Majesty Muzan's voice had also disappeared. Upon hearing this, Yin Shi nodded slightly. Looking out of the window at the night that gradually enveloped the world, he said softly, here we come. Under the knowledgeable and domineering perception, there is already a powerful human being who has climbed onto the wall at this moment, and then began to investigate the house. Suddenly, at the moment when Yin Shi released his domineering aura to perceive him, he noticed something. This tall human being looked around vigilantly. Seeing this, Yin Shi simply withdrew his knowledgeable arrogance and calmed down thoughtfully. The domineering perception of the 5 elements and 5 colors can be noticed immediately. It is worthy of being the last ninja who walked out of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. Yin Shi was a little emotional, but that was all. Through the blood of His Majesty Muzan, Yin Shi directly contacted all the ghosts of His Majesty 12 Kizuki in Dongjing City, and they all came and arranged according to his plan. What to do next? Doma sat lazily on the futon, yawned, and said softly, although it is easy to kill, come to think of it, you should have other plans, right? I will let this Yin Zuyu be surrounded by Tengen and hurt him, and then I will strike to force him back. Yin Shi sat down again and said softly, next, it depends on my acting skills. Sui Tengen was routinely investigating the temple in front of him. Just now, he suddenly felt a sight coming from nowhere. But only for a moment, it disappeared again. Sui Tengen believes that his instincts have been honed as a ninja all year round in dangerous situations, so it is definitely not an illusion just now. He knew that he had been targeted. Stretching out his hand, he took off the Nichiren blades on his back. The next moment, this exaggeratedly handsome and gorgeous man suddenly raised his eyes. In a blink of an eye, the head of a ghost who was peeking not far behind was about to be separated on the spot. Seeing the opponent's body start to dissipate like ashes, Sui Tengen exhaled slowly with a blank expression on his face. To deal with such a low-level ghost, he doesn't even need to use breathing swordsmanship. Just now, it was definitely not this low-level guy who was secretly spying on himself. So, most likely, is the front temple? Grown-ups. Advertisement through the blood eyes, Yin Shi immediately got in touch with Du Yu. Under his order, Kaigaku dared not obey and immediately agreed, and went here to respond to the sound column. But Doma and Gyutaro who rushed over followed Yin Shi helplessly and began to retreat. After a while, Gyutaro suddenly spoke, and said with some doubts, "Just let those ghosts become bait and cannon fodder?" Good. The two whining ghosts looked at each other in disbelief. In fact, Yin Shi's purpose is not only this. There are so many low-level ghosts dormant in Dongjing, at this stage, can they be exposed on the secular level to let the world know? Therefore, it is a good thing to take this opportunity to clean up a batch. As for other places outside Dongjing, Yin Shi doesn't care. Phew, whoop. Breathing out white gas from his mouth, Yu followed Tengen and waved the blade in his hand to spill the blood on the two knives, and then said thoughtfully, "It seems that it should be the same as that Iguro Obanai's family. However, this is actually the headquarters of the Ghost Clan. There are so many, but they are all low-level guys. It must have been wiped out by the gorgeous me." Just when Sui Tengen was thinking this confidently, his complexion suddenly changed, he looked around in shock, and then narrowed his eyes slightly. When he was disposing of those low-level ghosts, under the mobilization of Yin Shi, the 5 ghosts who could only use the ability of blood ghosts finally arrived at this moment. However, even knowing these things seems to be incomparable with the previous strength, Sui Tengen is still full of confidence in himself. Zhu Shiwan and Yahaba looked at this man seriously at the moment. You can feel the power of chi and blood in the opponent's body. Is this the pillar of the Demon Slayer squad? One wave was killed, and another wave came, but it seems that you are not the manipulators behind the scenes. Then, the real owner of this temple, the leader of the All Things Bliss sect, Doma, is Wei? Sui Tengen asked coldly. If you guys are sensible, I can relax a little bit. Otherwise, we can only let you die here. Really? Then it depends on whether you have the ability. Asterisk, it was Yin Shi's words that responded to Sui Tengen. As he led Doma and Gyutaro out of the temple together, the expression of Sui Tengen in front of him couldn't help but change at this moment. 3. 12 Kizuki. Damn. Sui Tengen, who was shocked in his heart, realized at this moment how stupid the attack plan he had made with a sudden change of heart. Advertisement, but why did the 312 Kizuki stay here together? The second string. The guy who killed Yenju Rengoku Mojiro. And beside him, there's the winding ghost Moon vaguely looking forward to him. Winding 2 and winding 6. Without saying a word of nonsense, at this moment, Sui Tengen swung the 2 knives in his hands, and after several swings, a violent explosion suddenly occurred. The breath of sound 4 shapes hyphenation point sounds and cuts endlessly. This is a large-scale attack blast. The purpose is not to kill, but to cover oneself. At the same time, in Yin Shi's plan instructions, Kaigaku also released his breathing swordsmanship in the distance not far away. 0. The violent thunder exploded instantly, and Sui Tengen, who had just retreated, had a flash of joy in his eyes. I didn't expect Huei to be there. After the massive explosion, Sui Tengen took cover and rushed directly to Kaigaku's position. As for the 3 of Yin Shi, they just stood there unscathed. However, the surrounding low-class ghosts are somewhat compromised. Except for Zhu Shiwan and Yahaba, all the other low-ranking ghosts died suddenly at this moment because of Sui Tengen's all-out attack. Gyutaro took a step forward with a gloomy expression and looked at Yin Shi. At this moment, Yin Shi nodded. The location is already known. You can fight or chase, but if the opponent chooses to lead you to another direction, even if you know that this is a trap or a false location, you still have to follow. Go make them let their guard down. Gyutaro nodded slightly, took out the twin sickles from behind, and rushed towards the direction where Sui Tengen disappeared. So, what are we going to do? Doma asked lazily at this moment. Go and give Yubayashiki Amane a surprise, Yin Shi said softly. I have already thought of a good plan. Otherwise, if I eat this team, the traitor I put in the ghost killing team will also be damaged because of it. The gain outweighs the loss. So everything needs the help of a woman. Doma was stunned, and stretched out his hand to rub his smooth chin. You want to kill that sound column, and then let that woman know that she has no chance of surviving, so she can only leave her last words to Kaigaku. Let him go back and explain it. That's right, Yin Shi said softly. When people cannot escape, they will often make decisive choices that are beneficial to their beliefs. At that time, it was dark under the lights, and they would never understand. Afterwards, with Mrs. Yubayashiki in my hands, under the concoction, I can get more information about the ghost killing squad, and then I can plan and arrange more leisurely. Doma's eyes flickered. This Yin Shi is really good at playing tricks on people's hearts. Chapter 113 The Death of Sui Tengen. Captive Yubayashiki Amane. Wheeze. The two people who were sprinting looked extremely nervous at the moment, and Yin Zuyu followed Tengen. Even Ming Rudy felt something was wrong at this moment. Although they had just used means to lure away the sixth who was chasing up, instead of fighting him in a stalemate, after all, there was still a lady who was in Dongjing. But, looking at Kaigaku, who was also extremely anxious at the sight of the moment, Yusui Tengen asked coldly at this moment. But then again, I probably didn't inform you of my actions this time. Why did you stay near me at that time? It has to be said that the ninja's suspicion did play a role at this moment, and Du Yu, who heard the words, was slightly taken aback, and said with a complicated expression at this moment. At first I thought, follow behind you to see if there are any. You can't miss anything. After all, you entered Dongjing together, you have achieved a lot in your actions now, but I still haven't achieved anything. Yusui Tengen's expression was a little weird, and after a while, he withdrew his gaze in a complicated manner. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, he still took Kaigaku's direct words to a certain extent. Just when Yusui Tengen turned his head back, Aoi who was following him had a savage look in his eyes. Aren't you coming too late? Gyutaro was leaning against the wall and waving the bloody sickle in his hand. At this moment, 880 looked at Yin Shi and Doma who had arrived late, and said speechlessly. Those two guys ran away, so what needs to be done now? Yeah, what are you doing? Hearing this, Doma looked at Yin Shi beside her with a smile, and asked. Of course the net is closed. Yin Shi chuckled and spoke calmly. Kaigaku's body, and my eyeliner, is the best proof of tracking, not to mention, he has already informed Kaigaku of his stronghold before. For this operation, we only need to hunt down a column-level swordsman, and in order to make that person feel hopeless and completely powerless, Yin Shi said softly. Yin Zuyu follows Tengen, we want to kill Luz. Doma and Gyutaro looked at each other, and then, the two smiled, no problem at all. Although I feel that the timing of the appearance of this colleague next to me is a bit too coincidental, but now that I have learned his reason from him, believe it or not, put it aside for the time being, the key is that the safety of Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane, this is the most important thing. Yusui Tengen is now extremely worried about the safety of this lady. Moreover, it is also necessary to report all the clues found in Dongjing back to the headquarters. It is absolutely abnormal that such a large number of ghosts and even 12 Kizuki are dormant in a small myriad things bliss cult. Fortunately, the pursuers have been lured away, and the top priority now is to find Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane and take her out of this ghost cave in Tokyo immediately. But in the next second, Yusui Tengen stopped in front of the destination, and his eyes widened in shock at this moment. Looking at the scene in front of him, a drop of cold sweat quietly slipped down from the corner of the floor. Under the darkness of night, the wind and snow remained. Yin Shi, Doma, and Gyutaro were standing in front of him at this moment, walking slowly towards them at the end of the road ahead. Then, another moment. The only one standing in front of him is Yin Shi. And Doma and Gyutaro stood on the houses on both sides, looking at Yusui Tengen and Kuao Zhang on the ground. Damn. Yinzu frowned at this moment and said a little violently. As for Kaigaku, his complexion changed slightly at this moment, and he looked at Yin Shi who was walking forward with an indifferent expression. Why do you think that you can escape? At this time, Yin Shi lazily said. When you continue to investigate and get deeper and deeper, you also give us the opportunity to investigate you, two pillars of the ghost killing squad. The bloody smell on the body is a very obvious tracking clue for a son of the night sky. Yin Shi continued calmly at this moment. As for the reason why you are so urgent now, I already know that you want to find Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane, and then quickly evacuate Dongjing, right? It is a pity. The next moment, Yin Shi clapped his hands lightly, and the silk thread came out from behind, bringing out a fainted silver-haired young woman in kimono. It is Yubayashiki Amane. Advertisement. Yusui Tengen's eyes were about to burst, and at this moment, as Yin Shi stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers lightly, Yubayashiki Amane suddenly woke up from the coma. She looked around in panic and fear, and when she saw the two pillar-level swordsmen in front, after being surrounded at this moment, their complexions suddenly turned pale as paper. At the same time, Kaigaku's voice resounded from behind at this moment, speaking quite quietly. 3 against 2, we have absolutely no chance of winning. This information must be reported to the headquarters, and now, Madam is actually in their hands. Kaigaku said in a low voice at this moment. Usui Tengen, I have a note. You use the breath of sound to attack the whole field, and I do the same. Then, I use the breath of thunder to rush to the ghost in front of you, and take Mrs. Kushiki Wuyan away. He spoke very softly, but at this moment, thinking about it seriously, it was a good idea. Although both of them are pillars, but unlike Duyu's half bucket of water, Yusui Tengen is still sent with real strength worthy of the name. With Kaigaku's means, I'm afraid he can't delay for a minute and a half, and he will be killed instantly. But Yusui Tengen is different. According to Kaigaku's idea, Yusui Tengen believes that there is a great possibility that the three will escape together separately. As long as he stays put, the cover creates plenty of escape time. In the next moment, Yusui Tengen swung the Nichiren blades like lightning, and shouted loudly when he started. Kaigaku's body exploded towards Yin Shi's position. And Yusui Tengen is also swinging Nichiren blades in all directions at this moment to perform Breath of Sound 4 Shapes Ring Cut. The continuous blasting seems to want to light up the night. At the same time, Yin Shi used his jigsaw to cut off his arm lightly, creating the illusion of being severed. Doma and Gyutaro on both sides finally started at this moment. Next second, boom boom boom, the explosion resounded. Yusui Tengen's forehead was cut off, half of his forehead, and his lower body was also frozen at this moment. It is the masterpiece of Doma and Gyutaro. It seems that your strength is still in the past? Doma smiled calmly and said, all the column-level swordsmen who have fought against each other in the past have taken this move, but they froze and then shattered. What nonsense with him? Gyutaro sneered coldly, looking at Bao Suiyuan, who was grimaced by the severe pain. What I hate the most is a handsome guy like you. Why do you have to be so handsome? After finishing speaking, Gyutaro slashed bloodthirstily at Yusui Tengen, who was still under control, with his bloodthirsty swing of the twin scythes. Puff puff puff. A large number of blood flowers are constantly emerging at this moment. But at this moment, Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane, who was carried by Du Yu, who clearly knew what was going on behind her with a sneer on her face, covered her mouth and looked at this scene in disbelief. Yusui Tengen. That sound column chose to die there for himself and others. At this time, Yin Shi's arm had already healed, and he stretched out his hand, facing Yusui Tengen, who was roaring loudly and ready to fight to the death. In the next second, the thread bullet that exploded pierced his forehead. It also completely took away all the vitality of Yusui Tengen. Master Tengen. At this time, a few weak auras flickered on the houses not far away. Those are the 3 charming wives of Yusui Tengen. Oh, it's a beautiful girl, advertisement Doma said with a smile full of excitement. Then, with a wave of his hand, the completely frozen body of Yusui Tengen was directly broken. At this moment, his eyes were completely focused on the 3 women who were kneeling on the ground with pale faces and powerless bodies. Suma, Makio, Hinazoru. Then, Doma stuck out his tongue and licked his lips bloodthirstily. Gyutaro turned sideways and looked at the 3 beautiful girls. Ah, perfect, it's really beautiful, so beautiful, I want to destroy it completely. He said so. Keep these 3 girls, Yubayashiki Amane I will bring back now. Yin Shi shook his head, and with a wave of his hand, the silk thread quickly bound the 3 phonic wives directly, and his body disappeared in place at this moment. And meanwhile, the location of Kaigaku. He looked at Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane, who was pale and spitting blood, leaning against the wall with surprised expression, and then said with tears in his eyes, Madam, are you hopeless? Yes. Yubayashiki Amane stroked his chest complicatedly and then said weakly. After a while, she exhaled slowly, and took out the envelope that had been handed to her husband but had not yet been sent out from her bosom. This letter, give it to my husband for me. You still have a future, and an unfulfilled mission. Kaigaku, you must go back to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer squad and ignore me. Kaigaku, who was ecstatic in his heart, showed a painful expression at this moment. This is what he and Yin Shi are concerned about that can clear him of suspicion. At this moment, Kaigaku gritted his silver teeth tightly, and then, took the envelope, turned around and left the next moment. 0.5. Looking at the back of Duyue leaving, Yubayashiki Amane couldn't help but feel complicated in his heart. Lost, angry, unwilling. In the end, everything returned to relief. This is my end. However, as long as the information is spread this time, his own death will be valuable. But at this moment, all of a sudden, Kaigaku's suddenly distant figure stopped at this moment. Then, she turned around and bowed respectfully to Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane's position. Thank you for your cultivation and instruction, sir. I will do my best for you and die. Yubayashiki Amane was obviously taken aback, and then, he heard a male voice coming from the side, indifferently. Well, what I promised you will always be valid. Go back. This time, use this token to break into the interior. I want to know the location of all the cultivators in the knife-making village. Yin Shi said softly at this moment. I understand, I will definitely do it. Kaigaku backed away. Yubayashiki Amane, who was left leaning against the wall, opened his mouth wide at this moment, looking unbelievable and incredulous. Then, she trembled all over. The next moment, his face was ashen. Chapter 114. The biggest gain tonight is you, madam. At this moment, Yubayashiki Amane stared closely at Yin Shi with beautiful eyes full of resentment, and then murmured hoarsely at this moment. When did you collude together? And everything that happened was all premeditated by you? Looking at Yubayashiki Amane, whose face was as pale as paper, Yin Shi slightly raised his brows. Then, after calmly nodding his head slightly, he calmly said at this moment. That's right, that's right. Kaigaku can become Naruto because I know that your Demon Slayer team has the rule that once a breathing swordsman successfully hunts down 12 Kizuki solo, he can become a Naruto. Yin Shi said indifferently. I think it is very valuable to get a spy who can inform me of your high-level intelligence at any time through a sixth of the strings. The corners of Yin Shi's mouth curled up slightly, and he said calmly. You ghost-killing squad can't give that guy what he wants, but I give him the chance to live in the Bloody Emperor at the critical moment of his life and death. Comparing the two, the person who knows the current affairs is a hero, and he knows what to do. Yin Shi talked calmly and eloquently. Don't worry about hearing through the walls, his knowledgeable domineering always covers the audience. And now, looking at the beautiful Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane's pale face, Yin Shi said with a smile. When you sneaked into Dongjing, all your information was reported to me through his mouth, Yin Shi said calmly. The reason why you have not done anything is that Yin Zuyu followed Tengen. Can't wait to start acting. Then, let you give tokens to Kaigaku, to waste this hard-earned spy. 13. Yin Shi said calmly. In this way, a pillar and a princess and wife are dead, but there are tokens and intelligence to testify. Du Yu's existence will be quite safe, and I will not lose this eyeliner. Yin Shi stretched out his hand, clasped it lightly with his fingertips, and then slightly raised Yubayashiki Amane's chin at this moment, looking at her angry pale pre-face, and her desperate and helpless eyes. The mistress of the hostile forces, a descendant of the priest family, a beautiful young woman, finally fell into his hands. Not in vain, after receiving Kaigaku's newsletter from Spider Mountain, he has been making plans. Now, I have finally gained something, which makes Yin Shi at this moment very satisfied. Slightly drawing the corners of his mouth, Yin Shi said calmly, "This is all the truth. I can only say that at the beginning I didn't think that I would attract you and a pillar-level swordsman. Seeing this, what a pleasant surprise you are." Yin Shi lazily said, "Counting the people I killed, your first-tier players should have Shinazugawa Sanemi, Kusano Jano, and the former Yenju Rengoku Genshiro with the strength of a column-level swordsman. The sound column U follows Tengen." Yin Shi said softly, "Kaigaku Naruto is mine, and Kochou Kanae is my woman after I turned Kochou Kanae into a ghost. I don't want to let go of her younger sister, who has the potential to be a swordsman at the pillar level. Preparations have been made. Let me think about it. How many pillars in your ghost-killing team can still fight?" Yubayashiki Amane's beautiful eyes and pupils are getting richer. Then, uncontrollably, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Yin Shi chuckled and said, "The answer, I think, should be only about 3 or 4. Yenju, and others. I don't think they have grown to the pillar-level strength yet?" Yubayashiki Amane said angrily, "You despicable ghosts, can you only use such techniques? It's useless. My husband has the power to predict the future, you will not succeed." Yin Shi smiled and said softly, "Yubayashiki Yaozai, it's just a dead bone in the tomb. But now, if I continue to chat with you, I will be disrespectful to my colleagues and captives." He raised his hand, and the silk thread bound Yubayashiki's delicate body at this moment, and then, Yin Shi stretched out his hand and wrapped her around. After pulling and pulling, he directly carried her on his shoulders. Mrs. Yubayashiki on the shoulder was still struggling and screaming, but after Yin Shi slapped her hard, her delicate body trembled slightly. Then, suddenly, a look of panic flickered in his eyes. Yes, she remembered. Advertisement: the situation of the former Yanzu Rengoku Genjiling, his wife, Rengoku Duhuo. And what Yin Shi just said about the current situation of style Kochou Kanae. Because he was him, he captured himself, could it be? Is she going to follow in the footsteps of those two women? No, Yubayashiki Amane is trembling all over. She will never be bullied and shamed the Yubayashiki clan and the priest clan. In the next second, this charming young woman stuck out her tongue, and then closed her teeth fiercely, ready to bite off her own tongue. She chose to bite her tongue and commit suicide, and she would never give Yin Shi the slightest chance. It was Gen Lai, exactly as Yin Shi expected. However, Yin Shi is often so ruthless towards enemies. His knowledgeable domineering has surpassed the limit and reached the level of predicting the future. So at this moment, the choice Yubayashiki Amane made in an instant, in Yin Shi's perception, he has already seen it. The silk thread condensed into a ball, and at this moment, before Yubayashiki Amane bit her tongue and killed herself, gagged her mouth to stop her suicide. Yin Shi, who carried Amane forward, said with a smile at the moment, "Don't worry, being alive is the greatest happiness. And I also think that you will be very grateful to me for saving you at this moment in the near future, or in the future. This is Yin Shi's hard-won prey. What should I do? What can we do? They all bit their tongues and killed themselves. We didn't do anything. It was these prisoners who committed suicide by themselves. Oh, it's so pitiful. I'll try to see if I can save them." Gyutaro and Doma are talking at this moment. Just now, these 3 people who claimed to be Mrs. Yin Zuyu and Mrs. Tengen suddenly jumped out. After a short period of loss of consciousness and powerlessness, they burst into anger in the next second, and then poured out their own firepower. It was a crossbow like a firework launcher, and the arrows contained strong wisteria poison. Doma and Gyutaro didn't care, although they shot most of them casually, but they still got hit. However, the powerful ghost physique allowed them to complete the decomposition of the toxin in less than half a minute. After that, Doma just waved the folding fan casually, and the blood ghost technique erupted, and the freezing effect instantly climbed up, making the 3 women who were still thinking about restraining Yu and Tengen's corpse freeze to death. However, after knowing that they had no chance of surviving, one of them, a girl with short black hair, burst into tears, and then simply stabbed her own throat with kunai. And the other 2, the one with the ponytail and the one with the blonde hair, looked at the 2 winding ghost moons with great resentment and hatred. After they took action to stop the suicide, the 2 girls simply bit her tongue and killed herself. Doma and Gyutaro did not expect these 3 women to be so decisive. Before they had time to make a move, they could only witness these 3 women die and love one after another. Therefore, looking at the 3 corpses that are now bleeding and crying, they all feel a little emotional and complicated. However, it was only for a moment, and Doma was ready to directly attack the 3 female corpses at this moment. The corpse is still hot, although the effect of eating it now is much inferior, but there are still 50% of the essence remaining. Advertisement: before Yin Shi left, he said that he should pay attention to the safety of the 3 captives, but now that the captives committed suicide, it doesn't matter what to do with their bodies, right? Just when Doma was about to act, he and Gyutaro looked in front of them with changed expressions. But at some point, Yin Shi, carrying Yubayashiki Amane, appeared. And with this speed and the timing of their appearance, Doma and Gyutaro believed that 610 didn't realize it at all. But at this moment, looking at the 3 corpses lying on the ground in a pool of blood, Yin Shi was a little speechless. Obviously, this is suicide. However, he came just in time. Now he just died not long ago, his body is still alive, and this way, it will not be irretrievable. These three ladies, Yin Shi, have read the formula book. It is said that it is a contrasting version of the original Three Musketeers with a girly personality. Therefore, Tuanhui is so similar to the characteristics of the Three Musketeers but quite different. And their love for Yin Zuyu Sui Tengen also moved Yin Shi a little. Knowing that he can no longer take revenge, he made such an act of dying for love. From this point of view, Yu Sui Tengen and his three wives are all true love. However, that is already a human thing. They committed suicide, which gave Yin Shi more room to manipulate. With a wave of his hand, the silk thread brought Yin Shi's own blood, and then inserted it into the brains of the three female corpses. Transform them into ghosts before they die completely. At the same time, because they were transformed into ghosts after committing suicide, it gave Yin Shi more opportunities to manipulate memories. Want to die for love? Don't think about it. Not only the body, but also the memory and the soul must be given to me. Yin Shi thought cruelly. And the ability to transform into a ghost is exactly the authority given to him by His Majesty Muzan. Doma and Gyutaro watched this scene with serious faces at the moment. From this point of view, the relationship between Yin Shi and His Majesty Muzan is really closer than imagined. Woo! As if feeling Mrs. Amane's trembling on her shoulders, Yin Shi paled and continued to pump blood, Tien said with a smile at this moment. They're just appetizers, and you are my biggest gain tonight, ma'am. Chapter 115 Desperate Uzui Tengen Lonely Soul, Stolen Wife. At this moment, Doma and Gyutaro looked at the scene in front of them with serious expressions. Although they knew that Yin Shi was given the power to transform ghosts by Muzan, they thought at first that this should only be a castrated version of the ability. As a result, looking at it now, it turns out that Yin Shi was really endowed with this ability by His Majesty Muzan. It can directly and forcibly transform a person who has just died into a ghost race. Only His Majesty Muzan can do this. Gyutaro's eyes flickered slightly. And Doma, at this moment, also changed from his usual smiling and optimistic appearance, waving a folding fan, and looking at the scene in front of him with some seriousness. He is judging whether the means and strength of Yin Shi and His Majesty Muzan to transform ghosts are the same. At this moment, Yin Shi, who ghosted the young crane, Suma, Mo and Yin Shi through the blood-stained silk thread, also entered a wonderful situation. This is the first time he has actively used the power of ghosting, and the opponents are three human beings who have just died. At this moment, as if looking at flowers on a horse, Yin Shi suddenly had flashbacks of many memories. That was the cognition of the three girls before. And the memories belonging to them were also taken away by Yin Shi consciously at this moment. Chu He is a very mature and stable beauty with black hair tied into a ponytail and a tear mole under the corner of her left eye. Her family background seems to be based on Yu Sujia from the beginning, that is to say, she has cultivated the necessary concept that everything is for Yu Sujia since she was a child. Compared with the other two girls, she is obviously closer to Yu Sui Tengen. Because, since she was born, she was identified as Yu Sui Tengen's child bride. And because of Yu Sui Tengen's promise, and the promise that their lives are the first, the love and nostalgia for Yu Sui Tengen made it very troublesome for Yin Shi to modify it. Chi Yu, on the other hand, is a woman with blonde and black hair, with an equally proud figure, but with an arrogant and bold personality. At the same time, she is also Yu Sui Tengen's cousin. Although this kind of soul-love relationship is definitely not acceptable in later generations, but this is ancient times, so there is nothing wrong with it. Like Chizuru, Moyu also likes Usui Tengen very much. As for Suma, this is a delicate and timid black-haired girl, clumsy and weak at the same time. As a ninja, that is definitely a very unqualified existence. Because Chi Yu wanted to marry Yu Sui Tengen, she volunteered to marry him together with Chi Yu. Buy one get one free, but that's it. In fact, though, there is one point that may be important. That is, Suma is probably bisexual. At least since Yin Shi checked her memory, she found that this girl with a weak appearance and a timid heart seems to have the same love for her husband and wife, and likes to stick to each other. And this, Shuhi and Mo Yu didn't notice it. At this time, the spectator kept looking at the memory of a woman. The next moment, Yin Shi finally started to make a move. It's time to manipulate memory to act, slowly change the impression of Yu Sui Tengen in their inner and memory into their own appearance, and then start to make changes in some details. Advertisement finally, carry out the second paragraph of insurance measures. Save and seal this modified memory directly, that is, let them have a good impression of themselves in a hazy moment, and at the same time forget the little things that happened. There is an advantage to doing this. That is, if they are suspicious characters, they will start to think about what kind of memories they had when they were still human. Immediately afterwards, if their strength became stronger later, they slowly recovered the time when they were once human memories. Yin Shi's edited memories will be clearly presented in front of them. In this way, what is finally obtained through hard work is often the most real. People are like this. As for Yin Shi, all that needs to be done is to use this feature to make a good design. At the same time, this double-layer insurance will continue to erase the flaws of memory modification that may be inflexible. That is to say, the cognition of Yu Sui Tengen in the hearts and memories of the three women was continuously erased. In the end, Yin Shi achieved what he wanted, but just as the corner of Yin Shi's mouth was drawn cruelly, and he started to operate, he seemed to see a figure glaring at him. I took a closer look, but found that it was actually Yu Sui Tengen. Yin Shi was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly understood. He killed Yu Sui Tengen with his own hands. The texture and the feeling afterwards, there is no doubt that Yu Sui Tengen had already died suddenly on the spot at that time, and he couldn't die anymore. Even if Yin Shi pierced through Yu Sui Tengen's brow, there was a 1 in a billion chance of not killing him. But what about the cold poison from Doma? What about the rotting venom from Gyutaro? Yu Sui Tengen must die, there is no doubt about it. So now, what kind of existence is this Yu Sui Tengen, who appears in the spiritual level of Yin Shi's deletion and modification of the memories of the 3 women? The answer is actually very simple. This is Yu Sui Tengen's soul. This world has soul incarnations, and in the original book, this has been shown more than once. However, most of the time, one's own life is hanging by a thread, and one can only see it when one steps on the boundary line between life and death. And Yin Shi's bones are quite healthy, so this Yu Sui Tengen's soul incarnation afterimage, in fact, is the patron saint protecting the 3 women, appearing in person. Scumbag, don't touch my wife. But having said that, the facial expression is so ferocious, but in fact, to Yin Shi, the threat it can cause is directly equal to 0. How could a dead thing be able to harm a ghost? It is still impossible to do it as a human being, let alone as a dead soul body? After Yin Shi shook his head calmly, he said indifferently at this moment, "You're not dead yet, it doesn't matter. That's it, watch how I delete and modify the memories of your 3 wives one by one, and turn the image of you in their minds into me." Yin Shi said calmly, "As a ninja, you must have completed many missions and slaughtered many innocent people before you joined the ghost killing squad, right? Just like your brother." The focus of Uzui Tengen's pupils of the soul body shrank like a needle at this moment, and at this moment, Yin Shi said calmly, "So, I think, even if you change your mind and join the ghost killing team, it is impossible for you to be reincarnated successfully with that sin. Bar. Advertisement, just stay in hell and feel guilty for the life you once plundered, and then watch how the real me treats your 3 wives." Yin Shi chuckled sullenly and mockingly. "It's not because I hate you, just because it was destined." At this moment, Yu Sui Tengen completely panicked. He didn't expect Yin Shi to know his past so well. However, all his hard work, all his struggles, at this moment, began to become bubbles. As Yin Shi finally completed the deletion, Yu Sui Tengen, who was about to disappear, roared loudly with tears in his eyes, but, starting from the toes of his lower body, he gradually began to climb upwards and become nothingness. And the last scene he could see was his 3 charming wives. He promised they come first, missions second, civilians third, and his last. Those 3 wives who have sworn to each other, now one after another, the young cranes. Chess and Suma. They all came from a distance with expressionless faces, in a daze, and in front of Yu Sui Tengen who was about to leave, they threw their arms around Yin Shi. The lone soul with bloodshot eyes screamed at this moment, and tears flowed from the eye sockets. However, one person cannot be called back. Before his consciousness completely dissipated, he could only see his 3 ex-wives staring at him with curious and unfamiliar eyes, and then leaning intimately beside Yin Shi. No. With the final roar and miserable roar, Yu Sui Tengen's remnant soul completely dissipated. Then, in the boundless darkness, amidst the raging flames, his body suddenly appeared at this moment. His hands were hanging down weakly, tears kept streaming from his eyes, and his body kept shaking at this moment. They were transformed into ghosts, and could only eat people for a living. No matter what, you can only become a prisoner in hell at the end. Yu Sui Tengen fell to his knees on the ground miserably at this moment, screaming in powerless pain. But at this time, behind him, a male voice suddenly resounded. "And what about you, my brother? They don't belong to you anymore, and the creatures you have killed all resent you and hate you at this moment, but you won't completely forget the sins you committed by yourself just because you joined the ghost killing team for just a few months." A silver-haired man in black clothes suddenly appeared behind Yu Sui Tengen at this moment, and said softly, "You killed so many people, destroyed the family that once belonged to you, and married 3 people in the name of justice. A wife, but in the end, I couldn't even keep my wife. Yu Sui Tengen, you are such a waste. Now, join me and fall into this endless hell forever. Why? As for your 3 wives, it is a pity that they will not remember you, my brother." The next moment, after the male voice full of resentment resounded, Yu Sui Tengen's body was also swallowed by the flames after uttering a mournful wail. Perhaps, if he stays in the ghost killing team for a while, killing more ghosts and saving more people, he may be able to pay off the merits. But, unfortunately, he never had any chance again. 5vh Chapter 116 Place 4 Daughters, Hina Crane, Maki, and Suma's Love. When Yin Shi retracted the silk thread, he looked at the 3 women lying in a pool of blood in front of him. At this moment, accompanied by a strange throbbing, the 3 women slowly got up stiffly, and then, looking around in a daze, for a while, they suddenly covered their heads at the same moment, and frowned. This is a sign that Yin Shi's second-hand arrangement, memory manipulation, is working. After a while, Shui, Moyu, and Suma looked around suspiciously. When they caught sight of Yin Shi, their eyes lit up, and they respectfully said, "Master Yin Shi." Seeing this, Yin Shi smiled slightly. The plan was successful. And Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane, who had witnessed all this, was completely lost in despair. And Doma and Gyutaro, who have been observing the current situation, have flickering eyes at this moment. "Oh, it looks like you did a pretty good job. These 3 people will be the same companions as us from now on, right?" Doma stood up from the pool of blood at this moment, looked at his 3 daughters who were bloodstained in some confusion, and asked calmly. With the fall of his words, the three wives also raised their heads suddenly, looking at Doma and Gyutaro on the opposite side with some doubts. Their eyes flickered with dignity and tension. It is not the tension of looking at a strong enemy, but the memory implanted by Yin Shi and the guard against 12 Kizuki, resulting in tension. This point, Doma and Gyutaro knew it instantly. The pillar-level corpse, after thawing, will be assigned to you, Yin Shi said calmly. As for Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane, Muzan and I are very careful, and these three, let's count it as my reward. Although Doma was dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. In fact, if possible, he wanted to eat 503 of the bodies of these three women. However, Yin Shi took the lead and transformed the three women into ghosts. I don't know what this guy is thinking. Anyway, this also caused Doma, who can't do anything to them. If you make compensation, I will give it to you later, Yin Shi said softly. I will ask His Majesty Muzan to help you ask if you are allowed to improve the expansion of the Wanshi Bliss sect. Charged Doma's eyes lit up, and she looked away from the delivery room and Tien blind. As for your excellency Gyutaro, I have already picked up your sister, which is a good ending. This time, Daki left in a good way. I think you should be able to go back and catch up with her now. Gyutaro was taken aback for a moment, and then his expression turned serious. It is His Majesty Muzan's request to arrange himself and his sister to work in Yubuhua Street in Jiyuan. Now, thanks to Yin Shi, the two of them, brother and sister, can finally break away from the extremes of the film. Involuntarily, Uncle Taro nodded slightly with emotion. Yin Shi's proposal undoubtedly moved the hearts of the two Shangxian Guewi at this moment. Therefore, for Yin Shi to strike first, let it go. Seeing that the two winding ghost moons looked excited and joyful, although I don't know if Doma is really happy at this moment, seeing this, Yin Shi also nodded slightly. In this case, I will take Mrs. Yubayashiki and leave first. Chizuru, Kyo, Suma, let's go. Okay, because of people. The three ninja girls who had just transformed into ghosts responded respectfully at this moment. With Yin Shi's body flickering and then leaving, these three women who were still a bit of a human being, transformed into ghosts at the moment, the same, no, or even improved their level, followed Yin Shi and then disappeared, in situ. Doma and Gyutaro looked at each other. Advertisement. In fact, this journey is basically just them assisting Yin Shi. As for the harvest, they didn't expect it at the beginning. However, I didn't expect that Yin Shi's character would be so good. With His Majesty Muzan, it's really completely different. For Muzan, it is their responsibility and obligation for 12 Kizuki to fulfill their duties and do things for themselves. And Yin Shi, who followed the orders of His Majesty Muzan, should in fact do so. However, Yin Shi rewarded him afterwards. This point really surprised the two first quarter moons. There is a very strange feeling. But in fact, this is exactly why Yin Shi treats them as subordinates, and will give them rewards after they complete their tasks. And the profound meaning of such behavior should be incomprehensible to Doma and Gyutaro's minds. It's just because of Yin Shi's approach. They have a very good impression of Yin Shi, and they gradually recognize it more and more. My lord, where are we going now? That's right, those two just now are winding ghost moon. Their aura is so scary. What are you worried about? With adults around, those two guys can take them down anytime. The female voice from behind made Duan Shi turn his head, looking at the three wives who followed him anxiously and curiously. Yin Shi thought about it slowly for half a second. He actually wanted to taste what the widows of the three frets and Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane carried on their shoulders, but he had an agreement with Kochou Kanae before this, so tonight, we have to start with Kochou Kanae. As for the four wives, Yin Shi has plenty of time tomorrow. I bought a property nearby, and the three of you, from today onwards, will live there with the one I am carrying on my shoulders. Yin Shi said calmly and softly. This is my mission goal, there is no room for loss. Yes. Okay, Master Yin Shi, I see, The three different replies just symbolize, BDFD, the personalities of the three wives. As female ninjas, the emphasis on missions is indeed deeply imprinted on their bodies and minds. And this is not something that Yubayashiki Amane can change easily. Also, Yin Shi continued calmly, from today on, don't call me your lord, call me your master, W. Chui Hekyu and Suma widened their beautiful eyes at this moment, and then agreed in a somewhat complicated and sad manner. It is forbidden to go out in the morning when there is sunlight. If you must go out, you must stay in the shadows. Yin Shi calmly ran on the eaves with Yubayashiki Amane on his shoulders, and the three wives behind him followed closely at this moment. As for the food, don't worry, the transformation I set for you is to eliminate the ability of vampirism but can make you don't have to eat people as E. Specifically, when Tamayo comes later, she will discuss the situation with you. The three women nodded silently at this moment. The change of address made them feel a little miserable and helpless at the moment, but they could not disobey Yin Shi's order. Finally, Yin Shi, who arrived at the destination, landed lightly on the snow in the yard. Advertisement then, he handed Yubayashiki Amane, who was dizzy due to strenuous exercise, on his shoulders to Chuzuru. This charming wife with black hair and ponytail and tear mole has kept silent and respectful since just now. Exactly as Yin Shi remembers, this is a pretty reliable woman. No wonder, only for her, Yusui Tengen's love will be deeper than the other two. After all, this was the woman who had been with him the longest, trusted him the most, and devoted herself to him and his family. However, from now on, it will be Yin Shi who will replace Yusui Tengen. Young Crane, take good care of this woman. At the same time, if she has physical needs, such as eating, drinking, convenience, sleeping, and bathing, meet all her requirements. Yes. The young crane hurriedly agreed respectfully. Mo and Hisuma behind him looked curiously at Yubayashiki Amane, and then at Yin Shi. At this time, Yin Shi just said, however, strictly restrict her personal freedom, and don't listen to her words lightly. Your memory is still missing, and you need to find it by yourself, and she knows this very well. After waking up, in order to get out of trouble, she may talk to you to confuse your mind. Yin Shi said calmly. This is a woman with quite superb speaking skills, especially you, Suma. I am most worried about you, girl. As he spoke, Yin Shi's tone was full of indulgence at this moment. The integration of this emotion is not muddled at all, it is so natural that it is shocking. As for the prelude to being called by name, Yuxi's shy fingers poked her blushing little face at the moment. They thought just now that Yin Shi had changed his mind. In the end, it's not bad, it's just that the name has changed, but Yin is him, and he still loves them very much. Suma responded softly at this moment. I see, I won't let this bad woman succeed. Asterisk a caret asterisk dollar asterisk caret. It couldn't be better. Yin Shi smiled, stretched out his hand at this moment. Immediately, he was hugged by the three wives who were overjoyed. However, there is a huge gap between Yin Shi's body and Yu Sui Tengen's. Therefore, at this time, Yin Shi suddenly felt a little weird. Forgot about it, now it feels like I may be completely suffocated by the warm squeeze at any time. After taking a beautiful breath, Yin Shi left and waved to the three wives. I'll be back tomorrow. Then, let's catch up on the past. Yes, master. The three girls replied shyly. The benefits of manipulating memory are fully revealed at this moment. The love for her ex-husband Yu Sui Tengen has now been intensified all over Duan Shi. If Yu Sui Tengen in the underworld knew what would happen to Yin Shi and his three widows tomorrow, what kind of expression would he have? Chapter 117 Date with Kochou Kanae, arrangement afterwards. After setting up the four wives properly, Yin Shi returned to the hotel in the center of Tokyo. He has made an appointment with Kochou Kanae, and he will definitely come back tonight. Yin Shi, who passed through the empty passage and moved quickly to the destination at high altitude, at this moment, a female voice suddenly resounded in his mind. It was the voice of His Majesty Muzan. She is very interested in how Yin Shi will gain from this trip. So, now, I am also asking how it is done. After all, the task was completed under the watchful eyes of the two winding ghost moons, so Yin Shi did not dare to hide anything. Moreover, he also made an agreement with His Majesty Muzan that they both trust each other and will never deceive each other. Therefore, at this moment, Yin Shi simply transformed himself into three women into ghosts, and informed His Majesty Muzan of the news that he had captured Yubayashiki Amane one by one. At this time, in the palace, Ghost Dance official Muzan, who learned about the development of the matter from Yin Shi's mouth by remote communication, had a look of helplessness on his pretty face. This Yin Shi is very capable, but she is really too carefree. But, suddenly, as if thinking of something, Muzan's face became a little embarrassed. Then, at this moment, the ancestor of all ghosts shyly stopped thinking about a very terrifying pillar, feeling a little dazed in his heart. If you think about it this way, you have the ability and capital, so let it be. Those three women, as long as you are confident, I have given you the ability to transform into a ghost, but after all, you are using my authority and power. If you use too much, it will not be good for you, so. If you turn into a ghost again for such a reason, think twice before you act, as if you use it too much, it will weaken your potential. Muzan said softly, at this moment kindly persuade Yin Shi. In fact, whether it is a human or a ghost, there is a certain limit of endurance. If Yin Shi always behaves like this, no matter how magnanimous she is, she will still be dissatisfied. There is only one person, and there are so many people fighting for it. Although Muzan can directly force Yin Shi to stay with him all the time, but this is somewhat inappropriate. For Yin Shi, it is also a kind of harm. Therefore, the current Muzan is also starting to plan ahead, and is starting to worry about Yin Shi's integrity, so he also makes suggestions just like before. The purpose is simple, she is to express her bottom line to Yin Shi. Do not use the ability of ghosting at will, transform human women into ghosts and store them. 1 or 2 doesn't matter, but once the number reaches the limit, she will be angry. As for what kind of person Yin Shi was, he felt a little embarrassed when he heard the words. However, he quickly and straightforwardly asked Muzan to report the facts. After hearing this, Muzan was more or less relieved, and would not continue to sulk quietly in his heart. About Yubayashiki Amane's arrangement, how are you going to do it? The wife of the heroine of the ghost-killing squad probably holds a lot of secret intelligence and authority in the team. Can this woman be used by me? At this time, His Majesty Muzan finally asked his own question. In this operation, hunting the sound column is only the most unnecessary part of the task. The most important thing is to keep Duyu's undercover status and let him return to the Ghost Slayer squad, and Yubayashiki Amane must be captured. Advertisement: the importance of this operation is only inferior to the previous Black Death Wangguo operation. Because of this, Yin Shi can easily mobilize, including Doma, Gyutaro, and all the Ghost Clan members who are dormant in Dongjing. In fact, Akaza, the third of the Winding Strings, is also mobilized by Yin Shi at this moment. In fact, he and the forces under his command have already set up a network of heaven and earth around the periphery. If there is an emergency, they can rush directly to cooperate as soon as possible. After all, if the target is Mrs. Yubayashiki, the plan must be perfect, with sufficient countermeasures to deal with possible changes. However, Yin Shi was thinking too much. In fact, being able to dispatch 2 pillar-level swordsmen to protect Yubayashiki Amane is already the highest combat power that the demon-killing team can pull out so far. Hearing this, Yin Shi was slightly taken aback, and then quickly said, I will try my best to get her to submit, but, so, I may spend a lot of time there, let her weigh the pros and cons before betraying the ghost-killing squad. Muzan fell silent suddenly. Yubayashiki Amane, as the wife of the protagonist of the Ghost Slayer squad, is of the blood of priests, and has lived in the world as a staunch enemy for generations. As far as Yubayashiki Amane is concerned, there is probably nothing that can make her rebel. Perhaps, having captured her offspring, there is a slight possibility of cover-up. However, it is a pity that none of her children followed their mother during this operation in Dongjing. For a wealthy woman with a lot of money, they have blood and blood feuds with each other, and the relationship between enemies is doomed. If you want this woman to degenerate and use it for yourself, I am afraid it will be very difficult. However, Yin Shi's words gave Muzan a kind of confidence. That is, there was a time when this Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane was bound to eventually defect from Ghost Slayer. Then, no matter whether the means will be extremely despicable or not, as long as the result is good. Let Yubayashiki Amane reveal all the information about the breathing method of the Ghost Killing Team, the sword casting village, the trainers, and the headquarters of the Ghost Killing Team. Just a little bit can make the current Ghost Killing Team completely free. Not good. At that time, this woman will no longer be of any use value. That's what Muzan thinks, and Yin Shi is quite clear about this. However, this is not what Yin Shi intended. Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane is absolutely stunning, with her beautiful appearance and slim figure. Yin Shi was in a trance for a moment when she saw it. No wonder this lady, in the original book, is called the Fairy Under the Birch Tree. The beauty is indescribable, and the beauty is suffocating. This beauty, even after giving birth to 5 children, has not faded in the slightest, affecting the direction of her figure. It's a shame that such a beautiful woman died of a ridiculous fate at an early age. And what Yin Shi likes to do the most is to save the regrettable things so that they don't happen again. Talking to His Majesty Muzan again, Yin Shi said categorically that he would make this woman obediently submit to him, and after using it for himself, although Muzan would be curious about what Yin Shi would do, he still rationally did not ask, and just brought the matter up. The overall situation is left to Yin Shi to master. And Yin Shi's method is actually very simple, advertisement. Just like Li Fan's Wang Mao did, slowly degrading people. Seeking flowers 0 of course, only by giving hope and making the other party willing, can the other party sink deeper and deeper like a swamp. HMPH, I thought you were going to break your promise tonight. Looking at Yin Shi who suddenly appeared in front of her, Hanai had a look of surprise in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. While speaking lightly, she put her arms around her chest and whispered, about the books on the list, I've already entered them, and they've all been stacked in another room, and I've booked another one in this hotel later. Yin Shi nodded slightly. When he came up, he heard from the waiter and took a look along the way. He found that there were not too many deviations, so he directly put all the books in the portable space and took them away. Looking at Kochou Hanai in front of him with a smile, Yin Shi said softly, thank you for your hard work. Such a waste of energy and time, but it is very important. Up to now, I can only entrust this matter to you. I know. By the way, where is Mukago? Hanai looked at Yin Shi with some doubts, and finally remembered that girl at this moment, and couldn't help asking in doubt. 0. From now on, she has become His Majesty Muzan's personal maid, and her status in the palace should belong to one person under one person and above 10,000. Yin Shi shrugged, said softly, came to the bed and sat down. Looking at Kochou Hanai with a complex expression in front of him, Yin Shi raised the corner of his mouth slightly for a while, and then stood up abruptly at this moment. The next moment, while Hanai exclaimed, Yin Shi put his arms around her slender waist, and said softly at this moment, you have worked hard today. If you want, how about we go out for a walk together? That's what a naked date request is all about. At this moment, Chan Wei, who was suddenly embraced by Yin Shi, blushed, her delicate body stiffened slightly for a while, and then, she responded softly like a mosquito. And this response was also immediately noticed by Yin Shi, and at this moment, he stretched out his tail under secret joy in his heart. The height of each other is close, so the size of the hand is also about the same. After holding each other together, looking at the pretty blushing face of the former Wazoo at this moment, a touch of softness and firmness appeared in Yin Shi's eyes. She absolutely cannot know about Yubayashiki Amane. Wait until both of them have changed into their own shapes before introducing them to each other. I hadn't really visited the snack street in Dongjing at the time. Although our sense of taste has become a ghost now, it is difficult to feel the delicious food in the world, but... I know. Interrupting his words, Hanai said softly. But even so, I want to be like a human being, and once again enjoy a taste that I have never tried before. 1. Yin Shi nodded slightly with a smile, and responded gently. I think so. Then, he stretched out his hand and gently removed the cat ear hairpin on Chanel's head at this moment. When he withdrew his hand, the skin and ear tips he touched immediately turned red like a mimosa reacted. At this moment, Hanai's beautiful eyes blinked with affection. Chapter 118, Night Tour of the Festival, Hanai accepts confession. Woo! I didn't expect it to be the festival time recently. At this moment, Kochou Hanai, who was shopping with Yin Shi, wears a TNU mask bought from the market on the side of his head, holding hands with Yin Shi, and the two seem to be in harmony amidst people coming and going like the lovers in love. At this moment they are holding hands intimately and marching. Talented and beautiful, this beauty has also attracted the attention of many people. Kochou Kanae's appearance is quite beautiful, and Yin Shi's face is also very handsome. After transmigrating, the red lines on his face had actually been deliberately controlled by him, and at this time, it had long since disappeared. Therefore, although both of them are ghosts, they are no different from other people in appearance. That's right. However, the festival that is waiting to be done, although it must be relatively deserted, but it just happens to be very suitable for us. Picking up a bunch of fried squid, at this moment, Yin Shi and Kanae were sitting on the bench beside her, and then, Yin Shi was smiling, feeding the big beautiful girl next to her as if no one else was around. Kanae blushed pretty, but still shyly obeyed Yin Shi's behavior at this moment, opened her mouth lightly and ate. Although they are quite delicious, after they become ghosts, the human taste ability is actually disappearing rapidly. This taste can only be said to be quite indifferent. However, at this moment, the food is actually the atmosphere. Kanae pursed her lips, squinted her eyes and smiled lightly, looking quite satisfied. They were all dressed in bathing suits, and at the moment when the winter wind was blowing, the winter cherry blossoms were blowing. This is also the first time for Kanae to participate in a festival with someone of the opposite S*X who is not her father. The first time, I still participated in the festival with my sister, my parents and adults, but after that, something tragic happened. 333. To this day, the intimate behavior of the two and the subsequent behavior of feeding each other, coupled with their handsome faces, immediately attracted some passers-by to be amazed and envious. After all, Kanae still has a thin skin, but she doesn't care about others like Yin Shi. Somewhat embarrassed and shy, he tugged at the hem of Yin Shi's clothes, which made him give up the idea of continuing to play with Kanae, and continued shopping. Originally, Yin Shi still thought about how to arrange the content of this date. However, it was during the festival, which saved him a lot of things. Dating content with Tamayo is completely different. After all, one is already a wife, and the life she has gone through has accumulated rich precipitation, and therefore, she is not very interested in the games and food among teenagers at this moment. Therefore, most of Yin Shi's dates with her at that time were based on consumption of luxury goods. But Kanae is different. She is still a young girl, that is to say, she is as innocent as Yin Shi thinks. Therefore, the content of dating should be placed in this age group. Eating and drinking with Kanae on the festival street, watching her smiling and fishing for goldfish and playing darts, Yin Shi also felt very comfortable. Wow, what a cute porcelain doll. Kanae's eyes lit up. After receiving the gift from Yuanyi's hand, she spoke in amazement at this moment. Ma'am, you have a good eye. This is a toy that drifted from another country. After being improved by our store, it is a special and noble doll. The shopkeeper said with some excitement and joy. Advertisement. In fact, what BDCG Yin Shi bought was a nesting doll-like toy. It is said that it is an imported product, but in fact there is no difference. So, accordingly, quite expensive. However, for Yuanyi, who has a rich family at the moment, this is actually not a big deal. At this time, Kanae's pretty face was also flushed, and she became a little dizzy. To her, whether it is expensive or not is not very important. The point is, what the shopkeeper said just now is the title of Madam. And, it's not a lady's, she is still a big girl with yellow flowers. Seeing Kanahui's blushing pretty face, a playful look appeared in Yin Shi's eyes. It seems that the inadvertent move completely ended the chessboard. This shopkeeper should be rewarded. Yin Shi nodded slightly in satisfaction, stretched out his hand, held Kanae's sway little hand, and said gently, "Okay, this is just an ordinary toy, let's continue the next journey." Holding Chanahui's wet little hand, Yin Shi smiled and clenched it even tighter, and then went to the last destination of tonight's date. Now, it's time for the finishing touches. The goal of this trip is the place where I met Kanae for the first time during that time. Kochou Kanae, who came here with Yin Shi in a daze, finally came back to his senses, looking at the once familiar scenery. All of a sudden, the eyes of this former zoo and now ghost girl also appeared a touch of light. The visitors who came and went felt very uncomfortable and left quietly one by one under Yin Shi's conscious control of oppression. Kanae, who didn't notice this scene, was held by Yin Shi and came to the prayer tree in the center of the shrine. At that time, the first meeting between them happened under this tree. At this moment, when we meet again, something is already different. Kanae's eyes were extremely complicated for a moment, and Yin Shi, at this moment, gently hugged her shoulders to let her lean on him, and then said softly, "Didn't you ask me at that time, whether humans and ghosts are the same? Can we live in peace? Now, I have decided to propose my answer to your previous question, and continue to use this as the goal to achieve it." The body of the girl leaning against Yin Shi's arms froze slightly, a look of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes, and then she responded softly. "It's just that things have changed and people have changed. My sister has drifted away from me. No, she will still regard you as her older sister, and you will always regard her as her younger sister. This will not change," Yin Shi said softly. "Being a ghost does not degenerate, just like you are now. You don't have to serve His Majesty Muzan, nor can you eat people for a living. Human beings are also divided into good people and bad people, so the corresponding thinking people also have good thinking and evil ghosts." Yin Shi straightened Kanae's shoulders, looked straight into her beautiful eyes, and slowly slowed down his speech at this moment, and a magnetic voice resounded at this moment. Now, the opportunity for humans and ghosts to coexist peacefully is right in front of you, and this way, you and Shinobi won't break up and kill each other, but agree with each other. In this way, Kanae's wish will come true, won't it? Yin Shi gently stroked Kanae's side face, leaned close to the ear of the former Waju, and said softly, Xiao Ren will also let go of his guard, and continue to be sisters with Kanae. And the children of Kochou House can also find their own happiness. I guarantee in my name that I will take good care of these children who lost their families and were hurt. And Kanae, if you still don't trust me, you can always stand by my side and supervise me, can't you? At this moment, looking at Yin Shi's handsome face in front of her, the blushing Kanae's eyes dimmed slightly for a while. Advertisement then, she pursed her lips and nodded slightly. How could I know? Are you lying? Yin Shi smiled, and then, holding the wrist of the swordsman who was once a flower column, he put his palm on his chest, letting the other party feel his heartbeat. The sound of my heartbeat determines that I will not lie to you, my Kanae. I like you very much, this feeling will not change. At this moment, the endless sense of powerlessness, as well as the feeling of being pricked by needles, spread from the soles of the feet to the spine, making Kanae feel numb all over. Then, she finally, completely let go of her guard. Yin Shi embraced the other party naturally, and after quietly enjoying the warmth of the embrace for a while, he gently drew the corners of his mouth. At this moment, I already know where Kanae's heart belongs. Completely pulled her from the human power to his side. It's just that, in the subsequent actions, you must show the other party accordingly that he is not lying. As for this, Yin Shi knows how to do it, and also knows how to arrange it. Everyone has left, and now the shrine is empty. Yin Shi said softly. The priestesses and elders who are in charge of the operation of the shrine are also obediently asleep under my pressure. Kanae, who was still a little obsessed with Yin Shi's embrace, got out of the state of enjoying with her eyes closed when she heard the words, and then looked curiously at Yin Shi who was talking. At this moment, the other party's eyes looked at him tenderly, and then he spoke softly. The next second, immediately, Kanae's pretty face was completely flushed as if it was on fire. But here is a sacred place, though, but the gods will notice. Yin Shi smiled, and then, picked up Princess Kanae, and said softly at this moment. Then let the gods watch and envy you, my love. Saying that, Yin Shi hugged Kanae and came to the courtyard corridor. Here, it is undoubtedly warmer than outside. Moreover, it is more in line with the atmosphere of the shrine. Kanae stared blankly at the scene in front of her, and then was put down by Yin Shi and covered with a futon to prevent Kanae from having lower back pain in the future. The former style is at a loss at the moment. After that, I could only wait delicately, watching Yin Shi's actions now. Chapter 119. Repair. The Shape of Kanae, collected by Kochou 1-3. P.S. Written in front, I'm sorry, I didn't expect that today is Father's Day, and now I have empty code words. I've been at the banquet just now and couldn't get out. I have read and responded to everyone's comments in the book review area, you can go and have a look, and then I also voted on the PC, you can vote for the next world. Asking Yin Shi and Kokoshibu to retreat respectively, Muzan began to think about what else she had to explain, and after a while, she thought about it. Tonight, it can be said that 12 Kizuki is missing a lot. First of all, the second Pilong of the original Shiashen died in battle, and the third dream of the original Shiashen died in the battle of changing positions. 12 Kizuki lost 2 people at once. Raise the positions of the original 4th of the lower string and the 6th of the lower string respectively, and drop the positions of the 3rd and 4th of the lower string. Then, 2 ghost moons of the last string need to be filled. Muzan pondered and thought about which of the ghost moon candidates he should choose to bestow more blood. Then, in her mind, she suddenly thought of a little girl whose blood ghost technique is to make seeds germinate and explode quickly. She is very greedy, and always runs away when encountering strong enemies, and bullies the weak very well. Another one is that the ability of blood ghosts can turn into grotesques and become infinitely powerful. It has the characteristics of many animals, but its strength is very weak, but it is also stronger than ordinary ghosts. The gluttonous little ghost is called Mukago, and the weak guy is called Kamanu. Let these two be the new ghost moon. Shaking his head gently, there is no good roll, so there is no other way. Muzan tapped his forehead lightly, and passed the news of 12 Kizuki's appointment to the ghosts of Wei Li who had not yet left and were still frightened by the battle between Yin Shi and Kokoshibu. She didn't want the infinite city where she was staying, to stay overnight with low-level guys. Then, with a calm face, Nakim arranged for these 12 Kizuki to go back to their respective homes. Nakim was a little overjoyed, she kept thinking about whether this group of guys could leave quickly, and she also wanted to get off work. At this moment, after getting permission from Muzan, teleport immediately, sending 12 Kizuki away one by one. However, Nakim did not dare to act rashly for the few people Master Muzan asked to stay. You played very beautifully, Yin Shi, your strength is at the level of a string ghost. Doma waved his hand excitedly, waved the fan with a smile, and said at this moment with some emotion. Your Excellency Kokoshibu released the water, otherwise I wouldn't have hit it so easily. After Yin Shi said calmly, he looked at Daki with some doubts in his eyes, and looked at his own Daki with dissatisfaction. Winding 6, Daki. Among all the ghosts, it is the ghost with the highest degree of camouflage in the human world. In human identity is an Oran. If you exhale lightly in the ear of a virgin, it will make him incontinent, a very glamorous existence. However, according to various gossip information, the Oran Daki has made, so far there is no human being who can be her servant. It is appropriate to say that Daki cherishes his body and likes rare and gorgeous things. However, he seems to have an aversion to men. Therefore, although men want to kneel and lick her and always give her gifts, Daki can always deal with these people with ease. So, is it true that Daki is actually a queen with a lot of people hanging around? That's not true, she just simply hates humans who approach her with this kind of thinking. Advertisement. As for those men who know Wugwo and start to hate Daki as a ghost, Daki always knows how to deal with them. So, her past style is, you can give me gorgeous things, you can admire me, and I can talk to you nicely. But if you're ugly, get the hell out of here. If you don't listen to me, then you will be punished by me. If you do not live up to my expectations, then what use do I need you for? In the end, what is given to me is mine, and you cannot take it back. That is theft. As long as you follow the above points, you will be able to chat with Daki very well. However, there are exceptions. Pretty girls, Daki never refuses anyone. She can stick to each other with these pretty girls. He even thinks about how to pick up girls, or how to tease such a beautiful woman. Although, the fate of these beautiful women will be eaten by Daki later. The reason why he came into contact with these beautiful girls, only Daki understood. And another exception is her brother, Gyutaro. His brother and she are two extremes. One likes gorgeous things very much, and the other hates gorgeous things extremely. A person with extremely beautiful appearance, overwhelmed country and city, and glamorous. A deformed, violent, greedy, never satisfied. This pair of brothers and sisters with completely opposite personalities can cherish each other very much without any attitude of disgust or disgust. Although Daki's strength should be at the bottom string level. However, as a twin ghost, her elder brother is a veritable upper string combat power. Moreover, because of the twin ghosts, it is extremely difficult to kill them. Cutting off the heads of the brother and sister at the same time, as long as there is a slight miscalculation, it will be absolutely futile. You can imagine how difficult it is. Doma noticed Yin Shi's eyes, looked at the pair of brothers and sisters who looked silent, and then suddenly woke up, and hurried forward to explain gently. By the way, Yin Shi, you probably don't recognize these two people, right? These two are also our colleagues. They occupy the 6th place on the top string. Lil Daki very cute and beautiful, and he can be called the #1 beauty. This is true among ghosts, and so is human beings. In the human world, he is also the most famous and #1 Oran. Doma first introduced at this moment with a smile on her face. Daki rolled his eyes, but still said softly, Master Doma was joking, the little girl is not as beautiful as Mr. Missing. Doma suddenly clapped his fists, forgetting to bring Lord Muzan in. At this time, Gyutaro, who was quiet at the side, said calmly, This is my sister Daki, and I am Gyutaro. We are all transformed from human beings to ghosts because of Doma, although Master Doma is always full of yin and yang, hidden in his smile, and emotional. The words expressed and spoken are always indiscriminate, which makes people feel ridiculous, but Master Doma is our benefactor and a very good senior. 1. Doma opened her mouth, and then closed it calmly, her eyes a little confused. Yin Shi coughed, but, why does Master Muzan want you to stay here too? Advertisement, Your Excellency Doma and I have important matters to attend to and responsibilities, but you. Hearing this, Daki looked at Yin Shi dissatisfied, from head to toe. Then, after snorting softly, she hugged her hands in front of her chest, setting off the magnificence. Asking for flowers. In his heart, he quickly began to comment on Yin Shi. This appearance is just ordinary, but that's all. It looks soft and weak, but in fact it is not at all. Duplicity, hypocrisy, despicable, just a villain at first glance. Gyutaro shook his head calmly. He knew the battle well, but he was not good at thinking about such things. The one in charge, usually their boss, is Doma, who regards the siblings as the best fighters. Doma knew something, but at this time, he didn't choose to say it directly, because Muzan came. Grown-ups. No need to salute anymore, Muzan said calmly. I arranged for you to stay because I still have something to tell you. Muzan sat down and looked down at the 4 people standing below him. Doma, given you enough time, to what extent can you roughly expand your bliss cult of eternal bliss? Hearing this, Doma pondered for a moment, and said, You have to draw it gradually, starting from the villages and towns, and then gradually spreading to the big cities. In about 2 years, I will be able to at least expand the eternal bliss cult to the scale of several provinces. 0 Doma said leisurely. If you let Daki and Yin Shi cooperate with you, can you speed it up? Muzan asked urgently. Doma was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head lightly. You Guo of Jiyuan's generation, actually, doesn't have much effect on me, but you can try it. Yin Shi said calmly. Your Excellency, Doma, why don't you try and get in touch with the people in power in the Neon Kingdom, or the Emperor's family, or even the family members of some congressmen? Both Muzan and Doma were taken aback at this moment, and in the next second, Muzan felt extremely pleasantly surprised and asked quickly, Yin Shi, tell me what you think. Doma's appearance is very handsome, and his figure is also tall. This figure should be very popular in the circle of ladies in the imperial capital, and he also has a good way of dealing with women. Let him break into that circle and then use these women to promote him. Yuan Shi Bliss sect, let their husbands also join this sect after witnessing some miracles. Yin Shi said calmly. As long as the upper echelons of this neon country are already under the control of our ghost clan, it will be easy to wipe out the ghost killing team and use manpower and material resources to find the blue Bana flower. It's too troublesome for Xiaoji to impress others with emotion and reason one after another. It is easy to pull the superstructure of this neon country under our control, to give the temptation of eternal life and the temptation of youth and immortality. Let those meat-eaters who don't want to die of old age and sickness immediately join us. Yin Shi said indifferently. When we finally realize it, this neon kingdom is already under our control. By then, the number of ghost-killing teams will not be directly proportional to the number of our ghost clan. There is no need to catch and fight one by one, just pass the arrest warrant to let the police act, let the parliamentarians issue decrees, and let the human army do the work for us. At this moment, including Muzan, all the ghosts looked at the eloquent Yin Shi in a dazed and bewildered manner. Anyway, human beings are like pigeons, if one flies to the right, all of them will fly to the right. What we have to do is to raise pigeons, let the leading pigeons act, and repel those who stand alone and sing the opposite. Yin Shi smiled and said gently, swallow up the whole neon, gradually, and become a beggar in our backyard. Chapter 120 Kanai, you are the only. After the flags died down, she looked at Kanai, who was breathing heavily and blushing. If it wasn't for Yin Shi's oppressive sense of domineering aura that swept all directions to make those mortals leave the stage early in the morning, presumably, Kanai would not have left her most profound and precious memories in this place no matter what. However, now, after drinking water for each other, both of them recovered somewhat. Although Kanai is still a little exhausted, obviously, just drinking some water is not enough for her to fully recover. After tidying up the equipment for Kanai, the next moment, Yin Shi picked her up as a princess, let her hug her neck so as not to fall off, and said softly, let's go, we're going back. After all, at this moment, Yin Shi shoots out silk threads to connect the clouds in the night sky, forming an empty path, and taking Chanel directly to the sky. Can you actually step on the air and fly? Kanai said in shock at the moment. This was the first time she saw Yin Shi use such a method. She can actually stay in the air for a short time, as long as she practices the breathing method to the extreme and maintains a normal state in her daily life. She can greatly increase her physical fitness, thereby performing super high jumps and lasting in the air. 663. This can also be said to be light work. But as Yin Shi is doing now, flying directly through the air at high speed is not something that can be done too much. In fact, Yin Shi's mastery of the empty path is completely different from Doflamingo's. First of all, the strength of each other is completely equal because Yin Shi pulled the progress of the template to 85%. However, since this thread fruit has absorbed the ability of Yin Shi's vampire technique, the so-called silk thread can actually be manipulated more freely. The released silk threads, to another extent, have a certain degree of self-awareness like the ribbon of the winding sixth daki. Of course, if a large number of silk threads are shot out, or awakened, they will not have it. Therefore, in the world of pirates, Amanyasha, Doflamingo needs to keep pulling down the empty path with his hands, but it doesn't need to be so troublesome for Yin Shi. Holding Kanai in his arms, he let the silk thread on his back connect to the clouds by himself, thus moving at a high speed. It's like swinging on a swing, but it's so smooth that it doesn't make people feel confused. Back to the hotel. Embracing Kanai and entering the bathroom, after a while, Yin Shi and her finally took a rest at this moment with Kanai who was washed in vain. Although he was thinking that he might be able to continue the trip to the shrine, but Kanai was tired, so Yin Shi couldn't continue to move and might wake her up, so he just hugged the flower column and quietly thought about tomorrow's things. Lixia and Daki are going to visit tomorrow. And obviously, the nighttime should be at the disposal of Yubayashiki Amane and the three ladies. However, it is not possible to just fall in love with Kanai today and immediately alienate him tomorrow. Yin Shi was a little emotional. As this time comes, more and more days are spent, and such situations will probably become more frequent. After all, what he is experiencing now is not an RPG game where time does not change. Gently embracing Kochou Kanai, who was lying on her side and sleeping soundly, Yin Shi also chose to close her eyes and take a rest at this moment. Huh? Don't you live here? Advertisement the next morning, after hearing the news from Yin Shi, Shang Chenshuan seemed a little shocked and at a loss. She was somewhat used to the furniture arrangement of this hotel, and, to be honest, she slept quite comfortably on this bed. Yin Shi smiled, and gently hugged the girl next to him at this moment, and said gently, I have won 3 properties in the center of Dongjing, and I will go there first today. In addition, I plan to let you and other people see you. Kanai suddenly pouted her mouth in jealousy. I think it's another girl besides Am I Wrong and Jijushan? Ahem. Yin Shi was a little embarrassed, and then decided to explain their origins to Chanel. After all, it's time to see each other without looking up, and it's time to get to know each other. The most important thing is that Yin Shi doesn't want to cheat Kanai. If they meet at that time, she will be embarrassed and at a loss, and Yin Shi will also have a headache. Comparing the status of Lixia and Kanai, Yin Shi will like Kanai a little more. However, if possible, he didn't want to see the two women conflict. After a period of time, Kanai was also extremely surprised when she learned about the specific identities of the two people she was going to meet next from Yin Shi. Then, he said with some taste, the two Oirons. I knew that if you go to Yoshihara to visit Govua Street, there will be no good things. Hey. One is Mei and the other Lixia. I see. Kanai lowered her head in frustration, and muttered in dissatisfaction. She is very aware of Yin Shi's flirtatiousness, but for Li Sha and Mei's words, when she thinks of these two strangers but first, actually Mei hasn't. Kanai was quite disappointed in herself. She agreed to Tamayo's request and took good care of Yin Shi. As a result, he was still allowed to succeed, and, now, there's one more. With lost eyes and pursed lips, Kanai at this moment is like a defeated dog. Seeing this, Yin Shi couldn't bear to hug her gently, and then said softly, "Don't be so unconfident in yourself, Li Sha. And Mei, for me, nothing is as important as you in my heart." Kochou Kanai was slightly taken aback, and looked at Yin Shi in front of him with some surprise. At this time, Yin Shi stretched out his hand with a gentle smile, gently stroked the side of Kanai's pre-face in front of him, and then gently wiped off her almost the teardrops that fell, said gently at this moment, "Besides, Mei is 12 Kizuki's first string sixth, and I didn't have the audacity to take her down like this." Although in fact, Yin Shi has almost eaten, the degree of advancement is actually the same as that of His Majesty Muzan. However, at this time, Kanai, who learned about this situation from Yin Shi, finally found some hope. Seeing this, Yin Shi continued to use his words and began to comfort Kanai. "It's not like I met one and liked the other. This time, it's just because of Lixia's special situation that I have to accept it. Otherwise, it would be a great disgrace to the master if such a girl is driven back without any gains. In that case, Li Sha will also be cruelly persecuted and implicated, and reduced to the lowest existence." Kanai opened her mouth slightly, then, after sighing lightly, nodded, "Okay, I got it. But, Yin Shi, you have to promise me that you will never go to such a place again in the future." "Of course, I swear, I will never reach out to Yoshihara's Yugohua Street again." Advertisement. Yin Shi hugged Kanai dotingly, and said softly, "Those women, as numerous as they are so charming. To me, they are not as attractive as you. You are the only one, Kanai." Wu, Kanai, who was so smoked, finally stopped pursuing Yin Shi at this moment. As far as Yin Shi is concerned, that visit to Gohua Street was essentially just to let Daki come out, redeem her body and give her a decent exit from the court, satisfying her desire for luxury and vanity. As for Li Sha, in fact, Yin Shi didn't care about it at the beginning. It can only be said that it was destined by God, and Yin Shi has never been an irresponsible person. Comparing the tree of Kochou Kanai with the forest of girls in Yoshiwara Yugohua Street, perhaps most people would undoubtedly choose to hurt the heart of a tree, and they would either directly abandon them and want the entire forest. But for Yin Shi, those vulgar fans are incomparable with Kochou Kanai. No character, no that feeling. Therefore, no matter how beautiful these women are, they can't arouse their interest for a while. It's like a chicken rib, it's a pity to eat it and throw it away. And if you use this to express your nostalgia to Kanai, it will be able to do its best. And it is obvious that the current Kanai, who was attacked by Yin Shi's confession words, felt dizzy in the brain at the moment, and her pre-face was so red that she was about to have a fever. Now is the moment of first love, the role that love words can play, and the sincerity and innocence shown by the lover. Let Kanai, who knows the character of the other party, deeply understand how hard it is to get 0.0. Therefore, at this moment, Kanai's heart is full of excitement and emotion. Tilting her face, letting her shoulders and side face clamp Yin Shi's hand, Kanai looked at the person in front of her softly with her beautiful eyes. However, when she just leaned forward, a pain made her recover. Suddenly a little embarrassed and shy, Yin Shi smiled. He knew, he was very clear. Gently embracing Kanai, Yin Shi said softly, "Let's go, we won't stay here, let's go home. By the way, I reserved one for you yesterday, Ripa." Seeing the exquisite jade box handed out by Yin Shi, Kanai opened it with some doubts, and then, looking at the handkerchief dyed with cherry blossom color inside, her eyes were extremely complicated. Then, he solemnly closed the box, and looked at Yin Shi with beautiful eyes. "You be asterisk 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 D. We can't forget that memory with each other." Yin Shi smiled. "Well, good." Chapter 121. A trip to the palace, meeting His Majesty Muzan again. Li Sha looked at the woman in front of her with some taste. After arriving here early in the morning, she just found out that Yin Shi had finally returned, and was happily preparing to open the door to welcome her, when she saw that he brought a strange and quite good-looking girl over. This woman, her name is Kochou Kanai. Not only Li Sha, but Daki folded his arms around his chest in dissatisfaction at the moment, looking at the calm and beautiful woman in front of him. She could feel a strong sense of threat emanating from the other party. Like her, he is a Y clan. However, there are no numbers in the eyes, but the strength of this body seems to have surpassed 12 Kizuki's lower string level. In fact, Daki was right. Kochou Kanai's strength, when he was a human, had already reached the level of a pillar, although in terms of hardware configuration, he was not as good as some swordsmen of the pillar level. However, her strength is undoubtedly worthy of recognition. Being able to deal with the second Doma without being instantly killed at the beginning of the fight, this strength is worthy of recognition. After being transformed into a ghost by Damayo when he was dying, in fact, Kochou Kanai took the old road similar to one of the top strings, the Black Dead. While maintaining the body of a ghost, he can also use breathing methods to further improve his combat effectiveness. Although the ability of Blood Ghost art has not yet been awakened, but with Kochou Kanai's current sword skills and physical fitness, his strength can reach the level of a ghost. According to Yin Shi's speculation and estimation, Kanai's full strength burst should be the same as the 13th full strength burst 4th, Hantengu. Even, the strength is still more than that, maybe. Now, Yin Shi left and went to the palace to meet His Majesty Muzan first, and these three women stayed in this villa. "I haven't seen your strength. Are you a 12 Kizuki reserve?" Mei frowned slightly, looked at Kochou Kanae in front of her, and asked in a deep voice. No, looking away from Mei in front of her, Kanae was vigilant. This woman was quite a threat to her. This kind of arrogant and delicate character, as well as the flawless facial features, for men in terms of lethality, the lethality is really crushing. If this woman named Mei really launches an offensive, I'm afraid it will be very easy to take down the little pervert. Yes, from the beginning to the end, Kochou Kanae did not pay attention to the strength of the two, but mainly focused on the appearance and figure of the two. The related Ouran, Lixia, is not yet a threat to Kanae. Kanae is fully confident that if she competes with Lixia on the same stage, she can easily suppress the opponent. So, what Yin Shi said, there is actually not much wrong. However, what Mei said, Kanae felt a little tricky. This girl, while maintaining a pure body, can still be an Ouran? First-time driving but experienced driver. Moreover, this character is very suitable for being friends, and if the other party wants to, it can almost be played by a little pervert. Of course, this point is just what Kanae thinks. Mei is indeed rich in experience. After all, much of what the professor knows is about this level. However, when dealing with it, it was quite embarrassing and shy, completely at a loss. It's almost like a crap in practice, a titan in theory. Advertisement gathering her mind. At this moment, the corners of Kanae's mouth gently curled up, talking gently with Uran in front of her. She had a very simple idea, that is, at this moment, she and Mei decided to have a good relationship and let Mei become her best friend. Since Yin Shi didn't attack Mei, Kanae thinks herself, it means that she can strike first. It's impossible to have a girlfriend who steals the boyfriend of one's best friend, right? Kanae, who was thinking like this, didn't realize that she and Am I Wrong were actually being good girlfriends. As mentioned before, Mei is often able to treat beautiful people gently and calmly. And Kanae is such a woman. Moreover, she is a very nice person, with a cheerful personality and strong strength. Although she is younger than the second daughter in front of her, the noble birth and the self-respect of etiquette learned make the following conversation vaguely controlled by Kanae. All it takes is appropriate compliments, smiles, and approval to make Mei and Lixia quite happy. Li Sha, yes, naive. After all, when she was in Renwu, she had always been friendly and tolerant to others. And Mei, in fact, is also purely innocent. After all, she has always been the only one in Jingoku House, letting others live on her breath, relying on her strong strength and fame, and her outstanding appearance that no one can match, so she hardly encounters anyone who dares to disobey her. People. Neither of them knew that the Quagwa god religion was terrible. Therefore, at this moment, under Kanae's deliberate management, the two people's affection for Kanae has been increasing. Almost immediately, Kanae felt like she was about to achieve her goal. The other side, Imperial Palace walking on the small bridge paved with snow, the lake has frozen and covered with shallow snow at the moment, which looks quite beautiful. Wrapped in silver, it is extraordinarily enchanting. Master Yin Shi, just as Yin Shi was enjoying the snow scene of Edo Castle alone, a female voice from a distance pulled his attention back at this moment. It was the ghost girl that Yin Shi brought to Dongjing. Originally, Yin Shi wanted to take her as a personal maid, but His Majesty Muzan was quite satisfied with and liked this cute girl, so after Yin Shi snatched her as a maid. My own personal maid. Yes, it is the fifth of the last string Mukago. Although the strength is not very good, but at least it is the ghost of the string, and the appearance is not bad, and she is still a woman, so His Majesty Muzan accepted her quite satisfactorily. The ghost girl who was running towards Yin Shi still had the gift that Yin Shi specially gave her still on her head, but she didn't take it off. It seems that this goat-ear hairpin, in the eyes of His Majesty Muzan, is also quite cute, which fits Mukago's temperament very well. In the snow, this girl in red kimono bounced like an elf. Then, she fell into Yin Shi's arms, stretched out her hand a little dumbfounded, and gently hugged Mukago in front of her for a circle. Yin Shi put her down, and said softly, His Majesty Muzan has sensed that I am coming? Yes, after laughing Mukago said excitedly. Come with me, Yin Shi. Speaking of which, I have to tell you, these days, I'm really bored in the palace. Oh, is it so? Advertisement? Of course it is. Let me talk to you now, I finally found someone to talk to. Yin Shi smiled softly, stretched out his hand, touched Mukago's little head in front of him lightly, and followed the girl forward. In her twittering cheerful female voice, Yin Shi continued to ask questions with a smile, affirmative or curious, so that she could keep talking on the road. And by this, Yin Shi can also know if there is any special situation happened when he left the palace. It's here. Well, I'll just wait outside the door. Helping Yin Shi push open the door with a blushing face, Mukago said nervously, I'll help you keep watch, Yin Shi couldn't help laughing at this shy and honest demeanor. He couldn't help stretching out his hand to hold the delicate pretty face of this ghost girl, and then, Yin Shi said softly. At that time, after marrying His Majesty, you may marry me as a dowry. Hey, this, 700 Mukago, who widened his beautiful eyes in shock, looked at Yin Shi in disbelief at this moment, and his beautiful eyes were full of inconceivable expressions. However, without giving the girl a chance to respond, Yin Shi chuckled before turning around and heading to the room. Then, the door automatically closed at this moment. And Mukago, who was blushing, stood outside the door, stretched out his hands a little at a loss, and then held his blushing pretty face. A dowry. Woo. Muzan, who was sitting beside the bed, slowly raised his eyes. Looking at Yin Shi who came in, he was a little curious why this guy didn't kneel down to greet him when he saw Yin Shi walking towards him with a strong purpose. For a moment, Muzan, who was a bit confused, tilted his head like this, looking at this presumptuous little guy, wanting to see what he was up to. Then, she frowned, and looked up at Yin Shi, who finally walked in front of her. Even now, Yin Shi has no intention of kneeling down. Instead, he looked at her leisurely, and even drew the corners of his mouth. Such audacity, can't do it. Just when Muzan was a little dissatisfied, he raised his hand and prepared a trick to let Yuan Shi understand who was the master. The next moment, Ghost Dance official Muzan suddenly let out an exclamation. At this moment, another sense of powerlessness suddenly spread throughout the body. No. You want to be **************. D. The annoyed Muzan was held in the air by Princess Yin Shi at this moment. Seeing this, Muzan had some difficulty and hurriedly said at this moment. If you are like this, Mukago will not marry you with me. Ah. Yin Shi. You're presumptuous. Chapter 122 Yin Shi is really a conscientious servant. Being disturbed by Yin Shi's 3-inch tongue, the situation was extremely muddy, and there was a faint roar of a torrent, and the storm was about to come. Finally, Yin Shi was kicked away lightly by Muzan, the ghost dancer, who became angry from embarrassment. In fact, although Yin Shi and Ghost Dance Shi Muzan have an agreement, until that time, it is absolutely impossible to develop further. But, in fact, Yin Shi's purpose is to open another back door. Humans have 3 doors, just like ghosts. Because I promised the agreement, I can only use the door in the future. As for the upper door, Yin Shi had actually opened it more than once before. So, what Yin Shi thought was another door. However, Muzan obviously noticed that something was wrong, so he rejected Yin Shi's idea with some annoyance just now. Nasty little devil, crawl. However, with this reaction, presumably if Yin Shi was soft-spoken, Ren Muzan would still pamper and give him the right to open the door in the end. This is the benefit of having a handsome face. For older sisters who are older than Yin Shi, looking at Yin Shi is like looking at a stupid younger brother, and there will always be an urge to hug and care. But, of course, if Yin Shi can only mess around and is not handsome and cute, then the perception will be very bad. It's a bit regretful, but I still hold my hands together for a while. If it didn't work this time, then just try more in the future, and it will always succeed. Gui Wuxi Muzan glared angrily at this bold servant. After a while, he finally calmed down from his shortness of breath, and then asked with some doubts. By the way, what I told you yesterday. How did you handle the arrangement with Yubayashiki Amane? Hearing this, Yin Shi was slightly taken aback, and then said softly, after I captured them, I asked the 3 widows of Yinzu, who I transformed into ghosts, to look after them for me, and then I went to rest first. Let her get used to it first, and then I'll start doing it today. Yin Shi rubbed his smooth chin and then said softly. Rolling his eyes, Muzan knew very well that Yin Shi's character is definitely not the kind of guy who would rest and do nothing. So, obviously, this jerk must have had a date last night. In fact, Muzan's guess was quite accurate. Because of this, Yin Shi procrastinated the opportunity to torture Yubayashiki Amane, and at the same time missed the opportunity to get along with the 3 newly adopted young women. Moreover, Lixia and Daki have not rushed to take care of them for a while. After all, he is only a person, so he can't affect the skill of clone. However, Muzan didn't say it directly at the moment. After all, at that time, she could actually sense what Yin Shi was doing through her blood. Bad guy. Cancelled the random thoughts and returned the thoughts to the original direction. At this moment, Muzan said softly after thinking. That woman, as a priest family, is not easy to deal with. People from this family have silver hair from generation to generation. When I was born, my destiny was to fight against me, so annoying. Advertisement: I'm in cahoots with the Yubayashiki clan, and it's not like I haven't captured women from this clan alive before. These people are very hard-headed. Even if they commit suicide, they will not disclose any information. After talking continuously, Muzan frowned, as if thinking of something, and looked very dissatisfied at this moment. Yin Shi can probably imagine what happened to His Majesty Muzan. These hundreds of thousands of years, Ghost Dance official Muzan did not spend in vain. And for His Majesty Muzan to show such disgust and dissatisfaction at this moment, it must be that in her memory, the daughter of the priest family who was captured was very deep in her impression. The depth of disgust. Yin Shi nodded slightly, and said calmly at this moment. Actually, I have also noticed this. In fact, if I hadn't let Duyue betray her on the spot in front of her first, which made her lose her mind and stunned her completely, this women also want to kill themselves directly. Thinking of the scenes that happened yesterday, Yin Shi also felt a little emotional. If it weren't for his sharp eyesight and quick hands, he might really find a chance for this woman to seek death, and it would be almost a waste of work. It's easy to talk about suicide by biting your tongue, but when you do it, you have to have the consciousness and the will to die. It's not a joke. Yubayashiki Amane, on the other hand, did so right away when she was looking for death. It is conceivable how strong this woman's awareness is. It can also be used to see the organizational nature of the Ghost Slayer squad, as well as the terrifying personality appeal of Yubayashiki Kagaya, how tyrannical it is. A leader who speaks softly, has a high emotional intelligence, has a good memory, is rich, and upholds majesty and absolute consciousness, is indeed easy to be convinced and followed. However, as a hostile force, it is not a good thing if the leader of the other party is so good. And, at least, as far as Yin Shi knows, only the group of poor people who were deeply poisoned by pyramid schemes and evil sects were able to seek their own death in such a calm and unhurried manner. Of course, the same is true for the Wei clan. All ghosts except 12 Kizuki, once the name and even traces of the ghost dancer Muzan are exposed, they will be instantly backlashed and then blew up to death, which is quite terrifying. So, actually, no one can tell each other. Muzan nodded lightly, expressing his satisfaction with Yin Shi's quick wit, and then said softly, "This woman of the priest family must pry open her lips and teeth, and wring out all the information for me. Yin Shi, I allow you to use it, all means, but to save her life. Of course, if all the information is leaked, then this woman can be discarded, and it will be useless." Muzan looked at his toes, and all 10 toes shook up and down at this moment, making the black kodan, which was soaked in saliva but not faded, look more vivid. Then, Muzan looked at Yin Shi and said softly, "Or, after this, you can also dispose of it yourself. However, no matter what, I need all the information about the Ghost Slayer squad in her mind. Now that I have ascended to the throne of the Emperor, I will not allow these clowns to still be active in the dark, making troubles for me so that I will not be happy. Joy." At this moment, Ghost Dance official Muzan said with dignity. She has always been the queen. After leaving the atmosphere of intimacy, her unique kingly demeanor is revealed at this moment. Advertisement: this kind of majesty is worthy of the temperament of the ancestor of all ghosts, the king of all ghosts, and the current emperor of the Neon Empire. Yin Shi straightened his face, then bowed slightly respectfully, and respectfully agreed. If you talk about business now, then you can no longer act foolishly. In terms of personal and business relationships and the grasp of attitude, Yin Shi still has a clear understanding of the situation. Muzan was very satisfied. At this moment, he slightly raised the corner of his mouth, looked at the honest Yin Shi in front of him, and then said softly, "You kneel down first, I still have something to say to you, Ba. Besides, if you can pry that woman's mouth open, let her reveal the current information of the ghost killing squad, and then solve it once and for all, then I will give you whatever gift you want." Muzan said softly. A touch of softness appeared in the beautiful wine-red eyes. Hearing this, while Yin Shi was kneeling, he stretched out his hands at this moment to hold the golden lotus in front of him. After shaking his head, Muzan frowned slightly, and Yin Shi said calmly and softly at this moment, "I don't need your majesty's request for this, I will definitely complete it. There are 2 ultimate tasks, one is almost completed. As for the other, there is no opportunity for opportunism, and the complete opposition of each other's camps is doomed to make it impossible to compromise. But now, Yin Shi's layout is like this, the time to wait for the finishing touches is coming. In this era, I will completely destroy the ghost killing team. Now the high-end strength of the ghost killing team has been almost defeated by me. If Yubayashiki Amane works, I will not be able to do things well, and I will procrastinate. Even so, there is also Du Yu, a chess piece, who has placed a second hand. And Neon, the Imperial machine, will inevitably, provide us with all-round assistance." Yin Shi opened his mouth, and then bit it lightly. "In any case, Kaigaku only needs to complete his duties and achieve my goal. Let me probably know at least 70% of the location information. My actions will definitely destroy the ghost-killing squad under the attack of the 3 parties, and end its hundreds of years of history." Yin Shi's red eyes are calm and indifferent, his eyes are determined and calm. Once Suan Guo succeeds, the ghost-killing squad will no longer be in Yin Shi's eyes. Hunting column, just a simple matter. What makes Yin Shi worry about now, in fact, is more about the female relatives and the blue Bana flower. After this trip to Beijing is over, I will go to the Zhaomin family. Yin Shi immediately determined the future plan. At this moment, His Majesty Muzan, who was still frowning tightly just now, slowly relaxed his frowning. Muzan, who was very satisfied, also exhaled lightly and responded lightly. Yin Shi is a very conscientious minister. Chapter 123. The Gamble, Yubayashiki Amane. Kagaya, I'm sorry. Yin Shi left, and as for His Majesty Muzan's little feet needing to dry his saliva, this is not something Yin Shi needs to worry about. However, His Majesty Muzan really cares about putting that edible pollen on his nails. Yin Shi was a little emotional, but suddenly, he was slightly taken aback. No, in fact, he wasn't going to do that either. His Majesty Muzan made himself kneel first. Thinking about the scene at that time, Yin Shi felt mixed feelings in his heart for a while. Yes, he remembered, His Majesty Muzan had premeditated actions. Leaving from the Imperial Palace, Edo Castle, Yin Shi first quietly ran from the window to the 3rd villa where he was located. The place where Kanai, Daki, and Lixia are located can only be seen after a villa. At this time, with Yin Shi coming here, almost as soon as he landed, 3 beautiful figures appeared in front of his eyes. It is the 3 widows of Yinzu, Hinazoru, Shiji and Suma. However, these 3 young women have now completely forgotten about Yinzu, they were turned into ghosts by Yin Shi, and they have completely belonged to Yin Shi. The original love and nostalgia for Yinzu Yusui Tengen, after Yin Shi mobilized the memory, the character image changed from Yusui Tengen to himself, that is to say, the love of the 3 women has not been diminished from the beginning to the end, however, he was replaced by Yin Shi despicably and didn't know it. Having said that, so far, Yin Shi has not made a move towards them. Master, you are back. At this moment, looking at Yin Shi in front of them, the 3 girls spoke excitedly at this moment. When I left yesterday, I said that the address should be changed, but it is obvious that now Chu He and other women are strictly implementing the order of Yin Shi yesterday, when they respectfully address Yin Shi as Master. Although I'm still not used to it, but after a short period of shyness, I feel that this title actually seems to have a little more of that feeling. Yin Shi nodded with a smile, then stretched out his hands and rubbed the hair of the three young women in front of him, then asked solemnly at this moment. The woman I told you to take care of. Yubayashiki Amane, she how is it now? At this moment, Chuyi immediately replied. We took good care of her, but she did say a lot of inexplicable words after that. She kept telling us about Yusui Tengen, frets and so on. I got so annoyed, so I gagged her again and let her stay in the room by herself. Chizuru said respectfully. Master, is it right to treat her like this? Or should we be more friendly? But she has been begging us to take her away, but we dare not act recklessly. Yin Shi smiled, lightly touched the back of the young crane's head in front of him, and looked at Mo and Hesuma who were a little embarrassed. You guys are doing very well, this woman's use is quite huge to me, and, good at lying, if you are recruited, it will be a troublesome thing for me. Anyway, just take care of it, and now, I am going to see this prisoner. 1. Yin Shi asked calmly, by the way, which room did you put her in? I know, Suma quickly raised his hand and said enthusiastically at this moment, Master, come with me. Sumo and Mo and take the master up. Chizuru smiled and said gently, we each went to buy a lot of furniture last night and this morning and hired some workers to help. The master goes up first, I'll make you a cup of tea. Just use wisteria flower tea as usual. Yin Shi's complexion changed, and then, he immediately thought that this should be the vote of those deep consciousness. Wisteria tea. Advertisement is it what Yusui Tengen likes to drink. As a result, during the memory replacement, do they think they like this? Forget it, although drinking it will definitely bring back diarrhea and make you feel uncomfortable, but it can also improve poison resistance in a disguised form. Leave less tea leaves. If possible, chrysanthemum tea will be fine next time. Don't drink wisteria tea. I'm tired of drinking it. Yin Shi said hastily at this moment with a complex expression. Oh, okay, I see, master. Chuyi was taken aback for a moment, then nodded with a smile to show that he understood, then turned and left to make tea in the kitchen. Chess and Suma laughed and hugged Yin Shi's arm from left to right, and led him to the second floor while talking. At this time, looking at Yubayashiki Amane whose mouth was blocked by a cloth ball and whose body was bound by a red rope with a tortoise shell, Yin Shi looked at the second daughter beside him with some surprise. After seeing Yin Shi's arrival, Yubayashiki Amane, who had always been shy and embarrassed, widened her beautiful eyes and yelled even harder, but she couldn't do it because of the cloth covering her mouth make a voice of speech. This is Suma's own trick. I don't know anything. I just accepted Suma's suggestion because I thought this woman was noisy. 1. Seeing Yin Shi's playful gaze, Mo Yu hurriedly explained, and then lowered his head in embarrassment. What? Mo, and you were obviously very excited to see me tied up. Suma pouted a little dissatisfied, said with his hands folded in front of his chest. Then, she looked at Yin Shi, blinked her bright and beautiful eyes at this moment, and said with some excitement. Master, but, in fact, you are also very excited. My binding method is not something ordinary people can do. Yin Shi rubbed his nose in embarrassment. In fact, he had seen Gijaja on the website in his previous life. But if you encounter it in reality, you will find that it really has that kind of charm. But at this moment, Yubayashiki Amane, who heard the three-person dialect, BDEH, all the time, felt sorry for this beautiful young woman, who was trembling all over, her eyes were trembling, and she was full of fear. Suma, you did a good job, but this is still very disrespectful to this guest, don't do it like this in the future. After pampering Sumo's head, Yin Shi said softly. Oh, hearing this, Suma lowered his head a little disappointed. Seeing Suma and Moyu's lost expression at the same moment, Yin Shi was a little helpless, then, as if thinking of something, his eyes lit up, and after gently hugging the two of them, he whispered in their ears like this. If there is a chance, I will use this method to treat you well, how about it? Mo and Hisumo blushed immediately, Nuo didn't dare to say anything, and this cute attitude made Yin Shi feel funny in his heart. After the two ladies gave Yin Shi a light look, they left the room first under the latter's watch, leaving a space for the two of them to be alone. Then, she ran downstairs shyly, recalling Yin Shi's words just now. It's all a weird crooked idea of you, a brat. It's all over now, the master is obviously interested. Advertisement, HMPH, Jen and you are obviously looking forward to this kind of thing, right now, your face is still very red. That's what you're ashamed of. In the room, Yin Shi looked at Yubayashiki Amane, who was glaring at him, and frowned slightly. Then, she said softly, Mrs. Amane, I have a proposal to ask you. I don't know if you will be interested. At this time, Yubayashiki Amane stared at him coldly with those beautiful eyes, without saying a word. Seeing this, Yin Shi stretched out his hand and took off the cloth ball that blocked her mouth. Just before she was about to curse or want to bite her tongue to kill herself, Yin Shi spoke first. Don't think about cursing me or committing suicide. Otherwise, even after you die, I will make good use of your corpse to ensure that you will not have a safe home. Flashing corpses or blasphemy are things that I can do, Mrs. Amane. But, if possible, I still want to leave a room and a way out for you. After all, I still respect you. Yubayashiki Amane froze, then, looking at Yin Shi with some fear and disgust, clenched her silver teeth. She really wanted to commit suicide immediately, but if her body was to be treated like that after death. It is even possible that they will say the same thing as the three wives now. After a long silence, Yubayashiki Amane, who had made a choice in his heart, finally chose to listen to Yin Shi's words. What are you going to tell me? If it is wishful thinking and wants to reveal from my mouth about Ghost Slayer if you have any information, then you don't have to think about it, I will never accept it, even if you treat my body after I die, I will never betray my husband in the killing team. Yin Shi smiled softly, of course, not. I just want to make a bet with you. Then, are you interested in learning about the content of the bet? If you can really do it, then I will let you go free, and I will definitely not let other ghosts take action to prevent you from returning to the ghost killing squad. Yin Shi said softly. Perhaps, if you have a chance, you can even go to the demon killing squad and expose Kaigaku's evil intentions. Yubayashiki Amane's eyes flickered slightly, and then asked with some uncertainty. Would be so kind? Life is like a game, a small gamble is fun, but a big gamble hurts the body. Yin Shi said softly. Besides, you don't have a better choice now, do you? After Yubayashiki Amane was silent for a while, she pressed her lips tightly for a while, and after a while, she finally spoke. Tell me about your bet, and I'll see if I want to participate in this big bet. Kagaya. I'm sorry, I have to deal with this ghost before I can return to your side. However, what the blind don't know is, after she uttered these words, the whole situation has plummeted from a completely broken situation. It was impossible for her to stand up from the abyss and quagmire again. Because what greeted her was Yin Shi's deliberate arrangement of traps one after another. Chapter 124 Despicable Bet. Mrs. Amane stepping into the footsteps of Tamayo and Ru. Looking at Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane, who was hesitant in front of her and asked her about the content of the bet, Yin Shi raised her mouth slightly, and then spoke calmly at this moment. I want you to completely obey my orders for a month. Of course, I will not cause you any harmful behavior or abuse you. On the contrary, you will receive our careful care. However, correspondingly, I also want to take full control of your personal freedom. Yin Shi smiled and said, if you can persist for a month, then I will promise you and let you return to freedom, and, with my authority, I can also make 12 Kizuki and even all ghosts attack you after you leave. Yubayashiki Amane was a little uneasy. She was very clear that Yin Shi's purpose was definitely not that simple. This bet must still have its traps. Don't hurt yourself, but you have to obey him for a month and fulfill all his orders. Wait a moment. Yubayashiki Amane was stunned suddenly, and then, blushing, looked at Yin Shi in a somewhat bewildered manner. If you think about it this way, the content of the bet, what exactly is the plan, is very obvious. The nasty rascal bridge. At this moment, Yubayashiki Amane was caught in an incomparable struggle. Now, Yin Shi's subordinate, Kaigaku, has been fully integrated into the Ghost Slayer squad and has become a pillar-level swordsman, with quite a lot of information and clues. If she doesn't obey, then freedom will always be restricted here. However, Kaigaku's communication will not be stagnated because of her. During the time when she lost her freedom, it was enough for this damn villain to remove all suspicions through his own letters, and keep passing the information of the Ghost Slayer squad headquarters to Yin Shi in front of him. And when the time comes, as long as you know enough, Yin is him and the ghosts behind, he will act sooner or later. Yubayashiki Amane's beautiful eyes kept flickering with divine light, and then, she closed her beautiful eyes tightly, clenched her silver teeth, and thought crazily in her heart. So, in such a situation, what can she do? Now personal freedom has been completely restricted. Even if you continue to stay here and do nothing, you are just waiting to die. Yubayashiki Amane knew very well that the reason why they didn't kill herself now was purely because she knew a lot of confidential information about the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad. However, if the Ghost Killing Squad were to let Yin Shi and the others fully grasp a lot of information under Duyu's continuous tip-off, they would break through in one fell swoop and annihilate them immediately. Then, in the case of the destruction of the Ghost Killing Squad, she has no way out. Yubayashiki Amane is not afraid of death, but what she worries about is that her husband Yubayashiki Kagaya has not fulfilled his wish. As for Kaigaku, if it is not eradicated, then there is such a terrifying traitor, the Ghost Killing Team, is destined to be trapped forever. At that time, even her cherished husband will definitely be in danger of death. Yubayashiki Amane is very clear that among the current members of the Demon Slayer squad, she is the only one who knows Aoi's identity as a traitor. And if she doesn't want a way to reveal this to her husband, then... Yubayashiki Amane's body trembled a little, and then, he took a deep breath. She decided that she would accept the bet. Of course, the purpose is not to return to freedom after a month of acceptance. Advertisement. She doesn't believe that Yin Shi's behavior is really what he said, and he really doesn't use any small tricks. However, during this month, although her personal freedom has also been greatly restricted, compared with now, there is definitely a lot of leeway to choose from, and she can do more operations, that is, to inform opportunity. As long as you can send Kaigaku's identity information to Yubayashiki Kagaya. Then, her goal has been achieved, and as long as this goal is achieved, then this humiliated body can be discarded at any time. For the safety of her husband's life, what is the humiliation she will suffer? Moreover, after the transmission of information is completed, she will also commit suicide immediately. She sullied the dignity of the Yubayashiki family, no matter what her intentions were. This is, with every thought, Yubayashiki Amane can think of, and at the current stage, the method she can rely on. She will not reveal information to betray the Demon Slayer team, nor will she betray the Yubayashiki family because she spared her life. All she can do is the capital of a woman. Sorry, Kagaya. I must let you know that Iyaki next to you is actually a spy of the Ghost Clan. And I have no choice in retreat now. Yubayashiki Amane, who was thinking bitterly in her heart, slowly closed her beautiful eyes. As long as I pass this message to you, I will kill myself immediately, and I will not let the ghosts tarnish the glory of the Yubayashiki family who insulted the glory. Forgive my incompetent lady. After being silent for a long time, finally, Yubayashiki Amane, who had her beautiful eyes closed, opened them, looked at Yin Shi with disgust and hatred, and then said slowly, I accept this bet. What do you want to do to me? I will not resist, but after 1 month, you must keep your promise. Yin Shi's eyes flickered, but he never expected that Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane would be so decisive. It seems that because of the existence of Kaigaku, she is vigilant and has the will to live to pass on this message. Almost in an instant, Yin Shi knew what the woman in front of him was thinking from the change in Yubayashiki Amane's facial expression. However, this is exactly what Yin Shi expected. Otherwise, how could he specially let Yubayashiki Amane know that Kaigaku was actually his subordinate last night? The reason is not just to hit her and make her completely stunned and then captured. Including the information about Kaigaku that was mentioned in front of Yubayashiki Amane just now. The purpose is to make the current Yubayashiki Amane aware of his situation and have a sense of urgency. And obviously, the trend of everything happening now is in line with the stock market's expectations. There was no error in his strategy. As for Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane, she fell into the trap just as Yin Shi expected. Yin Shi knew very well that if he wanted to conquer such a person, it would be useless to use conventional means. Therefore, I can only use my old business, and then like Tamayo and Ruhuo, after a long time of seeing and loving, slowly erase the impression in Yubayashiki Amane's heart of Yubayashiki Kagaya, the current patriarch of Yubayashiki. Wishes and purposes. Asking for flowers. Advertisement if the fate of the fairy under the birch tree is still the same as that of the original book, because of Yubayashiki Kagaya's design, it would be a pity, wouldn't it? Moreover, Yin Shi is also very clear that Mrs. Yubayashiki is not as simple as it seems on the surface. If nothing else happened, even though she won't run away after gaining a certain degree of freedom, she will definitely do the opposite and disclose certain information to the headquarters of the ghost-killing squad. Such a wife who loves her husband so much, it is absolutely impossible for her to act of betrayal because of the possible freedom. For Yubayashiki Amane, only family and justice come first. A woman who is not even afraid of death, a woman who cares so much about her dignity. But at this moment, he chose to abandon his dignity and sacrifice his life. Think about it, you all know that there is definitely a deep conspiracy, right? Of course, Yin Shi won't say it clearly, he knows this kind of thing in his heart and just takes precautions. When Yubayashiki Amane accepted his bet, however, there was only one path for her to choose. 0. He, of course, once a man says a word, it's hard to follow. Yin Shi laughed softly, and then stretched out his hand, and under Yubayashiki Amane's horrified and terrified gaze, he gently put it on her trembling fragrant shoulder. At this time, Yin Shi said playfully, then, the bet starts now, as long as you persist until today next month, I will give you back your freedom as you wish. However, you have to be clear. Maybe you insisted on the past, but, before that, Kaigaku had already disclosed all the information to us, and then we acted to completely destroy the Demon Slayer squad. Yin Shi made a move slowly, and after gently untying the red rope that bound Yubayashiki Amane, who was in the way at the moment, he said gently, at that time, when you return, you may only see the ruins of the headquarters of the ghost-killing squad, a piece of maybe the ruins. I believe in my husband, I believe in our ghost-killing squad. Yubayashiki Amane clenched her silver teeth and said viciously, they will never be powerless to fight back. Even if you 12 Kizuki has information, as long as you dare to go, you will definitely be crushed by us. Really? You are quite confident? For Mrs. Amane's scolding, Yin Shi was not angry. Because at this moment, all the defensive equipment of Yubayashiki Amane has been completely removed by Yin Shi. Like a snow-white lamb waiting to be slaughtered, it was placed on the chopping board, tremblingly looking at what Yin Shi, who was holding the butcher knife, was about to do. In such a situation, why should Yin Shi get angry because of the verbal stubbornness that the other party can only do? And, she was right. In the final battle between 12 Kizuki and the headquarters of the Demon Slayer squad, in Yin Shi's plan, Tien Erguewi had to reduce the number of staff by more than half. As for which ghost moons will be lost, Yin Shi is now weighing the pros and cons. Chapter 125. No, you came at the right time, huh? You've come down. Is it just the master and the prisoner? Chizuru, who was about to go upstairs with a teacup full of chrysanthemum tea, looked at the second daughter who was arguing endlessly with doubtful eyes. It was Suma and Moyo, and she asked quickly at this moment with some doubts. Hey, Sister Chuhi, the master seems to have something important to talk to that prisoner, so Moyo and I came down first. Suma waved his hand, and then pointed to the teacup held by Sister Chuhi with some doubts. Are you going to drink it for the master? Well, although we have become ghosts, logically speaking, we should not have the function of taste. After the master rescued us, we have already told us this, but even so, when we were human beings etiquette, don't forget. Chia Crane said softly, then walked around the two of them and prepared to go upstairs. Seeing this, Mo and Hisuma couldn't help but look at each other, and then followed Miss Chuhi with bright eyes and a smile. Since that's the case, let's go up with you, Sister Chuhi. Yeah, anyway, the captive owner shouldn't have any ideas, otherwise we wouldn't have to treat her like that. Young Crane couldn't help but shook his head in helpless, 617, his two sisters. Oh, what they thought was really naive. The young Crane is quite clear. As for the captive who was brought here to tell them to take good care of her, I could tell from her tone and words when she was being fed last night that the other party must be quite prominent and had a huge effect on the master. Therefore, it can be made very clear that the master actually has ideas about this woman, and they are extremely important. When the three girls went upstairs, because the sound insulation effect of this villa is not very good, so soon, they heard some rustling noises. Can't help but stand on the same spot at this moment, frowned and listened carefully for a while. The next moment, the three of Chuhi, Kyu, and Suma all blushed, and then looked at each other stand up. Yes, these voices, of course, they will not be without any impression. As for what happened in this villa, it is only possible that the source of the two people is Yin Shi and the prisoner who claims to be Yubayashiki Amane. At this moment, the complexions of the three women were quite strange. After hearing the voice, the facial expression first produced a deep sense of astonishment and shyness, and then immediately transformed into an expression of resentment and minor dissatisfaction. In fact, they have not had such an experience for a long time. So, after knowing that Yin Shi is actually under their noses, doing such a thing. And the target was not any of them, but the noble lady who was captured yesterday and was suspected of being a hostile force. Is there a sour feeling that keeps popping up in my heart at this moment? Not only Chizuru thinks this way, but Mo and Isuma also think the same way. When they first came down, they got Yin Shi's promise. How could it be just a blink of an eye, Sister Chuhi? What should we do? Suma had no idea at all. Looking at Sister Chuhi, who was about to drip water with teary eyes at the moment, asked timidly and cautiously. And Mo Yu, who has always been hot-tempered, now has no idea at all, and like Suma, he looked at the eldest sister with pleading eyes. She and Chuhi are cousins, so they always act according to their cousin's opinion. The young crane with a gloomy face clenched its silver teeth, and then said softly, "The three of us go up together and see why the master is doing this, shall we? Seeing is believing, it may not be what we think." Advertisement. Although calling Yin Shi the master, the three women actually recognized that the relationship is husband and wife. After all, the former, Yin Shi, had made a promise to each other with them. Can't now say disobedience, rejection or betrayal, just do it. The third daughter, who was quite bitter in her heart, was now trembling even with the hand holding the teacup, so she walked slowly towards the second floor step by step. Meanwhile, in the room on the second floor, Yin Shi held down Yubayashiki Amane, who wanted to raise his head and break free, then closed his eyes and quietly thought about it at this moment. Although, for him, being able to conquer Yubayashiki Amane is one of the gains of this trip. However, Yin Shi has never neglected the possibility of advancement and promotion because of her obsession with women from the beginning to the end. How to deal with Kamado Tanjiro's family, this is what Yin Shi was thinking about. He was wondering if it was necessary to hide this matter from His Majesty Muzan. It's not too late to fix it now. After a sudden convulsion in his body, Yin Shi suddenly opened his eyes, and then let out a breath slowly. At this moment, I have made a complete decision and know how to do it. However, the cyan bana flowers will only bloom during the most violent time of the year. Obviously, it is absolutely impossible in winter now. Therefore, all Yin Shi can do is to lock the current location of the Kamado family, and then lock the targeted area. When the spring of the next year begins, or in the summer, a large number of people will be hired to search for clues to the blue bana. Of course, Yin Shi thinks that Miduzi's family cannot be missed. After all, according to the original book, if this family can be successfully transformed into a ghost, it has the potential to overcome the sun. Moreover, as the hero and heroine of this world, Yin Shi has long wanted to see and see. So, now, Yin Shi has decided, continue to keep this matter a secret, but after hiring humans to find the blue bana flower and bring it back in the morning, Yin Shi will draw a copy and bring it back to His Majesty Muzan for her to study, while the rest, Yin Shi is going to put it in private space, brought back to Tamayo, Ruhuo and the others for further study. It's not that Yin Shi doesn't trust His Majesty Muzan, but he knows that His Majesty Muzan may be able to overcome the sun, but he may not allow other ghosts to be able to sit on an equal footing with her and re-understand the beauty of the sun. Of course, in Yin Shi's words, there may be exceptions. But even so, Yin Shi can't be like this. You must know that the female relatives around him now also have a lot of desires to return to the sun. So, Yin Shi had to do this. This is not an act of betrayal, just an appropriate concealment. Moreover, if His Majesty Muzan's research fails and the medicine produced has no effect, then Tamayo and Ruhuo, who are insurance companies, also have more abundant means to deal with the classification and development of drugs. Advertisement after all, it can be successful, and if such a thing happens at that time, then Yin Shi can also bring the successful product developed to His Majesty Muzan to ask for forgiveness of sins. And, you know, Yin Shi is now Kochou Kanai's man. Then, it is fate that Shaoran becomes his person, and it won't take too long. Yin Shi has this premonition. In the original book, Kochou Shinobu's medicine is of a high level, which is also a top-notch level. She has become a pillar-level swordsman with poison, and she is the only one throughout the ages. At the end of the original work, killing Doma and Muzan, the powerful and terrifying weakening toxin has a huge effect. Among them, there is the contribution of Kochou Shinobu. Therefore, if she joins in, Yin Shi feels that there will be a great possibility of success in the development of medicine for the last ghost clan to overcome the sun. Withdrew from Yubayashiki Amane's throat, seeing the pain and shock on the face of this birch fairy. Yin Shi was silent for a while. Then, he said helplessly, "Next time, don't use your teeth. I've already told you the specific trick." Yubayashiki Amane blushed immediately, and glared angrily at Yin Shi in front of him. Then, after a slight change in his complexion, he turned his head away, still not wanting to face the gun pointed at him directly, so as not to be almost blocked like before. I have no such experience, and I have to breathe. Feeling that after saying this sentence, the whole person was exhausted, after Yubayashiki Amane said a little weakly, the kaken on his lap quietly clenched his fist at this moment. Yin Shi was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was indeed inevitable. Yubayashiki Kagaya is already seriously ill, and being able to reproduce and carry on his family is already regarded as his extraordinary talent, but if he wants to use more energy to enjoy the so-called fun, it is indeed a matter of empty talk and big talk. So, this female 1.8 people, have little experience? Yin Shi was thoughtful, and then slightly raised the corners of his mouth. If that's the case, let me teach you, I have plenty of time today. Owner. Then, at this moment, his words were interrupted by a female voice because the paper sliding door was pulled open behind him. Yubayashiki Amane blushed immediately and stretched out her hand to cover her mouth, while Yin Shi turned her head with some doubts and looked at the three girls who came to the door of the room, Chuzuru, Kyu, and Suma. At this moment, after noticing the current situation of the room, the three girls stared wide-eyed in silence. Then, completely lost his soul and fell down. I see. I'm sorry, master, we came at a bad time. The young crane's eyelids drooped slightly, and then, with a soft sigh, it was ready to retreat. No, you came just in time. Seeing this, Yin Shi opened his mouth and interrupted their next actions. After being slightly dazed, the next moment, Chi Yu and Suma looked at each other, while Chuhi's pretty face was completely red. The distraught and lost expressions of the three of them disappeared at this moment. Chapter 126 Uneasy and Desperate Yubayashiki Yoya, Kochou Shinobu's Thoughts. At the same time, in a remote mountainous area far away from Dongjing, in a villa. Here, is the Ghost Slayer headquarters. Yubayashiki Yaoya, who was being served by his two lovely daughters, suddenly knocked over the teacup in his hand at this moment. The warm tea was spilled all over the ground at this moment because of the broken cup. Seeing this scene, the two silver-haired girls immediately began to tidy up the mess all over the place anxiously and nervously. They are twin sisters, and they look very similar to each other. They both have short silver hair and a red knot. They also look quite cute. Girls of the Yubayashiki family are all white-haired, while boys are black-haired. Girls are like mothers, and boys are like fathers. At this moment, Yubayashiki Hina packed up her clothes and picked up the fragments of teacups on the ground, while the other sister Yubayashiki Hika looked at her father worriedly, and asked anxiously at this moment, Father, what happened? Or is it that the condition is getting worse? I will take the medicine back now. No. Hearing this, after a moment of silence, Yubayashiki Yaoya shook his head in a complicated manner, then said slowly and nervously with some doubts, Since last night, I have had a strange feeling of uneasiness, and just now, the uneasiness suddenly broke out, making my hands weak, and then the teacup in my hand fell to the ground. Yubayashiki Yaozai already has half of his face at this moment, and the position that occupies about a quarter of the face has completely collapsed. However, even though the description is so terrifying, the eye of the disfigured place has completely lost its vision. However, this man's smile can tell you the power of the glacier. It doesn't look hateful, but full of affinity, but at this moment, a look of sadness appeared on the man's face. But at this moment, in the distant sky, a black crow flew over. During the operation of the Winter Beijing Plan, I was surrounded by 12 Kizuki and hundreds of ghosts. Onizu Yusui Tengen died in battle. Naruto Kaigaku broke his arm and fled. Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane died. During the operation of the Dongjing Plan, I was surrounded by 12 Kizuki and hundreds of ghosts. Onizu Yusui Tengen died in battle. Naruto Kaigaku escaped alone, and Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane died. The continuous communication reports were also fully heard by the father and daughter at this moment. Yubayashiki Yaozai widened his eyes in shock, and then suddenly his body shook, but at this moment, the two daughters were crying and supported their father. But at this moment, Yubayashiki Yaoya's complexion was extremely pale. It turns out. Is that why he's uneasy? He slowly closed his eyes, tears streaming down his eyes. Sorry, Amane. He opened his mouth and then said in pain. At the same time, with countless crows rushing in all directions, sending information. The pillar-level swordsmen of the ghost killing team gathered in various places, as well as the members of the ghost killing team, raised their heads with complicated and gloomy expressions, looked at the sky, and remained silent. Yeah. The rock pillar Himejima Kiyome, with his blind eyes open at this moment, sighs, Namo Amitaba, with tears streaming down his face. Sound column Yusui Tengen, died in battle. Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane, dead. Naruto Kaigaku, was hunted down and fled with a broken arm. Has the situation deteriorated to such an extent? At this time, the newly appointed Yanzu Rengoku Kyojuru, Snakezu Iguro Obanai, and Shazu Tokido Muichiru also heard the sad news in their respective areas of jurisdiction and cultivation. At this moment, they all fell silent, stuck in a trap, surrounded by 12 Kizuki groups. Rengoku Kyojuru murmured complicatedly at this moment. Escaped to Kaigaku, but the wife died, and the sound column also died. Did that guy retreat through the breath of thunder? What a shame. The new pillar-level swordsman, Snake column Iguro Obanai, said coldly at this moment. The little white snake on his shoulder also spat out a snake letter at this moment to express his agreement. Advertisement, is it? Dead. Too bad. And the new pillar-level swordsman Tokido Muichiru, who was walking alone in the dense forest, paused slightly at this moment, and continued to walk forward. He recognized Mrs. Ashia Shiki Tenshou. It was she who pulled herself into the ghost-killing squad. The column-level swordsman sitting alone in the dojo, Shueiju Tomioka Giyu, heard the crow's call, couldn't help but raised his head, raised his eyelids slightly, looked at the sky outside the window, and then retracted his gaze. He chose to remain autistic. At this moment, the twin sisters, who were constantly crying, looked at their father Yubayashiki Yaoya, who suddenly fell to the ground, and couldn't help crying while hugging him. The information sent by the crows must not be faked, so, their mother, really. The three of them, the father and daughter, were all in deep sorrow at this moment. Presumably, after returning home, he faced the other three children. It will be even more sad. In Kochou's house, all the girls fell silent at this moment. That lady. And the sound column, have they all met with accidents? Kanroji Mitsuri clenched the kaken on his lap nervously. Unexpectedly, he would hear this bad news. Now, she was trembling all over. Because of excessive grief and regret, I couldn't help but burst into tears. However, beside her, Kochou Shinobu did not show a sad expression. She could vaguely sense that something was wrong. Because Dongjing happens to be that guy's sight. And obviously, that B*************** D also has the power to transform humans into ghosts, according to the information left by my sister. Kochou Shinobu remembers very clearly, Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane, with a very beautiful appearance and a gentle temperament. And obviously, according to her understanding of Yin Shi. This hateful guy seems to have a great possibility to save Mrs. Yoshiki Kain's life. After all, his elder sister and the wife of the former Yanzu were kidnapped because of this. But, do so. Will Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane, who became a ghost, disclose all the information about the ghost-slaying team to Yin Shi? Kochou Shinobu's heart was awe-inspiring, and she wanted to remind her, but at this moment, she suddenly thought of the gossip that the Kochou house and the girls suffered during this period of time. Then, Kochou Shinobu calmed down with an indifferent expression. This is just her idea, and she has no proof. Therefore, it is impossible to rely on one-sided words to let the headquarters of the ghost-killing team change positions again. At this moment, Kochou Shinobu made a choice. Then, he looked thoughtfully at the distant sky. Dongjing. If she could, she would go and see it too. Although it is very dangerous, there is a great possibility that there is information about my sister. Tet. Kochou Kanae. At this moment, Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but clench his small fist tightly. Advertisement. And at this moment, in Dongjing in the villa, Yin Shi, who was splashing the enemy with no power to fight back, finally retreated after watering the stamens well. Looking at the surrendered enemy in front of him, Yin Shi was a little satisfied, and then felt a little terrified of collapse. This is the first time he has dealt with the siege of such a guy with combat experience. If it weren't for the strength of his body to maintain his physical strength, and the permanent sequelae of Tamayo's medicine, it would be really wishful thinking to win. Hinazuru, Yukyu, and Suma were extremely puzzled. I always feel that the impression in my memory is that I and others are not that weak. At this moment, Yubayashiki Amane, who was blushing, gritted her teeth, and unwilling to shed tears, apologized to her husband in her heart. Although, such an approach should not be of any use. Yes, the elf under the birch tree never thought that such a small person, who looks like a young man, can easily control and use such a terrifying huge weapon for a long time. Not to mention the extremely high durability, the chance of triggering a critical strike with continuous attacks will also be greatly increased. And once the critical strike hits, it will continue to increase the attack speed, and even reset the cooldown time, just like it is really equipped with the weapon, Navoli Rapid Blade, from a later game. At the same time, Yubayashiki Amane was deeply ashamed of his poor performance in the battle. But at this moment, Yin Shi, who was relieved, sat on the ground with some dizziness, exhaling slowly. Looking at the night scene outside the window, I thought about it. It seems that it did take more than half a day. Then, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Instead, 423 took out a handkerchief and helped these people wipe the sweat off their faces. Then Yin Shi said softly, "Aside from being thirsty, are you hungry now?" "Huh, master, my belly." Suma, who was still a little confused, suddenly came back to his senses when he heard the words, and then said in embarrassment at this moment, "So, can we go to the streets to hunt and kill humans now?" In the depths of the pupils of her eyes, a red glow appeared at this moment. Hearing this, Yin Shi was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head lightly and said calmly, "I don't recommend this kind of behavior. If you try it, you must grow by eating people to grow your strength in the future, and your nature, it will also start to like cannibalism. This is not in line with my plan for you." Hearing this, Shuhi, Moyu, and Suma couldn't help but look at each other, and then they all looked at Yuan Shi in front of them curiously and nervously. "So what are we going to do?" Yin Shi stretched out his hands and turned his neck sideways at the same time. "Suck my blood first. My blood is full of power. It should keep you hungry for half a month. Then, I will take you to see Tamayo. Completely solve it." Tamayo, why is this a woman's name again? Suma pouted a little dissatisfied. However, like the other two sisters, they stayed close for a while. The young crane bit Yin Shi's side neck and began to suck blood. The red lights of both eyes glowed red with bloodthirsty at this moment. Both Mo and Sumo looked enviously at the eldest sister. Then Ru Ni grabbed Yin Shi's wrist, then opened her small mouth, and immediately pierced Yin Shi's intentionally undefended wrist with her sharp canine teeth. Suck the blood down. With the unlimited blood supply rewarded by some systems, Yin Shi is not worried that he will have any loss. Moreover, because his blood contains extremely strong energy, if you think about it, those of them who have just transformed into ghosts will definitely be full soon. And Mrs. Amane, who was out of breath, was also looking at the scene in front of her with some curiosity at this moment. It's not eating people, but drinking blood. This is too strange. Chapter 127 Tamayo's Research Report, Experimental Results about Pregnancy. Nation Spider Mountain during these few days of experiments, through the samples belonging to Yin Shi left at certain moments, and the mutual detection of the samples in the body of Tamayo and himself, under the microscope, Tamayo and Ruhuo finally got what they wanted result. Yin Shi's sample is quite active. If it is with a human being, there is no doubt that there is a great possibility that the other party will successfully conceive. However, as ghosts, they directly present the appearance of death. Therefore, no matter how Yin Shi farms, it is also impossible for Tamayo and other female ghosts to conceive. After knowing this, Tamayo and Ruo were a little silent, with extremely complicated emotions. They have thought about many possibilities, but they never thought that Yin Shi has no problems, but they are the ones who have problems. Even, including the spider ghost mother and daughter, the same is actually true. As female ghosts, they do not have the ability to carry on the family line. After drawing such a research conclusion, there is no doubt that both Tamayo and Ruhuo looked gloomy and disappointed. Then, I felt lost. Tamayo, at this time, Mrs. Rengoku Ruhuo, who has been working with her through thick and thin as Tamayo's assistant, seems to have thought of something at this moment, and asked with some doubts. If this is the case, can we find a way to solve our own body? There is a way, isn't it done? Although it's frustrating to know about this, it doesn't make sense for us to sink down completely from now on and not make any resistance. Ruohuo said softly. I know what you think, Tamayo said softly after shaking his head after hearing this, but this is not an easy thing. In the hundreds of years of pharmacology I have studied, there has never been such a situation. Tamayo said solemnly. Therefore, I have a speculation that the root cause of our inability to have children is the incompleteness of our genes. Perhaps, if we make up the last prescription, blue bana flower, and then create a medicine that can make us resist the sun and walk under the sun, the genetic defects in our bodies will be cured. Tamayo said softly. The blue bana flower, although Yin Shi has said that he is sure to find it, but Ghost Dance Shi Muzan has not found the prescription for thousands of years, I think it is quite difficult. Hearing this, Rengoku couldn't help pursing his lips, and said at this moment in a somewhat complicated manner. Trust Yin Shi, when has he lied to us? After shaking his head, Tamayo blushed and said softly at this moment. At this moment, Ruo saw Tamayo's blushing pretty face and cheeks, and also thought of something, and her pretty face also turned red with embarrassment. I see, are you thinking of me backquote? At this time, suddenly, a playful male voice resounded at the door of the laboratory. The second girl's complexion changed, and when she raised her head again, she realized that at this moment, at some time, she had rushed back. Tamayo and Ruhuo's beautiful eyes suddenly showed excitement and joy, and immediately ran towards Yin Shi at this moment. Seeing the two married wives on the left and the right holding his hands tightly, a soft look appeared in Yin Shi's eyes. Logically speaking, with such a distance, it is impossible for him to come to Spider Mountain to meet Tamayo and Ruhuo while eating the four girls. However, he tentatively asked His Majesty Muzan if he could use Nikim's teleportation vampire technique to bring him to Spider Mountain. Advertisement Muzan agreed without any hesitation, which caused Yin Shi to appear here suddenly at this moment. However, in fact, Nikim's vampirism ability is not so terrifying. Although the space of Infinite City can be changed at any time as long as it is moved by her, but I, an external character, actually need a medium for long-distance teleportation. And this medium, only 12 Kizuki has. Since 12 Kizuki has a lot of blood of His Majesty Muzan, the coordinates can be located. Fortunately, at the foot of the Spider Mountain, there is one of the last strings hyphenation point Guhuo bird, and the coordinates are confirmed. This made Yin Shi come to the Spider Mountain again in the blink of an eye after finishing the work, creating an almost teleportation effect. Although he could only stay with Mi Wrong for a short time, the purpose of Yin Shi's trip is actually not to stay with these wives and female relatives. He wants to bring all these women back to Tokyo. That's why Yin Shi needs to ask Nikim to help him. Yin Shi has already figured out the coordinate point, so he determined the location of Daki, one of the 3 villas in Dongjing. Seeing that the two couldn't help but clench their hands, and then threw themselves into his arms like swallows returning to their nests, Yin Shi embraced these 2 charming ladies with soft eyes, and finally explained at this moment the purpose of his trip back. I've already bought real estate in Dongjing, and this time, I'm going to take you there together. It won't take too much time, Yin Shi said softly. I've also done the things that were entrusted to me. I have collected all the books I need. In addition, His Majesty Muzan has also decided to send all her treasured books here for your study and discussion. Tamayo and Ruhuo couldn't help but looked at each other, although they were a bit hesitant that Muzan, the ghost dancer, was really so easy to talk to, but the point is, these are actually not the point. Tamayo sniffed the scent of Yin Shi's body at this moment, and immediately frowned in dissatisfaction. I should have asked Hanai to supervise you. Why? You have more than one kind of perfume smell on you. At this moment, Ruhuo cast hesitant eyes on Yin Shi in front of him. Yin Shi, who was covered in cold sweat, stepped back and waved his hands in embarrassment. It's not okay to lie, so, in the end, how many sisters did you eat? Tamayo couldn't help but sighed softly, and then asked softly at this moment. Just, including Kanae, just 6. Tamayo and Ruhuo were in the same room at this moment when they heard the words, and then became more annoyed. After a while, there was another helpless sigh. I knew it, X2. If I had known this would happen. No, it's obvious, even with Kanai around. Tamayo and Ruho were a little distressed. Kanai was originally going to play the role of monitoring and supervision, but in the end, she was taken down by Yin Shi now. It should be said that the little b*** Yin Shi is very skillful, or this Kanai, she is inferior. But, maybe if they go to replace them, it should be the same as Kanai's situation. Although he knew that things had already happened irreversibly, and the little pervert in front of him was obviously not the kind of guy who would guerrillally abandon this stronghold after shooting from a self-propelled gun. Advertisement. But, now, seeing Yin Shi's outstretched hand swaying, the second daughter still couldn't help feeling a little tired. In addition, I actually heard what you were discussing just now. Yin Shi was a little dumbfounded, no wonder he was still a little confused at the time, why all of a sudden, Tamayo and Ruhuo carefully took out the reagent bottle and thought they didn't notice it, sneak in some. It turned out that their purpose was actually this? Coincidentally, Yin Shi, who heard everything outside the door, also roughly understood what the second daughter was talking about. He has no problem, and the reason why these female relatives can't successfully conceive is also because of the defect that they can't lose their activity while walking in the sun. At this moment, Yin Shi looked at the two of them with piercing eyes, deep and gentle, and said softly, "However, I have already said that I already have the clue of the blue bana flower, right? Just wait until spring or summer next year, and I'll be sure to have it in my hands." Tamayo and Ruhuo pursed their lips at this moment, nodded slightly for a while. The second daughter responded softly at this moment, "We know." Yin Shi, and at this moment, a few joyful female voices suddenly came from behind. The mother and daughter of the spider ghost who suddenly realized that Yin Shi had returned. Female relatives such as Shinmura, Kohaku and Momiji. After reaching out and hugging them equally, Yin, Li Wanghao, also immediately explained to them the next action. After listening to everything, all the girls, including Tamayo and Ruhuo, became a little nervous. Going to move. And the destination is in Dongjing, under the eyes of His Majesty the current Emperor Muzan. It is absolutely impossible to say that you are not nervous. However, Dongjing City is now the capital of the Neon Empire. Moreover, prosperity is far better than this dilapidated house in the mountains and forests. More importantly, they have all identified one thing. That is, no matter what Yin Shi chooses in the future, they will stand firmly behind him and support him until death. Therefore, if you move, please move happily. Under Yin Shi's mobilization, the girls also began to organize the items they wanted to carry, and then handed them over to Yin Shi for him to include in his personal space. On the other hand, Yin Shi and Am I Wrong, who came up together, stood side by side outside the courtyard, quietly waiting for the girls who were working hard to move and organize their belongings to finish. Yin Shi, come and help me too. Grave, good, here we come. Soon, Yin Shi said goodbye to the snickering Am I Wrong with a wry smile, and went back to the house to help the girls clean up. Chapter 128. Finally, independent, Daki, sinking Yubayashiki Amane. A few days later, Ghost Slayer headquarters, Kaigaku's return is grandly entertained. Yubayashiki Kagaya, the head of the Ghost Slayer squad, also met Naruto who, luckily, escaped death at Kochou's house for the first time. Kagaya could clearly feel the strong sense of guilt emanating from the man in front of him, but he probably knew why. This is because he has no ability to save his wife. After getting 2 points of truth and 8 points of false information from Kaigaku, Yubayashiki Kagaya combined his own judgment, and roughly confirmed that GU was not lying. Moreover, the blood-stained sealed envelope that he had been holding tightly to was a last letter from his wife. After Kagaya took it painfully, she watched it quietly for a while. Then, she burst into tears, and after a long sigh, turned around and left here slowly. Kaigaku is sad on the surface, but inside, there is no trace of emotion. Acting is a complete set, and now he has already mastered this art to perfection. So, just now, everything was pre-anticipated in his mind, and Kaigaku has already expressed it more than once. After coming to Dongjing, he really determined his goal. That is to be a traitor, to do my best and dedicate myself to the Ghost Clan. This is actually pretty straightforward. The current situation of the Ghost Clan is completely beyond what the Ghost Killing Team can match and imagine. The Neon Empire under the feet is now the property of the Ghost Clan. And under such circumstances, should they continue to work hard for the Demon Killing Squad and fight against the entire Imperial machine? What a joke, he's not an idiot. He has already determined that he must become a ghost in the future. Moreover, it is obvious to 503 that if the adult he is relying on now has the ability to bring the Ghost Clan back to the sun in the future, then from now on, he will work hard and make great contributions to the Ghost Clan's destruction of the Ghost Killing Team. There may not be no chance. At that time, all the riches, wealth, money and rights will be beckoning to him. Isn't that a beautiful thing? Continued Adornment, I even cut off my own arm for the sake of realism. The Ghost Killing Team will never doubt me again. Kaigaku was thinking darkly at this moment. And during this time, I will try my best to keep finding out the location of those cultivators, as well as the location of Forging Knife Village. It just so happened that the Nichiren blades in my hand were broken by my light hands. And in Dongjing, after Yin Shi brought all the female relatives from Spider Mountain to Dongjing, soon, the females settled down separately. There is no need to continue to be vigilant at the current outpost at the Wisteria Flower House at the foot of Spider Mountain. That was a compromise plan that Yin Shi set up because he was not confident enough in his own strength. But now, Yin Shi's strength has already stood at the pinnacle of this world, so there is no need for this so-called outpost to be on guard against incoming visitors at any time. Therefore, just like all the girls, Am I Wrong was also brought back by Yin Shi. However, the arrangement and distribution of the girls naturally had to be separated. Advertisement Yin Shi asked them about their thoughts, and after that, he probably understood their choices. Shinmura, Kohaku, and Hangi are arranged to live in a villa. BDAF, Tamayo, Ruho, and Kanae, Daki, and Koinaka live in another villa. As for Am I Wrong, she was taken by Yin Shi to meet several wives and widows. During the past few days, Yin Shi has been trying to get by. In my spare time, I practiced with Hangi. The girl's strength has been improving by leaps and bounds recently, and she has already reached the level of second and first class. Of course, this is all due to the large amount of blood absorbed by Yin Shi. And Shinmura and Amber will always join in, and the strength of the three family members is growing by leaps and bounds at this moment. Because of this, Yin Shi gave the so-called praise with emotion from time to time. It can be called the joy of this, and I don't think about Shu. And Yin Shi will also spend the rest of the time going to the villa area next door, going underground, and entering the research room to see what novel things Tamayo and Ruhuo come up with after getting a lot of books to read and research. But most of the time, Yin Shi would come from behind and reward the two of them well. Of course, Yin Shi would not favor one over the other for Kanae, Lixia and others upstairs. This also caused another guest to gradually become curious and defenseless. In the half-push and half-success, Yin Shi has eaten many. Although, it is still the same situation as His Majesty Muzan. However, regarding Lixia's situation, Yin Shi was asked by Tamayo and Ruhuo to take insurance measures. So far, no mixed blood has been born, so there is a great possibility that the end of doing so may cause irreversible effects. After Li Sha got this statement, although she was a little helpless, she still accepted the opinions of these two seniors. Therefore, most of the time, Yin Shi pulls Li Sha and Kanae together. This also gave Kanae and Lixia a very deep friendship. As for Chuhi, Kyu, Suma, Amane and others, Yin Shi will certainly not miss it. Strong physical fitness, as well as the successful product that Tamayo prepared by accident, gave Yin Shi extremely strong combat effectiveness. Therefore, even if he deals with 4 enemies at the same time, and has fought dozens of small battles before that, Yin Shi will not lose his combat ability. Moreover, because of Yin Shi's powerful and unreasonable characteristics, Yubayashiki Amane, under the continuous bombardment and day-to-day efforts, finally sank down. Now, at least Yin Shi doesn't have to come himself, Yubayashiki Amane will initiate the fight. And this also led to the fact that Yubayashiki Amane, who is far away, is in a bad mood on weekdays, and I don't know what the reason is. With the hard work of Yin Shi in the past few days, at least 2 results have been obtained. The first one is that Daki has completely gained independence. She decided to find her own happiness, instead of continuing to accompany her brother and pulling his hind legs. In this regard, although he was quite helpless in his heart, Gyutaro did not agree to the request of his only sister. He knows Yin Shi's character, but, aside from his flirtatiousness, he has to say that Yin Shi's other abilities are quite outstanding. And as for the second, that is the great progress of Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane. Sure enough, after working hard day and day to feed and fill his stomach, Yubayashiki Amane, who was completely in the shape of Yin Shi, finally completely lost his vigilance and vigilance. Advertisement now, Yin Shi has gradually become his own person. Although, the day started arguably rather reluctantly. However, after getting along day and night, gradually, Yubayashiki Amane no longer feels resentment towards Yin Shi. Instead, it turned into a touch of shyness and helplessness. This is the function of both appearance and strength. Although, I still have great guilt in my heart, and will not show Yin Shi any clues about the ghost-slaying squad's intelligence. However, Yin Shi is already completely sure, the distance from the final complete fall is probably only a matter of time. As long as Yin Shi continues to work diligently in day and night, in the end, he will surely achieve his goal. After all, now, in the face of Yin Shi's attack, Yubayashiki Amane seems to have fully fulfilled the binding content of the contract. This is a very huge progress, isn't it? However, during this period of time, it is obviously impossible to continue. Because, the existence in the palace, His Majesty Muzan, seems to have heard about it. Then, after sensing it through his own blood for a while, he suddenly jumped into a rage. In fact, His Majesty Muzan can accept his subordinates to fish in water, especially Yin Shi. He has accomplished too many things so far. But this is not this guy who has been obsessed with flowers for half a month. Therefore, Yin Shi took it for granted and was called into the palace again. This time, what greeted him was the infinite anger of the emperor. After kneeling on the snow for at least an hour, and the snow on his body was thick, he was called in by His Majesty Muzan. Then, they lashed out at each other and scolded their faces. Seeing His Majesty Muzan's obviously aggrieved expression, Yin Shi's original irritability and anger disappeared completely, and then accepted His Majesty Muzan's punishment with a wry smile. What should he say? For Yubayashiki Amane, it's a mission requirement. But for the other female relatives, it is Yin Shi's means to continue the relationship and the proof of mutual love. However, here now, is under the nose of His Majesty Muzan. Yin Shi, with the identity of his fiancée, Muzan has announced his marriage contract to the world, acted so boldly and did not go out for almost half a month. It is conceivable how much this made Muzan, who had always known and endured, finally couldn't bear it, angry. Chapter 129 Target the Kamado family. Cyan Bana. P.S. Written in the previous article, some new content has been added to Chapter 128. Then the author guarantees that such a situation will not occur in the future, and there will be no repetition of 2 chapters in the future. Excuse me. No, what's wrong? Looking at the embarrassing appearance in front of him, Muzan's heart suddenly twitched, and he couldn't bear it. But soon, she recovered, looked at Yin Shi kneeling on the ground with a stern expression, and asked indifferently. Yes, I know I was wrong. Hearing this, after Yin Shi gave a wry smile, the appearance of kneeling on the ground looked rather bitter. Gaiwushi Muzan couldn't help but pursed his lips, and said softly at this moment, Yin Shi, I have high expectations for you. Your existence has a deep impression on me and has a great impact. So, I don't want you to indulge in that mentally stimulating feeling all the time, you know what I mean. Yes, I understand. Yin Shi nodded slightly, and said at this moment with some confusion. It is said that although Muzan is still not in a good mood. After sighing lightly, Muzan shook his head, then stretched out his hand, indicating that Yuanyi could back down. After Yin Shi resigned, sitting on the throne, she began to think about it. We need to find someone to supervise Yin Shi well, so that Yuanyi will not degenerate into a walking dead indulging in desire. It's not going to work like this. Moreover, even if I marry him, I may not be able to suppress him. Since he is born with such a strong capital, then perhaps he will be driven by a stronger desire. Ghost Dance Shi Muzan hesitated a little. In fact, she is not very confident in herself. At this moment, Ru Ning couldn't help tapping the armchair lightly. Based on Yin Shi's current combat capabilities, I'm afraid the 3 of them will be able to do a job with ease. Involuntarily, from this moment on, Muzan suddenly felt a strong sense of unease about the upcoming future. Yin Shi, who went back, also had to start making preparations for the plan. Now that His Majesty Muzan has issued an ultimatum, if she continues to idle at home, she will be slapping her in the face. However, Yin Shi is also a little distressed about this. For one thing, Huihui, who should have returned to the headquarters of the Ghost Killing Squad by now, could not pass useful information to him through Blood Eyes so quickly. Secondly, the clues of the blue othershore flower can only appear in the spring and summer of the next year, and it must be when the temperature is the hottest. And now, it is winter, so no matter how you look for it, you will definitely not find it. But His Majesty Muzan's order is there, even though he knows that this will end in vain. Yin Shi still has to show his attitude. Advertisement, however, just when Yin Shi was thinking this way, a flash of light suddenly flashed in his mind. No, in fact it doesn't have to be like that at all. Although the current plan for the operation of the headquarters of the Ghost Killing Squad should be said to be shelved, the plan for the clues of the Blue Hegan flower can still continue. It is said in the formula book that when they were young, Kamado Tanjiro and Kamado Nezuko used to pick up cyan color to play with. That is to say, there is a high possibility of cyan bianhua plants on the mountain where their family is located. And if Yin Shi waits until next year's spring or summer to send people to search, there may be a risk of missing it. Therefore, it is actually a good choice to find the Kamado family first. In this case, he just doesn't have to stay at home. Moreover, when looking for it, this action can also be defined as an outing. Isn't it wonderful to travel with America? Yin Shi's eyes lit up. What, are you leaving again? Looking at Yin Shi, who came into their research room again, Tamayo and Luhuo all blushed pretty, as if they knew what their fate was going to be. While waiting shyly for the upcoming action, in the end, I heard Yin Shi's words. It turned out that he was about to go out again. The 2 girls couldn't help but frown slightly. They had only been together for about half a month, so Yin Shi was going to leave again? Ahem, this trip is mainly to find clues of the Blue Bianhua. My purpose is to search and find a family, and then I can determine the exact location. Yin Shi said softly at this moment. It will probably take some time, so, before I leave, I want to talk to you first, lest you don't know what to do when I leave. Tamayo and Luhuo shook their heads slightly at this moment. They are not stupid, they naturally have a clear understanding of their own life goals, and they also know what can and cannot be done in the current situation, living under the eyes of Ghost Dance Shi Muzan. For this trip, I plan to bring Hanai and Yubayashiki Amane with me. The others will stay here, and I need your help to take care of and manage them. I have also contacted the school to ask them to provide assistance for the Research Institute of Dongjing Imperial University. I have the right to come and go freely. If you want to go, you can go at any time, whether it is late at night or during the day, as long as you have a pass card. Yin Shi said calmly. About Yubayashiki Amane, actually, Tamayo and Grenadier are known. However, among all the female relatives, only these 2 know about another villa, which actually has Yin Shi's 3rd bedroom. That girl Kanae, let her supervise you, I don't feel at ease at all. Tamayo said somewhat complicatedly. This trip to Beijing was originally for Kanae to supervise Yin Shi, not to let him get into trouble, but obviously, not only did it not have any effect, but it also made Kanae herself compensated. Hearing this, Yin Shi smiled wryly. Stop, 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 this operation is really serious, I won't expose myself, and there are too many women now, I think it's actually good to be with you now. HMPH, I hope so. Hearing this, Tamayo and Duohuo, who obviously didn't believe it, couldn't help but put their arms around their chests and said dissatisfiedly at this moment. The 2 looked at each other, and then, Liao Huo asked, do you need to explain the reason to them for this trip? Well, I'll talk to them later, Yin Shi said softly. Actually, I don't need to be so anxious, but because I have been idle at home for half a month. I don't do anything with personnel, so His Majesty Muzan found out, and the one who was annoyed had to let me go out to act. Advertisement, Seeking Flowers 0 Grenadine and Tamayo were both blushing. In the past half a month, Yin Shi can indeed be said to have not done a serious thing. Although it also helped them conduct blood drawing research, and also helped girls such as Shinra improve their strength, but most of the time, they were spent together. Therefore, the reason why Ghost Dance official Muzan is angry is probably because he saw and realized this, so he was so furious. I have a different opinion. If you say goodbye to them now, it may make them feel dissatisfied. After all, they don't know the message of Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane, and last time you acted with Kanai, it's actually the same this time. That girl Hongi won't just sit idly by. Tamayo waved his hand at this moment and said softly. Hearing this, Yin Shi was taken aback for a moment, oh ho, and rubbed his smooth chin. In fact, Hongi is indeed very likely. At that time, there will be some troubles. If Hongi insists on going, this operation is essentially similar to an outing. There is no need for danger or tension, so it doesn't matter to bring Hongi. However, this is not so happy for other female relatives. If that's the case, why can't we just go for an outing together? Thinking of that scene, they all looked at him resentfully with dead fish eyes. Yin Shi's scalp tingled a little. Let's go and talk to them. You should have a mission in this operation. The reason why you brought Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane is also here, right? Tamayo said helplessly at this moment. Yes, Yin Shi rubbed his nose. There is still about half a month before the time I agreed with her, so we must hurry up and deal with it. As for Hanai, her personality is quite good, and she is also the one between us. Among them, the one who has the greatest kindness towards human beings like the two of you. You have work to do, and I also have things to arrange for her, so I will only take these two with me on this trip. Hearing this, Tamayo and Duohuo both nodded slightly. What Yin Shi said is true, indeed, it is like this. After sighing softly, Tamayo and Duanwo leaned over and began to tidy up Yin Shi's clothes. Then when are you leaving? Tomorrow morning, leave. Tamayo and Duanwo both began to feel a little bit lost at this moment, and then, they threw themselves into Yin Shi's arms, quietly enjoying the hard-earned warmth. Then, have a good trip, go early and return early. The two spoke softly at this moment. There was a slight throbbing in the depths of Yin Shi's eyes, and then, he also stretched out his hand, gently stroking the soft hair of the second daughter. After a while, Yin Shi said softly, then tonight, I will express my apology that I have to say goodbye again. Why? Wait, Chapter 130 God-Given Body, Safe Childbirth Woman Yubayashiki Amane. The neon lights in winter can be seen everywhere in the misty snow scene. The heavy snow has settled on the ground, and it is covered with silver everywhere, which looks extraordinarily enchanting. In such a winter, if you can soak in the hot spring, it must be a very beautiful thing. And Yin Shi et al. Think so. After 2 or 3 days of this outing, they came to a hot spring hotel on the outskirts of the city to stay. Of course, this is not because Yin Shi treats his task negatively, but because this hot spring hotel is actually not far from the destination. As mentioned before, Yin Shi doesn't intend to use his own strength to search slowly one by one. Since Muzan was pulled to the Emperor's position and sat down, the Imperial machine under his feet, of course, Yin Shi's thinking is to fully control it. So, in fact, the decree introduced by His Majesty Muzan has actually begun to be implemented. That is to say, the corresponding decree on restricting and arresting ghost killing teams, but because of the common occurrence of city and road closures due to heavy snowfall in winter, this decree has not been fully implemented. But thinking about it, it should be completely determined by the beginning of spring next year. You have to hit 7 inches to hit a snake, and you have to use all your strengths to deal with the 040 ghost killing team, without leaving any possibility, to completely crush it to death, so that there will be no future troubles forever, and there will be no possibility of the opponent making a comeback. As for another decree issued, which is requested by Yin Shi, search the population distribution of Kamado surname within the whole country. This point has been carried out very well without any restrictions. Because of this, Yin Shi got a lot of information about the distribution of the Kamado surname in the Neon Empire through the arrangement not long ago. After all, the Kamado surname is really quite rare in this empire, so the conclusion was drawn quickly. The hot spring hotel where they are now is actually not far from the Kamado family they want to search for. Moreover, staying at the hot spring hotel was actually a request from Kanai and Amane, and Yin Shi didn't have any thoughts of resisting, so she stayed in it together and soaked in the hot spring comfortably at this moment. The baths are divided into men and women, and are blocked by wooden screens. In this winter, Yin Shi is not the only one who wants to soak in the hot springs in this freezing environment. There are also a large number of tourists, either rich or expensive. After all, the one I was looking for a while ago actually has quite high spending power. After enjoying the warm geothermal water comfortably, I felt that the fatigue from the whole body flew away. I declined the next massage invitation. Yin Shi planned to let Kanao and Amane come, and then I can help them too give it a good massage. After coming out of the separate baths, they all have the same goal at this moment. After wiping their bodies, they immediately head to their own rooms. This hot spring is so comfortable, together with Amane, smiling softly pinching Yin Shi's back lying on the blanket. At this moment, Kochou Kanae couldn't help but speak softly. Yeah, I feel tired and fly away, and the lady boss is really caring. Yubayashiki Amane was also a little emotional at this moment, and then said softly with a red face. Also, I have asked for you. The Kamado family you are looking for seems to live on the mountain, and they will always help send wood over for coal. Use. Kanae sighed softly inwardly. The current Yubayashiki Amane, from the looks of it, is almost completely in the shape of Yin Shi, except that he does not know how to expose information. Even if you know that the other party is a ghost, and the goal is definitely not that simple. Advertisement, however, as long as there are things other than the ghost killing squad, Yin Shi can follow suit. In this case, it is enough to explain many things. Yeah? Yin Shi's eyes flickered, but it was not as serious as Kanae thought. In fact, in Yin Shi's hardworking and rich work, Yubayashiki Amane, who hadn't had that kind of experience for a long time, was almost completely fired for a while. After all, Yubayashiki Kagaya is already seriously ill, so naturally he doesn't have much physical strength to do things. Moreover, you must know that Yin Shi's current strength has been strengthened by Tamayo and Ruhuo. So, developing Yubayashiki Amane to another level that she never got involved in was a no-brainer for Yin Shi. Then, another problem arises. Since Yubayashiki Kagaya is so weak and incompetent, why is it that Yubayashiki Amane can still give birth to so many offspring, 2 pairs of twin daughters and 1 son, totaling 5 heirs? The answer is actually very simple, because the priests are also a race blessed by heaven. The Yubayashiki family was cursed because of Muzan, a ghost dance official. However, correspondingly, they also have a certain amount of predictive ability, and when the predictive ability is awakened, it is also the time when their evil disease first occurs. As for the clan of priests, it was because the priests signed a contract with the Patriarch of the Yubayashiki clan at that time and received a gift from God. And the effect of this godsend is that the women of their clan will eventually gain a very powerful ability to breed offspring. That is to say, with the talent of super safe delivery, there will be no dystocia or premature delivery. Usually, twins are born, therefore, compared with Lixia, who is also human. For Yubayashiki Amane, Yin Shi usually doesn't pull back at critical moments. After all, if you want to keep this woman, ordinary means may not work very well. Therefore, although he didn't know how the offspring of the human-ghost hybrid would affect the mother's body, Yin Shi had to do it. In the half-month left for him, if he doesn't think about other methods, then he may really have to sit back and watch Yubayashiki Amane finally win his freedom and return. Moreover, Yubayashiki Amane was extremely resistant to Yin Shi's approach at first, but after Yin Shi's hard work many times, he also silently accepted this reality. Now, if Yin Shi sows the seeds in other places, it will cause my regret. If it's true what the proprietress said, then it seems that we should be able to accomplish our goal soon during this trip. After Yin Shi sat up with some emotion, he shook his head to signal that he didn't need to massage anymore. At this moment, he stretched out his hand thoughtfully and stroked his clean chin. After all, what I'm looking for is actually someone with the Kamado family of this job. It's getting dark now, leaving the hotel and going to the mountains to search. I'm afraid I won't be able to achieve my goal, and it will also arouse their vigilance. Yin Shi said thoughtfully. This is not my original wish. What I want to do now is actually to monitor and not contact, so I decided to go out and look for it tomorrow morning. You decide. In this regard, neither Kanae nor Yubayashiki Amane have any ideas. They don't even know what Kamado family they don't know, so naturally they are quite unclear about the clues and purpose of Yin Shi's trip. What is the relationship with the so-called 10 Kamado families? Advertisement also, one more thing to mention is that, although there are quite a few families with the Kamado surname in the Neon Empire, that is relatively speaking. The current Kamado family is just one of more than 100 people in the empire. Therefore, Kanae and Yubayashiki Amane believe that this time, there will be a great possibility that they will return without success. It's impossible to just start looking for it and find it the first time, right? This is ridiculous. Unless, it's fate. At this moment, after Yin Shi stretched his waist, he looked at the 2 women in front of him who were blinking at her with beautiful eyes, and then, he couldn't help but slightly lick the corners of his mouth. This look, he knew what it meant. Let's eat first. After Yin Shi shook his head, he still pressed himself at this moment. After all, Amane, unlike him and Kanae, is human. Moreover, you must know that after drinking and eating, it will be better to carry out. As the saying goes, when you are full and warm, you think about lust, and when you are hungry and cold, you steal your heart. To use this ancient poem to describe, in fact, it is very correct about Lily's situation. Accompanied by the proprietress personally bringing tea and food, the 3 enjoyed dinner. After just a while, Yubayashiki Amane, who was full, looked at Kanae who hung on Yin Shi's body and began to suck 3.5 blood to fill her stomach. Her beautiful eyes flickered for a while, then she pursed her lips and breathed lightly stand up. At this moment, Yin Shi also knew, and it was time for him to express himself. And Kanae also fell off with a blushing face at this moment, and then stood on the same front with Yubayashiki Amane, looking at Yin Shi in front of her with piercing eyes. Kanae, who was extremely shy at the beginning, is now able to retract freely. Needless to say, this is a huge improvement. The corner of Yin Shi's mouth drew a dangerous arc slightly, and then, he showed his domineering look, and stunned other people in the hotel first. The room is not soundproof, and there will be a lot of movement. And Yin Shi doesn't want these people to hear and perceive. Therefore, it is indeed an excellent way to shock and stun the audience first. P.S. The first update, there is another update, I am coding, please order in full, please order. Thanks to Taoyu Nana, 15,801, and other book friends for their monthly support. Maybe the next update will have fewer words, but the full version will be available soon. Recently, I have a sore throat and a cold, and my cough is very uncomfortable, which seriously affects my code words. Oh. Chapter 131 Kamado Sunflower Branch, Kamado Hanako, Kamado Mizuko. Kanai was the first to lose the battle, lying lazily on the other side with a feeling of fullness. Although she has a very rare, national heavy weapon, Kanai obviously doesn't know how to use it, not to mention that she has only recently begun to awaken this weapon, so she is indeed quite unskilled in using it. Therefore, although Yin Shi spent a lot of energy, as one of the three parties participating in the war at the same time, Kanai was the first to be defeated. And then, of course, Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane. Originally, under the cover of Kanai, she was able to continue to gain advantages through Yin Shi's constant distraction, but now, Kanai can't stand it at all, so there is one less M standing in front. It is conceivable to welcome her what will be the end. Facing two losers, it was obvious that Yin Shi would not give up the chance to chase after him. Next, is the indiscriminate bombing that Yin Shi is best at. Next morning, slowly opening his eyes, Yin Shi breathed lightly. On the left side of the body, Yubayashiki Amane is asleep. Lying on the right side of the body is Kochou Kanai. Now their faces are filled with contented and gentle expressions, as if full of maternal nature, revealing a strong and gentle expression. This also made Yin Shi, who was sitting up, a little dazed. Then, she couldn't help but draw the corners of her mouth slightly, stood up carefully so as not to wake them up. Yin Shi came to the window and looked at the snow-capped scene outside the window. Still the same weather as before, it was snowing and there was no sunshine. This 13 weather is really good. Stretch out your hands, put them in front of your mouth and exhale gently, let the white cloud of water vapor disperse in your palms. Yin Shi put one hand on his waist, and stretched out the other hand to caress his smooth chin. He is thinking about his next plan. At this time, Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane and Kanai also woke up leisurely. After Amane yawned for a while, she looked brightly at Yin Shi, whose back was facing her not far away. At this time, Kanai also focused her attention on this big boy. "Oh, are you awake? Let's take a rest. You guys haven't slept for 2 hours yet?" Sensing the movement behind him, Yin Shi turned his face sideways, looked at the two women who had stood up behind him. A soft look appeared in his eyes, and then, at this moment, he spoke softly. Both Kanai and Amane shook their heads at this moment. "If you continue to sleep, it will delay your plans for today, right?" Yin Shi was taken aback for a moment, and then his eyes softened even more. Being able to start from his point of view all the time, it seems that the degree of strategy for the two women in front of him is far deeper than he thought. After stepping forward and gently hugging the two of them, Yin Shi lazily said at this moment, "It doesn't matter. If my plan compares with your physical condition, I will choose the latter. You should be more or less tired. If that's the case, continue to sleep. I'll be by your side. After 2 hours, I'll wake you up again. After soaking in the hot spring for a while to recover, we'll set off." At this moment, both Yubayashiki Amane and Kanai couldn't help but glared at me, and then nodded slightly. After taking a bite in different directions from the side of Yin Shi's face, they simply closed their eyes. In fact, they are really tired, and Yin Shi, who was hugging the two of them, was leaning against the wall at this moment, and his eyes were also half drawn at this moment. Of course, at this time, he was not actually dozing off. But repeat the old tricks. He is using his knowledge and arrogance to perceive everything around him in a wide area. According to the proprietress of the Hot Spring Hotel, the Kamado family lives on this mountain, so the knowledge-colored domineering perception that Yin Shi uses now is to lock the specific location. Advertisement. After mastering the breathing method, Yin Shi's knowledgeable and domineering use of memes is actually quite similar to the Breath of the Beast in the original work. Breath of the Beast 7 shapes spatial perception. However, Yin Shi's wide area perception effect is definitely better than Yi Jiju's beast breath. Then, just as Yin Shi continued to spread the range of knowledge-colored domineering, suddenly, his body stopped. At this moment, he finally found what he was looking for. Then, a sense of surprise and ecstasy suddenly emerged in my heart. He really didn't expect that the first time he went out to search, it was originally a trip for the purpose of outing, and he actually found the other party directly under such a blundering situation. That is the very special breath of 6 paths, 4 men and 3 women, but, obviously, there is no aura of adult men. Combined with Yin Shi's judgment, instantly, he was completely determined. This is the purpose of his trip. There is really a kind of stepping through the iron shoes and finding nowhere to look, and getting a sense of sight without any effort. Actually, Yin Shi had forgotten. In the original book, the Kamado family was indeed born in the suburbs of Dongjing. Here, it is Dongjing Prefecture, Okutama County, and Mount Untori. "Mom, then I'm going out," at this time, is in front of the dilapidated thatched hut. The child waved his hand to say goodbye to his mother. At this moment, he was carrying a basket full of wood, and smiled heartily at this moment. Hearing this, the woman who was called smiled gently and then nodded slightly. This is a quite mature woman with black hair and purple eyes, a soft and kind face, and a tear mole on the corner of her mouth, but it does not look abrupt and ugly, but complements the soft and beautiful facial features. A head of smooth long hair was tied into a low bun at the back of the head, and a white turban was worn on the top of the head. What he was wearing was a purple city pine pattern kimono with a white square neckline long gown. There is no doubt that she is a very strong and beautiful wife. And the boy who bid farewell to this married woman has a very prominent and messy scar on his forehead, and his hair color is also red, which is quite eye-catching. That's not a dyed hair color, but a natural hair color. This is Kamado Tanjiro, the original protagonist. And the wife who saw off the child with a smile and told her to be careful was Mrs. Kamado E.G. This family is actually on the brink of collapse. The father of the head of the family, Kamado Tanjiro, died of illness a year ago. After passing away, all that is left are 6 children and a wife. In today's society, if you think about it, you know that this is almost something that forces people to die. If you think about it, it is almost extremely difficult to fill the household by collecting wood and selling charcoal. To raise 6 children, although the eldest son and eldest daughter can barely contribute to the family, there are still 4 children waiting to be fed. And it is extremely difficult to make a living with only the money from clearing wood and selling charcoal. Advertisement. In fact, according to the plot of the original work, at this time, Muzan, the ghost dancer, should personally kill the family to only one person, leaving only one Miduzi, and Kamado Tanjiro, who came back late because of selling materials. However, the direction of the plot has changed greatly. This time, it's not Muzan, the ghost dancer, who made the first contact with them, but Yin Shi. Just observing and perceiving with domineering color for a while, Yin Shi directly understood the embarrassment that this down-and-out family is facing now. There are too many children, and this kind of salary is extremely hard work, but it is definitely not able to support so many families. In the event of a famine or a natural disaster, such a broken family will almost be completely wiped out in such a situation of isolation. This is the situation that must be faced when the head of the family dies early, but there are too many heirs. As a widow, if she is irresponsible, in fact, Kamado Iji can find another family by virtue of her outstanding appearance. Based on Yin Shi's current observation, what can be known is that the bond between these family members is really quite deep. Come to think of it, this is the reason why Kamado Kuiji didn't abandon these children. 537. However, Yin Shi appeared. Therefore, all turning points will develop in a good direction. Kamado Tanjiro, a short-lived guy, left so much mess after his death that Yin Shi looked down on him. Therefore, your wives and daughters, I will take care of them, and you have nothing to worry about. Although there are a lot of males in this family, there is a sense of being happy to be a father. Ah no, there is a possibility that he will be slaughtered as a brother-in-law. But there is no way. Whoever made the current Yin Shi want to drool deeply. The wife is full of charm, picturesque and full of motherhood, Mrs. Kamado Iji. Gentle and generous, she is also the first heroine of the original work, Kamado Miduzi's younger sister. And that girl with short hair, Kamado Hanako, who always holds Shitsu's heart, looks petite and pitiful. How could Yin Shi give up on this? It is absolutely impossible to give up. That's just a waste of money. Therefore, the question before Yin Shi is actually how to contact this family. I'm very interested in your mother and your sisters, Tanjiro, will you give them to me? In this case, of course, just think about it. Saying it out will definitely make the other party's perception explode instantly, and then the impression score will directly become. In other words, do you have to draw it slowly? Yin Shi was thoughtful, and then, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. No problem, he has plenty of money. As long as they give enough money to subtly increase their impression of him, then everything will definitely come true after that. Of course, it has to be done in a subtle way, but it has to be in tune. Moreover, the first attack target cannot be Kamado Iji. Chapter 132. The strategy is in progress. Mrs. Kuiji is excited. Half a month later, brother Yin Shi, this is the wreath I wove, here. Looking at the little loli who was looking at her excitedly, Yin Shi smiled and shook her head, stretched out her hand and gently rubbed her little head. The garland is very beautiful. Hanako will definitely be a very ingenious and good wife in the future. Hearing this, the loli girl couldn't help but blush slightly, and poked each other with her fingers in embarrassment. No, it's nothing. This is Kamado Hanako, the youngest of all the girls in the Zhao family. At the same time, she was also the first to contact Yin Shi. After confirming that this is the original Kamado family, Yin Shi also remembered the formula book he had read. In the original plot, the unfolding of the plot also begins on a certain day in winter. That is, the first year after Kamado Tanjiro died of illness. But now, Yin Shi has replaced Muzan's role in the original plot. At the same time, different from Muzan, the ghost dancer, Yin Shi's corresponding policy is gentle, not cruel and directly wiped out. Half a month ago, he dressed up in disguise, took Hanai and Yubayashiki Amane, and went to the town at the foot of the mountain to present the government documents that would be issued immediately, and successfully parachuted down to become an official. Although the information was exposed to Amane because of this. It turns out that the entire Neon political arena is now controlled by their ghost clan. As for the lady's mood, Yin Shi was not sure. He has almost completed the development. Although it has been glued to each other many times, Yin Shi is still a little uncertain whether the current Yubayashiki is really sincere or just pretending. If Yubayashiki Yaozai knew that during this time, his wife's 3 thresholds were occupied by Yin Shi, he wondered if he would die of a serious illness on the spot. Since Yin Shi and others came from the imperial capital, the local mayor and the police station are all in awe and respect. Although Yin Shi's identity and authority as a special agent of Winter Beijing assisting poor families looked confused, they still respected him and dared not point fingers, but continued to provide help. On the one hand, this is to prevent Yin Shi from being hindered in performing his duties, and on the other hand, he intends to hug Yin Shi's thigh. After all, the official position and powers and responsibilities directly stated in the document are directly appointed by the Prime Minister. It is obvious that the forces and thighs behind Yin Shi are probably quite large. The mayor and the superintendent of the police station in this small town are not stupid. Relying on this identity, Yin Shi deliberately, pretended to be in a coma during a mountaineering trip. Sure enough, he was met by Kamado Hanako, who helped prepare the wood next, and then moved to his home on the mountain. Afterwards, Yin Shi relied on his eloquence and status to establish a good relationship with this family very quickly. Then, after going down the mountain, relying on the excuse of repaying the favor of dripping water and springing up, he began to help this family well. Of course, as a matter of course, he also established a good relationship with those women. As for those little boys and Tanjiro, that's incidental. There is no sun during the day in winter, so Yin Shi is not restricted, and can easily go up the mountain, providing some strength for the family, doing housework and playing with the children. And Kamado Eg is a strong and gentle woman, so if she directly provides financial assistance, she will only be declined by the other party. Even, there may be a sense of wariness against him. Therefore, Yin Shi can only save the country with curves. Advertisement: build a good relationship with the children first, and then look for other opportunities. And precisely because of Yin Shi's behavior, in fact, it greatly increased the Kamado family's favorability towards Yin Shi, the elder brother. In fact, Yin Shi's approach is not without effect. On the one hand, Yubayashiki Amane doesn't know Yin Shi's real purpose. However, seeing his intimate and friendly attitude towards children also made her sense of approval for Yin Shi stronger in her heart. On the other hand, among the three targets of Kamado's family, and those brothers, Yin Shi's favorability gradually increased. Yin Shi is more than just playing with the kids and helping with housework and farming. Every time I come up, I will bring a lot of gifts. For children, the effect of candy and doll toys is very good. As for Kamado Kuiji, Yin Shi would bring meat to improve their meals almost every 3 days. For the children who are now growing their bones, that is a great kindness. In fact, Kamado Kuiji was very embarrassed several times to accept Yin Shi's kindness in this way. However, whenever this gentle and beautiful wife makes a polite refusal, Yin Shi will prevaricate with the kindness of saving Hanako's life. The grace of a drop of water is reciprocated by the spring. Because of this, Kamado Kuiji also blushed to accept Yin Shi's constant goodwill signals. If you don't get paid for nothing, Yin Shi must have a conspiracy. Kamado Eg is not an idiot, she is well aware of these sophisticated ways of life. However, if it is really what she thinks, in fact, she will be happy to see it come true. After all, the head of the family has died of illness, and if her child can find such a true love, in fact, there should be nothing wrong. After all, Yin Shi has an outstanding appearance, and her status is quite good. That being the case, what objection did she have? Even if she knew, maybe Yin Shi has a strong emotional foundation for Hanako, but she is not prepared to object. That is, Hanako's current age is actually a bit young, at least 2 more years before she reaches adulthood. However, this gentle and strong wife doesn't know that Yin Shi's idea is actually a catch. Not a single Kamado Hanako. Hey, brother Yin Shi, you are going to. Looking at Yin Shi, who was giving tutoring to her younger brothers, at this moment, Kamado Hanako, whose pretty face was slightly blushing, twisted her little kakin nervously, and said shyly, "Do you want to stay with us? Have a meal?" In fact, Yin Shi has dined with them more than once. But this time, it was an invitation to dinner, and apparently, the Kamados aren't the type to drive guests away after dinner and leave them alone on a winter's night. So, this time, Kamado Hanako's proposal was actually a disguised form, asking Yin Shi if she wanted to stay overnight. Advertisement, of course, under the guise of having dinner, except for some people with extremely high EQ and IQ who can understand this, most people should not be clear. For example, Yin Shi is currently teaching the Kamado brothers who are literate, Kamado Takeo, Kamado Shigeru, and Kamado 6 Tai. They didn't understand at all, and they showed, okay, expressions, hoping that Yin Shi would stay too. At this moment, Yin Shi fell into a brief hesitation. These days, almost every night, he would go back to the small town down the mountain to stay with Hanai and Amane. After all, one cannot only pursue the progress of the Kamado family while ignoring the 2 women he brought over. However, this time, after all, it was the first time Hanako asked herself to stay overnight. If she refuses this time, I'm afraid it will give the little girl a very bad impression, and next time, it may not be so easy. Therefore, it is obvious that Yin Shi must seize this opportunity to stay overnight. Moreover, it is also possible to understand why Mrs. Kuiji promised Hanako to make this proposal today. Yes, Yin Shi is very clear that without Kuiji's consent, Hanako would not propose to him now anyway. However, Kanae and Amane also need an excuse to act conveniently. Getting along these days, Yin Shi is not for nothing. The result of the bet with Yubayashiki Amane was announced just yesterday. Yin Shi had a complete victory. The current Amane has completely transformed into his shape without any thought of going back. And, according to Kanae, it seems that with Yubayashiki Amane lately, something is amiss. It's too late to go down the mountain and explain to them that I won't be back tonight, and sending a letter, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult. After agreeing to Hanako's request here, smiling and looking at the children in front of her, Yin Shi began to shoot silk threads from the fingertips of her hands in this free time. Then, the layout of the shadow writing line was hastily carried out. After a long time, he finally used this move again. The Yin Shi avatar of the shadow writing line quietly generated in the dark completely simulates Yin Shi's appearance, except that the specific functionality is not available, and the rest are very similar. While Yin Shi focused on joking and talking with these children, on the other hand, he was driving the clone of Shadow Rider, using the empty path to move directly down the mountain at high altitude and at high speed. Although many functionalities of this avatar are missing, and the sound channel can't play a role, and the eyes are just decoration because there is no bloody eye of the red leaf, but as long as Yin Shi can remotely control it for handwriting, it will be fine. The purpose of using this trick is essentially to convey information. P.S. The first update ask for full order, ask for self-order. Cold is bad. In fact, I owe a lot of updates. I'll see if I have a chance next month. Thanks to Ricardo Book Friends for their huge rewards and support. Thank you Gongye Chongchuan for your monthly ticket support. Advertisement P.S. The second update, ask for a full order, ask for a custom order. The feeling of this cough is really quite uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the negative results, I would have thought I had been tricked. Oh, it's hard advertisement. P.S. The first update, thanks to book friend GG for the monthly ticket support. Ahem, I went to read a friend's novel today, and it's also Feilu's comprehensive manga. Bad movie watching protagonist. It's funny, similar to the live broadcast mode, blending, Miss Kagaya, and Kamen Rider Kabuto, will continue to be added in the later stage. It should be a harem type, but currently there is only one officially confirmed relationship. Those who are interested can take a look. Chapter 133 Pregnant Yubayashiki Amane. Kagaya, sorry. After finding Kanae and Yubayashiki Amane, the Shadow Rider clone was immediately manipulated by Yin Shi and began to write on paper. Kanao and Yubayashiki Amane were at a loss at first, not knowing what Yin Shi was going to do. However, when the words on the paper were fully displayed, they knew what had happened. In other words, the Yin Shi in front of him is actually transformed by his vampirism ability, not himself. And he himself, because it seems that someone is sick in the place where he is now, so he must stay there. In this regard, both Yubayashiki Amane and Kanae expressed their understanding, although they are actually a bit regretful to each other. And after writing the text, Yin Shi's expended mental strength has come to an end, and he exhausted it at this moment, which caused the Shadow Rider clone in front of him to directly turn into a ball of thread, crash and scatter all over the place, and then turn into ashes dissipated. This scene looks really scary. After Kanae shook her head, she looked at Yubayashiki Amane, who was beside her, who was a bit disappointed, and couldn't help saying at this moment, Ms. Amane, let's go back first, since we know that Yin Shi is really busy with serious things, then continued to wait. There is no way to do it at the door. Well, it's a pity, I'm going to ask him a question. Yubayashiki Amane said softly at this moment with some helplessness. Hearing this, Kanae couldn't help raising her eyebrows slightly. She knew that Yin Shi had a bet with Yubayashiki Amane, but in the final bet situation, Yin Shi won, and Yubayashiki Amane did not choose to embrace freedom go back, but Shang continued to stay by Yin Shi's side. Even she is very clear that the 13 people like Yin Shi are very carefree. At this moment, Kanae couldn't help asking softly with some interest, Amane, may I know this question? If it is a bad aspect, she can prepare in advance. For Yin Shi, also for Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane, as one of the 9 pillars of the ghost killing team, Kanae actually has a very close relationship with Yubayashiki Amane. After all, each other is quite beautiful women, and it is also the relationship between the monarch and his ministers. Therefore, part of the reason why Yin Shi brought Yubayashiki Amane and Kochou Kanae along with her on this trip is also partly from this. Hearing this, Yubayashiki Amane nodded thoughtfully, and then said softly with some shyness, recently, I have discovered some strange physical characteristics in my body. 1. In fact, I have had such physical characteristics 3 times, so I know very well that if there is no accident, I may be in that situation again. Embarrassed and shy, Yubayashiki Amane spoke softly at this moment. At this time, Kanae was already confused and puzzled. Special physical characteristics have happened before, what does that mean? Could it be that a hidden disease has occurred? Kanae has heard from Yin Shi that the Yubayashiki clan has been condemned by the gods and has hidden diseases on their bodies. Could it be that this is the case with Yubayashiki Amane now? Kanae suddenly became a little nervous. Could it be? Is your disease breaking out? Hearing this, Yubayashiki Amane couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. We priests don't have any diseases. I mean, I know very well that today should be the day when my geranium will arrive, but it didn't arrive. Also, since recently, I've been throwing up for no reason. Speaking of this, Amane couldn't help feeling even more embarrassed. Now that the words have come to this point, she actually already knows what is going on with her now. Sorry, Kagaya. I can't stop Yin Shi, sorry. At this moment, Yubayashiki Amane was a little sad and prayed to her husband in her heart. Advertisement of course, such behavior cannot be conveyed to the other party's heart at all. As the head of the ghost-slaying squad, the head of the contemporary Yubayashiki clan, he has already worn one after another hat gift from Yin Shi on his head. It's just that he can only feel something is wrong and irritated, and he has no idea what happened. After all, this is a certain limitation of predictive ability. And at this moment, after being slightly dazed, Kanae finally figured out what Yubayashiki Amane's words meant in the next moment. Can't help stretching out her hand at this moment, covering her mouth, Kanae's beautiful eyes widened, and a blush appeared on the cheeks of her pretty face at this moment. After a brief shock, what followed was deep astonishment. It's not right. Tamayo told them that there is no problem with Yin Shi, but they are the ones who have problems. Then, how did Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane treat her? Suddenly, Kanae froze. Right, it's different from them. Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane, but from beginning to end, she is human. At this moment, I always feel as if there is a precious treasure in my heart that has been stolen. Kanae opened her mouth, and then, sighing slowly, she returned to her usual expression, but this time, her eyes were quite serious. Look at Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane's now flat belly. Then, some emotion. I didn't expect that everyone wanted to have a baby, but you, madam, would take the lead. Yes, what Yubayashiki Amane just said about retching and geranium not coming are the signs that a woman will only appear when she is pregnant. The reason why Yubayashiki Amane is so sure that she is pregnant is also because she is a wife with a child. Therefore, she is very clear about the manifestations of pregnancy. And this may also be one of the reasons why she finally accepted the bet and failed. She is pregnant with Yin Shi's child. Originally, what she was thinking of was to ask Duan Shi and the opinion of the child in her belly tonight. Yubayashiki Amane would not choose to have an abortion, but if she gave birth, she would feel very sorry for her husband. Although, I've always been very sorry, however, if we continue this time. She really felt ashamed of the name and dignity of the Yubayashiki clan. However, tonight, Yin Shi didn't come here because he was staying overnight. Therefore, Yubayashiki Amane is destined to delay this matter for a while. At this moment, Kanae looked nervously at Mrs. Amane in front of her. Now that she knows she is pregnant, it is not a good choice to continue standing here in the winter night under the wind. And, Kanae also wants to see what Yin Shi's child is like. In the future, when she also gave birth to a child, she can just take this opportunity to increase her experience. Madam, let's go back first. You should have a good rest now. As for that guy, when he comes back, I will talk to him properly. Advertisement. Amane nodded with a smile, then, with a smile, reached out and touched her stomach lightly. But after a while, a look of embarrassment appeared on her pretty face, and then she blushed a little bit ashamed. Sorry, Kagaya. On the other hand, Yin Shi had dinner at Kamado's family. The three brats were really troublesome, but it was reasonable for Wazi to keep feeding him vegetables while blushing. When knowing that Yin Shi might be staying at his home tonight, Kamado Tanjiro and Kamado Miduzi were a little at a loss. As brothers and sisters who can barely take care of one side of the family, at this moment, they also looked at their mother with some doubts. However, Kamado Kuiji did not express anything about this. In fact, Yin Shi stayed overnight not because Hanako's proposal was accepted by Kuiji. It was Aoiji who asked Hanako to say so. Kamado Kuiji has only one purpose, and that is to better recognize Yin Shi during this period of time. And as expected, his evaluation score is qualified in her eyes. Then, she will accept Yin Shi and become their family. However, we have to wait for Hanako to grow white spots. The food on the dinner table actually didn't attract Yin Shi at all, or even a 5-star chef could not attract Yin Shi's attention if he cooked a full banquet at this moment. After all, he is a ghost, not a human being, so his food preferences are completely different from human beings. However, Hanako volunteered to do it with her mother and her sister. Naturally, Yin Shi would not foolishly say that she doesn't like to eat it, on the contrary, she eats it with gusto. After that, he continued to praise the delicious food, and praised the three girls in disguise. After all, Kamado Kuiji has seen the world, so she just blushed a little, and asked Yin Shi to continue eating. And Miduzi and Hanako felt a little parched, and their faces were about to have a fever and white smoke came out. However, the boys at the dinner table did not have this vision. Mess with Yin Shi's planning steps, they do it quite naturally. After drinking and eating, Yin Shi offered to help everyone wash the dishes as a thank you to the Kamado family for giving him dinner. This statement was impeccable, and therefore, after a while, the three female relatives of the Kamado family finally agreed. Just as Yin Shi was complacent and went further, what he didn't know was that the three women in Kamado's family also had the same idea. 1. Is preparing to test his future son-in-law. 1. I just want to get closer to Yin Shi stickers. 1. Is pure curiosity. Chapter 134. The night stay is in progress. Yin Shi starts to act. Mom, why did you suddenly want to stay with brother Yin Shi to spend the night here today? Our house is not a good place to entertain people, we don't even have a suitable bed. When the time comes, everyone will sleep together, let Tanjiro hold Lu Tai to sleep, we will be closer to each other, and we can make room. In the corner, Kamado Iji's beautiful eyes quietly looked at Yin Shi who was chatting and laughing with Hanako while washing dishes in the kitchen. After looking away, she replied to Miduzi who was asking her a question. In such a cold winter, the water is naturally very cold, not to mention, they still live on the mountain. Therefore, Yin Shi can actually offer to wash the dishes after dinner. Anyway, this really makes Kamado Kuiji feel good. But at this moment, Miduzi, who heard the words, couldn't help rubbing his clean chin with his hand. At this time, Kamado Kuiji said softly again, also, actually, I also want to take this opportunity to get to know Yin Shi better. Hearing this, Miduzi's body shook, and then he opened his mouth wide in shock, his eyes full of shock and bewilderment. Mom, this is what I want. Suddenly, I always feel that some precious things in my heart are disappearing quickly. Miduzi suddenly felt angry and sad, but immediately after that, there was another sigh for no reason. She couldn't say whether her mother was wrong, after all, her father had been dead for a year. And during this year, it is true that my mother is really tired to maintain this huge family. The few crow's feet that appear under the corners of the eyes are actually perfect proof. But now, in my mother's opinion, Yin Shi is rich and responsible, and can help with housework, is very responsible, looks good, and treats their family very well. In this case, even if however, Miduzi still felt an inexplicable sadness at this moment. She thought of when her father was still there. Although the family was poor at that time, there was still a father's love and a mother's love. And now, it's clear that those times will never return. From now on, will it be Yin Shi who will act as a father and give them friendship? However, Yin Shi's appearance doesn't look much bigger than Fozzie's. Well, at this moment, seeing his daughter's expression, Kamado-iji couldn't imagine what she was thinking. Frustrated, Kamado folded her hands in front of her chest and said, "Don't think too much, I'm just looking to see if Yin Shi and Hanako will be happy." This time Yin Shi stayed overnight. In fact, it was also an opportunity for me to observe secretly, but now it seems that Yin Shi has done quite well. Speaking of this, Kamado Kuiji's eyes are soft, and at this moment the corners of his mouth slightly draw a beautiful arc. Hey, and hearing this, Kamado Miduzi at this moment was really shocked. She stared wide-eyed, looking at her mother a little at a loss. This, Hanako is only 13 years old. I know, but, seeing Yin Shi and her, they get along very well, so I don't think they should be separated. Moreover, it may be that Hanako has saved Yin Shi's life, so Yin Shi likes to be with her very much. Get along with this girl. Kamado-iji said somewhat complicatedly. That little girl Hanako also likes Yin Shi very much, doesn't she? I can feel it, but being too young, this is indeed a problem. So, the purpose of letting Yin Shi stay overnight this time tonight is actually just to let them sign a marriage contract with each other. After 2 years, when Hanako becomes an adult, she can marry him. At this moment, Kamado Miduzi's face was flushed, and she stretched out her hand to cover her slightly opened mouth, somewhat bewildered and shocked. Advertisement then, a little complicated, said at this moment, this. She turned her face and looked in the direction of the kitchen. Indeed, Hanako really likes this guoduantuan. Moreover, Yin Shi seems to like sister Hanako quite a lot. Make a marriage contract first, then get married 2 years later. Indeed, acceptable. However, Kamado Mizuko, there is always a sense of absurdity. As the eldest sister and the eldest son in the family, neither of them is married yet. As the girl's Hanako, is it necessary to book a wedding first? To be honest, this is really a bit dumbfounding. However, in fact, this is also quite good. At least everyone don't have to separate so quickly. Moreover, if they have a good relationship with Yin Shi in this way, with the latter's identity and financial resources, they can indeed support their family after their father's death. There is no better choice than this, is there? What's more, Yin Shi and Hanako both have eyes for each other. One has a good impression of the other party because he saved him, and the other is overwhelmed by the other party's personality charm in the past few days. So happy with each other, then there is no regret or regret. Miduzi is a sister, and Kuiji is a mother. What I have now should be just emotion and blessings. Yin Shi, a trustworthy self. Coincidentally, Yin Shi also thought so. The excellent 5 senses made Yin Shi actually hear all the words from the beginning to the present of the two people who thought he couldn't hear in the distance and spoke in low voices. I see, are you going to let me make a marriage contract with Hanako first? Of course I agree with both hands and feet, but in fact, Mrs. Kuiji, what I think is not just that simple. Yin Shi thought so in his heart. His purpose is to catch everything in one go, not to give up this forest for a big tree. The neon lights in the winter night, the temperature drops sharply and loses temperature rapidly. What's more, it's in the mountains. Therefore, the Kamado family sleeps together almost every night. Through the continuous automatic burning of charcoal in the fireplace, although it is smoky, there is no doubt that it can bring warmth to an evening. After knowing Kuiji's thoughts, Yin Shi was also mentally prepared, and under Hanako's shy and nervous gaze, she agreed to Mrs. Kuiji's proposal. He also likes the little girl Hanako very much, but for now, let's wait for her to grow up. However, there is nothing wrong with signing the marriage contract first. Of course, the people present who verbally ordered the wedding ceremony were Yin Shi and the 3 female relatives of the Kamado family. The rest of the people, etc., are completely unaware of this. Advertisement. In fact, after getting Yin Shi's confirmation, in fact, Kamado Kuiji also had some emotions and mixed feelings. On the one hand, she believes that with the help of Yin Shi, the future of the Kamado family should not be as difficult as before, especially now after the death of her husband Kamado Tanjiro. On the one hand, it is also a deep reluctance and blessing to my daughter Hanako. However, Mrs. G has been hiding these 2 emotions. She can't show it. This is the last decency of being the eldest mother. Just tonight, everyone was sleeping in the living room, and the closed doors and windows only showed a little opening, which made the room extremely hot and warm, which was just right in this cold winter night. However, because there is a guest staying overnight today, except for a few children, older people are a little vigilant. For example, Mrs. Kamado, and Kamado Mizuko and Kamado Tanjiro. Even in the middle of the night, Yin Shi has the ability of night vision, and he can clearly see that the 3 of them seem to have barely slept, and their eyes, more or less, have a distance from each other. Also, there are rules. Kuiji rests for a while, let Miduzi pay attention. Then Yasuko took a break and let Tanjiro stare, then, go back and forth. However, one thing that is certain is that Miduzi soon broke down and slept quite soundly like her brothers and sisters. And Tanjiro, an idiot, has been staring at Yin Shi quietly vigilantly. Yin Shi is very clear. In fact, after half a month of getting along, this guy always responds to himself, who is constantly expressing kindness, with a smile on his face. Pretty tricky. But with such a great opportunity tonight, how could he let Tanjiro continue to get in the way? Coincidentally, for Tanjiro in this situation, he has a very good coping method. Stretch out your hand quietly from under the blanket, Li Hao, and then directly shoot, line bullet, in the dark. Chirp. This blow from the dark directly hit Tanjiro's chin, who was completely unaware. With just one blow, this ordinary person who had not been systematically trained as in the original book was directly knocked unconscious on the spot. And now, the only people who are awake are Yin Shi and Kamado Kuiji. And obviously, now, Kamado Iji doesn't know, in fact, now, Miduzi and Tanjiro are already sleeping like dead pigs. All her children are sleeping very soundly at this moment. Then, Yin Shi can finally start to act. After slowly pushing away the quilt and sitting up, he first covered the child next to him with the quilt, and then deliberately pretended to be in a hurry to urinate. Bathroom. Not long after, Yin Shi came back. At this moment, he is about to carry out an evil and highly successful plan. Chapter 135 Tanjiro. I'm sorry. Next, Yin Shi, who came out of the bathroom, pretended not to see clearly, stretched out his hand, leaned on the wall, and kept groping forward. Naturally, he has this acting skill, and he also pretends to be very similar. This made Kamado Iji, who had been secretly watching the situation, very nervous. Kuiji was a little worried about Yin Shi's wrestling, and also worried about whether Yin Shi would step on the children. Because of this, I was quietly dissatisfied with Tanjiro in my heart. This is how the same thing. Why doesn't Tanjiro stand up now and help Yin Shi back to his original position? Kuiji remembers very clearly that Tanjiro's night vision ability should be very good. However, Tanjiro, who was stunned by Yin Shi, was doomed to eat the scapegoat. And Yin Shi has been moving towards his destination. Of course, it's not where he was just now, but another place, another corner, that is, where Kamado Kuiji is. Kamado Kuiji also stared blankly at the blurred figure of Yin Shi, who kept walking along the wall. After a while, Kuiji suddenly startled. No, Yin Shi has completely deviated from the direction. He should go to the other end, where he sleeps, not the other end here. Kamado Aoi opened her mouth, fearing that she would wake up all the children suddenly, which would only lead to two results. First of all, everyone should not be able to sleep well tonight. Second, is that Yin Shi can be quite humiliating. In any case, Kamado Iji did not want to witness such a thing happen in front of his own eyes. Therefore, despite all kinds of helplessness, Kuiji could only close her mouth nervously at this moment, watching Yin Shi's 790's figure approaching slowly and nervously. Then, watching him finally come to his side, Kamado Kuiji wanted to sigh a little, and then, gritting his silver teeth, suddenly thought of a trick. When Yin Shi lifts the quilt, as long as he touches it, he will be surprised that this is not where he should be, so that he can retreat. Kamado Kuiji's eyes lit up. It was the first time that Kuiji felt that she was very witty. Therefore, he gritted his silver teeth and stepped back, making sure that Yin Shi could feel that someone was actually there the moment he touched the quilt. In this way, he will definitely retreat. Kamado Kuiji believes in Yin Shi very much. Moreover, Kuiji believed from the beginning to the end that everything was an oolong incident caused by Yin Shi's poor night vision ability. As everyone knows, at this moment, it is quite clear to see Kamado Kuiji's actions in real time. Can't help but draw the corner of his mouth slightly at this moment. In this case, he will count on it. The next moment, Kamado Kuiji's body froze, because Yin Shi had already laid down and hugged herself, pretending to be unaware, and said at this moment, "It's so cold outside, Takeo, let me hug you for a while." At this moment, Kamado Iji is about to cry. This is the first time that Kuiji has been in such close and intimate contact with a man other than her husband. However, Kuiji didn't know how to speak. It would be extremely embarrassing for each other to speak now. And once the children are shocked, they will definitely feel very sympathetic to their own situation, and at the same time, they will be very angry with Yin Shi who is shocked and doesn't know the situation, BDFT angry. Then, when the time comes, Hanako's situation will probably be shattered in an instant. And all of these are actually Yin Shi's unintentional mistakes. He just went to the toilet, couldn't see the way when he came back, and walked against the wall in the dark, and it was just a coincidence that he came to his side. Advertisement. What if the misunderstanding escalates like this? Kamado Kuiji could only grit his silver teeth at this moment. His body was rather stiff and motionless, pretending to be asleep, hoping that Yin Shi would notice it soon, and then leave immediately in surprise and embarrassment. But is Yin Shi such a thin-skinned person? Moreover, his purpose was originally for this. How could he run away in embarrassment without taking any benefits? At this moment, feeling the stiffness of Kamado Iji's body in his arms, Yin Shi also stiffened appropriately. Then, pretending to be a little nervous, he said, "Ms. Kuiji?" Kamado Kuiji, who was already ashamed and just wanted to drill the hole, dared not answer Yin Shi's call. The body remained stiff all the time, pretending to be asleep without saying a word, and at the same time, silently praying for Yin Shi to leave quickly. It seems that he is aware of it. Really, I am so stupid. I just realized it now. Hurry up, get out of here quickly. Kamado Kuiji, who was roaring anxiously in his heart, kept talking in his heart at this moment. Wait, not. How Yin Shi? All of a sudden, the next moment, this time, Kamado Kuiji was really stunned on the spot. Then, it was complete stiffness and bewilderment. In this dark night without light, Kuiji's pupils suddenly widened, and the focal length in the pupils kept shrinking and expanding. It was obvious that he was stimulated by something. Kamado Kuiji swallowed, took a breath, and slapped the wolf paw away. Yin Shi froze suddenly, and at this moment, Kamado Kuiji turned around and faced this presumptuous and bold guy. The purple eyes contained anger. You be asterisk 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 D. But even so, Kuiji still yelled softly, although his tone was full of anger, but he was always worried that it would wake up the children. Even, until now, Kuiji is still thinking about the despicable Yin Shi. Kuiji doesn't want that to happen. It will damage Yin Shi's reputation and make Hanako sad. Yes, Kamado Iji is really a perfect and strong mother. And Yin Shi, who felt this emotion, looked at Men Kuiji at this moment. From the first moment of eye contact, Yin Shi knew that this woman's will and gentleness were really moving. However, the arrow on the crossbow has been charged so much that it hurts a bit. Therefore, at this moment, Yin Shi will never let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, then next time, Kamado Kuiji will definitely be on guard. So, today, we must complete all. Take a great first step. That's one small step for mankind, but one giant leap for Yin Shi. The next moment, under Kuiji's shocked gaze, Yin Shi suddenly approached. Kuiji stared at her beautiful eyes. The night is getting darker, everything is quiet. On winter nights, snowflakes are still drifting. The children of the Kamado family are still sleeping peacefully and soundly. They couldn't hear any sound, only the crackling of the charcoal in the fireplace and the crisp sound of falling snowflakes outside the window. The arms used to resist the invasion of darkness were easily opened by Yin Shi. Advertisement then, there was the rather obtrusive purple Ichimatsu pattern kimono, and the white square neck gown. The heavy and cumbersome clothes made it very difficult for Yin Shi to untie. However, at this moment, something that stunned him happened. It turned out that it was the owner of the clothes who took the initiative to guide Yin Shi to teach how to disarm the equipment. To be honest, at this moment, Yin Shi was really at a loss. Just now, his tongue was bleeding directly from the opponent's counterattack. So, what is the situation now? Don't make any noise, just this once, okay. Yin Shi was stunned for a moment and then looked over. But obviously, Kamado Kuiji didn't intend to look at Yin Shi, and turned his head away, making Yin Shi unable to fulfill his wish, so he was very angry. However, these words can be regarded as a complete order for Yin Shi's actions. There are only 3 things, but if there are 2, there are 3. So, this is bound to be a useless false promise. Yin Shi, choose verbal promise. Of course, after that, whether it will really be fulfilled is completely impossible. He is such a villain who likes to go back and forth. Tanjiro was in a deep sleep. Although Yin Shi kept his hands back, for an ordinary Tanjiro, that blow would definitely make him fall into a peaceful sleep, and he would not be awakened by any movement. It was just so willful. And the other children, at this moment, are also sleeping very soundly, including Hanako and Mi Duzi. As for the little kids like Zhu Shang, Yin Shi could sense that they, with their childish nature, were completely immersed in dreams at this moment. Therefore, this moment belongs only to him and Kamado Iji. Of course, it is possible that the dead bones of Kamado Tanjiro in the tomb buried in the back mountain may have great words to explain. There will be great resentment that wants to be expressed. But at this moment, everything is useless, because Yin Shi has already entered. And, at this moment, he said softly, "From now on, let me replace Tanichiro's accusation." Kamado Kuiji gritted his silver teeth at this moment, rolled his eyes slowly, and kept pinching blood marks on Yin Shi's vest with his fingertips. She has nothing to say, not because of speechlessness, but because of being silenced. In my mind, following, Tanjiro, I'm sorry, another absurd idea emerged. Protect Hanako. She is obliged, and, in this case, Hanako, definitely have to wait for at least 3 years, not just 2 years later. Kamado Iji was thinking in horror at this moment. And Yin Shi, chapter 136 Eat Kamado sunflower branches, unknown sons of Kamado. Under the night outside, the heavy snow was still falling majestically. On the snow-capped land, the small thatched hut on the top of the mountain looks quite abrupt, but it is also so natural. The north wind was blowing, and the rain and snow were constantly beating on the small window, making a crackling sound corresponding to the inside. The cold wind of the call sign seemed to have some depressing humming. Like weeping and complaining, but also with a strange charm. However, at this moment, because of the tightly locked doors and windows of the hut, this severe chill can only exchange a little air, so that the oxygen will not be cut off here, and the cold in the cold wind, obviously, cannot penetrate in. The newspapers and paper pasted on the window are quite strong on the window. No matter what, they will not fall off due to the cold wind from the outside, effectively preventing the cold night and winter wind from intruding. Because of this, the cold wind blew even more loudly, as if there were unjust souls in it who were unwilling to be humiliated. But if you think about it, it's impossible, something that happened. In this long winter night, at this moment, the cold wind is blowing, and in the thatched hut, everyone is sleeping quietly, or moving cautiously. They are safe with each other and won't wake anyone up. Kamado Miduzi and a group of brothers and sisters all slept soundly, with their eyes closed, falling asleep. The bleak howl of the wind outside the window, the suppressed chirping sound inside the window, and the crackling of charcoal in the fireplace. All of these seem to form a very moving tune, which will not make people feel that it is noise and wake up because of it. Of course, if it is Kamado Tanjiro who is highly alert, maybe he will really notice it and wake up from his sleep. But, unfortunately, as the eldest son in the family and under constant surveillance, he was naturally targeted by Yin Shi. Now, the cranium concussion was caused by the impact of the thread bullet on the side of the chin, and then a slight concussion was formed, and he fell into a deep lethargy. Tomorrow, if the rooster in the chicken coop does not crow, there is no doubt that Kamado Tanjiro will not wake up just then. This moment, this room, belongs only to Yin Shi and Kamado Kuiji. And at this time, why would I do this? At this moment, Kamado Kuiji, who was wandering in the sky, suddenly had some curious and complicated thoughts. Feeling the strange feeling of being blocked, Kamado finally closed her eyes tightly, panting slowly, and felt deeply sorry for her late spouse, Mr. Tanjiro, in her heart again. Yes, it's a done deal now, and it's just a once-in-a-lifetime act, and it won't happen again in the future. In fact, if Yin Shi knew what Kamado Kuiji was thinking, he would probably try to persuade him. Kamado Tanjiro is almost dead. Since he is already a dead person, there is no need to continue to offer loyalty to him. This is not the fault of Kamado Ig. Moreover, this useless guy, who was obviously seriously ill, didn't know how to restrain himself, so he passed away early, throwing all the burdens on you widows and children. What a shameless and irresponsible behavior. Yin Shi felt deep contempt for this Kamado Tanjiro. This disdain is even worse than that of Rengoku Mojiro. Alcoholism but intemperance, serious illness but impatient and irresponsible. Unfortunately, when Yin Shi came, Kamado Tanjiro had been cold for a year. Advertisement at this moment, the impression given to Yin Shi is also very special. This is the first time Yin Shi has felt the feeling of flesh, and it is completely different from the battlefield he has experienced before. Let's not talk about the country here, but another feeling. Yes, Kamado Iji's figure is a bit out of shape. Therefore, there will be a layer of fat on the stomach. If you sweat, bend down and clamp your stomach, there will be very obvious red sweat marks. This point is actually exactly the same as many fat houses who do not exercise in later generations. And because of the daily housework and the hard work of housewives, plus the birth of 6 children, Kamado Tanjiro, Kamado Nezuko, and later Kamado Koko, Kamado Takeo, Kamado Shigeru, Kamado 6 moreover, under the poverty of their own family, they have to take care of so many children. As a matter of course, Kamado Ig is very indifferent to his own care situation. The maintenance situation can be said to be very poor. Not only is the belly fleshy, but there are also black pigment deposits in some places. Fortunately, there are not many stretch marks from childbirth. Moreover, it is probably because of wearing a heavy white kimono all year round to cover the sun, and often doing housework and sweating. Therefore, although it may be a bit disappointing if you look at it, the toughness and texture are actually quite good. This is a strong and tender mother, Yin Shi could tell almost immediately. Not as noble and dignified as Yubayashiki Amane, well-maintained, beautiful and coquettish like a fairy. It's not as good as Lu Huo, although she is a woman, but her sickly and delicate body is so pitiful that people can't help but feel pity at the first sight. This is another style, full of strong meaning, self-improvement, and the charm of being able to support the family with one's own strength. Yin Shi appreciates it very much, as I have said before. To attract his attention, first of all, it must be the plot characters appearing in the original work, and secondly, it must have enough personality charm. This is also the main reason why Yin Shi gave up on Yahaba. Of course, the more reason is that the face shape is too boyish. And at this moment, although Kamado Kuiji's perception is not as good as Yin Shi thought, but, in fact, Yin Shi appreciates this embarrassment. Flaws and weaknesses in appearance are not completely irreversible and irreversible. Moreover, the feeling of being fleshy is also the only one, just pinching the fat in the stomach, it feels very loose and quite good. Of course, this is not to say that Kamado Ig is a fat boy by name. Rather, just right fat. 1 point less is too thin, and 1 point more is too fat, because this is probably the state. Moreover, Kamado Kuiji is not fat. In fact, from the appearance, you will not feel that Kamado Kuiji is bloated. Oval face, no double chin. Shiny black hair, a pair of purple star eyes under the willow eyebrows, and dignified facial features. Especially the teardrop mole under the corner of the mouth, which shows that it is quite mature and has another style. Although the face shape is more than 30, close to 40 years old, it is beginning to be a little round, coupled with the polishing of the ears and worrying about the children, the hard work and dedication for the livelihood all the year round. You can clearly see the corners of the eyes and the corners of the mouth, left traces. Asking for flowers. However, even so, it can still be seen that there are 10 full-fledged beauties. Advertisement. This is also a reasonable thing. Otherwise, it would not be possible to have so many children whose appearance is almost above the level scoreline. However, due to years of hard work, housework, childcare, and inability to take care of myself, I didn't pay attention to the loss of shape. However, if Yin Shi always pulls Kamado Kuiji for high-intensity exercise from today, it will not only make her refreshed and improve her skin condition, but also consume a lot of calories, so that she can successfully lose weight. Serves multiple purposes. Moreover, Kamado Kuiji's slight fatness is actually just right and beautiful. Mother Hands line, wandering clothing. I don't know why, but now, Yin Shi has such an exclamation. Kamado Ig has some hunchbacks, which is not born, and, obviously, in this era, there are no later generations of mobile phones. So, this is caused by carrying the youngest child all the time, or long-term habits. In his heart, he felt more sympathy and pity, and because of this, Yin Shi began to shake his son. He didn't want to disappoint or make Kamado Kuiji feel uncomfortable, but he wanted to let this strong mother finally let go of the burden on her hands. From now on, I will hand over the responsibilities and obligations that I bear to him. Now that we are a family, Then, when the catcher ate 2 of them by the way, Yin Shi wouldn't think it mattered. Moreover, it is really tiring and difficult for Kamado-iji to continue to take care of the 6 children. Of course, Yin Shi didn't want to just live in these sunflower branches and take care of these children. Kamado-iji, who had been so far away from the shock, couldn't help but widen her eyes. Ask for a full order, ask for a custom order. Then, when Yin Shi led the soldiers to charge, and at this moment, he expressed his thoughts. But another thought then, it is very correct for mothers to send their children to school. Yin Shi's current status and financial resources are just enough to kick out all these light bulbs that get in the way and study in boarding schools. Thanks to Dongfa Book Friends for their support. 7. P.S. The first update, thank you for your monthly support from book friends such as Inadvertently, Tasteless, and Favorite Chichi. These little brats, why are they staying at home when they are so old? Then, Kamado-iji responded, okay, I will listen to you. The revenge on Yin Shi's back was also gradually relaxed, and he no longer used his slender nails to draw blood. Since ancient times, it has been the nature of mothers to hope that their children will succeed. Now, get lost and go to kindergarten or elementary school to receive compulsory education. Then, with tears in his eyes, his whole body tensed up a little nervously. In this way, not only Kuiji's wish was satisfied, but Yin Shi's goal was also realized. Yin Shi's eyes lit up immediately. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone is a great idea, isn't it? Chapter 137 Sending you to study. Mizuko feels weird. If Yin Shi didn't say that sentence, but thought of using his sincerity to impress her in the future. Undoubtedly, it will take a lot of time not to mention, and it is also very easy to cause. Kamado Yaduzi and others finally discovered this situation. However, it was a coincidence that Yin Shi chose to speak out his proposal at that moment, while both of them were in a state of confusion. But this proposal completely hit the heart of Kamado Kuiji, who was a mother and eager for her son to become a success. Reading. That was a very extravagant term she never thought of. Yes, since the Meiji Restoration to the present, the Neon Empire has naturally established a wide range of shushu and schools for people to study. However, although there is a certain amount of compulsory education, the cost of studying, as well as recommendation letters and school approval, all these things have become one huge obstacle after another in front of him, making every time Kuiji finds out, he feels quite hopeless. Reading, there must be a way out. However, the conditions of their family are such that it is difficult to even provide for a child to study. But now, Yin Shi said so firmly and confidently that he would send those children to study. Essentially, 263, is to prevent them from staying at home and getting in the way, which is really annoying. Kamado Kuiji doesn't know Yin Shi's real purpose at all, he just thinks, just like this. Yin Shi doesn't hesitate to expend so much energy and money to help her son pave the way. In this way, she helped Hanako stabilize Yin Shi first. In fact, it was just the right behavior. Although, I'm a little sorry for Hanako. However, if Hanako knows that her younger brothers can go to school because of this, she will definitely be very happy. At this moment, while feeling refreshed, Kamado Kuiji was yearning for the bright future, with tears in her beautiful eyes, but covering her mouth to prevent herself from yelling out in the middle of the night and waking up the children. What a beautiful thing this is, and Yin Shi, watching Kamado Kuiji's reaction at this moment, was a little at a loss. Just now, the other party was like a stiff log, but suddenly turned the offensive and cooperated with him like a fish in water, which really surprised him a bit. Then, seeing Kamado Kuiji's beautiful eyes filled with tears, but not sad, Yin Shi realized this, and then, she couldn't help but sigh softly in her heart. What a great mother, and Yin Shi has always been very responsible. It is his criterion that he must do what he says. Now, knowing why Kamado Kuiji is crying, Yin Shi will not give up this opportunity. Such opportunities to make a good impression will not always be there. Once you miss it, you have to know what it is when. Moreover, this promise made by Yin Shi is actually quite beneficial to him. First of all, Kamado Miduzi and Kamado Tanjiro should have missed the best time to enroll. Therefore, there is a great possibility that they will not be able to enroll. This point, Yin Shichuan and Kuiji will talk about it first. Miduzi is Yin Shi's target, so Yin Shi understands this point very well. As for Tanjiro, the naive head post, it was quite easy to deal with, and Yin Shi didn't care about it. And those children are sent to boarding schools, a large amount of money is given every month, and at the same time, let the teaching staff manage them well. It is best for the whole family to be able to take care of each other in the same school. Advertisement with Yin Shi's money offensive and power offensive, it should be easy to do. As for Hanako, although it is a pity, Yin Shi also wants to let her enroll in school to learn knowledge. Of course, it was Lost Girls' School, and Yin Shi will personally pick her up when she leaves school every week. At the same time, in order to prevent her from falling into an unfamiliar environment and being bullied on campus, the care Yin Shi has to give her is far better than those 3 cheap sons. Prevent possible bullying. Bullying occurs in every region. Whether it is ancient or modern, it is the same. Therefore, it is very correct to take precautions before they happen. Regarding Hanako, Yin Shi wanted to raise her into a little princess, so the grievances and pains she suffered before, the pity of not having enough to eat in the humble situation of this thatched hut, let them become a complete past tense. Oh, the 3 cheap sons, of course they are Kamado Shang, Kamado Shigeru, and Kamado Sixta. After all, from now on, Kuiji is already his wife. Now that they are already wives, it is not a big deal for Tanjiro to call him daddy, right? Of course, Yin Shi is not such a ghost, otherwise Miduzi will also learn from her brother, and Hanako will also learn from her brother, then it will be bad. Sunflower branch. It should be, maybe it will be dormant for a while. Although Yin Shi feels helpless, this is probably what Kuiji himself meant. She will never expose this kind of thing. Yin Shi understands people with such personality very well. If they do this, it will be tantamount to crushing the other person's dignity under their feet. Then, when the time comes, the person's heart will be completely dead. It is quite natural to do any irrational behavior. Therefore, Yin Shi will never let such a thing happen. Suddenly, feeling the other party's strong convulsions and squeezes, Yin Shi's complexion changed slightly. The next moment, he clenched his silver teeth, and then his body shook violently. And Kuiji, who had been completely out of the sky just now, also suddenly reacted to something, and at this moment directly hit him with a head hammer. Yin Shi turned pale with shock. The next moment, the heavy pain suddenly hit his whole body directly, making him dizzy. It turns out, so the head pillar was inherited from this mother. Why are you so ruthless? The momentary fainting made Yin Shi feel dazed at this moment. It's unimaginable that someone with a body as strong as him, who was suddenly attacked at this moment, and the opponent was still a human being, would be in such a mess. In fact, it's pretty magical. However, if Yin Shi knew that in the original book, the mother of Kamado actually stunned a charging wild boar with a head hammer, I am afraid she would not be so surprised. At this moment, Kuiji in front of him retreated nervously, and then glared at Yuan Shi. After a while, Yin Shi came back to his senses, recovered from the dizziness and fainting. Advertisement then, the eyes were a little weird. It turned out that what I didn't expect was that Kamado Kuiji actually used such a method. After a while, he regretfully helped Kuiji, who was bowing his head at the moment, and smoothed the messy hair behind his ears. Then Yin Shi said, as he thought about just now, he would quietly give the suggestion for the child to enter school. Say it all in a low voice. The embarrassing Kamado Kuiji also came back to his senses at this moment, pursed his lips, swallowed a few mouthfuls, and then said in a complicated way. Really? I know. But, it's good to have books to read. Tanjiro and Mizuko, are there really no hope? After a while, the mother still didn't give up. She looked at Yin Shi with some persuasion and pleading, and asked softly. Yin Shi, who already felt ashamed in his heart, couldn't help but blush slightly, but fortunately, he is in a dark environment now, and Kamado Kuiji's night vision ability is not so perceptive after all, so he shouldn't be able to see it. Then, Yin Shi said, it's hard, but I can try my best. Now Miduzi is a little younger than Tanjiro. I can teach her how to read and write in this year. Better to be able to catch up. However, Tanjiro's age has reached the high school level, so there should be no hope. This is a way of saying that there is room for it. The words cannot be said too rigidly, and the tone is a little hesitant and determined, so that Kuiji, who is hearing it at this moment, also agrees in his heart that Yin Shi has done his best. Tomorrow, I will help them go through these procedures. In my capacity, I will give them the best teaching resources, so that they will surely become talents. Yin Shi held the catkin of the sunflower branch, and there was more than one callus in her palm, which made Yin Shi feel pity even more. And Kamado Kuiji looked at Yin Shi in front of him with tears in his eyes, and then released Yin Shi's handshake, and hugged him tightly. I'm sorry to trouble you, thank you, Auntie. 2.4 Yin Shi's eyes were a bit complicated. This made him feel that he was a scum. No, it doesn't count. For Kuiji, it is also her wish to see that her children can get a good education, so that they will no longer engage in such farming work and live a miserable life. As for Yin Shi, who fulfilled her wish, although her purpose is not simple, in fact, in the end, if she accepts it, Kamado Iji, Kamado Midoko, and Kamado Hanako are all very happy. However, it should be gone tonight, because, after an hour has passed, if you keep messing around, it will be dawn. Then, at dawn, in the announcement of Kuiji and Yin Shi, everyone in the family was shocked and overwhelmed. Are they going to start reading? Or tuition and accommodation provided by Yin Shi? And Miduzi, for some reason, had an intuition. Yesterday, what seems to have happened? When did Yin Shi tell her mother such a thing? Why didn't she know? Mizuko feels weird. Chapter 138 Arrangements for the Kamado family, Kamado Kuiji's return. At this moment, Tanjiro was also very flustered and restless, clutching his aching chin. I don't know why, but last night I suddenly had a pain in my jaw and then fell asleep. But now, when he woke up, he found out about such a thing. My 4 younger siblings are going to start studying from today? This is such a beautiful thing, but, Tanjiro, I really never thought that there would be such a development. Their families are poor, not to mention providing opportunities for everyone to study. Even for a child, it is very difficult to do. You must know that in this impoverished family, the growth of 6 children and the pressure of life are all on the mother. Even now that I and Nezuko have grown up, in fact, the situation has not improved much. And now, everything, it seems, is slowly getting better. Tanjiro, I am very grateful to Yin Shi. Everything is getting better now, and all this is because of this man. Fortunately, at the beginning, he felt a little worried about whether this man would have any evil intentions. After all, at first glance, Tanjiro felt quite uncomfortable and felt a strange sense of disgust in his heart. Even though Yin Shi was handsome and had a bright smile, but there is this feeling. However, after getting along, until now, he has completely recognized and trusted Yin Shi's character. Of course, it is a pity that he and Nezuko are too old to enroll at 13, but Tanjiro will not be too disappointed. To be able to see that my brothers and sisters will not be as unfortunate as them, but go on to a better future so far, is enough comfort for them, the elder brothers and sisters. Moreover, he is going to take over his father's work. How can the surname Kamado be successful if he doesn't work in the fire industry? As long as the brothers and sisters don't have to work so hard like him, it is enough comfort for this brother. And Nezuko thinks so too. Moreover, she has much more options than Tanjiro. After all, in the future, she needs to marry someone else. It's not too late, let's go through some corresponding procedures now. It just so happens that I have filed for the record these days, and I have already contacted the principal of a school near a small town at the foot of the mountain. His answer to me is very simple, whenever you need it, just go to him directly. Yin Shi looked at the teary-eyed Kamado Kuiji and said softly at this moment. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's body couldn't help but startled, and then said nervously. But, at this time, the children should all be on vacation. Because of this, when school starts in spring next year, we can let them keep up. Yin Shi answered Kamado Kuiji's question with a smile. Only then did I realize that Kamado Kuiji, who I took for granted, couldn't help but clench the kaken tightly with joy and nervousness. Mom, I don't really want to go to school. The youngest, Kamado Rokuda, burst into tears at this moment. For this child, going to school means leaving his mother and brothers and sisters. He doesn't want to study, he doesn't want to grow up. But it doesn't work. Kamado Iji stared at him sullenly. What did you say? The majesty of the tigress, mighty and strong, silences the 6 moments of Kamado at this moment. Advertisement Kamado Takeo and Kamado Shigeru, who originally wanted to imitate their younger brothers, are also hugging and trembling in fear at the moment. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You have to go to study and stay at home. Do you want to eat expensive rice? Kamado Iji put her hands on her waist in dissatisfaction and reprimanded loudly. What's the answer? Yes. The 3 crying children burst into tears at the moment, expressing that they knew. There is still a month before I leave school. Before that, I will hire some tutors and let you spend the night with them and study, and they will send you to the official inn at night. During this time, we must study hard and strive to catch up with the progress of the children in the new semester. Takeo, you are the same as Mao, you are in the same school and class, you should be able to support each other, you are only 1 year apart in age. Yin Shi smiled and said, as for the 6th wife, Tanjiro can pick him up after school. Kindergarten teaching is actually very simple and fun, and you can make more friends. Kamado Tanjiro's eyes lit up, he nodded heavily, stretched out his hand, gently held the little hand of his youngest brother, and said gently, Brother Yin Shi is right, Lu Tai, I know what it is like to speak in kindergarten and elementary school. Yes, I have seen it every time I sent wood charcoal before. Lu Tai, you will be very happy if you go, and Takeo and Shigeru, you are both in the same grade, you can take care of each other, and you can get in touch with other children of the same age. This is much better than now, isn't it? Hearing what my elder brother said, the 3 younger brothers looked at each other in blank dismay, and then nodded helplessly. After all, their mother Kamado Kuiji was still watching, and they didn't dare to object. Seeing this scene, Kamado Madoko and Kamado Hanako showed gentle smiles. So good. Hanako, I'll let the headmaster of the girls' school accept you, stretched out his hand, and gently rubbed the head of little sister Hanako. Yin Shi gently said at this moment, but like Takeo and Shigeru, it is a boarding house. Although it is not far from home, after school, you can only come back after school on Friday. I'll pick you up myself, how about that? Okay, I'm not like them, I can read. Hanako said with a happy smile, and then blinked slyly. Oh, really? Hanako is awesome. Yin Shi gently touched the head of Hanako who was enjoying herself, and said softly. And the 1,000 Kamado heirs watched this scene in amazement. How did Hanako and brother Yin Shi get so close? Miduzi, who knew the real situation, kept silent. On the other hand, Kamado Kuiji's pretty face blushed a little, as if thinking of something, she felt a little embarrassed. However, he quickly recovered and coughed lightly. Without further ado, Yin Shi, when are we leaving? Moreover, for some reason, seeing Yin Shi being so intimate with Hanako, Kamado Iji suddenly had an uncomfortable thought in his heart. After suddenly realizing how he could think like this, he also made a nervous decision to interrupt at this moment Yin Shi and Hanako's continued intimacy, asked like this. It's fine now, Kuiji. Madam just need to bring their birth certificates and go down the mountain with me. My residence has a phone, and I've been waiting for a long time. At first, Kuiji blushed and was ashamed of Yin Shi calling her by her first name, but soon after hearing, there's a call, she was shocked on the spot. Advertisement then, at this moment, he nodded nervously, okay. The two made a quick decision and decided to pack their luggage and leave immediately, and the other children had to hurry up and start to deal with housework. You can come back this afternoon, I will send your mother back properly. I believe in you, please take good care of my mother. In front of the door, Miduzi smiled, and at this moment Hawazi sent her mother and Duan Shi away. At this time, for some unknown reason, Hanako had a strange feeling. Sister. Mom, she seems to be in a good mood. Huh? Is there? There should be. Miduzi was slightly taken aback, and then said softly. After all, everyone has learned from 583 today, and all of this is because Hanako found her suitable people. Woo, Kamado Hanako, whose pretty face suddenly flushed, quickly stretched out her hand to cover her face, turned around and ran away in embarrassment and anxiety. Sister, you're a bad person. Woo, seeing her sister's cute reaction, Miduzi's eyes were quite soft, and the corners of her mouth were involuntarily raised. Great to meet Yin Shi, however, this is the fate of Hanako. Settings are, the age of Lu Dai kindergarten, the age of Zushang and Maoyi in the 2nd grade, and the age of Zichu in the 1st grade. The specific age is to be determined, not to be studied in detail. On the other side, and Yin Shi went down the mountain, holding some files of Kamado sunflower branches, walking in front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then, he turned around and looked at Yin Shi who was staring at him for a long time. Kuiji bowed suddenly, and said with some excitement, "No matter what, I have to say thank you now. Thank you for helping us like this." Yin Shi stretched out his hand, gently lifted the sunflower branch, and then, holding her jade-like pretty face, gently raised the corners of his mouth. "Your business, from now on, is my business. Wait until Hanako grows up." Kamado Kuiji's cheeks blushed suddenly, and then Yin Shi completely blocked her right to speak. "Until the silver-white drawing in the white snow, it appears so moving." While Yin Shi said softly, he held the kaken of sunflower branch. Let's go, Chapter 139 Confession to Kamado Aoi for the beauty. Okay, I understand. I sincerely welcome your children to enroll, Mrs. Kamado, and Mr. Duan Shi. The elderly man wearing gold-rimmed glasses in front of him stretched out his hand at this moment. After Yin Shi held out his hand and shook his hand, he nodded slightly, indicating that he could leave now. Until the principal left their sight and gently hugged Kamado Kuiji's fragrant shoulders, Yin Shi gently placed her on the sofa under the seat, poured her a cup of tea, and asked with a smile, "It's really take it easy, the other principal is Hanako, she is a woman. But because of the reason that I can't make it today, I'm going abroad now, so I can't come back in time, but her secretary has promised to help us solve it." The smiling Mrs. Kamado held Yin Shi's hand excitedly at this moment, and she was no longer as awkward as before. Obviously, Yin Shi has seen all the hard work and help that Yin Shi has put in to help those children enter school. Therefore, at this moment, looking at Yin Shi who was close at hand, the latter can easily see the so-called idea of compensation or reward from the eyes of the other person at this moment. Yin Shi was a little dumbfounded, but he thought of something. Last night, although it was in the dark, Yin Shi's excellent night vision ability is still where Yin Shi can see and pay attention. Kamado E.G., without a doubt, is a good-looking beauty. However, during these years of hard work and labor to take care of the children, the shape of the body is really serious. Although it is not bloated, it will not work if it is not improved. Although it is not visible now, but if it is placed in the future, then this gap can be clearly shown. Turning her into a ghost was an idea in Duan Shi's mind. However, not now, but after the blue Bianhua plant was brought back by Yin Shi, and the medicine produced to overcome the sun was born. After all, now, Kamado E.G. is actually quite old. And if you continue to let it go, perhaps, it is really irreparable. Amidst Kamado Kuiji's exclamation, after pulling up her kaken, Yin Shi said softly, "I want some rewards." Kamado Kuiji was a little shy and then responded softly. After seeing Yin Shi bring her in, he asked her to sit down first, and then took out a reagent bottle that can spit out a lot of foam like foam water, and then watched him take out the razor, and for a while, Kamado E.G. was a little at a loss. "Yin Shi, what's the use of taking these out?" Then, after Yin Shi explained her intention of coming, her face was flushed red with embarrassment and embarrassment. Not shyness, but pure embarrassment and embarrassment. At this moment, Kamado Kuiji's heart was also extremely aggrieved at this moment. Seeing this, Yin Shi was shocked. Of course, he didn't intend to humiliate Kamado Kuiji here, but with his words and actions just now, it seems that he expressed his wrong attitude to her, which directly and seriously hurt her self-esteem. Yin Shi was extremely guilty, and hurriedly said at this moment, "No, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. This is not your problem, Kuiji, it's just because you have been taking care of the children, so you haven't taken care of them carefully. Of course, if you don't like it, then I don't need to clean it up." "No, that's not the case. Yin Shi, you can help me, it's my luck." Advertisement. Hearing this, Kamado Kuiji pursed her lips, and said softly at this moment with some difficulty, "It's just. I have never cleaned it," and, being directly pointed out like this, as expected, "You feel disgusting, don't you? After all, you are a son of a famous family, so, a guy like me is still so aggressive. I should say sorry." Speaking of this, the corners of Kamado Kuiji's eyes turned red. Yin Shi couldn't help narrowing his pupils slightly, and threw away the two objects in his hands, and then quickly sat beside Kuiji, leaning against her, holding her kaken, and sincerely apologized respectfully at this moment. "I will never be so short-sighted, madam, you are beautiful, not only in appearance, but also in heart. This is not a shortcoming, on the contrary, it allows me to understand your hard work over the years. It will only make me like you more, ma'am." Kamado E.G. couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes, and then became a bit shy and at a loss. She couldn't help lowering her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. This time, it was pure shyness. Yes, although Kamado E.G. is already a mother of 6 children, she really can't stand such a direct expression of her heart. In other words, she had never been confessed like this before. The fate between her and Kamado Tanjiro is actually the same as that of her parents, and then she slowly gets along. If you really want to talk about love, in fact, there is no such thing at all. This is a farmer's family, and it was born in the era when the restoration began after the shogunate period. How could there be free love? Therefore, when Yin Shi's strong confession came up suddenly, Kamado Kuiji couldn't stand it. Moreover, what Yin Shi said, actually kept poking at the softest place in her heart. Every woman hopes that her man can understand herself more and be more tolerant. And obviously, at this moment, Yin Shi has done this perfectly. Because no woman would voluntarily let herself be so dirty, and the reason why you are dirty is not because you have focused all your energy on maintaining this family and taking care of these children? Hearing this, Kamado Kuiji pursed her lips, her body trembling slightly. Then, Yin Shi gently grabbed the fragrant shoulders and made her turn around to look at her. At this time, Yin Shi just said softly, "You are perfect, both physically and mentally, you are fine. What I wanted to do just now was actually just to realize my idea, not because of what you thought." No, at this moment, the blushing Kuiji shook her head slightly. I'm still sloppy, but I also want to change myself. Then, looking at Yin Shi in front of her shyly, she raised her hand nervously, "Come on." Yin Shi blinked his eyes, then nodded solemnly. Although the appearance may look a bit sloppy, but the faithful wife just clean it up. The hunchback can also be corrected later. As for the wrinkles on the face caused by years of hard work, they can also be fully healed after ghosting and rejuvenation. And, in fact, the sloppiness is also due to being a woman, and the smell of sweat will not be as pungent as that of a man like Yin Shi, but the smell will be a bit unique. And now, if it is cleaned up, such problems will naturally no longer occur. Advertisement, but, in fact, maybe this should be done after the bath, right? Yin Shi asked tentatively. Kamado Kuiji, who was anxiously tilting his head and waiting for Yin Shi to start to move, couldn't help being taken aback for a moment, and then nodded. Indeed it is. Afterwards, the skin is thoroughly relaxed with hot water, and the underarms are fluffed up with lather, and Yin Shi immediately begins to use a razor, or more precisely, a hair removal knife for women, to gently clean up everything. During this period, Yin Shi has been focusing on two tasks. While paying attention, he will also watch Kamado Kuiji's reaction. If there is a painful expression, he will immediately let go. However, it was obvious that his hands were steady, so it didn't make Kamado feel uncomfortable. This is good. Then, it's the main event. This Kamado Kuiji is a little confused. I don't know at all, so can this be counted as a part of sloppy? However, Yin Shi vetoed this answer, but spoke slyly about his real purpose. It turned out that Yin Shi wanted Kamado Kuiji to know what Yin Shi had done once he saw this hairstyle. That's the best thing, isn't it? After a while, Yin Shi decided that a bald head is a bit too ordinary, so let's cut a heart shape to express my love for Kamado Kuiji, and Kamado Kuiji's love for me. This is his exclusive design, which cannot be violated, imitated, or used for reference. Yin Shi's eyes lit up, and he immediately acted. Of course, this kind of private hair design will never be seen by other strange men. Kamado Kuiji was going to refuse at first, but after Yin Shi used his 3-inch tongue to talk about it and wasted a lot of work, Qian Haohao, he finally silently let Yin Shi use his excellent hair cooking skills. Yin Shi is very sure about this bit of suffering. Next month, 5 chapters will be added, ahem, although I feel a little shameless. Just like the handsome guys in later generations will always grow their hair long before going to the barbershop for a haircut, the barber is quite calm and can do whatever he wants. Or, is it some other interesting hairstyle? Like a clean bald head, as fierce as a white tiger? Chapter 140 Pregnant. Shocked Yin Shi. Yin Shi naturally wouldn't break his promise, and took Kamado Kuiji back before noon. Of course, it's not that Yin Shi doesn't want to continue to strike while the iron is hot, or stay with Kamado Kuiji, but because Yin Shi still remembers that there are 2 women waiting for him. The incident happened suddenly last night, so I could only use Yin Shishen and the second daughter to explain first, but this was not Yin Shi's original intention. So now, we must have a good talk with them, so as not to make them suspicious and worried. Secondly, for those Kamado boys, Yin Shi will help them find tutors in the future, so that they will not be completely left behind when school starts. This is also a preparation for Kamado Kuiji. In fact, the mother and daughter of the Kamado family were captured in just over half a month. This progress is actually quite gratifying. Moreover, if Yin Shi continues to carry out such a plan and continues to attack, Kamado Miduzi, presumably, will have a high probability of being quietly convinced by Yin Shi soon after. However, despite this, Yin Shi knew that it was not suitable for him to act hastily. After all, the relationship with Kuiji and Hanako has not been fully consolidated yet. Although, the sunflower branches are almost eaten. However, one has to eat one bite at a time. If the greed is not enough, it may cause backlash. After all, no matter how much Yin Shi thinks, he will never think that Kamado Kuiji will agree to marry both of his daughters to Yin Shi during this time period. Yin Shi is not that stupid. After taking Kamado Kuiji back to his home on the mountain, Yin Shi said goodbye to the children solemnly, and said that he would come back tomorrow after all the arrangements have been made. After waving goodbye, Yin Shi went down the mountain and left. He misses Yubayashiki Amane and Kochou Kanai a little now, and he doesn't know how they are in 230. Then, when Yin Shi went down the mountain and returned to his residence, I was shocked to get this information. It turned out that Yubayashiki Amane wanted to inform him about this speculation a long time ago, but he was a little uncertain, so he gave up and did not continue to think about such things. But until yesterday, after she and Kanai had inquired about it, the two also confirmed this matter through this so-called physiological phenomenon, and then decided to tell him about it immediately after returning this time. But at this moment, Yin Shi, who knew the situation, was completely dumbfounded. He is going to be a father, he's going to be a dad? In the case of Yubayashiki Amane, counting the time, indeed, there is no doubt that it can only be his child. But, how could such a thing? Suddenly, Yin Shi felt very strange inside. The women of the priest family, the gift from God, is indeed extraordinary fertility. But, Yin Shi suddenly remembered what Tamayo had said to him before he left. As a ghost race, although they are disabled, Yin Shi is not. Therefore, in theory, it is a matter of course that he has the ability to reproduce. And the reason why Yubayashiki Amane can get pregnant is because she is a human being, not a ghost. Then, there will be a question. Advertisement: the Oran Lixia that Yin Shi harvested in Yoshiwara Flower Street is obviously also a human being, so why isn't there one? Naturally, because the frequency is much less compared to Yubayashiki Amane. After all, there were not only a few people staring at Yin Shi at that time. And if you want to satisfy everyone, Yin Shi will not be able to clone after all, and his spread line fruitability shadow writing line does not have such a function, so naturally it is unnecessary to think about it. Moreover, another important point is that Li Sha, after all, is not a godsend like Yubayashiki Amane. Therefore, although they are both human beings, the only one who can give birth to an heir first is Yubayashiki Amane. What's more, with the latter, Yin Shi still has a 1-month appointment. Therefore, the frequency and progress are certainly not comparable to Li Sha. At this moment, after learning this information from Kanai, Yin Shi looked at Yubayashiki Amane in shock and shock. Her eyes were also mainly focused on her flat belly at this moment. The expression is quite weird. Tamayo once told him that it is better not to have a human-ghost hybrid, but now, Yin Shi's first child was born under inevitable circumstances. As long as it goes with the flow, in another 8 or 9 months, it should be able to produce. This time, it seems that Tamayo's wish will be violated, which makes her sad. Yeah? Yin Shi said softly. He could feel that Yubayashiki Amane seemed anxious and nervous now. Yin Shi knew very well the state of mind of Mrs. Yubayashiki at the moment, so she couldn't help but softly said, "I want this child, Amane, what do you think? Are you willing to give birth to him, her for me? Whether it is a boy or a girl, I will take good care of it. Although, I have no experience as a father, but I will learn how to do it from today on." Yin Shi stared at Yubayashiki Amane in front of him with piercing eyes and said softly. He could feel that the current Yubayashiki Amane was also quite at a loss for the child in his womb. I don't know whether to give birth or not, and this actually depends on Yin Shi's attitude. If Yin Shi doesn't want it, then she, because of the probability, won't either. At the same time, my thoughts on Yin Shi may also fade a lot. Fortunately, however, Yin Shi saw Yubayashiki Amane's concerns at the moment, and in fact, as his first child, whether it was a boy or a girl, Yin Shi would never give up. However, BDBF, this is also caused by his behavior of never taking security measures. Yin Shi, in fact, really wants to leave a child in this world as soon as possible. After all, in his previous life, he had no children. But in this world, there is a child now, which makes Yin Shi not happy. And at this moment, Yubayashiki Amane, who received Yin Shi's affirmative answer, her beautiful eyes also flickered slightly at this moment. In fact, this time, Kanai was the first to tell Yin Shi about this matter. In fact, she is not sure whether Yin Shi will really be willing. However, seeing him in such a responsible manner, and without concealing his sincerity in his words, Yubayashiki Amane felt extremely shy. Now that Yin Shi has made his choice, she should also make a choice accordingly. She originally thought, if Yin Shi wanted it too, then. Advertisement. Moreover, if she gave birth to a child with Yin Shi, her right to speak should also become more important. Then, when the situation with the ghost killing squad is really irreparable, and both of them have to have a result. Yubayashiki Amane hopes that Yin Shi can bypass other children for the sake of her and the child she gave birth to. Of course, if Enzai Ashiyashiki, Amane feels sorry. Looking at Yin Shi, who made a decision in front of him, Yubayashiki Amane stretched out his hand affectionately. At this moment, after holding Yin Shi's palm tightly, he said softly, Then give birth to T. He stretched out his hand and pressed against Yubayashiki Amane's lower abdomen through his clothes. As a matter of course, he couldn't feel any throbbing now. However, as long as he knows that there is a little life being born right now, Yin Shi feels quite satisfied. And at this moment, looking at this scene, Kanai also had a look of envy in her eyes. However, soon, she recovered. Moreover, there are some expectations. She hadn't thought so far of having a baby. Therefore, now seeing Yubayashiki Amane, Mr. Wei and Yin Shi's child, it can be regarded as giving her some experience in knowing what to do in the future. After all, she is going to be with Yubayashiki Amane for a long time to come. The situation in the early stage of pregnancy is also very important. After all, Amane has given birth to a child and is a mother of 5 children, so she is very experienced in this. Then, she looked at Kanai with some embarrassment and said softly. Anyway, in the past few months, I should take good care of it, and I can't do too much exercise or eat spicy food, so, Kanai, you have to work hard. Kanai was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately realized what her best friend was talking about at the moment. Her pretty face flushed red, she was speechless. Looking at Yin Shi, who was smiling gently, she couldn't help but lightly punched Yin Shi's chest in annoyance. You're still laughing. You have to treat Amane well, otherwise, I won't spare you. Yin Shi nodded lightly. Naturally there would be no disapproval. However, if Yubayashiki Amane is pregnant, some of his plans will require some minor changes. That is, policy towards the Kamados. For Nezuko's shot, it seems to be delayed. Others should also slow down a little. After all, now, if Amane is pregnant, the priority is the highest in Yin Shi's opinion. This is Yin Shi's first child in this world. All tasks and goals are not as important as this one at this moment. P.S. The first update, ask for a full order, ask for a custom order, thanks to H****** Ioni sauce, 15,252. Filu Eunuch really many, Fung's fantasy, red, bitterness. Waiting for the monthly ticket support of book friends. I went back to my hometown with my parents yesterday. I packed a lot of luggage in the morning. I sat in the car all afternoon and all night. The mobile phone can only be sent first, and I can only change it today. I am exhausted, and I am also very embarrassed. 6vh Chapter 141 Muzan's Miss, Yin Shi. I can't really be South Thief, right? Neon Imperial City, Winter Beijing, Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Palace, sitting on the original stone chair in the Huxon Pavilion, the beautiful figure, looking at the snow scene in front of her, is silent. The woman has a beautiful face, wearing a crown of pure gold inlaid with bricks and gemstones, dark and deep slightly curly long hair hanging down, a nearly perfect oval face, exquisite beauty, picturesque facial features, meticulously carved, almost the most perfect art. And those wine-red beautiful eyes, with a bit of charm in their majesty, look even more charming, exuding an evil spirit, delicate and tall nose, round red lips, but the color seems to be stained with blood. With a sound of gold and silver pattern, the tight-fitting noble long dress has pure white fox fur at the collar, which is bright, silky and expensive. The end is noble, glamorous, graceful luxury. It is the current emperor of the Neon Empire, ghost dancer Muzan. Looking at the snow scene in front of him, Muzan couldn't help but sigh softly, feeling a little turmoil in his heart. Behind her, the well-behaved Mukago wrung his little hands nervously, speechless. Having been with His Majesty Muzan for so long, I naturally know that His Majesty's reaction at this moment is obviously not happy. But what caused her to be unhappy? Mukago. Giwu Shi Muzan said softly at this moment. Tell me, what is that little guy doing now? Yes, the cause of Muzan's dissatisfaction and depression is actually the absence of Yin Shi. What disturbed Muzan was that she used Yin Shi's excuse of not doing business to force him to go out to carry out the mission plan. As a result, it has been a month since I haven't seen Yin Shi. This long waiting time made Muzan more and more irritable. Moreover, because of her identity, it is impossible for her to leave with Yin Shi. So if I didn't do that at the time, at least I could meet with Yin Shi once in a while. Hey, if I see him again now, I have to wait until next month. That is, when I get married in January next year. Unknowingly, he has been away for a month. Mukago's body shook, she knew very well who the present Wu His Majesty was asking. Moreover, it is obvious that His Majesty is in a gloomy mood now, and his gloomy expression is obviously also because of the absence of a certain little guy. He should be working hard to complete the work instructed by His Majesty, and hope to come back to meet His Majesty soon, right? Of course, Mukago, who is observing the situation, knows what to say in this situation to please His Majesty. Having been His Majesty Muzan's personal maid for so long, she is not an idiot. Sure enough, the corners of Muzan's mouth could not help but twitch slightly when he heard the words, and then, he stretched out his hand thoughtfully, and his fingertips, stained with the dark color of Kodan, knocked on the smooth, dust-free and very clean stone table top. Mukago hurriedly continued to speak while the iron was hot, and said at this moment, "And, Your Majesty, if you want to see Yin Shi, you just need to go back to Infinity City and summon him back. We are both in Dongjing, and then let His Excellency Nakim send him back to find a friend. A closer place, time consumption, Master Yin Shi can definitely afford it." At this moment, Ghost Dance official Muzan's beautiful eyes finally lit up. Yes, what you said is indeed very reasonable. The corners of the mouth were slightly raised, and Muzan, the ghost dancer, became a little agitated. Why didn't she think of it? Sending Yin Shi over to Infinity City to meet up would not waste time. It's just that if Yin Shi is leaving the Infinite City, it will take a certain amount of time to rush to the destination again. Advertisement for this little time, she thought that Yin Shi would definitely be very happy to give it. Moreover, I can finally meet him and have a good time with him. Ask how it's been going lately, Muzan. A ghost dancer with a slightly red face, smiled lightly. Mukago, you have a good idea, tell me, what reward do you want? Your Majesty. I want some blood. Mukago's eyes lit up, and then he said with some hunger. No problem. The corners of Muzan's mouth curled slightly, and then, looking at Mukago, who was smiling and kneeling at her feet, Muzan stretched out his hand, pinched the soft and fair face of the ghost girl, and motioned her to open her mouth. Seeing Mukago closing his eyes and enjoying the act of sucking blood, Yin's eyes were soft and calm. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, and her legs clenched a little bit with some struggle. Obviously, what I think is probably not simple, and Mukago, who closed his beautiful eyes and enjoyed the pleasure of sucking blood to enhance himself, didn't realize that His Majesty Muzan was looking at her in a very strange way. Your Majesty Muzan, I am even more excited about the reunion with Yin Shi tonight. The other side because of Yubayashiki Amane's pregnancy, although she and Mrs. Kamado Eg had a breakthrough, and the latter also missed the period and wanted to continue to be close, but considering Yubayashiki Amane's physical relationship and mental condition, this kind of at the critical moment, Yin Shi didn't dare to be so blatant and even continued to act recklessly. The current Yubayashiki Amane must be very sensitive, and Yin Shi is very aware of this. After all, what he has seen in later generations has made him understand that women at this time are very weak and sensitive and need constant care. Therefore, even if he finds a chance to stay with Kamado Kuiji, it is almost difficult for Yin Shi to accomplish things. The little ghosts of the Kamado family come and go, and they are worried that the smell left after cooking will not be completely gone even after washing. Therefore, most of the time, Yin Shi can only enjoy Kanae's national treasure. Therefore, although these days, the progress of the raiders against the Kamado family has slowed down a lot. However, for Kanae and Yubayashiki Amane, Yin Shi gets along with them more harmoniously and happily. However, just today, everything seems to be turning around. Do you have any thoughts about the Kamado family? At this moment, looking at Yin Shi who was gently washing her feet, Yubayashiki Amane blushed, and a moving look appeared in her beautiful eyes, and said softly at this moment. In this day and age, it is almost extremely rare for a husband to personally wash his wife's feet. Yubayashiki Amane, on the other hand, has never been treated like this. At this moment, she is the same as Kanae, her face is flushed and she soaks her fair little feet into the hot water plate that Yin Shi personally brought, using his foot massage technique during the song. Yubayashiki Amane has never been taken care of by her husband Yue like this, even when she was pregnant. The same is true for Kanae. She remembers very clearly, since she was sensible and remembered, although her parents are very loving, but only her mother has helped her father wash her feet, and it has never happened, the situation like now. Asking for flowers. As for Yin Shi, she didn't have that worry at all. Amane just casually said that his legs were sore after shopping for a long time, and he immediately got sick and made preparations. Advertisement helped them wash their feet, even let them sit on the edge of the bed as they are now, and kneel down on one knee. After seeing this scene, the heartstrings of both of them seemed to be hit by a giant hammer. Her heart beat faster, her face flushed, and after that, there was an extremely sweet feeling. This is their husband. At this moment, Amane even forgot the fact that she is actually a married woman. It is conceivable that in this era of machismo, Yin Shi actually did this, and how much shock it left in the hearts of the two of them. That is a strong man with strength, but he is willing to show respect and love for his wife, an act that can only be achieved by equal coexistence. This act of pure love between husband and wife made both women dizzy at the moment. Because of this, Yubayashiki Amane made up his mind and asked what he thought when he asked Juan at this moment. Amane, she, met the Kamado family. After all, in the search for a tutor, she also provided a lot of help during her date with Yin Shi. So, even though I only saw it once, Yubayashiki Amane is a little skeptical. Yamato Nadeko, who looks gentle and strong and exudes motherhood, seems to have an unclear relationship with Yin Shi. So, she wanted to know Yin Shi's answer. Yin Shi's movement of pressing the little feet of the two people suddenly paused, and then touched his nose in embarrassment. This action also made the faces of the two people who were looking at Yin Shi at this moment a little redder. Mrs. Kuiji, she. You really didn't let it go, right? When you look at the man you like, the woman's eyes are very honest. I have noticed the eyes of Kamado E.G. Yubayashiki Amane said helplessly at this moment. Kanae at the side was slightly taken aback, and then looked at Yin Shi in amazement. Why do you like other people's wives so much? Yin ordered. Cough cough cough. Yubayashiki Amane, who was stabbed in the back by his good teammate, was so embarrassed that his face was completely smoking at the moment. Somewhat resentful stared at his good girlfriend who realized that she had said something wrong. Then, he also looked at Yin Shi with great annoyance. Ma'am, actually, I can explain it. Yin Shi is also a little embarrassed. Tamayo, Marong, Luhuo, Amane, Chui, Suma, Moyu, and now E.G. seemed to fit this feature. Yin Shi was even more embarrassed. He seems to be a bit of a thief. P.S. The second update, ask for a full order, ask for a custom order. There is no internet or computer here in my hometown. I lie on the bed and use voice code words. I am changing the words while typing. I am numb. Chapter 142 The Blue Bana Flower Plant, Muzan's Invitation, 1, 2. Then, does she also become our sister? Kanae rolled her eyes, and rationally chose to change the topic to avoid Yin Shi and Amane staring at her. Looking at Yin Shi who was kneeling in front of her and playing with her and Amane's little feet, she couldn't help asking softly at this moment. Hearing this, Yin Shi coughed, and then said in a somewhat complicated way, of course. But, our relationship must be kept secret from her children, but, your existence. In fact, she also knows, I have told her. Both Yubayashiki Amane and Kochou Kanae were a little helpless at the moment. The former raised their calves in embarrassment, and after the white and soft geo-like pearls pulled out, under the control of the angry Amane, they easily stepped on Yin Shi's face. Next time, will you do it again? I plan to continue destroying other people's families. In fact, Yubayashiki Amane has now completely bound his identity to Duan Shi. Therefore, the actions he made without thinking at this moment seemed like the real wife was jealous. At this moment, she completely forgot about her husband and regarded Yin Shi as her own, so she felt very troubled by her own who always secretly poached other people's corners. She can understand Yin Shi's flirtatious nature, but if every time Yin Shi, 630, uses despicable means of stealing people to destroy families and take other people's wives away, she thinks it's very bad. After all, she was abducted by Yin Shi after all. Nasty guy. Therefore, it is right that she is the last one, and Yin Shi should not continue abducting people. Ma'am, I am wrong. Yin Shi smiled wryly, and stretched out his hand to take off the little feet on his face. They were white and fragrant, but when there were still people watching and laughing, this was really a bit embarrassing, although there are also some sensuality. but Yin Shi still needs to save face. If Amane also wants to be treated the same as Tamayo and His Majesty Muzan, of course Yin Shi. I will also accept it, but it can't be under the condition that someone is watching. Moreover, to say that he ruined the family is really nothing. His efforts during this period not only helped the Kamado family achieve a moderately prosperous level, but under his control, everyone except Miduzi and Tanjiro had the opportunity to go to school for free and get the opportunity to receive education. In fact, regarding Tanjiro and Miduzi, it is really because they are too old and have completely missed the best age for going to school, so Yin Shi has nothing to do. Of course, it is also possible to force it, but even if it is taken for granted, they will not be able to catch up. Moreover, it will consume a lot of time, which Yin Shi also told them, so they also chose to continue farming sensibly, leaving the opportunity to their younger brothers and sisters. The children of the Kamado family, they all like Yin Shi very much. After all, Yin Shi's coolies and gifts during this time were not spent in vain. Moreover, after Kamado Tanjiro died of illness, the situation of the Kamado family went from bad to worse, and it was very difficult to maintain it. They were on the verge of fragmentation and collapse. Even if this cold winter passed, what about the next cold winter? Without Yin Shi's intervention, I'm afraid the family would be destroyed. The children are growing up constantly, and with that meager income, go to the medical school for 6 children? What are you kidding? Therefore, Yin Shi and Kamado Kuiji can be said to be in love with each other. Moreover, it has been more than a year since Kamado Tanjiro died, so how can Yin Shi destroy someone else's family by taking over the responsibility of the deceased husband? On the contrary, he is still a good person who helps people keep their families. At this moment, as Yin Shi began to introduce the situation of the Kamado family, Kufu Kaien and Kochou Kanae couldn't help but look at each other at this moment. If you look at it this way, then Yin Shi is really a good person. Advertisement. Oh no. Suddenly, Yubayashiki Amane and Kochou Kanae looked suspiciously at Yin Shi, who was smiling and massaging at the moment. You probably didn't. Actually, you saw an opportunity, so you came here to help, right? Yin Shi suddenly became embarrassed. Of course, he knew that the situation of the Kamado family was very difficult, and the purpose was not pure, so he took the initiative to help. Well, the established character set collapsed again under the somewhat helpless gaze of the second daughter. However, it's actually pretty good, Kochou Kanae said in an extremely complicated tone at this moment. Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. I have heard this saying before, and you can help more than once, and the other party also falls in love with you with your help, and you're not going to destroy someone else's family. Kochou Kanae looked at Yin Shi, who was also silent at the moment, whether the intention is good or bad, but, judging from the process and result, Yin Shi is really a good person. 1. It's true. It's lust. After Yubayashiki Amane said helplessly, he looked at Yin Shi in front of him softly. The strongest ghost who was teased by the two of them was quite helpless at the moment. So, have you accepted Kamado Iji's words? Yin Shi asked softly at this moment with some curiosity. Hearing this, the two women nodded slightly after being silent for a while. If she refuses now, Yin Shi will be sad, and, because of the lack of Yin Shi's help, that family may fall from the sky to the abyss again, and it is possible to directly despair and lose the courage to live. Kanae and Amane are not bad people, but good people with kind hearts. What's more, according to Yin Shi's statement and Yubayashiki Amane's opinion, it is obvious. Mrs. Kuiji was not forced by Yin Shi, but fell in love with each other. And at this moment, me and Yubayashiki Amane also agreed. Not only Yin Shi, Kochou Kanae also exhaled lightly in the dark. Now the situation is not the same as before, because Amane is pregnant, she is always the one who gets beaten every night, and Kanae, who is helpless every time she gets punched, has long wanted to ask for help. Now, Kuiji, I don't know if it will. Kanae began to think a little shyly. After visiting Kuiji in the morning, after receiving a massage from Yin Shi at noon, I lazily stayed at home with Kanae. She is not someone who can rest easy, and in the absence of Tian Xiaoyingying's participation, Kanae is not Yin Shi's opponent at all. In order to avoid being helpless like before at night, Kanae rationally chose to expel Yin Shi, and went to ask Mrs. Kuiji on the mountain, would you like to come together tonight? Yin Shi's eyes lit up, he immediately set off and left without any nonsense. Now those little ghosts are all taken to their homes by the tutors arranged by Yin Shi for intense preschool intensive study. How could Kamado Kuiji give them the power of Daba? The Mother's Majesty suppressed it to death. So, no surprises, if you live on the mountain tonight, the Kamado family should only have 3 people. Kamado Tanjiro, Kamado Mizuko and Kamado Iji. Coincidentally, if there is no accident today, Kamado Tanjiro should be selling charcoal in a small town at the foot of the mountain. If it is sold out, it is probably because the mountain is blocked by heavy snow in winter and cannot return home. Instead, an uncle at the foot of the mountain is staying at home. So, in that family, there are only 2 people, Kamado Iji and Kamado Mizuko. So, what is this if not a godsend? Advertisement, just bring the 2 back together. But at this time, when Yin Shi came to Kamado's house and was about to ask the second daughter to come and live together tonight, he suddenly stopped. He looked at Miduzi, who was turning his back to him, and stuffed a bookmark into the book with some doubts. The point is the flower bookmark in her hand, that flower. Pretty well preserved. And as far as Yin Shi knows, this is a flower he has never seen before. Suddenly, Yin Shi's complexion couldn't help but change. Obviously, at this moment, he thought of a possibility. Is that the blue bana plant? It is stuffed so it won't die? Just when Yin Shi was about to call Miduzi to stop, suddenly, a charming and shy female voice resounded in his mind. Yin Shi, come to Infinity City tonight, I want to meet you. Yin Shi closed his mouth, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. This is His Majesty Muzan? His Majesty Muzan invited him? Ah, this. With mixed feelings in his heart, Yin Shi sighed softly. Then there is no way. And Miduzi, who was startled by the sudden sigh, turned around nervously and fearfully, and then, after realizing that it was Yin 4.4 o'clock, he hummed slightly angrily. Brother Yin is. Why are you so elusive? It's not good to suddenly shout something scary behind someone else's back. Ah. Sorry. Yin Shi smiled helplessly, and then nodded slightly to Kuiji, who came out of joy because of hearing Yin Shi's voice. Mrs. Kuiji, Miduzi, Tanjiro should have come back very late today. The mountain is not very safe due to heavy snow. How about you staying at my house tonight? I can just introduce my family to you. Why? Miduzi couldn't help but his eyes lit up, while Kuiji looked at Yin Shi nervously. After the latter nodded silently, Kuiji was also overjoyed. Okay. Both mother and daughter are quite happy, except Yin Shi. No, I can feed EG and Hanai first, and then immediately leave for Infinity City. Anyway, it's all teleportation. Yin Shi's eyes lit up. Chapter 143 in the kitchen, Hanai and EG's special dishes. Then let's go later. You can bring a change of clothes first. There is plenty of hot water and baths available where I live. Yin Shi said gently at this moment. As for Tanjiro, I will explain it to him, but, if I don't meet you on the road, just in case, I'd better leave a letter here to inform Tanjiro later, just in case. Miduzi and Aoiji had no objection, they both happily started preparing the clothes. While watching the second daughter leave, Yin Shi immediately came to the position where Miduzi was just now. Then, he reached out and picked up the books on the table. It is a book of neon fairy tales. Yin Shi has no interest in it, but quickly finds the place where the bookmark was inserted just now. After taking out the flower label bookmark from it, Yin Shi folded a corner of this page of the book to determine the reading position, and then put the book back. Then, Yin Shi began to take a good look at the suspected dead cyan specimen of the other shore flower in his hand. The blood-red eyes began to narrow slightly. There is a high possibility that this is the blue bana flower. Even if it is not, it does not matter, it is necessary to carry it. Although I don't know if the dead flowers have any effect, but I think it should be feasible to take this and hand it over to His Majesty Muzan tonight. After all, in this era, the blue bianhua has not been extinct. There should not be only one such flower. There must be another one on this mountain, but because of the weather and seasons, I can't see 13 now. It will bloom in spring or summer next year. Just to be on the safe side, ask Miduzi for clues about the blue bana flower. Although, I know very well that she probably doesn't understand this term, but ask if she has seen this kind of flower recently. If it is, then confirm that my deduction is correct, and then go back today and give this dead cyan specimen plant of the other shore flower to His Majesty Muzan. As for Tamayo, you have to wait and see. Putting the bookmark in his hand into the private space given by the system when it was bound to the system, Yin Shi also immediately took out a pen and paper, and quickly wrote on the paper that he came today and entertained Kamado Kuiji and Kamado Miduzi mother and daughter come together as a guest at home. If Kamado Tanjiro hadn't chosen to stay at the kind-hearted uncle's house at the foot of the mountain tonight, then when he came back, he found that all his family members were missing. After reading this letter, he could get a rough idea but not a complete one. Soon, shortly after Yin Shi finished writing, Mrs. Kamado Iji and Kamado Miduzi who came out of the room stood in front of Yin Shi lively. To Yin Shi's surprise, the mother and daughter both had makeup on. Miduzi looked a lot more mature, while Mrs. Kuiji looked a lot younger. Clouds want clothes and flowers look like faces, and spring breeze blows Revlon. If it wasn't for Canoe Mountain, I would meet Yaotai under the moon. Yin Shi chatted with emotion at this moment, looking at the mother and daughter in front of her with burning eyes. Kuiji, who couldn't hear very clearly, naturally didn't know what Yin Shi was talking about, but, looking at Yin Shi's burning eyes, he slowly sensed what kind of atmosphere the heated air was rippling. Miduzi covered her mouth in surprise. This scarlet sentence is quite neat, although the meaning of the translation is a bit weird, but the artistic conception contained in this poem. But it is extremely beautiful. Although Miduzi has never been to school, her knowledge and cultural level is the highest in the family. In fact, Hanako's knowledge was actually taught by her. However, due to age and practical reasons, she has not been able to enter school so far. But this does not mean that girls do not have the ability to perceive the charm of poetry. It was also because of this that Miduzi suddenly felt extremely shy when he heard Yin Shi's short and scandalous sentence, after savoring it carefully. For a moment, the shy expressions on the bright and pretty faces of the mother and daughter, if others saw it, they would be stunned and frozen in place. Advertisement, hee. Let's go back in. Yin Shi clapped his hands with a smile, and said gently, you guys entertained me before, this time, let me treat you well. Although, it's a pity that Hanako and other children are not here. After the semester is over, you can also find another opportunity to take us to your home. Miduzi, who heard Hanako, was taken aback for a moment, a look of guilt suddenly appeared in her beautiful eyes, and then the blush on her face quickly receded, and she spoke gently at this moment. I was stunned by Yin Shi's poem, Feiju, just now, and I just forgot. This handsome man with a strong sense of responsibility, good at singing and dancing, in fact, already has his own name. Moreover, he is also her sister Hanako's fiancé-in-law. So, as Yin Shi's sister-in-law, how could she have such thoughts? Miduzi, who came back to his senses, began to chat with Yin Shi very easily and naturally. Although they were intimate, there was actually an obvious estrangement. Yin Shi knew this very well, and couldn't help touching his nose, feeling a little helpless in his heart. He probably knew what Miduzi was thinking at this moment. Sure enough, you shouldn't act too hastily. At this time, Mrs. Kuiji, who gradually came back to her senses, also had a flash of guilt on her expression. Hanako. I'm sorry. Mom is actually just testing your future husband's ability, that's all. After helping the two with their luggage, Yin Shi and the second daughter went down the mountain and started chatting on the way. After a while of knocking around, Yin Shi also learned a definite answer from Miduzi. The flower specimen of the bookmark, it is really a blue bianhua flower. And, now, there is, at Yin Shi's request, although the mother and daughter were a little puzzled, they agreed heartily. Would you like to pick these flowers for you? No problem. On the day of spring next year, I think these flowers will open at that moment. As long as you pick them off, they will remain blooming permanently for about 3 days. Brother Tanjiro and I can help you with this kind of small matter. Miduzi said with a smile, and Yin Shi, who received such a reply, also smiled and nodded emphatically, okay. Yin Shi, who came back with Kamado Aoi and Kamado Yadoko, immediately introduced the mother and daughter to Yubayashiki Amane and Kanai. When the four women meet, of course, there is no such horror as the Shira field unfolds. The reason is very simple, because of the existence of Miduzi. Miduzi is not Yin Shi's person yet. Moreover, just now, Kanai and Amane learned about his relationship with Mrs. Kuiji from Yin Shi. And Mrs. Kuiji's plea for secrecy. Therefore, naturally, she would not directly point this out in front of her daughter at this time. After knowing that Yubayashiki Amane was actually pregnant, and at her request, Miduzi did not express any objection, she took good care of this extremely beautiful and fairy-like lady before dinner. Advertisement in Yin Shi said with a smile that she would help Kanai and Kuiji in the kitchen to process the ingredients. The two hit it off, and before leaving, Kanai smiled and asked Yin Shi to make a snack, so don't spoil her mother's cooking skills. Then, leave her mother here alone. After seeing Miduzi and Amane going up to the second floor, the next moment, under the exclamation of Iji and Kanai, one on the left and one on the right, Yin Shi embraced the two of them, and said affectionately, let's go make dinner. Yes. Is it serious cooking? Kanai said with some embarrassment, and then looked nervously at Mrs. Iji next to her. The latter actually had a shy expression on his face at the moment. After noticing that Kanai was staring at him, he turned his head even more awkwardly, as cute as an ostrich avoiding a predator. Of course, it's serious cooking. Yin Shi spoke nonsense at the moment 927 in a serious manner. There are enough 3.5 hours for us to be serious, and half an hour for us to cook, so, a total of 4 hours. Kanai and Mrs. Kuiji couldn't help opening their mouths wide at this moment, and couldn't help shivering. What kind of cooking can take 4 hours? While they were exclaiming, without any resistance, Yin Shi led the two into the kitchen, one from the left and one from the right. Then, during the long afternoon, I began to prepare for tonight's dinner. And upstairs, knowing that Yubayashiki Amane is a pregnant woman, and she is so beautiful, Yaduzi who takes care of her is very nervous at the moment. She completely forgot that at this time, she should take a good look at what her mother was doing in the kitchen downstairs. The fairy of the birch tree perfectly released her charm, attracting all of Miduzi's attention and preventing her from distracting or concentrating on listening to the rustling sound. And the first floor, Yin Shi, is the same. It is the sound generated by slapping the meat to make the meat soft, and it lasts for so long that it makes people a little suspicious. Moreover, the sound of meowing like a cat is also very strange. After all, there is no cat meat in dinner. Impartially, after 3.5 hours, Yin Shi brought the exhausted Hanahui and Kuiji to the sofa in the living room with some embarrassment, letting them rest. Now, he has to prepare dinner alone. However, before dinner, it would not be too bad to be able to eat the special dishes provided by Kanai and Iji. Yin Shi has experience in cooking. He can go to the battlefield and go to the kitchen, that's what he is talking about. Chapter 144 Reunion in the Palace, pay homage to His Majesty Muzan. Although the conditions of this era are very different from those of later generations, it is still possible to make some dishes that later generations can make. At this time, some food, meat and vegetables bought in the market can come in handy. Although in the kitchen, Iji and Kanai hardly cooked much food from the way behind. However, the preparations for the prelude were actually well completed by them. Therefore, Yin Shi only needs to go through the materials they have prepared, and then do it. In her previous life, Yin Shi, who lived alone most of the time, could cook of course. And, it's pretty tasty. But at this time, Kamado and Kanai sitting on the sofa, their faces were flushed and they were out of breath. After the two glanced at each other, suddenly, Kanai was the first to ask a question. By the way, I haven't seen Yuanyi cook, has he cooked it for you? No. But he has helped us take care of it, so he should be able to cook. The blushing Mrs. Kuiji said softly at this moment, do you want to go in and have a look? Kanai blushed and shook her head, forget it, she doesn't want to be hugged and bullied anymore. But at this time, in the kitchen, Yin Shi multitasked and processed the ingredients quickly through the fruit and amazing physical fitness. He and Kanai are both ghosts, so they don't feel that there is much demand for food tonight. However, Yubayashiki Amane and the Kamado mother-daughter duo are different. Especially Amane, she is pregnant now, so Yin Shi must take good care of her. And, later tonight, he will be teleported away, therefore, if you can make as much compensation as possible, then do it. This is the only thing Yin Shi can do now. The bisque of corn radish and pork bone is done quickly. Then, there are some ordinary home-cooked dishes, but these dishes, obviously, have a very pure exotic flavor. Not long after Yin Shi quickly set the table and served the food, he called the second daughter who had been chatting upstairs to come down together, and the dinner began thoroughly. Both Kanai and Yin Shi ate very little, while Yubayashiki Amane mostly drank soup and his eyes lit up afterwards. The food cooked by Yin Shi tastes really good, and Nezuko and Kuiji also looked at Yin Shi in amazement. This kind of meal is completely different from what I imagined, but it cannot be denied that the taste is very good. Yin Shi, is the housework skill full of points? Both Nezuko and Iji felt a little emotional. In this case, at least it is certain that after marrying Yin Shi's Hanako, life in the future should be quite comfortable. At night Yubayashiki Amane understood very well, and took the initiative to dismiss Nezuko, wanting her to continue chatting with him. As a result, Yin Shi, Kanai, and Kuiji are left with the opportunity to get along. She is pregnant now, and she can't continue to accompany Yin Shi. In this case, instead of continuing to possess her, it's better for her best friend to take over Yin Shi just like herself. The relationship between Yubayashiki Amane and Kanai is very deep. You must know that their predecessors were also the Ghost Slayer squad. One is Zu and the other is the wife of the Lord. Advertisement. After seeking Iji's consent, Nezuko also gladly accepted the invitation to chat with this pretty glamorous Mrs. Yubayashiki. She sold her mother again without knowing it, and because of this, at this time, Yin Shi was sleeping with Kanai and Aoijita in another room. Kamado Iji met Yuanyi and Kanai, and obviously, she also knows that another Mrs. Yubayashiki who is now pregnant should definitely have something to do with Yin Shi. In addition, when she was in the kitchen at that time, her relationship with Kanai was also somewhat unclear. So, is it possible that she doesn't mind it? In fact, there are. However, Kuiji was a little worried that if she asked directly, it would be a little unruly. She didn't want to break the situation directly, so although she knew it, she didn't want to explain it. And obviously, Yin Shi, who is hugging left and right at this moment, can clearly feel the very restless mood of Mrs. Kuiji in her arms at the moment. Yin Shi couldn't help but put his arms around the lady, and then said softly, "Actually, they are sisters just like you, I think, Kuiji, you should know this." Forehead. Kamado Kuiji, who was lying in Yin Shi's arms, couldn't help lowering her eyes, and responded softly. Getting a definite answer from Yin Shi made her state of mind extremely complicated at the moment. The family I belong to doesn't say that it should be consistent. You are all the women I love. This point, no matter how much time passes, will not change. Yin Shi, who was hugging Kamado Kuiji, gently held her little hand at this moment, and said softly, "In the future, I will explain it to Hanako. Besides, Kuiji, I treat you all the same. There will be no distinction between high and low in my heart." Kanai on the other side pursed her lips lightly at this moment, and then, looking at the shocked Kamado Iji, Kanai said with a wry smile at this moment, "Yes, Iji, Yin Shi does not only have aesthetes. Counting dongjings, there are already more than 10. Kanai gave a speechless glance at Yin Shi who was a little embarrassed at the moment, and then continued to explain to Iji at the moment. You can understand that, Yin Shi's family is quite prominent in the aristocratic circle of Dongjing, but so far, he is the only male in the family, so spreading branches and leaves is one of Yin Shi's only goals now. Kanai kindly helped Yin Shi tell a lie, and this made Yin Shi a little bit astonished. Kanai, how could she help her like this? In fact, Kanai also has her own little ideas. However, Yin Shi is not clear about the little juju in Kanai's heart at this moment. At this time, Kamado Kuiji, who heard the words, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Then, when I thought of Yin Shi's identity and the respectful attitude of the principal and mayor I met at that time, I became more determined in my heart. At this time, Yin Shi hugged the two of them intimately. Then, he said softly, "Even so, I will not let you down no matter what. Although it is unbelievable for me to say this, I am willing to swear that you are indeed the only one in my heart. No. Wait, when Hanako becomes an adult, I will quit voluntarily." At this time, Kuiji, who shook his head, said in a somewhat complicated voice at this moment. And Kanai blushed a little, she knew what Aoiji was planning. Yin Shi's eyes flickered, and then, with some helplessness, he hugged Mrs. Kuiji even tighter in his arms. Although what Kuiji said is so sure, is Yin Shi the one who will give up? Advertisement obviously not, but now, continue to use too many words, because trying to make Ji change his mind. Come to think of it, it won't have any effect. Yin Shi knew this very well, so he had no choice but to give up in distress. After the three chatted for a while, they were still human sunflower branches, so they couldn't hold back their drowsiness any longer, and fell asleep obediently first. Naturally, Kanai wouldn't do anything to disturb others, and she didn't talk to Yin Shi for long. Just like Aoiji, she fell asleep in Yin Shi's arms. This night, Yin Shi was surprisingly peaceful. He didn't move his hands or feet, but kept recovering his body. He remembers the tasks that His Majesty Muzan entrusted to him quite clearly. The cyan bana flower has already been obtained, although it is a dead flower specimen, but this is indeed the cyan bana flower. As for the effect and whether it works, it depends on what His Majesty Muzan thinks. And Yin Shi's task is to bring it back to complete the task assigned by His Majesty Muzan. Yin Shi is actually quite excited inside. With this feat of bringing back the blue Bana flower, and this time, His Majesty Muzan's yearning for him, can he go one step further? That is, to try another path. Just when Yin Shi slowly closed his eyes, suddenly, a strange space throbbing suddenly spread in the surrounding space. Yin, Li Liao Jiao, suddenly opened his eyes, and then came down cautiously, not waking up the two sleeping ladies. Good night. Gently kissed the brows of the two, and the next moment, Nikim's blood ghost technique directly teleported his body in place at this moment. Once again, the place I was in was already an upside-down room. Here is an infinite city, Zheng. On the high platform, the pipa is played, and the vocal music is beautiful and refreshing. Master Yin Shi, His Majesty Muzan is in the room at the end, and has been waiting for a long time. Okay, I see, thank you, Nikim, after Yin Shi responded lightly, waved goodbye to Nikim, and walked anxiously towards the room without stopping. He also misses this king of all ghosts a lot. Looking at the back of Yin Shi leaving quickly, surprisingly, Nikim on the high platform did not continue to play the pipa. It was not until Yin Shi opened the door that the figure completely disappeared from her sight. The melodious sound began to be played by Nikim. You're welcome. At this moment, she responded softly. Chapter 145 The Reward of His Majesty Muzan, the 1,000-year love of the ancestor of all ghosts. See Your Majesty, accompanied by Yin Shi, after fully pushing the door open, the goal is His Majesty Muzan who is sitting on the throne, who seems to have been waiting for a long time. She was wearing a luxurious tight-fitting long dress, and her red lips with rouge were slightly drawn at this moment. After more than a month, Yin Shi was very happy to finally see His Majesty Muzan again. Kneeling on one knee at this moment, after respectfully saluting, the satisfied Muzan waved his hand to signal him to stand up and speak first. However, it is obvious that His Majesty Muzan is not going to ask Yin Shi how the mission is going at the first time. She looked at Yin Shi in front of her carefully, and then, the corner of her mouth gently raised. It seems that the spirit is not bad, I'm relieved. Next year, that is, the next month, when you will come back, we will hold a wedding and announce to the world that it will still be winter, and it will be deep winter, and I think the weather will still not have the sun. Everything will be done according to His Majesty's instructions, and I have no objection. Yin Shi said softly at this moment with some emotion. Besides, this is also the honor of my humble minister. To be able to grow old together with His Majesty, and spend it together from now on, to me, it is a blessing from all ages. Perhaps, the reason why I was born in this world and transformed into a ghost is because I wanted to meet His Majesty. Obviously, under Yin Shi's brazen offensive, the effect achieved is quite gratifying. At this moment, Ghost Dance official Muzan couldn't help but blushed, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Standing behind His Majesty Muzan, Mukago blushed a little. The flirting between these two people made her feel ashamed as a maid who was silently listening at the moment. Moreover, although it was very nasty, at this moment, just listening in and not being the protagonist, Bojinzi felt his heart warm up. As long as you understand, His Majesty Muzan couldn't help making a sound at this moment. The voice was so small that it was impossible to hear clearly. Then, she regained her previous calm, and at this moment, with a gentle smile, she looked at Yin Shi in front of her and said softly, "Is there any progress in arranging your tasks?" Hearing this, Yin Shi shook his head and nodded again. Muzan, who was a little disappointed when he saw Yin Shi shaking his head, knew that it couldn't be so smooth. Seeing Yin Shi nodding after him, he couldn't help but widen his beautiful eyes in complete doubt at this moment. What does it mean? Reporting to Your Majesty, the progress of the task is gratifying, but, in my opinion, it has not been fully completed. Yin Shi took out from his bosom the Cyan Bianhua bookmark that was made into a specimen, and then, looking at Muzan who was a little unbelievably wide-eyed, said softly, "However, if what you want is such a flower, no matter whether the dead body is made into a specimen, then, I think, I have successfully completed this task." At this time, Ghost Dance official Muzan couldn't restrain himself, stood up suddenly from the throne, and then, in an instant, came to Yin Shi. Behind the throne, Muzan's personal maid, Mukago, is also looking at the scene in front of her in disbelief. That is, BDDC, His Majesty Muzan, looking for the 1,000 years old Cyan Bana. At this moment, Muzan, the Ghost Dance official, took a good look at Yin Shi for a while, then stretched out his hand tremblingly, and took the small bookmark in Yin Shi's hand. Bianhua flowers are divided into red and white, but the bookmark that His Majesty Muzan is holding now is a cyan specimen of Bianhua. Advertisement. Although it has been completely dead without any luster, but after thousands of years of pursuit, the goal I found now appears to be quietly stopped in the palm of my hand. This made Ghost Dance Shi Muzan, how could he not be surprised and excited? She clenched her silver teeth tightly, the focal length of her wine-red beautiful pupils fluctuated and trembled, and then, even the eye sockets trembled, and the whites of her eyes began to congest and shed tears. Those were the tears shed from tears of joy and extreme ecstasy. Although it's dead, but it might as well be usable. At this moment, Ghost Dancer Muzan held it solemnly in the palm of his hand, and those wine-red beautiful eyes were also looking at Yin Shi in front of him charmingly at this moment. Is there the blue Bana flower? It won't be open until a certain day in the spring or midsummer of next year. This is the only case of a family I know who used to spend money on specimens. Yin Shi said gently. I will make good use of it, but if not, work hard on your side as well. Muzan said softly. Of course, Your Majesty. Looking at the nervous Majesty Muzan, who was at a loss, Yin Shi couldn't help but smiled, then stretched out his hand and stroked her smooth side face. As long as you are satisfied, it will be the motivation for me to keep moving, Your Majesty. After being slightly taken aback, Ghost Dance official Muzan slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and looked at the person in front of him softly. Then, with his side face and shoulders, he gently held Yin Shi's hand, feeling the warmth of his palm. Even, the little hand that was still holding the bookmark tightly put down the bookmark at this moment, and then gently hugged Yin Shi, who retracted his arm. From the perspective of Mukago behind, it was the two people who were approaching each other at this moment. Suddenly, His Majesty Wuzai stood on tiptoe. The bookmark of the blue bana flower was quietly parked on the ground, as if no one was paying attention. Actually, if you still fail this time, I won't blame you. After a while, His Majesty Muzan parted his lips and said softly at this moment, even if I can no longer walk in the sun from now on, let me know you, and spend this life with you. Then, this so-called curse that cannot be accepted by the sun actually doesn't have much impact on me. Looking at Yin Shi, who was a little stunned in front of him, Ghost Dance Shi Muzan slightly raised the corner of his mouth at this moment. Little guy, you are my treasure now. Yin Shi was completely stunned. Then, he gently raised the corner of his mouth. It seems, all the hard work so far, and the longing that I haven't seen for more than a month, have completely made His Majesty Muzan realize her feelings. For Yin Shi, the reward bestowed by His Majesty Muzan is so heavy. What he wants to accept is a heart that has been dusty for thousands of years, the love and longing of a ghost king. Unreserved love, you are also my treasure, my lord. Yin Shi hugged His Majesty Muzan in his arms tightly and said softly. After hugging tightly for a while, suddenly, Muzan said shyly. That, Yin Shi, my relatives are here today, so, maybe it's not appropriate. Advertisement. Yin Shi, who was distracted, suddenly felt ashamed at this moment. Then, he looked at His Majesty Muzan, who was a little embarrassed in his arms, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. After opening his mouth, he was a little at a loss again. In other words, in fact, Muzan, the ghost dancer, has decided to give everything he has to himself. But, why does the 1,000-year-old ghost king still have menstruation every month? Isn't that a little too much? Then, Yin Shi was suddenly taken aback. Periods, actually, are a very healthy sign too. In other words, there is no doubt that His Majesty Muzan also has the ability to reproduce. Although his heart was quite bitter, Yin Shi quickly realized this. After suffering, I am sincerely happy that His Majesty Muzan is healthy. Damn. Uncomfortable. However, in this way, if the Cyan Bianhua bookmark sample is really useful for His Majesty Muzan's incomplete genes, then she will immediately complete it as a matter of course. At that time, His Majesty Muzan, who has a healthy physique, can really have a crystallization of love with Yin Shi in the true sense. Looking at Yin Shi with a forced smile in front of him, a little bit dumbfounded, a look of doting appeared in Muzan's beautiful eyes. Then, he said softly, although it can't be done to that extent, I especially allow you to do other things you can do. Mukago. The ghost girl with a completely red face behind her was wringing her little hands a little shyly at this moment. This morning, His Majesty Muzan told himself what to do. However, when it comes time to practice, it's still a bit embarrassing. Your Majesty, Lord Yin Shi. But soon, Mukago came to his senses and realized that he was not self-willed now, and said shyly at this moment, please come with me, I will be the next topic tonight. Yin Shi was stunned, and then, Muzan, who was smiling, held his hand and followed Mukago, who turned around and walked towards the depths of the room. Yin Shi was still at a loss, not knowing what the purpose of His Majesty and Mukago was. But it seems that he can only wait for the development of the matter, the soldiers will block, and the water will be covered. Chapter 146 belonging to Yin Shi's Royal Grace, Mukago was eaten. At this time, on Mount Untori, in Okutama County, Winterkyo Prefecture. Kamado Tanjiro, who was walking towards his home on the top of the mountain barely under the heavy snow, was panting heavily. The cold wind whistled, and the roaring rain and snow made his face ache. In fact, Kamado Tanjiro was thinking about tonight, so he stayed at the uncle's family at the foot of the mountain and waited until dawn before returning home. He has had this kind of experience in the past, and he knows very well that his mother and brothers and sisters will definitely agree with this point of view. However, although Manjiro is such a mother, when he thought about the fact that there were only mother and daughter at home now, he couldn't stop worrying. Therefore, in today's environment where the mountains are covered by heavy snow, they still refuse to listen to the uncle's advice and insist on going up the mountain to go home. He is very worried about his mother and sister. I don't know if there are any wild beasts on this mountain. Although, in Kamado Tanjiro's impression, the last ferocious beast on the mountain, a big brown bear, had been easily beheaded by his father with an axe. But what if that brown bear has a mate, or maybe kids? Did these terrifying beasts climb over from another mountain? Just think about how hopeless and helpless it would be if two helpless mothers and daughters met in such a snow-covered mountain environment. So, no matter what, Kamado Tanjiro has to go home. No reason, just for peace of mind. Moreover, the kind-hearted uncle at the foot of the mountain also said before he left that recently, there have been evil spirits haunting him. Although he doesn't know what the evil spirit is, but because of this, he has to go home at this moment and act as the last and most reliable man of the Kamado family. However, when Kamado Tanjiro came to his home on the mountain, what greeted him was not some wild beast. Nor his mother Kamado Aoi and sister Kamado Mizuko. Instead, it was a long bloodstain that was dragged first. The monster with horns who was feasting, at this moment, was facing a corpse with wide eyes, digging up the flesh and blood from the abdomen and swallowing it continuously. That's the uncle at the foot of the mountain. On the other side, there is a bear's corpse, standing there, that ferocious animal head. At this moment it appears extremely ferocious and frightening. Crack. Kamado Tanjiro, who took a step back in fear, made a crisp sound because he stepped on a dead branch at this moment. Is there any mistake? I just got rid of a beast and was about to have a full meal, but in the end, humans came again? The evil spirit stood up slowly at this moment, and then, turned his head, looking at Kamado Tanjiro who was pale in fear. Ah, I'm still a brat who hasn't even grown his hair yet. It's okay, you still have this man, so let's treat it as my ration for the past 2 days. I thought there were women who could eat it, but I smelled it, but it turned out that I met him. The chop suey and you the chop suey. The next moment, the evil spirit opened its bloody mouth wide open, and rushed towards Tanjiro, who was pale in front of him, but who was slightly surprised. What greeted him was the axe that Tanjiro threw flying over without thinking, and then the basket. Throwing the axe on his face away, looking at Kamado Tanjiro who was yelling and running down the mountain, the evil ghost's eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted in a ferocious rage. Don't run. I just want to kill you all, it's just stuffed into my stomach. Immediately, the evil spirit ran towards Kamado Tanjiro just like that. The corpse of the uncle with a look of hatred and regret left in place. Advertisement in his hand, he was holding an envelope stained with blood. That's the envelope that Yin Shi left to remind Kamado just in case. And in his other hand, for some unknown reason, he carried a dagger. Winter capital, inside the imperial palace feeling the itching of his armpits, at this moment, Mukago gritted his silver teeth with some difficulty. Then, she tightly squinted her beautiful eyes, suppressing the strong sense of shame and itching. On the forehead, the sweat generated by the body spasm continued to emerge with a salty taste. As a ghost, she is also a girl who loves beauty, and is also the personal maid of His Majesty Muzan, the ghost dance official. Naturally, the current 5th, Mukago, will definitely not be sloppy. However, at this moment, Mukago didn't expect that there was such a way. Although, the 3 views have been refreshed step by step, but how did Yin Shi know how to use so many strange methods? Is he a curious chef? Don't treat poor ingredients like this? But at this moment, Muzan, who was sitting on the side and watching this scene for a long time, had an inexplicable smile in his eyes. If you act like this, Mukago will itch to death. Do you want to embarrass him like that? Yin Shi pulled out a white silk thread, and stopped sniffing and using his tongue to feel the soft and salty taste. Looking at Mukago, who was panting and somewhat relieved at the moment, the corners of his mouth were slightly drawn. You can make a comparison. In fact, while not so long ago, Kamado Aoi was scruffy. But, in fact, Kamado Kuiji, like the current Mukago, does not have any bad smell. It's a pure fragrance. Of course, it's not the perfume smell of vulgar powder, but it's inherent in itself. Looking at Mukago whose face seemed to be steaming, Yin Shi couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth slightly. Then, he said softly, Mukago, how do you feel now? Master Yin Shi, very, very strange. Embarrassed Mukago, at this moment, he did not dare to look at His Majesty Muzan, who was smiling and watching all this, nor did he dare to look at Yin Shi in front of him. He just wanted to bury his head in his hands like an ostrich encountering a cheetah on the African savannah. Down, don't look at anyone. This cute and ridiculous self-deception made both Yin Shi and His Majesty Muzan can't help laughing at the moment. In other words, there is even more desire to bully. And then, at this moment, a burst of heat from the armpit made Mukago react instantly. Come on, Mukago, you can let go. Yin Shi rubbed Mukago's head, calmed down at this moment, and said softly in a magnetic voice at this moment. Let me introduce to you how to eat and practice this set of dishes. Can I not learn? Asking for flowers. Mukago was extremely embarrassed and puzzled at this moment. Nuo said, this kind of thing. It's better not to learn. Advertisement hearing this, Yin Shi smiled lightly. It doesn't matter, if you learn a lot and don't overwhelm yourself with too many skills, you will also get a lot of help. Although you always said you didn't want to learn before, but this time, it is actually the same as before. It was the same 3 times. With my help, you also know how to do it, and it's actually the same now. Mukago is a little annoyed, if possible, really. I really don't want to learn how to make these dishes. Hateful. It's because His Majesty insisted on cooperating with this chef. Mukago felt helpless and ashamed, but he didn't resist. The other party is the ancestor of all ghosts, and he is now the strongest ghost under the veritable Ghost King. Moreover, Yin Shi's appearance is also very suitable for his taste. In this way, Mukago expressed shyness, disgust and resistance. However, it is actually quite interesting about the way some special dishes are made. 0 as far as Yin Shi is concerned, there is actually no way. This set of dishes, after all, is still quite barren, and it is impossible to develop too many new dishes. In fact, Yin Shi couldn't find any better ways to speak. So, for Yin Shi, this is actually the last place that I didn't eat. Moreover, he was worried that Mukago would be scratched, so before that, Yin Shi made special preparations. Now is the moment when the work has come to an end. Sure enough, Mukago, who was completely dizzy after that, was really dizzy by the production level and final processing of this dish, and he was quite full. At this moment, Muzan, who had been watching from the sidelines, had a look of worry in his bright red eyes that were as pure as red wine. Yes, His Majesty the Emperor noticed at this time. In front of him, Yin Shi, who was sweating profusely and feeling tired, seemed to have reached the bottleneck of his physical strength. Is it okay? Otherwise, forget it today. No, it's hard work, the dessert before the main meal is finally finished. Yin Shi smiled softly. Wouldn't it be a pity for Mukago to give up now? No. I'm full, please forgive me, the fifth of the last string said stiffly. And this scene also made His Majesty Muzan couldn't help laughing. At this time, Yin Shi shook his head helplessly, then, looking at His Majesty Muzan in front of him, he opened his mouth slightly and said, after dessert, it's time for the waiter to serve the main meal. You really don't know the dignity, I'm the Emperor, you actually treat me as a waiter. Muzan was a little helpless, and then watched Yin Shi begin to command the army to attack the Mukago gate. Then I will reward you. Muzan closed his eyes, exhaled lightly, and felt the touch of his feet wearing the foot ring being eaten inch by inch. Chapter 147 Fukuoka Giyu and Kamado Tanjiro, Kaigaku's newsletter report. On the other side, Fuyukyo Prefecture, Okutama County, Mount Untori. Tanjiro, who was running away, is now very panicked and nervous. Heavy snow, night, or downhill, at this moment, for the first time, Tanjiro felt so strange to the surrounding environment receding continuously in the wind and snow whistling in his ears. This journey is also how long. He didn't know that after he woke up, he made up his mind to go up the mountain overnight, why the uncle disappeared in the home where he should be. I don't know why, this uncle, who was obviously at the foot of the mountain, actually appeared in his house. Was it brought up by that evil spirit? At this moment, Tanjiro had no time to think about these things, so he ran away desperately. The evil spirit behind him has been chasing after him, thinking of killing Tanjiro and eating him. However, now Tanjiro actually has no time to think about the answer to the question. If Yin Shi is present, he will give his reply. No ghost would foolishly bring the person he killed from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain. Obviously, that uncle was killed by evil spirits on the mountain. And combined with his last expression and the things in his hands, it is obvious that he went up the mountain at 630, because of malice, thinking that Kamado Tanjiro is not at home, and there are only Kamado Kuiji and Kamado Miduzi on the mountain. The two felt malicious in their hearts. It's just a pity, not to mention Duan Shi's first step, he himself was very miserable, having encountered evil spirits. Before the evil spirit who had just disemboweled himself had finished eating well, he first encountered a beast, and then was bumped into by Kamado Tanjiro. The truth of the development of the situation is just like this. At this moment, the eyes of the evil spirit chasing Kamado Tanjiro were bloodshot, and its ugly, terrifying and distorted face became more and more ferocious at this moment. I was caught off guard just now and was hit in the face with an axe by a young boy. It would not be fatal. Now the injury has healed, but it still hurts. This damned brat, he must kill, so that under his fearful gaze, while he is still alive, he must be tortured to death and then eaten, in order to dispel the hatred in his heart. The next moment, he felt the evil spirits at a sufficient distance, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He who was running wildly on the snow suddenly jumped out of his body at this moment, and rushed towards Tanjiro, who was running away 10 meters away in front of him. One ghost and one person immediately rolled down the snow mountain. When the evil ghost swung Tanjiro in his arms and smashed it on a boulder, seeing the guy howling in pain and spitting blood, the evil ghost slammed. He pursed his lips and waved his arm, and the dislocated severed hand immediately began to heal itself. It only took a few walks without any injuries. Ah, are you still running? Facing Tanjiro, who was lying on the ground clutching his broken arm and howling, the evil spirit whipped him in the lower abdomen. Puff! A big mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth at this moment, and the cruel, sadistic ghost who didn't hold back his hands at all raised his foot and kicked violently again. He's totally slapped to death. As a human being, Kamado Tanjiro had no power to fight back at all, so he had to be beaten continuously at this moment until he couldn't spit out any blood, and lay dying on the snow. Grabbing the boy's hair and pulling him up, the evil ghost raised the corner of his mouth fiercely. That axe of yours hurts me so much. However, my lord has a lot of them, and if I kick you, it will be wiped out. Now, die. Advertisement. The evil ghost who was about to separate Tanjiro's head. The next moment, his expression changed and he used Tanjiro in his hand directly on the snow. Then, with a terrified expression, he looked at the figure walking slowly in the shadows in front of him. A powerful murderous aura has completely locked him in at some point. Who are you? The evil ghost roared ferociously, and at this moment, in the shadows, a figure completely walked out. Before Kamado Tanjiro fainted, he could only see a black-haired man in a different color feather, holding the hilt of the sword with one hand and the scabbard with one hand, walking slowly step by step. The next moment, Tanjiro passed out from the pain completely, and there was no more sound. But at this time, because he couldn't believe that he was actually trembling with fear, the evil ghost roared and rushed towards this man. He, after being transformed into a ghost by Muzan, has never seen a member of the Ghost Slayer squad. Naturally, he didn't know what kind of existence he was facing now. At this moment, Fukuoka Giyu, who looked calm and simple, walked slowly. He brushed past the charging evil spirits, and the Nichiren blades in his hand drew a graceful arc in midair at this moment, and then retracted into the sheath again. Jung at the back, the head of the evil spirit soared into the sky at this moment, with bright blood pillars. One move, instant kill. This is the fighting power of Giyu of Siege Team Suiju-Fu. How powerful. It is as natural as flowing clouds and flowing water, without any flaws and mistakes at all. It's like a killing that is as natural as opening your hands and opening your mouth when you come to eat. At this moment, Giyu Fukuoka, who put the Nichiren blades back into the sheath, looked at Kamado Tanjiro, who was lying on the ground and had completely passed out, with slightly lowered eyelids and complicated eyes, and then sighed softly. Thanks to you, you can persist until I come, another poor man. After saying so many words in one breath, Fukuoka Giyu kept silent, bent down and carried the unconscious Kamado Tanjiro on his shoulders, turned around and left straight away. Winter capital, in the palace Mukago sleeps peacefully on Yinshi's side, while His Majesty Muzan sleeps on Yinshi's other side. The girl from the former ghost race had undergone a qualitative change at this moment. She was sleeping very soundly while holding a blood-stained handkerchief tightly in her hand. The same is true for His Majesty Muzan, who watched the whole process. His quiet and sweet sleeping face made Yinshi calm down a little. However, for Yinshi, it's not time to sleep yet. Be careful not to wake them up. Yinshi walked out of the room, wearing a rather loose bathrobe. At this moment, he was sitting comfortably on the promenade in the yard, enjoying the snowy scenery of the imperial palace in winter alone. After a while, he took out the second eye for communication and surveillance from his personal space. Advertisement feeling the throbbing in it, Yinshi just held it tightly. The next moment, when he let go, the bloody eyes in his palm had disappeared, replaced by the rapid throbbing on the back of his hand, and the scarlet eyes emerged. Even with Yinshi at this moment, his eyes are quite different. My lord, after more than a month of my investigation, I already know the location of the knife forging village of the ghost killing team and those damn trainers. I carefully planted blood eyes in their places as clues. Ghost killing the team headquarters still believes in me. I don't know when we can start action. It was Yinshi's eyeliner who came to report the information, Naruto Kaigaku, an important chess piece buried in the Demon Slayer squad. At this time, Yinshi's eyes were dark, and then he said softly, "Good job, Kochou. I can feel that you are not lying. Since this is the case, our action has begun, and it is time to put it on the agenda. Continue to do your duty, Kaigaku, and when all the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer squad are gathered together and no one is on a mission, please inform me again. This time, we want to wipe out all of them, so that there will be no future troubles." Yu, who contacted Yinshi through blood eyes, couldn't help swallowing at this moment, and then nodded solemnly. Then, thinking about his own appearance, Yinshi couldn't see it at all, and a look of embarrassment appeared on his face, and after a while, he quickly responded. "I see, my lord. Besides, I have a kind request. In Ghost Slayer, I have a few damn guys who can't wait to kill. One is the trainer Kuwajima Jigoru, one is the current Juzu Yenju Hamejima Kiyome, and the other is a useless member of the Ghost Slayer squad reserve Agatsuma Zenitsu. I hope that at the last moment, the adults will give me the chance to kill them." Kaigaku's voice was quite cold. "These idiots, I have a big bill to settle with them. It's these damn bastards who don't understand me, don't respect me, and don't understand me, so that I have suffered so many setbacks on the way of growing up. It's hard for me to achieve my current success." At this moment, the violent and pink 0.3 color in Kaigaku's eyes seems to be burning like a flame. He couldn't forget that the blind man he met in the temple when he was a child didn't care about being excluded by other children. He couldn't forget that his master actually wanted to give half of the Mingzu position that belonged to him to another B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* yellow-haired man who dyed his hair. Every night, he secretly taught him more skills. These 3 people are all beasts, and they all failed his expectations, so, all of them will die. Yin Shi is silent. Kaigaku, indeed, is quite a scumbag. However, it doesn't matter, Yin Shi is very clear.
I am not a good bird either. This is war, not some so-called distinction between good and evil.
Okay, as my reward to you, this matter is over, the 3 humans, I will give you all to deal with, Kaigaku.
Yin Shi said calmly, and the ecstatic Du Yu expressed his gratitude respectfully at this moment.
Chapter 148 Return. Gentle Sunflower Branch, Desperate Find. After communicating with Kaigaku, Yin Shi returned to the original room. Muzan and Mukago are hugging each other at the moment, looking like an older sister hugging a younger sister, sleeping soundly and peacefully.
Looking at the 2 people in front of him with soft eyes, Yin Shi couldn't help stretching out his hand for a while, and after touching the heads of the 2, he sighed helplessly. He still has important things to do now, so it is impossible to continue stay by their side.
And the rendezvous tonight was actually only because His Majesty Muzan missed him and wanted to meet him, so Nakim was asked to do it. Now that this matter is over, he should go back. You know, in the original room, Kanai and Mrs. Kueji, who were lying on the bed sleeping soundly waiting for him, if they woke up and found that they were all gone, they didn't know what they would look like. However, if you rush to go there now, maybe you can try another way. According to Yin Shi's vision, Nakim should be able to teleport him back to his original location. Infinite City. After hearing Yin Shi's request, Nakim nodded slightly and didn't find it difficult to do anything. Say hello to me and His Majesty, my mission has not been completely successful, and now I have to go back and continue working. Hearing this, Nakim nodded lightly, and after agreeing to Yin Shi's request at the moment, she stretched out her hand and flicked the pipa in her hand.
The next moment, in front of her, Yin Shi's body instantly disappeared in place.
Nakim's blood ghost technique is similar to teleportation. Of course, this does not mean that she has infinite teleportation ability and 13 masters of space ability. The limitation of this vampire technique is actually quite large. First of all, the destination of the transmission must have coordinates. Secondly, if you want to form an infinite space-crossing teleportation effect, you can only act on the gates of the infinite city, not on people or ghosts. In other words, Nikim's vampirism ability is able to pull a ghost into the space of infinite city, and then teleport to another ghost, or teleport this ghost back to where he was originally. In the infinite city, she can freely adjust the shape of the doors, walls, and teleportation space. In other words, although the effect is very good, it is absolutely restrictive. Accompanied by the gentle resounding of the pipa, Nikim looked up and saw that the place where Yin Shi was originally standing was empty. Then, he lowered his head. If we meet again next time, it should be a different era. Nikim has this hunch back to Okutama County, the villa at the foot of Mount Kontori. When Yin Shi opened his eyes again, outside the window, it was gradually getting daylight. On the bed, Kamado Kuiji and Kochou Kanae hugging each other. In Yin Shi's view, they're quite warm. In the other room, Nezuko and Amane also slept well under the perception of knowledge and domineering. However, at this moment, Kanae and Iji, who were hugging each other, woke up at this moment because of the blur of the latter, let go and broke free. Kamado Kuiji, who sat up from the bed, saw Yin Shi who was standing on the balcony at the moment, looking at the daytime snow scene outside the window leisurely. She opened her small mouth, her eyes were still sleepy, she couldn't help reaching out and rubbing her eyes, then looked to her side. Kanae's sleeping face is quite soft and beautiful, but, it seems, it should be a sign that she hasn't woken up yet. Seeing this scene, she suddenly thought of something, and Kamado Lianji's pretty face blushed a little. Then, she quietly got out of bed, and walked to Yin Shi's back cautiously. Advertisement then, he stretched out his hands and hugged Yin Shi from behind. Feeling the warmth from the latter's body, Kamado Kuiji couldn't help but let out a low moan, and then closed her beautiful eyes comfortably, quietly enjoying the charging process. Yin Shi, who was being hugged by Kuiji, recovered after a moment of silence. Slightly draw the corner of the mouth, at this moment softly said, "Are you awake? It's cold now? Is it okay to wake up so early? You're the one. Just wearing this one on the balcony, it's not good. My physique is much tougher, haven't you experienced it personally?" Hearing this, Yin Shi smiled, stretched out his hand to untie Kuiji's little hand, looked at this pretty woman with a blushing face, stretched out his hand to gently embrace him in his arms, and continued to look at the vast snow scene in front of him. Then, as if thinking of something, Yin Shi said playfully at this moment, "It seems that they should wake up after a while, Mrs. Kamado." Kamado Kuiji, who was quietly nestling in Yin Shi's arms, responded lightly, and seemed to have realized something for a while, raised her head in astonishment, with a pair of beautiful eyes, she looked at Yin Shi in front of her in shock, and then, extremely shy down. "I ate something very angry recently," Yin Shi said with a smile. "Come on, Kuiji, kneel down, and I will tell you what I ate." "I don't want to know. Woo, Kuiji, why don't you just kneel down?" There was no other way. Yin Shi had no choice but to use her pretty handsome face to act coquettishly at this moment. This time, Kamado Kuiji couldn't stand it any longer, and after giving Yin Shi a slight look, he knelt down obediently at this moment. Before this, Yin Shi had already stretched out his hand towards the room, the silk thread shot out, grabbed the pillow, and then pulled it suddenly. Kamado Kuiji looked at this scene a little stunned, and then, a little speechless, raised his head and gave Yin Shi a blank look. However, this is also very good. With pillows, the knees will not be too painful. After breakfast, Yin Shi and the four girls are discussing what to do today at the dinner table. Yubayashiki Amane is not going to go out in such a cold winter, so she still wants to stay at home in a warm place. And Kochou Kanae was also very worried about her physical condition, so she volunteered to stay here to take care of her as before. And Kamado Iji and Kamado Miduzi rejected Yin Shi's proposal. It's okay to stay overnight. If they continue to stay here, they will be rotten. Although, Kamado Iji also wants to continue with Yin Shi. However, if you stay for a long time, it is difficult to guarantee that Miduzi will remain unaware. Girls, in this respect, are quite vigilant. Once or twice is okay, but with such an intimate relationship under the nose, it may be difficult not to notice. Although I feel helpless, I can only agree with them for a while. The road is long and long, although he really wanted to tie Mrs. Kuiji by his side, and to get a chance to win the heart of Kamado Miduzi, but the more he was like this, the more he couldn't act blindly and boldly. Amane, Kanae, since that's the case, I'll send them both home myself. Yin Shi said gently. After all, the environment is covered by heavy snow, and I don't know if there are any wild animals on the mountain. If there are, it will be difficult. Even if there are bears at this time, they must have hibernated. Kanae smiled, shook her head, and said gently at this moment. However, what you said makes sense. It's not very safe for the two female relatives to go on the road alone in this weather. In this case, Yin Shi, you can go see them off. Advertisement, good. On the other side, Yubayashiki Amane, who was sitting on the sofa, had a playful expression on his face. At this moment, he stretched out his hand, picked up the teacup on the table, and quietly took a sip. Although Kanae said it nicely, Amane is very clear that this is not the main reason at all. When I was in the kitchen yesterday, there was still a phaser in the room. You know, Kanae has been with Mrs. Kuiji all the time. So now, taking the initiative to let go and satisfy Yin Shi is also a good way for Shanae to gain her favor while she can't travel by herself. The heart of a woman, the needle in the sea, can serve multiple purposes. It is indeed you. Amane sees it clearly, but she doesn't intend to emulate or say it. After all, the relationship between Kanae and her is quite good. In this way, this also allowed Yin Shi to fully fulfill his wish. After that, Yin Shi took Kamado Kuiji and Kamado Miduzi up the mountain. However, the one who greeted them was not Kamado Tanjiro, who should have been waiting at the door for a long time. 647. Instead, there are messes everywhere, blood foam and corpses and bones. On Young Mountain, when they smelled the looming smell of blood, the faces of the three became anxious and restless. When they finally rushed home, the scene presented in front of them instantly made them extremely astonished. Then, there was deathly silence. Miduzi, who was crying and extremely frightened and sad, looked at Kamado Lianji in disbelief. After walking a few steps forward, his knees suddenly softened, Yin Shi's complexion changed slightly, and he hurried forward to support Mrs. Kamado, holding her in his arms nervously and worriedly, but at this moment, Kuiji in his arms was crying loudly down. Even Miduzi beside him was crying barely at this moment. Yin Shi frowned, looking at the bloody scene in front of him, his eyes were slightly dignified. He never thought that such a thing would happen. Unexpectedly, there are also seed-damaging ghosts appearing. I thought that most of the original plot had been revised by myself, and the Kamado family should not meet His Majesty Muzan again, that is to say, the massacre should never happen again. However, it's totally unimaginable. Here, there is actually a species-damaging ghost. However, even if there are no seed-damaging ghosts, if Miduzi and Kuiji had stayed at this house last night, I am afraid, it would be more or less ominous. Yin Shi was keenly aware that besides a man with a bloody face, there was also a brown bear present. And that unrecognizable man, obviously, is a guy at the foot of the mountain. But now, it appears here, the reason is probably quite complicated. It is conceivable that brown bears, being animals, are not hibernating at the moment. If Yin Shi didn't let the second daughter go down the mountain last night, I'm afraid, it would be really unimaginable. Chapter 149 Desperate Mother and Daughter, in this case, let me take care of you. After just a few glances, Yin Shi roughly understood what happened. First of all, it should be the man at the foot of the mountain who indeed took in Kamado Tanjiro. However, he learned that the Kamado family on the mountain may only have Mrs. Kamado Iji and Kamado Midoko, so he felt malicious and wanted to be in the snow. Go up the mountain at night and then do something wrong. However, it was unexpected that the mother and daughter had already been taken away by him. When he left the house to regret, he ran into an evil ghost that was hunting and killing, and was then eaten as rations. However, when the evil spirits were feasting, the bloody smell permeated the air, but it attracted a brown bear that hadn't hibernated. The reason why Yin Shi judged that this human being was killed first by the evil spirit, rather than by the brown bear, was the distribution of the two corpses. Secondly, there is no trace of blood on the brown bear's mouth, so it is quite obvious what this trace proves. Yin Shi looked at the scene quietly, the wind and snow were still there, so the footprints were almost buried, and it was difficult to see the clues. However, seeing the broken feathers and an axe stuck in the ground, Yin Shi couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly. After the evil spirits first killed humans and then animals, as expected, Kamado Tanjiro, who was still worried about his mother and sister, probably rushed to the scene. The pieces of Haori and the axe are the best proof. At this moment, Kamado Iji in his arms and Kamado Miduzi, who was kneeling on the ground on the other side, were crying in despair and helplessness. This also made Yin Shi feel unbearable. However, continuing to cry here is actually of no help to the business. Therefore, Yin Shi decided to get involved. Holding the sunflower branch in his arms, he said softly at this moment, "Madam, Miduzi, take a good look, the dead man in front of you is not Tanjiro." Sure enough, the crying voices of the two daughters suddenly stopped at this moment, and then Miduzi and Kuiji also discovered this fact in shock. Yes. The clothes that the dead man was wearing are definitely not Tanjiro's clothing style. Looking at him holding the dagger hidden in the sheath in one hand and the envelope I left behind on purpose in the other, I think he should be someone from the foot of the mountain, but for some unknown reason. Went up the mountain last night. Yin Shi expressed his conjecture without hesitation, so, Madam, and Sister Miduzi, you were lucky, you were not here before he came. Otherwise, such a guy with ulterior motives can do what happened, I really can't even think about it. At this moment, the faces of the mother and daughter turned pale, and then they looked nervously at the small dagger tightly held by the corpse. Then, my heart continued to feel cold, and my whole body was terrified. Yin Shi continued. If I'm not mistaken, he should have known from some channels that there is no man in this family now. In other words, it is very likely that he knew from Tanjiro. If you look at it this way, then there is a great possibility that he is the person who took in Tanjiro's overnight stay at the foot of the mountain last night, and then, after seeing Tanjiro sleeping, he immediately climbed up the mountain secretly. It's just that I didn't meet you, but met a ghost. Advertisement, Yin Shi said calmly. Ghost? At this moment, Miduzi and Kuiji were a little taken aback. Yin Shi nodded, and continued to explain quickly, only evil spirits have the desire to eat human flesh, and they can defeat and kill the animals that come after them, this huge brown bear. The reason why I judged that the brown bear did not kill the human is because the bear's snout is too clean, and no human will face a beast without pulling out a weapon, but grabbing it all the time, and another still holding the envelope in one hand. Miduzi and Kuiji were completely terrified at this moment. And Yin Shi continued to speak at this moment. Then, I was at the scene and found other traces. Yin Shi pointed to the axe stuck on the ground not far away, and said softly, afterwards, Kamado Tanjiro seemed to be worried about you, So he secretly climbed up the mountain again, and then, seeing the scene of the evil spirit eating people, he flew out after repelling the first attack of the evil spirits with the axe. He turned and ran. Tanjiro, will Tanjiro be okay? At this moment, grasping the sunflower branch of Yinshi's clothes very nervously, raised his head, and looked at Yinshi pleadingly. And Miduzi at the side was also looking at Yinshi full of hope and nervous fear at this moment. The mother and daughter obviously felt that there was nothing wrong with Yinshi's deduction. In fact, Yinshi has shown a very reliable image since getting along with each other during this period of time. Therefore, in this extremely critical and tense moment, they take it for granted that what Yinshi said is correct. I also believe in Yinshi's judgment. It is precisely because of this that they want to hear the possibility that Yinshi said, so that they can feel at ease. Yinshi gently hugged Sunflower Branch and fell silent. As for Mrs. Kuiji, who felt Yinshi's action, and Miduzi, who was unaware that this situation was actually quite weird, their pretty faces instantly turned pale. It's not because Yinshi hugged Kuiji so intimately, but because of the metaphorical meaning of this gesture. Even Miduzi didn't realize that, normally, a man who isn't her father shouldn't be hugging her mother like this. However, at this moment, both mother and daughter are directly focusing their attention on the missing Tanjiro, and it is precisely because of this that they have such behavior. It's only possible that there is still more danger. But, there may not be no chance of surviving. You must know that this mountain is quite familiar to Tanjiro. It is a rugged mountain road. When should you take a shortcut? It is his responsibility, advantage, and his physical strength is also very good. Perhaps, there is still the possibility of surviving. Yin Shi said softly, and after cheering up the two ashen-faced women in front of him, facing their nervous and pleading gazes, he nodded slightly and said, I will use my method to thoroughly search the mountain. Live you need to meet people. This is my guarantee, Mrs. Kuiji and Sister Miduzi, please believe me, I will definitely give you an explanation, after all. For me, Tanjiro is also my family. Kuiji looked at her lover with tears in her eyes, while Miduzi looked at her younger sister's fiancé with an incomparably gentle look in her eyes. Yin Shi. As for now, I must first escort you down the mountain and return to my place to stay first. This mountain is very unsafe. Then, I will let the guards search the mountain with me. Advertisement. Yin Shi stroked the beautiful side face of Mrs. Kuiji, who was blushing at the moment, looked at Miduzi, who gradually felt something was wrong, interrupted her contemplation, and continued at this moment. Shi, it's not too late, let's go right away. The smell of blood here is too strong. As for the corpse, we can arrange it later. There are still some clues, we have to wait for them to arrive so that we can detect it more thoroughly. Now, every minute we stay, the more dangerous we are. Good. The mother and daughter agreed to Yin Shi's proposal without any resistance. After that, the two were confused, each with a small hand held by Yin Shi, and hurried down the mountain. Is Yin Shi afraid of that ghost? Of course not, he just always thinks, in what kind of situation, the decision to make is the best. And obviously, as it is now, using words to build up their reputation and image, subtly improving their sense of existence and effectiveness, will make the current Kuiji and Miduzi become more and more dependent. So I can't leave myself anymore. It is actually quite simple for Yin Shi to know the location of that evil spirit. His Majesty Muzan gave him the authority to freely control all actions of the seed-damaging ghost below 12 Kizuki in a certain area. Let them die suddenly, just at Yin Shi's thought, he doesn't even need to touch it. However, doing so will completely expose yourself, which is not in line with the persona Yin Shi wants to establish. What's more, it's obvious that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, isn't it? Mo Jiao Jiao. Kamado Tanjiro of the Kamado family died of illness first, and then the eldest son Kamado Tanjiro disappeared, while the other male members were not arranged by Yin Shi to go to school to study and boarding. Under such circumstances, the Sunflower Branch and Miduzi were completely separated. Also, Hanako, who can go home from school every Friday, is also separated. So far, in front of Yin Shi, the male members of the Kamado family will no longer get in the way. It is self-evident what this means. Moreover, Yin Shi can still get through this incident, not only to keep adding points to Kuiji's heart, but also to allow her to withdraw without the last minute. At the same time, it can also open Miduzi. Tanjiro, it has to be said, is missing, just sweating. Therefore, since the father and eldest brother of the Kamado family died, disappeared, and the pressure of the whole family was shared equally on the mother and eldest daughter, as a family, how could Yin Shi stand idly by? In that case, from now on, I will take good care of you. Yin Shi didn't open his mouth, but murmured in his heart, holding the kakkens of the mother and daughter even tighter. Chapter 150. Tanjiro's Dream. Tanjiro joins the Demon Slayer squad. Meanwhile, in a cave on another hill, the bonfire burned and exploded quietly, but at this moment, the red-haired boy who was sleeping with his eyes tightly closed, his eyelids were trembling crazily. This boy is the missing Kamado Tanjiro. Beside him, Fukuoka Giyu, who was dressed as a pole-level swordsman Haori, turned his face and looked at Kamado Tanjiro in front of him. Then, he raised his brows slightly thoughtfully. He thought the boy had woken up, but it turned out that he had a nightmare. However, this is also normal. After all, this is the first time for ordinary people to face evil spirits. In the case of surviving a catastrophe, when there is no reason to sleep, they will not have nightmares. Fukuoka Giyu sympathized with this boy very much, so his facial expression did not change at all, and his face was still paralyzed. At this moment, Kamado Tanjiro, who fell into a nightmare in his sleep, walked alone in the dark environment. Gradually, he felt more and more cold, and couldn't help holding his hands tightly with fear and trembling, and then walked forward step by step. In the boundless darkness, at this moment, a spot of light suddenly appeared. Then, the light spot in the distance seemed to have noticed Kamado Tanjiro, and shot towards him in an instant. But at this time, in this cold space with dark facial features, it was suddenly filled with light. When Kamado Tanjiro looked around in horror, the space that had suddenly changed dramatically, the next moment, he noticed a tall and thin man in Haori, walking slowly step by step. Father! Kamado Tanjiro couldn't help but widen his eyes, and then ran forward a little anxiously. B20 shouted loudly. Yes, the man in front of him is Kamado Tanjiro's biological father, Kamado Tanjiro. At this moment, this pale man hugged Kamado Tanjiro, who rushed over with a look of pain on his face. Father and son embracing each other should have been very warm, but at this moment, Kamado Tanjiro's face showed a very fierce and angry look. My child Tanjiro, as a father, I have a major regret, and I need you to help me complete it. Kamado Tanjiro's existence is, in fact, a spirit body. And at this moment, he was able to temporarily appear in Kamado Tanjiro's mind by means of a dream. This is also a unique operation in the Demon Slayer world. Dead people can always inexplicably enter a person's consciousness space to remind him when he loses consciousness or is dying. And obviously, the current Kamado Tanjiro and Kamado Tanjiro have such a relationship. But at this moment, when he heard his father's sad words and left his father's arms, Tanjiro looked suspiciously at the helpless and sad father who was crying silently at the moment, and couldn't help crying, and asked nervously and worriedly. Father, do you have any regrets? I will definitely help you achieve it. I know, I have always believed in you. Gently touching Tanjiro's head in front of him, at this moment, Kamado Tanjiro said so gently. Then, he said slowly with a cold face. Have you recently met a man named Yin Shi? That Yin Shi? Ah, you mean brother Yin Shi? Slightly stunned, the next moment, Tanjiro said with a smile on his face. As soon as he finished his words, he was slapped on the face by Kamado Fagenlang, whose eyes were bloodshot, and fell to the ground directly. Touching his red inside face, Tanjiro sat on the ground, looking in disbelief at the father who suddenly became angry in front of him. Father. Father. He didn't know why he was suddenly beaten by his father, and, father, why should he be angry? Aggrieved, embarrassed, puzzled, and unwilling, for a moment, Tanjiro pursed his lips and kept crying, feeling extremely sad. Advertisement. Why did he treat me like this the first time I saw my father? Why do you do this to him? Why did he suddenly slap himself? Don't call that guy brother. After speaking each word slowly, Kamado Tanjiro shouted coldly and furiously. That guy is the same as the evil ghost you saw yesterday. He is a ghost race that opposes us humans. What? Kamado Tanjiro's eyes widened in shock. And, at this moment, Kamado Tanjiro's face was extremely livid. He also tried to touch your mother and sisters. Moreover, he has almost succeeded, this damn beast. Kamado Tanjiro's eyes widened in shock. He never expected that there would be such a development. As for whether to believe it or not, he naturally believed it. After all, the person in front of him was his father. However, it was because of what his father said at this moment that made Tanjiro look so surprised and shocked. Big brother Yin Shi. Ah no, Yin Shi is a villain, actually an evil ghost? But, indeed, normal people should not have red eyes and white hair. Besides, did this B************ D actually mess with his mother and sisters? After Tanjiro was shocked, he was completely furious. It's humiliating to him and ruining his family. Did this B********* D actually think of such an idea? And, have you got it? Is it possible that every time I leave home and stay with my mother for a while? Tanjiro's eyes were bloodshot. Bullying his mother, but also bullying his sister? Yin Shi, damn you. At this moment, it seems that he also thought of those unsightly scenes. As his father, Kamado Tanjiro, his eyes were red and he was about to spurt blood. He didn't expect that after his death, there would be such a damned evil spirit who would sneak in and put a green hat of 10 items on his dead head. Simply, let him have no peace after death. Moreover, Kuiji, how could she do this? Even if she leaves first, she shouldn't betray herself. Kamado Tanjiro was extremely angry, and because of this, at this moment, he finally found a chance to talk to his eldest son, and he must vent all his anger and resentment. He must let his son help him avenge him. Even if you can't kill that B********ch with your hands, you must. Kill that damn vile ghost with your hands. The one who protects you now is a very powerful member of the ghost killing team. They have the power to kill evil spirits. Advertisement. Kamado Tanjiro said solemnly at this moment. Therefore, Tanjiro, promise me that you must beg him to accept you as a disciple after you wake up, and teach you the method of killing evil spirits. Otherwise, our family will all be killed by Yin Shi, a nasty ghost, in the end, and there will be no redemption. Actually, not so. Tanjiro, he has seen the actions towards the Kamado family some time ago. It can be felt that Yin Shi really wants to be the real master of the Kamado family after him. Not only the daughters have been arranged, but the boys also have the opportunity to study. However, Tanjiro was unwilling and couldn't bear to see this scene. Every time I feel that the widow I left behind, Kuiji, betrays me like this, and even wants to marry the youngest daughter to Yin Shi. Tanjiro was extremely angry, unwilling and helpless. He has no choice, and now that he has the opportunity to have a good talk with his son, he must let his most loyal eldest son see Yin Shi's true face clearly. I want him to kill this damn B*************** D with his own hands. As for the beheading, the life of the Kamado family may be extremely difficult to live on. This is God's test for his Kamado family, isn't it? Tanjiro, who had already fallen into the devil's way, thought crazily. And Kamado Tanjiro, whose mind was deeply affected by his father, gritted his silver teeth, nodded viciously, and agreed to the request of his dead father at this moment. No matter what, he must save his family from Yin Shi's clutches. Don't bully my mother, don't bully my sister, Tanjiro thought angrily, and at this moment, after seeing his eldest son agree with his point of view, and made up his mind to avenge him, Kamado Tanjiro nodded in satisfaction, stretched out his hand, and touched Tanjiro's large forehead. Then, I will leave everything to you, Tanjiro. After the words fell, his body turned into photons and slowly dissipated in place. And Tanjiro, also at this moment, suddenly woke up in reality. Panting for breath, he looked around, and after finding Fukuoka Giyu looking at him calmly, he immediately recognized that this was the powerful swordsman who saved him last night and killed the evil spirits with one blow. I must follow what my lord father said. This man has the knack of making me stronger. Immediately, Tanjiro suddenly knelt on the ground. Thank you for saving my life, senior. Please accept me as a disciple. Fukuoka Giyu was slightly stunned, nodded slightly for a while. Okay. Giyu agreed to the request. So far, Tanjiro finally joined the Demon Slayer squad. Chapter 151 Miduzi's first kiss? The Kamado family completed the strategy? Fukuoka Giyu didn't have the idea of rejecting. In fact, at the first sight of Kamado Tanjiro, he felt quite destined. Therefore, even if Tanjiro didn't open his mouth to ask for apprenticeship, he would still try to make him a member of the ghost killing squad. However, the difference is that let him become the new disciple of his teacher Yorokodaki Sakanji, or let him become his stepson. And obviously, because of Tanjiro's sudden apprenticeship, he can only choose the latter. My training needs to be quite hard, are you ready? Fukuoka Giyu spoke softly at this moment. I am ready, no matter how difficult it is, I will work hard to complete it. Tanjiro resolutely said at this moment. Ever since I saw the evil spirits and saw them hurting a person's family, I was prepared, my life was to expel these damned evil spirits. Existed out of this world. Such steadfast confidence, really, made Fukuoka Giyu in front of him feel a little bit emotional. It's been a long time, I haven't seen such a person. With a passion for killing ghosts. Perhaps, this child was born to be a member of the ghost killing squad. So, come with me, let's go back to the headquarters of the ghost killing squad first, and then start training immediately. Okay, master. On the other side, Yin Shi, holding Mrs. Kuiji and Miduzi's kaken from left to right, went down the mountain and returned to her rented villa. After seeing Kamado Iji and Kamado Miduzi go back and forth, Kanai and Amane who were chatting on the sofa were a little surprised, and then looked at Yin Shi with some subtlety. Seeing this, Yin Shi quickly opened his mouth to explain the reason, and let Kanai and Amane know the truth. The second daughter, who knew that such a thing had happened, was a little shocked. He hurriedly stepped forward to comfort the mother and daughter. Tanjiro auspicious person has his own aura, and nothing will happen for sure. After some fuss, he brought them back to the room. Afterwards, Amane and Kanai went down the stairs, looking at Yin Shi in front of them with solemn faces. Kanai's face was quite complicated, and then she couldn't help but said softly, could it be that it was your handwriting? Yubayashiki Amane also looked at Yin Shi somewhat complicatedly. Both felt it was possible, but, of course, they would have no sense of blame. After all, we are all on the same boat. As the saying goes, if you cultivate for 100 years, you can cross the same boat, and if you cultivate for 1,000 years, you can sleep together. They are already in the shape of Yin Shi, so naturally they will not have the heart of disobedience, but, knowing that Yin Shi used such means to achieve their goals, they will always have a sense of déjà vu, which is quite eccentric. Hearing this, Yin Shi smiled wryly, then shook his head at this moment, and said helplessly, this is really not me. It's a seed-losing ghost who doesn't listen to control, and I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Then, Yin Shi told the second daughter's office in front of him all the details that were not mentioned just now. After the two of them listened, they couldn't help but feel a little weird. It's two. Praying mantis catches cicada, is the oriole behind. Yin Shi, that evil ghost, how are you going to deal with it? After Yubayashiki Amane shook his head, he asked with some doubts at this moment. Gently embracing the young woman's slender waist, Yin Shi stretched out her hand again and hugged Kanai into her arms, and then, at this moment, Yin Shi slowly said, its existence made Kuiji and Miduzi panic, of course we can't keep it. Besides, thinking of such a guy suddenly coming across the territory, if I hadn't invited their mother and daughter down the mountain last night, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yin Shi said very seriously at this moment. So, this evil ghost, I must give Kuiji and Miduzi an explanation. Advertisement at this moment, Amane and Kanai exhaled lightly in relaxation. In fact, they were still a little worried that Yin Shi would let that guy go because he was also a ghost. Now it seems that it will not. Sure enough, Yin is him, it's different. Leaning contentedly in Yin Shi's arms, at this moment, Yubayashiki Amane couldn't help thinking beautifully. Then, Kamado Tanjiro's situation, what should we do? Kanai said with some concern. I don't think an ordinary person can escape from being chased by 10 evil spirits in such an environment. Yin Shi was silent for a moment, he actually agreed with Kanai's point of view. After all, the truth is true. compared with evil spirits, ordinary people are like creatures at different levels. Seriously, Kamado Tanjiro, who has not been trained, is really absolutely in danger. Yin Shi sighed softly, then shook his head. Anyway, I'm going to try to find. He said softly. Both Yubayashiki Amane and Kanai fell silent. Then, both of them sighed helplessly. 2 days later. Looking at the cave with bonfire traces in front of him, Yin Shi's complexion was a bit complicated. After exhaling lightly, he stretched out his hand and took off the haori. It was Mrs. Kamado, who sewed the haori for Tanjiro herself. But at this moment, there is no bloodstain on this feather weave, so, obviously, Kamado Tanjiro should not be life-threatening, but it seems that Yin Shi is still a step late. Obviously, according to the remaining traces of the bonfire, Tanjiro should have been taken away by a member of the Ghost Slayer squad. As for this, Yin Shi has a dark feeling. Most likely, the person who rescued him and took him away may be Tanjiro's brother in the original book, Fukuoka Gyu. The traces of the last fight left by the evil spirit made him feel that he should have been instantly killed. And to be able to do this, there is a great possibility that the person who killed him was a pillar-level swordsman of the ghost killing team. And if you look at it in conjunction with the plot of the original work, there is a great possibility that it is the water column. Well, it seems that fate has destined you to stand on my enemy, Tanjiro. Yin Shi felt a little emotional. However, within half a year, our actions will completely wipe out the ghost killing squad. So, why on earth are you unable to think about it? Thinking of this, Yin Shi couldn't help sighing softly. Naturally, he couldn't have our ****** their child, brother, to death in front of the 3 women of the Kamado family. In that case, if you want Kuiji, Miduzi, and Hanako, what do you think of him? This stupid Tanjiro. Yin Shi felt emotional in his heart. Therefore, only at that time, depending on his attitude, the degree of education can be determined. However, it is obvious that after that, Yin Shi will not let him stay with the 3 daughters to enjoy family affection anymore. Advertisement already a stranger. Putting this haori into his private space, Yin Shi shook his head and walked out of the cave. Looking at the dozens of police officers waiting outside the cave for a long time, facing the wind and snow, Yin Shi nodded slightly. The clues have been found, thanks to you. Let's go back now, team. Yes. A group of people hurriedly responded respectfully. Ask for flowers. They must be respectful, because the man in front of him is the sheriff and the mayor, who must be paid attention to, a big man from Dongjing. Go home. Yin Shi looked at the 2 female relatives sitting on the sofa, their pale and expressionless faces, they looked quite pitiful. It was Tanjiro's safety, his mother Kamado Iji, and his younger sister Kamado Madoko who always cared about Tanjiro's safety. During these 2 days, Yin Shi didn't move a single hair of them. To be precise, it wasn't Yin Shi who didn't want to, but Kamado Kuiji, who was really not in the mood. Of course, if Yin Shi wants to force it, Kuiji will accept it, but seeing his woman so haggard, how could Yin Shi do anything? Moreover, he also promised the second daughter that he would definitely find out the whereabouts of Kamado Tanjiro. Live to see people, die to see corpses. After 2 days of searching, he finally found the most suitable proof. Mrs. Kuiji and Sister Miduzi, I can be sure that Tanjiro's life is not in danger. Yin Shi said, taking out the haori that belonged to Tanjiro in his private space from his arms, and presented it to the shocked and ecstatic the second daughter saw. There is no blood on it. I searched all the way and finally found out that Tanjiro should have been rescued. Moreover, he was willing to go with the person who rescued him. 0. Although his whereabouts are unknown, what I can confirm is that he is alive and well, and his life is not in danger. However, Mrs. Kuiji and Sister Miduzi, I swear, I will definitely use all my strength to find him. Come. Yin Shi said solemnly. But at this moment, Kuiji let out a sigh of relief, then shook her head slowly, and just about to say something, she suddenly fainted. Yin Shi, who had been observing the expressions of the 2 of them, was startled and hurried forward, hugging her at the nick of time. Worried about her son's situation, Mrs. Kuiji has been holding on to her energy. At this moment, after knowing that Tanjiro really has nothing to do, finally, Mrs. Kuiji let go of the breath she had been holding tightly, and also therefore, the situation of directly passing out just now appeared. With a soft sigh, he picked up Mrs. Kuiji and Princess, and Yin Shi and Miduzi walked up to the second floor and returned to the room. Take good care of your mother, Miduzi. I will. Brother Yin Shi, really thank you for taking care of our family. Beside the bed, Miduzi wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his hand, looked at his pale mother who fell asleep on the bed, and then at Yin Shi who was looking at his mother worriedly. At this moment, Miduzi couldn't hold it anymore. While crying softly, he expressed his gratitude to Yuan Shi. Seeing this situation, Yin Shi shook his head, then gently hugged Miduzi in front of him. We're family, aren't we? As he said that, he made a very natural behavior of kissing his forehead quite despicably and shamelessly. After Miduzi suddenly froze, her pretty face blushed, and after feeling the heat between her brows, she was extremely embarrassed and shocked. Yes. After a while, Miduzi responded with some embarrassment. If she looked up at this time, she should be able to see that Yin Shi was showing a triumphant smile. Now, the Kamado family strategy is officially launched. Chapter 152 Miduzi, I'm sorry, Sister Hanako. After Yin Shi left, Miduzi sat on the edge of the bed with a dazed face, looking at her mother who was still in a coma. Then, with a blushing face, she stretched out her hand and gently touched the center of her brow. What appeared in his eyes was confusion and incomprehension, as well as infinite embarrassment. She didn't know why Yin Shi suddenly kissed herself just now, even if it was just between the eyebrows, but such an intimate act still shocked Mi who had never experienced such a thing before. Mi is a very pure girl with yellow flowers. Moreover, the family situation before this was really not good. Naturally, there is no emotional experience. However, this doesn't mean that Mi doesn't understand anything. Even elder brothers, younger brothers, and fathers wouldn't do such an intimate behavior like just now. Only lovers would do such behavior. But Mi's heart was beating wildly at the moment, nervous and embarrassed. As long as she closes her beautiful eyes, the appearance of a wild can't help but appear in her mind. His figure of helping with housework, his hearty smile when chatting, those extremely gentle wine-red eyes, and that handsome, 140 face that doesn't show any negative emotions towards him. But he is Hanako's fiancé. Mi was very flustered at the moment. Until just now, Yin Shi's sudden action made her suddenly know that she actually has feelings for Yin Shi. But this is betraying one's own sister, At this moment, Mi's mood is quite complicated. At the same time, the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad. Fukuoka Giyu, who came back with Kamado Tanjiro, told Yubayashiki Kagaya, the head of the family, that he had adopted a stepson. This shocked the head of the Yubayashiki family, as well as the other pillar-level swordsmen of the Demon Slayer squad. Did the shy and quiet, self-important, Mizutaka Fukuoka Giyu actually adopt a stepson? I have to say that this matter is really quite shocking. And recently, Kochou Shinobu, who successfully poisoned a Shiishin by using the wisteria toxin he prepared, and was promoted to the pillar-level swordsman of the ghost-killing team, also learned some information at that time. Yes, Kochou Shinobu's practice is not useless these days. Through purifying and refining the toxin, she successfully developed a very violent wisteria flower poison. Even Wikiraba, the place where the bowstrings, could not neutralize that toxin. Therefore, after a hard fight in Kochou Shinobu, she successfully killed Wikiraba, who came across her on the spot. So far, 12 Kizuki is short of 2 more. However, the few were all ghost moons, which is not important. But now, what attracted the attention of the new 9-pillar swordsman, Changzu, Kochou Shinobu, is that the newly adopted stepson of this water column, Fukuoka Giyu, Kamado Tanjiro, was also born in Dongjing. This also made Kochou Shinobu quite aware. Advertisement. You know, as far as she knows, Dongjing is almost a cave. There was more than 112 Kizuki lurking there, and, besides, his own sister, and that damn B************ D, were there too. Therefore, as long as the swordsman of the ghost-killing team who was born in Dongjing, after she became an insect pillar, she would pay great attention to it. A few days later, because Fukuoka Giyu's training was quite strict in the final analysis, Kamado Tanjiro, who had just joined the training, was injured as a matter of course, and went to Kochou House for treatment. And it was during this period that Kochou Shinobu found Kamado Tanjiro. Then, he asked about his origin and why he joined the siege squad. From his words, Kochou Shinobu knew many things. This big boy met an evil ghost after returning home on a snowy night. After running away, he was rescued by Fukuoka Giyu. And, I also know that there is also a suspected evil ghost appearing in his house and dormant. Kochou Shinobu's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked if he wanted to let their ghost-killing team take action to kill the possible evil spirit. However, he was rejected by the preoccupied Tanjiro. Perhaps, he thought, there had been certain accidents. Moreover, because he has never hurt anyone, but because he is an evil ghost, he should not be indiscriminate, and forget that he is benevolent to his family and kill him. This made Kochou Shinobu feel a little bit surprised, and then, suddenly feeling hopeful and uneasy in his heart, he couldn't help asking softly at this moment. So, that evil ghost, do you know his identity or name? Kamado Tanjiro froze for a moment, then replied without thinking. After all, revealing Yin Shi's information is not too important in his mind. It's just a doubtful ghost, is it true? As my father said, maybe there are discrepancies. And, even if it's really a ghost, Kamado Tanjiro feels, at least, mother and the others, there should be no danger. Although, this is very sorry for dad, but however, he also needs to have the strength to change all of this before he can go up, right? At this moment, upon hearing Kochou Shinobu's question, Kamado Tanjiro said without any hesitation, his name is Yin Shi, and I don't know if he is a ghost, but I heard from a familiar person that he is ghost. He has a prominent head of white hair, mid-length hair, and a pair of wine-red eyes. He is a very handsome guy. After Kamado Tanjiro fell into deep thought, he said softly at this moment, but, I don't think we can judge in turn, he is a ghost. Ms. Kochou Shinobu? At this time, Kamado Tanjiro, who suddenly noticed the shocking expression of Kochou Shinobu in front of him, fell into doubt, and couldn't help asking quickly. At this time, Kochou Shinobu also restrained himself from the shock. It's him, silver hair, red eyes, handsome boy, yes, definitely that B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** expression unchanged, and at this moment asked insinuatingly, "Oh, really? Silver hair and red eyes? It is indeed very different from ordinary people. So, this person, you think it's a ghost?" I heard from the person I know and trust the most, and personally told him that he is a ghost, but if you want to ask for evidence, I really don't know. Advertisement Kamado Tanjiro also spoke slowly and hesitantly at this moment. But, That is the person I trust the most, and, no matter what, I must help him realize this regret. So, after learning the ghost killing technique, I will go and check it out myself. Is he, really? Kochou Shinobu's eyes flickered slightly, and then he asked with some doubts. By the way, if it's a ghost, it usually acts alone. Then, do you think that guy named Yin Shi is such a ghost? Acting alone? No way. Although I believe what my father said, I still have doubts about Duan Shida. Yin Shi's identity. On the hospital bed, Tanjiro shook his head and denied Kochou Shinobu's statement. He is not alone. The mayor, the sheriff, and some wealthy businessmen respect him a lot. In addition, with him, and 2 fine ladies, not alone. One speaking of this, Tanjiro's face turned livid again. He thought of the words that his father had given him in a dream. Yin Shi, did he really bully his mother? Or, in fact, all of this is just a fantasy produced by him because he missed his deceased father too much? After all, things like dreaming are really, so fake. Is it really possible that something like this could happen? But at this moment, Kochou Shinobu's heart has been fully raised. She has a very deep premonition. That's it. Maybe it's not what you think. After all, ghosts act alone. However, when you mentioned the name Yin Shi, it really surprised me. After Kochou Shinobu shook him, he said gently at this moment. Okay, I probably know about it. By the way, Tanjiro, the conversation I had with you today, you should keep it a secret. Don't tell others about this kind of thing. It's good, otherwise, if someone knows that you know that there is a ghost in doubt and doesn't report it, thinking about solving it by yourself, it's a violation of team law. Tanjiro's eyes widened in shock. Is there such a thing? Yes, even though the ghost killing squad is not a formal organization, the team's laws are strict, which makes people feel a lot of pressure. Kochou Shinobu said calmly at this moment. By the way, that Yin Shi, what are the 2 wives around him like, don't they look good? Although Tanjiro was a bit puzzled, he still answered Kochou Shinobu's doubts at this moment. Well, 2.1. It's very beautiful. Although I only saw it once, I think those 2 women are really beautiful. One has silver hair, like a fairy. The other has long hair fluttering, with a gentle expression, wearing a bright flower hair clip. The fragrance on her body is also very good. Cough cough. After Tanjiro subconsciously finished speaking, he couldn't help coughing slightly in embarrassment. At this moment, Kochou Shinobu, who was shocked in his heart, couldn't help showing a soft smile on his face, nodded slightly, and gently said to Tanjiro to have a good rest. Then, he turned around and left. It's definitely him. Also, Mrs. Yubayashiki and sister are there too. Sure enough, it has already been captured by this damn guy and turned into his shape. However, there is no place to look for when you break through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get Yin Shi. You should try it out. I specially prepared it for you. Concentrated wisteria poisonous poison. Kochou Shinobu, who has left, can't hide the firmness and excitement in his beautiful eyes at this moment. She wants to leave immediately. Find my sister and save her from Yin Shi. Chapter 153. The final plan of this world is officially launched, and the ghost killing team is officially launched. Brother Yin Shi. Do you want strawberries? Yin Shi, who was sitting on the sofa and reading a book, suddenly heard a female voice coming from behind him. After being slightly taken aback, he turned his head and looked over. After discovering that it was Miduzi who was holding the plate, his eyes were a little subtle. Then, without thinking, Yin Shi nodded lightly with a smile. Okay. Ever since I kissed Miduzi's forehead a few days ago, the girl's thoughts towards him have always been complicated and shy. If she is alone, her little face will turn red, which is quite cute, making Yin Shi tease her, which is quite amusing. But, of course, Yin Shi didn't dare to go too far. After all, at home, Miduzi's mother, Mrs. Kuiji, is still watching. Also, there are Yubayashiki Amane and Hanai, but there are also those who are watching carefully. If Yin Shi wants to make a breakthrough in Miduzi's progress under the surveillance of these people, it is really difficult. However, it is already a very good result for Yin Shi to be able to do what he is doing now and make Miduzi clearly express his affection. Looking at the shy Miduzi who was sitting on the other side of the sofa, staring fixedly at herself eating strawberries, Yin Shi smiled slightly. You eat too? No. I ate some myself when I gave it to the people upstairs. After smiling gently, Miduzi looked at Yin Shi in front of him with piercing eyes, and said softly at this moment. At this moment, it is of course Amane and the others who are talking in the room on the second floor. So, right now, there are only Yin Shi 13 and Miduzi on the first floor. That being the case, Yin Shi gently nibbled on the strawberry, picked up the strawberry on the plate, gently clamped the green leaves with his fingertips, looked at Miduzi, and said softly. I also like to share, Miduzi. Then, come on, open your mouth, let's eat together. Miduzi was slightly taken aback, looking at the feeding action in front of him. Some babies had cute and plump faces, and their cheeks could not help but blush. After looking at Yin Shi with some embarrassment, Miduzi's pretty face became more and more red, and then, she still slightly opened her small mouth. After expressing my apologies for my sister in my heart, I lightly ate the strawberry I brought over a while ago. This feeding action is really too intimate, just like the relationship between real boyfriend and girlfriend. Nezuko was nervous and shy inside, and because of that, it manifested in that cute demeanor, which made Yin Shi couldn't help laughing. However, now is not the time. Seeing the other person's shy and embarrassed super cute appearance at the moment, Yin Shi's heart melted. She is indeed the first heroine in the original book. National Sister Miduzi, awesome, Saigao, but this time, you are mine. The corners of Yin Shi's mouth curled up slightly. While eating strawberries, he stretched out his hand, picked up the strawberries on the plate and continued to feed Mi2Z. Advertisement. This action made Mi2Z really shy, but she gradually accepted it. Soon, the strawberries on the plate were quickly eaten by Yin Shi in this way, and the shy Mi2Z couldn't hold on anymore. Blushing, picked up the plate and quickly left and ran to the kitchen. Listening to Yin Shi's kind laughter behind her, her pretty face became more and more red. Seeing Yin Shi with Mi2Z showing such a lovely expression, I feel very comfortable in my heart. It wasn't until the girl's figure completely disappeared from sight that Yin Shi stopped chasing with her eyes, but refocused on the open book on her lap and prepared to continue. However, soon, he suddenly frowned and closed the book. Kaigaku, there's another communication coming, after 10 days. It seems that the progress on his side should be very good. Standing up from the sofa, Yin Shi stretched and left alone. Arriving at a corner of a courtyard, after confirming that there were no ears with partition walls around, Yin Shi stretched out his hand, and after feeling the familiar throbbing, under his mobilization, a blood-colored scar immediately formed on the back of his hand, pupils. At the same time, Yin Shi can also see this, which does not belong to his field of vision. It was the vision of Kaigaku who was separated by 2 places. My lord, after the last time, in the past few days, I have explored a lot, and about 90% of the specific information clues are placed on the paper in front of me. Kaigaku said very respectfully at this moment. Yin Shi, on the other hand, looked at the paper in front of him carefully through his field of vision, and then slightly raised the corners of his mouth. He has fully remembered that the effect that this second 5-boy placed in the top management of the Ghost Killing Squad's headquarters can play is truly astonishing and extraordinary. This information allows Yin Shi to make up his mind completely. The ultimate mission of this world, now, can finally be officially launched. The 2 final tasks assigned to him by the system are about the Ghost Clan and the Ghost Team. Now, as far as the Ghost Clan is concerned, all the progress can be completed after only 15 days for the wedding of Yin Shi and His Majesty Muzan. As for the Ghost Killing Squad, Yin Shi has been making arrangements and making preparations. Now, after receiving this crucial information that can be finalized, he knows that it is time for him to take full action. Centipede, dead but not stiff. Therefore, in the face of this Ghost Killing Team organization that has existed for hundreds of years, it must be done extremely thoroughly, so as not to leave any future troubles. In fact, the Ghost Killing Squad was wiped out once, and that time was exactly one of the top-ranked members of the Black Death movement. However, because the Forging Knife Village has not been extinct, and the trainers have not been eradicated, although the headquarters of the Ghost Killing Team of that era was dealt an extremely painful blow, the organization was not completely eradicated. And Yin Shi don't want to do that. Now, the policies of the Neon Empire have been promulgated under his control, attacking from the civilian level first, cutting off their contact information to make it difficult for them to move forward, and then, it is purely high-end combat power to completely extinguish its renewable power, thus once and for all. And now, with the help of Uruzi Kaigaku, Yin Shi has finally completed the last piece of the puzzle in his plan. You're doing pretty well, Kaigaku, promise you, I'll help you make it happen. Yin Shi was also quite excited at the moment, but he soon calmed down and spoke to him calmly. Advertisement in Kaigaku, who was praised and promised by Yin Shi, is also extremely excited and joyful. The joy of being recognized, and the longing for a bright and glorious future. The Neon Empire is his backstage, in this case, how can he not like it? Besides, my lord, I have something to report. Besides me, there are the following personnel in the current headquarters of the Ghost Killing Squad. Their strength should not be underestimated. Of course, if they are facing adults, they are nothing more than chickens and dogs. Kue also said respectfully at this moment. These people are Yenju Rengoku Kyojiru, Shueiju Fukuoka Giyu, Snakezu Iguro Obanai, Yenju Hamejima Kiyome and Shaju Tokito Muichiru. And, the newly promoted one, Changzu Point Kochou Kanae, but she seems to have left recently, I don't know where she is going. Yin Shi frowned slightly, thoughtful. That's right, when I went back to the imperial capital to meet His Majesty Muzan, she complained that the lower strings of 12 Kizuki were all useless waste snacks, and everyone except herself and Mukago were useless guys. However, because he was eating Mukago's feet, Yin Shi didn't think much about it. Just thinking that His Majesty Muzan underestimated Ghost Moon, this is not acceptable. After thinking about it, I will also bring Am I Wrong in and put it together with Mukago. Of course, His Majesty Muzan will also be together. 590 is too far away. Therefore, the hidden meaning behind His Majesty Muzan's words at that time turned out to be 12 Kizuki's waning Ghost Moon, and another one died. Kochou Shinobu has gone on a trip, so now there are only 6 pillar-level swordsmen in the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad, and one of them happens to be a spy planted by him, which is a godsend. 12 Kizuki excludes Murong and Mukago, and there are 9 people who can fight, strong fighting power, plus himself. There are a total of 2 sword forging villages, and 3 trainers. These trainers are all old and superb swordsmen who have retired from the original column rank. However, their physical strength is not as abundant as before, so they should not be underestimated. Yin Shi thought about it quickly, and then quickly came up with a plan of how to act. Kaigaku, I need you to go back to the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad for standby. In a few days, I will issue an order to close the net and wipe out the Ghost Slayer squad completely in one fell swoop. Yin Shi said calmly at this moment. Yes, it is my honor to serve you. Seeing this, Kaigaku hastily responded respectfully. Yin Shi said silently. In addition, find an opportunity to rush the people from the Kochou house of your ghost slaying team and a girl named Kanroji Mitsuri to Dongjing, and arrange a task for them. Okay, I get it. On the other end of the call, Kaigaku couldn't help but have a strange look on his face. However, even though he knew what he was thinking, he didn't dare to have any disobedience, and would only obey instructions obediently. Then, Yin Shi hung up the phone. Going back to Infinity City, goodbye His Majesty Muzan. The ultimate mission in this world is finally about to really start, and the operation to destroy the ghost killing team officially begins to close at this moment. Chapter 154 Return to Infinity City, all 12 Kizuki assemble. Huh? Do you want to go back again? Well, how long will it take? When Yin Shi explained to Yubayashiki Amane and Kanae about her plan to leave and go back to the Imperial Palace, the two girls looked a little dissatisfied, but they quickly accepted this point and asked with some doubts. It will take about 3 days, Yin Shi said gently. If this matter is settled, everything will be peaceful. The two women couldn't help being taken aback at this moment, and then their expressions changed slightly. All peace. So to speak, is it possible? Pain and struggle suddenly appeared on Yubayashiki Amane's pre-face, and at this moment, she looked at Yin Shi full of pain. Yes, that sentence, as smart as her, naturally cannot fail to understand the meaning behind it. The Demon Slayer team and 12 Kizuki are about to start a decisive battle. And obviously, the headquarters of the ghost killing squad didn't know about it. One is my ex-husband, one is my current lover. And beside her ex-husband, there are children. Yubayashiki Amane's expression of struggle at this moment, Yin Shi certainly noticed. In fact, he could not have told her about this, but the two have already hit it off, and she is also the first among his female relatives to conceive first the woman with the child. Yin Shi doesn't want to hide or cheat, and after she finds out about the future, she will be in an extremely painful dilemma. Therefore, he must inform Yubayashiki Amane and Kochou Kanae about this matter. At this time, Yin Shi stepped forward, stretched out his hand to gently touch Yubayashiki Amane's flat belly, and then, with the other hand, gently held the other's kaken at this moment. Yubayashiki Amane, who felt Yin Shi's approach, was also stunned suddenly, and then looked at the big boy in front of him with complicated eyes. This rather young-looking child is now her only reliance and absolute sustenance. Children, can. I'll make all the ghosts stop those kids, but, Yubayashiki Yoya, I can't stay. Yubayashiki Amane opened his mouth, and then, nodded slightly. It was a great comfort for Yin Shi to be able to make such a decision. She knew very well that being able to limit it to this point was already the greatest concession Yin Shi could make. At this time, Kochou Kanae's pre-face was also extremely nervous and worried. She worries about her sister Kochou Shinobu, and the girls adopted by Kochou Mai. Of course, Yin Shi also saw the hesitation and tension in Kanae's heart at this moment. At this moment, gently holding her little hand, said softly, Kanae, you too. As far as I know, your younger sister Kochou Shinobu has successfully advanced to the rank of pillar swordsman by hunting 12 Kizuki's waning moon, and she has left during the period of my action plan. In a short time, probably can't go back. As for the children of the Kochou house, I will also order them to restrain themselves and not harm innocent people. Looking fixedly at Yin Shi in front of her, Kanae nodded slightly after a while. Then, he said in a somewhat complicated voice, in that case, then, can I participate in this operation? Yin Shi was stunned suddenly, looking at Kanae, who had a complicated complexion but an incomparably determined color appeared in her eyes, and said softly for a while, have you figured it out? You can. Advertisement. No, I can. I am your person now, and I should stand by your side. Besides, my fighting power should also come in handy. Secondly, if I'm on the scene, I can fully ensure that the children in the Kochou house will not be too hot-headed to make wrong judgments and behaviors. Yin Shi couldn't help feeling a little emotional, and then he shook his head lightly. I still can't. I know, you intend to work for me, but, to me, you and Amane are my treasures, not a single one can be lost. Looking at Kanae with a face full of resentment, Yin Shi hastily continued. So, while I'm acting, I hope you can continue to stay here with Amane. You know, Amane is pregnant now. At this time, Kanae, who heard this sentence, after a long while of complicated contemplation, finally nodded obediently. Really now, the situation of Yubayashiki Amane is also very important. If she leaves, what will happen if Amane encounters unexpected troubles? The children of the Kochou house can only get Yin Shi's attention. In any case, for this nasty little guy, Kanae, after all, she still trusts her quite a bit. Also, if you stay here, Kanae, there may be surprises too. As he spoke, Yin Shi couldn't help but smiled slightly. Hearing this, Kanae raised her eyebrows in surprise. What does this mean? Seeing Kanae's doubts at this moment, Yin Shi calmly explained. Kamado Tanjiro joined the Demon Slayer squad before, and the eyeliner I planted, Naruto Kaigaku, reported to me just now, and Junji-Nation. Kochou Shinobu immediately after that, I left the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad. So, I have a premonition that maybe Kamado Tanjiro exposed us, and now, because of this clue, Kochou Shinobu came to meet you himself. Kochou Kanae suddenly felt a little pleasantly surprised, but soon looked at Yin Shi hesitantly. She remembered very clearly that the big boy in front of her had bad thoughts about her sister. Don't look at me like that. Yin Shi put her hands on her hips helplessly. Even if I would really do that, I wouldn't come here to disturb you when the two of you sisters belong to me now. You have become each other's burden. Now it's okay, it's easy to talk, but I won't interfere. HMPH. It's not because of you. After humming softly, Kanai curled her lips and looked at Yin Shi, who was smiling awkwardly. Then, he exchanged a glance with Amane beside him. The next moment, he stepped forward and gently hugged the bad guy. So, we wish you the best of luck, Yin Shi. Gently embracing the two women who were hugging him, Yin Shi's eyes were also quite gentle, and after a slight nod at this moment, he responded gently. 011605513 number 113,371,511. Infinite City with Nakim playing the lute continuously. The spatial position of the room is constantly turning and changing at this moment. Then, the second she stopped bouncing, Yin Shi's figure suddenly appeared in a room. Long time no see, Miss Nakim. After Yin Shi waved heartily, he waved to the woman in kimono sitting on the high platform holding a pipa. Of course, looking at it from his perspective, he couldn't see the beauty of this kimono at all. Advertisement: the long bangs completely covered the upper half of the face, only the delicate and upturned bridge of the nose and a pair of red lips could be seen. His Majesty Muzan is not in the Infinite City. Do you need me to teleport you into the palace? Hearing this, Yin Shi shook his head lightly. No, this time, I have something important to come here. Miss Nakim. Please inform His Majesty Muzan, and all the rest of 12 Kizuki are here in Infinite City. I want to hold a meeting. On the high platform, Nakim was about to send Yin Shi into the palace when he suddenly stopped. The huge one-eyed eye hidden under the bangs of black hair looked at Yin Shi on the ground in shock. After a long silence, she nodded slightly. So, I understand, as you wish, Your Excellency Yin Shi. At the same time, various areas of Dongjing. Doma, who was smiling and listening to the confession of the believers in front of him, suddenly raised his eyebrows. Looking at the female believer who was still chattering in front of her, Doma stood up from the futon, walked down, and said gently, very good. I probably understand, but I don't understand it very well. How about it, you go first, stay in the next room. I have something urgent to deal with now. Can you wait for a while? Forgive my rudeness? The gentle smile that appeared on the handsome and charming face at this moment made the female believer quite dazed. Then, he nodded excitedly. I see. Under the guidance of the receptionist, the female believer left the room immediately. And the smiling Doma took off the elegant and luxurious hat on his head with some emotion, for Qian Hao, and put it on the stage. In the next second, he responded to the call, and his body immediately disappeared in place. At the same time, Akaza, who told his subordinates to continue practicing martial arts. Gyutaro wielding a scythe wildly at a gorgeous young man in a dark alley. Daki, who was interested in teaching the special skills of the red leaf blood ghost art. Hantengu eating people. Gyoko looking at the handicrafts in his hands. At this moment, they all raised their heads thoughtfully. Then, he responded immediately, and his body disappeared in place. Long time no see. Yin Shi. Your Majesty Muzan. Has the authority to summon 12 Kizuki been given to you? In Infinity City, Yin Shi turned around, looked at the six-eyed ghost in purple kimono with a solemn face, and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Long time no see, Mr. Kokoshibu. The person who came was Black Death, who had not seen anyone for a long time after the last battle and had never seen him again. Now, you can feel it. During this period of time, the strength of the opponent seems to have become stronger again. Chapter 150: The Destruction of the Ghost Killing Team, all the pillar-level swordsmen? A few days later, Ghost Slayer Headquarters, a winter night, a moonless night. The chilling cold wind whistled, swept the flying snow, and swept the earth cruelly and mercilessly. Yubayashiki Kagaya has always been a little out of sorts recently. He could feel that something bad is about to happen. But the profound unease he felt at the moment, his precognition, could not give him any clues about it. Obviously, in recent days, almost no clues or information about the haunting of evil spirits have been obtained, so it should be worthy of praise. Father, please drink some tea. Is there something that makes you unhappy now? Yubayashiki Kirya on the side asked a little worriedly at this moment. Hearing this, Yubayashiki Kagaya shook his head slightly, indicating that he was fine. It's just that in the past few days, I haven't found any clues about the actions of evil spirits. When did these evil spirits become so honest? Yubayashiki Kagaya said gently, however, if it can be kept like this, it will be fine. Don't worry, you will get what you want. However, before Yubayashiki Kirya could speak, a cold male voice suddenly came from outside the house. The father and son both looked shocked. They raised their heads to look out the window, and suddenly found that a handsome boy with silver hair was standing in the air, looking down at them. Accompanied by the youthful voice, he said, I have long admired the daimyo, Yubayashiki Kagaya. I am Yin Shi, the second of the last string. Under this night, I salute you. In the forest, Shaju Tokido Muichiru looked at the depths of the dense forest in front of him with a changed expression. A huge and majestic aura is emanating from the front. Incomparably thick and extremely dangerous, the whole body, the cells in the blood seem to be making a sharp howling sound at this moment. Tokido Muichiru's complexion is quite ugly, his handsome face is covered with beads of sweat at the moment. You. Who are you? He gritted his silver teeth tightly, suppressing the restlessness and uneasiness in his heart, and opened his mouth slowly at this moment. With the rustling of leaves, the next moment, a man in a purple kimono walked out of 830 slowly. Those 6 blood eyes were silently looking at Tokido Muichiru in front of him at this moment. Winding one. Tokido Muichiru's pupils were tightly focused, and his whole body trembled. Is it actually one of the top strings? Yin Shi is right. At first, I was still thinking, Why should I deal with you instead of Yenju, the strongest member of the Demon Slayer squad? Tokido Muichiru, watching him quickly recover from the fear and trembling by biting the tip of his tongue to feel the pain, making the movement of drawing his sword, and nodding his head in satisfaction. This is really a wonderful fate, and a doomed fate. At this moment, Tokido Muichiru gritted his teeth. What the hell are you talking about? And, why did you, as one of the top strings of 12 Kizuki, come to the stronghold of our Demon Slayer squad headquarters? It's very simple, because tonight the headquarters of the Ghost Killing Squad will be completely wiped out by us. Hearing this, Kokoshibu said calmly, all the Forging Knife Village strongholds and trainer positions have been mobilized to surround hundreds of ghosts, no matter men, women, old or young, not a single person will be left alive. However, these are not the point. At this time, Kokoshibu stretched out his hand, stuck out his index finger, and said softly, you are my descendant. When I was a human, my name was Sugikuni Michikatsu, and the blood in your body, I know very well, is the same as mine. That is to say, I am your ancestor. Tokido Muichiru's eyes widened in shock, then, trembling all over, with twitching veins, what are you kidding? Kokoshibu sighed softly. He also knew that Tokido Muichiru would indeed react like this, but it didn't matter. After all, you are my offspring, so I will not kill you, but let you be used by us. Stretch out your hand and gently hold the sword hilt of Shu Cry God Go. The next moment, when Tokido Muichiru's body was erratic like fog, Kokoshibu waved, Shu Cry God Go 1. Breath of the Moon One-Shaped Dark Moon Night Palace. Jung. In the next second, Tokido Muichiru's arms were directly cut off by Kokoshibu's blow. When his eyes widened in astonishment, Bide. Kokoshibu calmly held the handle of the Nichiren blades flying in the sky, and then directly inserted on Tokido Muichiru, fix him directly on a big tree. Puff. Kokoshibu was completely indifferent to the huge blood gushing from the mouth of his offspring. He calmly said in a soft voice, tonight, the headquarters of the Ghost Killing Squad will be destroyed, so I don't have much time. Staying here and being able to recognize that I have descendants is indeed a happy thing. However, this is also my test for you. If you have not died after I come back, I will let you become one of us. Advertisement. After the words fell, Kokoshibu retracted the scabbard from open black lens bracket XUU Cry God Go close black lens bracket, and walked away quietly. From the beginning to the end, Tokido Muichiru couldn't even make a counter blow. The gap in strength is like the distance between the sky and the earth. Gyoko, this is my descendant, don't do anything to him. Ah, okay. Kokoshibu walked forward, speaking calmly at this moment. Not far from the side, a sullen male voice resounded and then completely stopped. By the way, where is that swordsmith village? I've already wiped out all of them. Your Excellency Kokoshibu, would you like to see my artwork, The Wail of the Swordsmith? Not interested. Kokoshibu walked away, leaving Gyoko, who just took out a jug filled with human limbs and heads, at a loss. What? This is art. Oh. Okay, you all like to pursue and complete tasks, and you all have members of the Ghost Slayer squad that you don't want to kill. I'm really annoyed. After Gyoko said helplessly, his huge body was all gathered in the pot under him at this moment. He wants to continue to carry out the task, and annihilate the remaining 2 strongholds of the ghost killing team's Forging Knife Village, one by one, as shown on the map. Ahem. Rock Pillar Himejima Kiyome, who was half kneeling on the ground, had veins twitching violently on his tough face at the moment, looking extremely angry. He clutched his abdomen, where a huge bloodmouth emerged. That was a very prominent penetrating wound, and the one who attacked him was the partner who acted with him. Naruto Kaigaku. In front of him, a smiling man in a red robe waved a sharp fan, and said gently at this moment, you are the spy that His Excellency Yin Shi said to be placed in the headquarters of the Ghost Killing Squad. Well done. You can go down and help my colleagues. My blood ghost technique attacks the audience indiscriminately. It is 12 Kizuki's winding 2 Doma. Kaigaku smiled slightly, nodded slightly, and then said softly, I understand, but I have made an agreement with Master Yin Shi that this rock pillar Himejima Kiyome, as well as my junior brother and master, I have to come personally for the last knife. Oh hee, I know, Yin Shi told me, don't worry, I will fulfill your wish. Doma said with a smile. As soon as the fight started, Himejima Kiyome, known as the strongest man in the Demon Slayer squad, was stabbed through the back with a knife. When the battle started, he was seriously injured, and this way, it was better for Doma's vampire technique to be effective. Without the opponent breathing, his vampirism ability can pass through the huge wound and spread over. In Doma's view, this man whose physical strength has been tempered is no different from the fish on the chopping board. This is what happens when you trust the wrong person. You bloody bastards. Himejima Kiyome swung his meteor hammer and axe furiously, sweeping the audience like a storm. And at this time, Kaigaku has already run away, and Doma waved a large amount of ice mist with a smile, and his body disappeared in place. Head-to-head is the most stupid behavior. He likes to watch the picture of others gradually dying from poisoning. Then, at that time, he would make a move to save them. Let them go to eternity with themselves willingly. Whoa. Iguro Obanai, half kneeling on the ground, was lying on the ground panting and struggling like a dead dog. Beside him, there are countless huge potholes and huge ruins formed by bombardment. Above the sky, a figure flapped its wings and danced in the air, laughing wildly. Above the ground, surrounding Iguro Obanai, are 3 figures. No, it should be said that including the one above the sky at this moment, these 4 figures are all ghosts. With wings on its back and sharp claws, it can release sonic air. Wearing a long robe, holding a scepter, and always looking extremely angry. While laughing wildly, there is a natural and unrestrained wind, Coke holding a round fan. Advertisement with a sad face, mourning, holding a cross-pattern gun. 4 ghosts, looking at the surrounded Iguro Obanai at the moment. This guy is not bad, isn't he? He actually beat all 4 of us out. This is the pillar-level swordsman of the demon killing team. It's really amazing. Stop talking nonsense, send him on his way, we still have a lot to do. Hey, come here now, don't rush us, accumulate anger, it makes me so sad. Hee, let's go together. The next moment, a huge sonic vortex exploded, a shock spiral that pierced the air, a roaring ferocious wind, and a black thunder that shook the world. It is a line of defense, blocking all escape routes in Yihei Shaoan. Snake's breath, however, there will no longer be any miracles. Boom. Oh. Have you already killed Rokuro? These guys who are down, they are always so weak, it's embarrassing. Brother. Yin Shi is very strong. That guy is not the ghost moon, sister. Watching Fukuoka Giyu, who was panting and sweating at the moment, Daki and Gyutaro talked and approached. However, soon, after noticing the Kamado Tanjiro behind Fukuoka Giyu, both of them were a little surprised at the moment. Tisk. Did we find the target first? Gyutaro was a little emotional. That little guy, leave it to me. You can't kill it. Brother, can you kill this water column? Of course, I don't like this guy's coffin-like face. In the next moment, Daki and Gyutaro rushed out in an instant as Fukuoka Giyu's complexion changed drastically. One left and one right, one locked himself, the other locked Kamado Tanjiro, charging forward. Tanjiro, get out of here first. At this time, the bloodblade scythe in Gyutaro's hand had already slammed into the Nichiren blades swung by Fukuoka Giyu. Boom, leave on. You think too much, Fwa. Holding the orange-red hair of Rengoku Kyojuro in his hand, Akaza looked indifferent and calm. It's a pity, you are Zu. Logically speaking, you are a strong man worthy of my hunting. It's just that it's really regrettable that Yin Shi forcibly saved your lives. Akaza spoke at this moment with a somewhat uncomfortable tone. Okay, if you lose, hurry up and tell me where your brother is. Yin Shi. How did he treat my mother? At this moment, Rengoku Kyojuro, who was blinded in one eye, had 6 broken ribs, and had a broken arm, coughed up blood, opened his mouth weakly at this moment. Oh, he told me this before I set off. If you were captured, ask me like this. After thinking for a while, Akaza repeated Yin Shi's words with an indifferent expression. Ruhuo and I are very good together, you and Senjiro, it's time to get to know your new father well. Rengoku Kyojuru's forehead was throbbing with blue veins, and after another spout of blood, he tilted his head and stared blankly into the distance. He died. After being seriously injured, I was P*******d off. Akaza stared at this scene dumbfounded, then sighed speechlessly. This? What's wrong? Yin Shi didn't tell me that such a scene will happen. Chapter 156. Ghost Slayer Squad ends. Kill Yubayashiki Kagaya. Yin Shi's plan to destroy the Ghost Slayer Squad is going very smoothly. The authorities of the Ghost Killing Squad did not expect that a general attack would be launched tonight. The headquarters of the Ghost Killing Squad, the Knife Forging Village, the trainers and other positions and locations were all invaded at this moment. In the headquarters of the Ghost Slaying Squad, a group of swordsmen of the Ghost Slaying Squad were quite dwarfed by the waves of hundreds of thousands of evil spirits accumulated over thousands of years. And if some people see that the situation is not good, they want to escape and leave this forest with a trick in their hearts. The army corps waiting on the outskirts of the forest will immediately launch artillery to wipe out all the lawbreakers who escaped. All the strongholds and villagers of Forging Knife Village are all handled by Gyoko, the 5th of the string, and he also keeps in mind Yin Shi's instructions, not to waste time by being too bloodthirsty or playful. All the people in the stronghold of this village, men and women, young and old, have all made works of art. As for the trainers, the masters of Breath of Water, Breath of Wind, and Breath of Thunder, former pillar-level swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Squad, those who retired due to old age due to injuries, were recruited by hundreds, thousands, and several others. 12 Kizuki was besieged by piles of reserves and finally lost out of exhaustion. Except for what Kaigaku wanted to accomplish with the blade, Kuwajima Jigoru, and his younger brother, Agatsuma Zenitsu, the rest were all strangled to pieces by the besieged evil spirits, leaving no corpses. This sudden descent of the magic weapon from the sky, although Erwazi Huewi has made great contributions, but it is also inseparable from the effect of Nikim's blood ghost art ability. At this moment, the ghost killing team that has existed for hundreds of years has come to an end. Shazu Tokito Muichiru was pinned to death on a tree by his ancestor Kokoshibu's severed arm. Yenju Rengoku Kyojuro was defeated by Akaza and died of exhaustion. Snake Column Iguro Obanai faced Hantengu, who can continuously divide his body, and was defeated with 2 fists and 4 hands. Water Column Fukuoka Giyu was able to decapitate Gyutaro in the face of Gyutaro, but he was poisoned by blood and couldn't understand why beheading his head still couldn't kill him and died. And the strongest man of the demon killing team, Yenju Hamejima Kiyome, was seriously injured and stabbed in the abdomen by Duyue at the moment of the battle. The poisoning effect was quite deep in the battle with Doma, and finally his entire arm was cut off by the opponent fan. Then he was captured alive, and the rest of the members of the ghost killing team were also quickly broken through in the battle with the Endless Ghost Clan, and most of them were killed or injured, and they were powerless in the end. And all the strongholds of the ghost-killing squad in the private sector were also attacked by Yin Shi through government relations, and they have been destroyed one by one at this moment, and their homes have been ransacked. So far, all the forces of the ghost-killing squad have been completely destroyed. Kaigaku, looking at the three people who were tied up on the ground with faces ashen and extremely terrified, Yin Shi turned his head and looked at Iyaki, who was respectfully standing aside at the moment. Hearing the words, the other party hastily knelt down on both knees respectfully at this moment to express their submission. Kaigaku, you bloody b***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** squad like this. Kaigaku, why are you doing this? The words of colleagues, juniors, and masters echoed in my ears at this moment, but none of this could make Huey, who was kneeling on the ground at this moment, move. Seeing this scene, the Shangxian ghost moon couldn't help but sneered. Listen to your lord's orders. At this moment, Kaigaku said respectfully. As promised, these 3 people will be handed over to you. Yin Shi waved his hand, motioning for Kaigaku to take away the 3 captured guys in front of him. Kaigaku quickly stood up, thanked respectfully, and walked towards the 3 of them with a grim expression. Then, without further ado, everyone gave a loud slap in the face, causing them to spurt blood. Then, he kicked them fiercely continuously, with every move, as if they wanted to beat them to death. Advertisement until the wailing and cursing of the 3 became smaller and smaller. Kaigaku spat, grabbed the rope, and dragged the 3 men like dead dogs away. Shangxian Guiui watched this scene expressionlessly. Oh, in fact, the winding ghost moons are not the only ones here. Also the distinguished guests of Yin Shi, the Yubayashiki clan and Kamado Tanjiro brought by Daki. Tokido Muichiru is my descendant, can it be used by us? Kokoshibu spoke suddenly at this moment. Yes, but I can't make decisions about your affairs. I can't transform him into a ghost. You need to ask His Majesty Muzan for instructions. Yin Shi said calmly. Kokoshibu nodded and then made a gesture. Yin Shi nodded slightly, agreeing. In this way, Kokoshibu turned around and left the room straight away. Looking away from his leaving back, Yin Shi looked at Kamado Tanjiro, another captive who was tied up with a rope. Yes, although the Yubayashiki clan are all here, but for them, Yin Shi does not have such rude means. However, for Kamado Tanjiro, it is different. Yin Shi said with some disappointment. You shouldn't get involved, Tanjiro, you're like this, it's hard for me to do it, and I'm almost wasting all my efforts, you know. You despicable guy, you really are a ghost, why did you approach our house? However, Tanjiro, who was furious, did not choose to answer Yin Shi's question, but beat him back. This also made Yin Shi even more disappointed, and then, with a light kick, Tan Jingling, who was kneeling on the ground at the moment, directly kicked out 10 mouthfuls of blood, fell to the ground and gasped. I promised Kuiji and Hanako that I would bring you back safely. The promise is still valid, but obviously, I will not let you come back to us again. After this time, you will go abroad to study, come back. Yin Shi said regretfully in a soft voice. As for Kamado Tanjiro who heard the words, his eyes are tearing apart at this moment. You can't do this to me, get away from my family. No, they are not your family, they are my family. Yin Shi shook his head, said softly, stretched out his hand to lift Tanjiro's chin, and slapped Tanjiro with the other hand. With a bang, the original male protagonist of Ghost Slayer fainted completely. Yin Shi looked at Gyoko, who quickly jumped here with the jug under him, then picked up Tanjiro who passed out, and disappeared on the spot. Yin Shi, who had solved these trivial matters, suddenly heard a few sharp angry and frightened screams from outside the door. It was Kaigaku and his 3 captives. Yin Shi withdrew his attention and focused his eyes on the Yubayashiki clan in front of him. Then, he bypassed these people in an understatement, reached a high position, and said calmly, Yubayashiki clan, do you know your mistake? Yubayashiki Kagaya's blind eyes, if he could see things at this moment, would definitely be bloodshot instantly. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Although it was impossible to do this, Yubayashiki Kagaya still said furiously after hearing Yin Shi's questioning tone. What did we do wrong? Did your teacher teach you to use interrogative sentences to answer interrogative sentences? Yin Shi sneered, flicked his fingers lightly, and the string bullets shot out directly smashed all the teeth in Yubayashiki Kagaya's mouth under the superb control. Seeing this painful man lying on the ground and crying, and his children hugging and crying, Yin Shi snorted softly. Your biggest mistake is to put the Yubayashiki clan on the enemy camp of our ghost clan. Because you rejected His Majesty Muzan's identity and insisted on adding trouble to His Majesty Muzan, you have such a result today, understand? This is the big mistake your family made, Yubayashiki Kagaya. Yin Shi said calmly. Then, he raised his head and looked at the Shangxian ghost moons, who all had subtle expressions at the moment. What are you doing here? Continue to carry out my plan. Doma scratched his head. Yin Shi, is it okay to kill the donkey? Those human soldiers are also very loyal Emperor faction. 0. Under our rule, there is no need for such fanatical guys. This is why I asked the commander-in-chief of the army to send those people here. They want to reach the sky and successfully connect online, but my purpose from the beginning to the end is kill them all. Yin Shi said indifferently. Neon Empire, you don't need it now, and you won't need it in the future. 11. Yes, the human soldiers arranged by Yin Shi to keep an eye on the periphery, and the commanders of various barracks, in the Second World War not long after, they were all very resounding beasts with countless blood on their hands. Yin Shi, he is very clear about his position. Even though the race has changed now, the inner soul will never watch such a thing happen again. He will not interfere with the historical changes there, just let them run their course. However, he would never allow Ben to develop like the history in his memory again. These human commanders, lovers of biochemistry, all have to die tonight. He glanced at him and nodded. Since Yin Shi said so, they had no choice but to do so. Let the ghosts wear the uniform of the ghost killing team, and then kill all the human soldiers who are in charge of tracking at the moment. You devil, you are ruining this empire. Yubayashiki Kagaya, who faltered and shouted at this moment because his teeth were all shattered, made Yin Shi raise his eyebrows slightly. Then, lightly smiled. Perhaps, I'm really a little unclear about this empire. However, you have no chance to see that future, so what are you thinking? The next moment, Yin Shi raised his hand. Let the head of the ghost killing team be completely separated at this moment. Enough playing, you can kill it. At this moment, here, there are only Yin Shi, girls from the Yubayashiki clan, oh, and one eldest son. Yin Shi looked at the children of the Yubayashiki clan who were crying and pounced on their father's body, with calm and indifferent eyes. Chapter 157 Wedding with His Majesty Muzan, Father. No. 4 women and 1 man, holding the decapitated body of Yubayashiki Kagaya at the moment, began to cry loudly. Then, to Yin Shi's surprise, a silver-haired girl in the front, who should be called Yubayashiki Hina, with red eyes at the moment, suddenly took out a rib from her bosom, and stabbed Yin Shi directly. Yin Shi was a little surprised by the aura and determination of breaking the boat. However, this kind of attack has no effect on him at all. On the contrary, the ribs were directly broken by Yin Shi's abdominal muscles, and the little silver-haired loli also rolled directly into Yin Shi's arms, and after being stunned for a while, beat Yin Shi angrily. Compared with your mother, do you like your mother more, or your father? Suddenly, at this moment, Yin Shi spoke, and the children of the Yubayashiki clan who were about to follow in the footsteps of their sisters to charge Yin Shi like a meat bun beating a dog, were stuck in place at the moment, a little at a loss. Why should I answer you? You mean B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Why do you answer me? Because, I am your future father. Yubayashiki, 230. Hina, Yubayashiki Nika, Yubayashiki Kirya, Yubayashiki Hanai, and Yubayashiki Higashida, 1,000 children and lowly girls, are all stunned at the moment. Then, their complexions began to change crazily, anger, unwillingness, resentment, and bewilderment, all kinds of emotions emerged in their hearts at this moment. On the one hand, they were shocked by the meaning behind Yin Shi's words. My own mother, Yubayashiki Amane. Mother she is alive. On the one hand, they become this goddamn B*** D to their mother. And extremely angry and unwilling. Isn't this a betrayal of my father? Whether it is the position of the ghost or the position of Yubayashiki Amane's husband now, I will not allow Yubayashiki Kagaya to remain in this world, he must die. Yin Shi said calmly. Let me tell you one more thing. About my actions this time, I have told Amane. And her attitude is tacit approval, but I must guarantee your safety. Yin Shi said softly. Stop talking nonsense. My mother, my lord mother will never sit idly by such a thing, don't insult the relationship between our father and mother. Yubayashiki Kirya, who was the only male in the family, shouted loudly with red eyes. Hearing this, Yin Shi shook her head helplessly. Amane, how long has it been since she left you? The 5 children suddenly stopped at this moment. Can't remember, can you? Yin Shi smiled softly. I have been in contact with her for about 2 months. The reality of husband and wife these days, as well as my gentle treatment, have already made her forget that it belongs to her unfortunate marriage. Yin Shi said contemptuously at this moment. Why do you think that a beautiful woman like your mother would be so willing to marry your extremely ugly and twisted father? As children, you must have heard about the entanglement between the priests and the Yubayashiki clan, right? Kirya, I think Yubayashiki Kagaya should have told you about this. This is the best way to temporarily delay the curse of your Yubayashiki clan. Yubayashiki Kirya opened his mouth, then lowered his head in pain. Advertisement, he couldn't argue with that. During this period of getting along, we hit it off. Amane completely fell in love with me, and she was pregnant with my child. What? Mom. How could Mom? The 5 children were completely dumbfounded at this moment. They stared at Yin Shi in front of them with their mouths wide open. They didn't know what to do for a while. A deep sense of powerlessness and betrayal, as well as a sense of anger and shame. Suddenly, countless emotions are intertwined and emerge in my heart. No. It can't be like this. Even, why don't you get a divorce first? Isn't this a betrayal? As the eldest sister, at this moment, Yubayashiki Hina was already kneeling on the ground, crying loudly. And the other children, at this moment, are also very uncomfortable, just like their sister, crying in pain. Amane still misses you. She told me to protect your lives, and asked if you would come back. In any case, you are all her children, and as a mother, how could she be concerned about your situation? Just sit back and watch. Yin Shi calmly said at this moment. Don't throw all the mistakes on your mother. In fact, this is her best choice. My goal is that she can only try to make me a better person, but the result cannot be changed. Looking at the red-eyed children of the Yubayashiki clan, Yin Shi said softly. So, give me your answers. Should I remember Yubayashiki Kagaya, the former father who was killed by me, or regard me as your future father, and live with Amane and me? In the end, of all the children, only Yubayashiki Kirya refused. Therefore, meeting his fate is the same as Kamado Tanjiro, the ending of being exiled. In fact, it's not just these two people, and one more. The Rengoku family, Rengoku Senjuro, will also be with them. The long night finally came to an end at this moment. Ghost Slayer, gone. The terrorist war elements of the later generations of the Neon Empire, most of the elite personnel and cadres of the Hawk faction, were also beaten to death tonight, and all the charges were unified under the name of Ghost Killing Squad. The Prime Minister knew the truth, but he didn't care about it. He promoted his cronies according to Yin Shi's instructions. Hello, hello, hello everyone. This Prime Minister is a dovish person, and Yin Shi is very satisfied with this. His Majesty Muzan, who learned that this is the wedding gift that Yin Shi made up, was also very satisfied. Therefore, they turned a blind eye to Yin Shi's destruction of the Ghost Killing Squad and brought a group of girls. Yes, except the children of the Yubayashiki clan, brought back by Yin Shi. And the children of the Kochou house, and the special personnel of the throne. Tsuyuri Kanawo, Kanzaki Aoi, and Kanroji Mitsuri. January 1st in the depths of winter, heavy snow fluttered. Although the wind is cold and there is no sunlight to warm the earth, at this moment, everyone in Dongjing district is extremely excited, singing and dancing. Because, today is the day when their new emperor, His Majesty, will get married. The man who married was a young man without a surname, but, it seemed, he had been brought by the empress's side since he was a child. He is a very handsome boy, and he is quite simple, with a very clean background, without any shadow of political influence. This is a very happy thing for the people of the Neon Empire. Because, this also shows that that young man, like them, is standing in the position of a commoner. Advertisement at this moment, envoys from all over the world presented their gifts one after another, expressing their congratulations on the wedding of the new empress of the Neon Empire. At the same time, I also wanted to take a closer look at the appearance of this son-in-law who became famous all over the world. Although Yin Shi was helpless, he could only meet them once and chat with them briefly. After leaving them with the impression that this young man is so terrifying and definitely has the appearance of an emperor, the overlord domineering appearance has just unfolded, he resigned. In the streets and alleys, the recipients are filled with a joyful atmosphere. Fireworks whizzed and exploded in the air, and the tightly packed flowers and extravagant wedding couplets all symbolized everyone's sincere blessings to the newlyweds at this moment. The winding ghost moons are gathered in a place with an open field of vision at this moment. Looking down, the actions and complexions of the group of humans are quite weird. Hei died, and said in an extremely complicated manner at this moment, I fell in love with His Majesty Muzan for the longest time among all of them. This is the first time I have met His Majesty Muzan, and I have fallen in love with a person so much. This is love, it's such a wonderful thing, I feel like I'm yearning for it. Doma waved the fan at this moment and smiled softly. In the evening, we need to enter the palace to congratulate His Majesty and Prince. Akaza coughed lightly and said with some seriousness. His Majesty Muzan informed me that, except for Doma and me, all of you should dress up. Kokoshibu, 6 eyes. Hantengu, ghost. Gyoko, deformed monster. Gyutaro, simple ugliness. Akaza was extremely embarrassed. It's enough to be more like a human. Be polite, this is what His Majesty wants. The ghosts nodded, and at this moment, Gyoko suddenly looked at the sullen Gyutaro beside him with some doubts. 6th, what's wrong with you? The corners of Gyutaro's eyes twitched slightly. This title, forget it. He shook his head and said 4.4 with some sadness. May, she also wants to marry as a dowry. Ah. Now, all the ghosts who didn't know the relationship between Yin Shi and Daki widened their eyes in shock. Especially Hei Mo, the 6 eyes widening at the same moment, that feeling. It's really quite interesting, good guy, then don't you have a relationship with His Majesty Muzan? At this time, Akaza folded his arms with great interest after thinking about it, and said at this moment with emotion. However, weren't you and Daki similar to one mind and two bodies before? Could it be? Untied by His Majesty Muzan, Daki and I are no longer twin ghosts. Gyutaro said rather helplessly. All the ghosts looked at each other in blank dismay, and then, they all became a little emotional. Suddenly, I was a little envious of that little guy at that time. Doma said with a smile. It seems that if I find a chance, I will ask him for some skills. I suddenly feel that women are really interesting creatures. The same is true for love and affection. Chapter 158 The Wedding Night That Belongs to You and Me. Preparations for the wedding with His Majesty Muzan are proceeding in an orderly manner. Because it is modern times, and it is the process of the Empress marrying her son-in-law, the wedding is not held at the same time as the Emperor. Therefore, the corresponding rules and systems will be quite different from those of ordinary royal families when they get married. Although Yin Shi was not very satisfied with such a complicated ceremony. However, seeing that His Majesty Muzan was obviously enjoying it, smiling and accepting the congratulations from the guests coming and going, Yin Shi, who was standing with her, slowly let go of her inner dissatisfaction. These are the happiest moments in a woman's life, so, thinking about it this way, Yin Shi's impatience to deal with a group of people's greetings and gossip is relieved. In fact, Yin Shi is sure that among the guests who are here now, it can be said that none of them have much contact with His Majesty Muzan. However, after all, it is the facade of an empire. Moreover, the current emperor's power is so great that it is naturally impossible to underestimate it. Standing with Muzan, it is very natural for Yin Shi and His Majesty Muzan to accept their blessings from the people in suits who raised wine glasses to congratulate. The specially invited Sensoji Temple presides over the ceremony, after the official men and women who hold the wedding enter the venue. Under the watchful eyes of everyone here, there are also the flash cameras of the reporters on the periphery taking pictures of the witnesses. His Majesty Muzan put his hand together and the two walked forward slowly side by side. Come to the front of the host. And this host is very ingenious. In fact, it is not the real Asakusa Club host at all. Rather, the leader of the second city of the world of ultimate bliss, Doma. Therefore, 13, the wedding at this moment is actually very different from the traditional Neon royal wedding. However, due to the cruelty of Yin Shi at that time, all the original emperors of the Neon Empire were brutally suppressed and killed by Yin Shi, and Muzan, who was pulled up, became the emperor. Naturally, it is not clear how the so-called emperor's wedding should be held. How can the guests who are foreign guests be able to know things that are difficult for the deity to know? At this moment, Doma, who presided over the wedding, asked loudly with a smile on her face, Yin Shi, are you willing to marry Her Majesty Guiji? From then on, we will treat each other like a guest and grow old together until the end of the world? I do. After Yin Shi said respectfully, he turned around and faced His Majesty Muzan, who was wearing a white wedding dress beside him. At this moment, the ghost dancer Muzan, the current queen of the Neon Empire, who was wearing an expensive white wedding dress, was also quite shy. This is her first marriage, and the intimate couple behavior with Yin Shi in public, in any case, really makes ghost dance Shi Muzan quite shy. At this moment, Doma looked at His Majesty Muzan, and said respectfully, Your Majesty Guiji, would you like to form a marriage with Your Excellency Yin Shi, and never be separated from him again, so that we can spend the rest of our lives together? I do. His Majesty Muzan responded lightly. Then, the black-haired iceberg beauty turned around at this moment, looked at Yin Shi in front of her, stretched out their hands to each other at this moment, hooked each other, and drank the sake from the small wine glasses in each other's hands. That's it for a drink. This time, at this moment, countless people cheered at this moment, and warmly extended their sincere blessings to the newlyweds. See Your Majesty, and His Royal Highness. The night was getting darker, and some time passed after the guests enjoyed the dinner and left completely. All the remaining people of 12 Kizuki have reached the depths of the palace at this moment, and salute respectfully to His Majesty Muzan, who is sitting on the throne at the moment, and Yin Shi, who is standing beside her. Advertisement among the last ghost moon, no one was present. Because Am I Wrong and Mukago are not here at the moment, they are arranged by Muzan to wait in the side hall with Daki. As for the rest of the ghost moon, in fact, after joining the ghost killing team, there is no one else who still exists. Looking at the ghosts kneeling on the ground respectfully at this moment, expressing surrender and awe to himself and Yin Shi, Muzan nodded slightly, allowing these ghost moons to stand up. In the next second, just after he stood up, a very clever guy immediately expressed his attitude. Congratulations to Your Majesty and Yin Shi for their marriage, here in Doma. I sincerely hope that you two will have an early baby, peace and safety, a happy family and a happy marriage. All the ghosts were taken aback for a moment, and then, including the most serious Kokoshibu, they all followed suit at this moment. These 6 well-dressed guys who are now dressed very formally took out their treasures that they have treasured for a long time. What Gyutaro took out was a very expensive and exquisite women's dress made of high-grade fabrics. This was made by the most famous craftsman in Gohua Street in Twoji Yuanyi, and it was the dress that best reflected the charm of women. What Gyoko took out was a very exquisitely crafted crane-built pot, carved with jade, with vivid patterns and exquisite beauty. It is a truly perfect work of art. If it is put on the market for auction, at least dozens of a high price of 100 million yen. Hantengu took another approach. The gift he presented was some traditional Chinese medicine with special effects for men. Yes, it was dedicated to Yin Shi, and his gift made both Yin Shi and Muzan look a little subtle. Akaza looked at these colleagues awkwardly. He never thought that these people were so active in their minds. The gifts he prepared were some real estate certificates, because he heard from Doma that Yin Shi seemed to have a lot of good thoughts about the house, so he made such a decision. But now it seems that Oda is actually himself. Akaza, who is ashamed, just wants to blast a big hole in the floor at this moment, and then get in and never come out again. This is so embarrassing. Akaza was deeply ashamed of the dozens of real estate certificates in his hand. How did he have the nerve to show them? And Doma is actually the same as the kennel, but instead of preparing those waste paper contracts, he ran outside the door after being prepared, and then ran in with huge boxes half a person's height one after another. A total of 10, and then, Doma opened all these boxes with a smile. There are 10 boxes full of treasures and jewelry, jade, emerald, gold and silver. Now the rest of the ghosts look at Doma with subtle eyes. Hey guys, did those boxes originally hold these things? Doma's nightlife in Dongjing as the leader of the Bliss cult was not spent in vain. Because he has to deal with those noble ladies every night, Doma can always know what these women want from their mouths. Gemstones, emeralds, gold, jewelry, necklaces, earrings. You can despise Doma's personality, but you can't insult his taste. And now, the gift to His Majesty Muzan is actually nothing more than emptying 50% of the inventory for him. It is so simple and boring to be the face of many noble ladies. You have a heart. At this moment, looking at the exquisite jewelry in the treasure chest, Muzan, the ghost dancer, couldn't help but smile slightly. Although she wanted to, the collection could also be achieved. However, that takes a lot of time, and Doma, it's good that she doesn't need to consume these hours to gain. Therefore, Muzan is satisfied. My unhappiness with Muzan dropped by more than 10%. At this moment, Yin Shi folded her arms around her chest, feeling a little emotional. Advertisement Doma is really scheming, but all the efforts he has made cannot change the established ending. Her cynical attitude and unintentional behavior are destined to disgust Muzan, a woman who is a ghost dancer. However, this love still has to be accepted, but not His Majesty Muzan, but Yin Shi, who is now her husband. Seeing the hint in Madame's eyes, Yin Shi nodded slightly to show that he understood. What I present is a sword manual about Breath of the Moon, Kokoshibu said calmly. It can better improve the melee combat strength of His Royal Highness. Muzan frowned slightly, a little dissatisfied. However, Yin Shi stood up at this moment, and said with some emotion, "Is it the type of full breathing and the exclusive breathing method?" Kokoshibu responded with a simple and appalling expression. "What a great gift," Yin Shi said excitedly, and His Majesty Muzan, who saw Yin Shi's performance, could only take back his dissatisfaction in his heart, and then became a little curious. Now that the ghost killing squad has been completely wiped out, and the Neon Empire is also under their control, what kind of swordsmanship and strength are they going to pursue? Their lifespan is already endless, and their safety will never be threatened in any way. Yin Shi saw His Majesty Muzan's doubts, and after speaking some words lightly, he made Muzan nod lightly and stop pursuing further. Then, the Empress looked at the officials under her seat and said softly, "I won't go out for a few days. The affairs of Dongjing are left to human beings to solve. At night, you can do as you see fit. Kokoshibu, your proposal, let your offspring become a ghost, I agree. You go and let him drink your blood, I will remotely transform him into a ghost. Then, for the specific matters, and the reward for destroying the ghost killing team, just wait for Yin Shi to come out of the palace in a few days, and you can talk to him again." The Shangxian Ghost Moon looked at each other, and the next moment, they thought of something, a little suddenly. Then hastily and respectfully expressed his resignation. Seeing this scene, Yin Shi suddenly chuckled. Then, with gentle eyes, he looked at His Majesty Muzan, who was blushing and somewhat annoyed. "It's you, huh? They see it. I didn't expect that you would say such words with a meaning to drive people, My Majesty." After Yin Shi said with a smile, he stretched out his hand and held His Majesty Muzan's kaken, gently pulled her up, and hugged her tightly in his arms. "You finally belong to me." Ghost Dance Shi Muzan blushed and tightly clutched Yin Shi's collar, and then responded softly. "These gifts. Let's pack it up later, the night is still long, we can't waste time here." "Wow. You man." The next moment, Muzan was directly picked up by Princess Yin Shi. Chapter 159 Eat Your Majesty Muzan. As flawless as white jade, these thousands of years of maintenance have ignored the shackles of lifespan and the aging of cells. Delicate like silk, soft like fudge. This is at this moment, Yin Shi finally sees the truth clearly. Before, every time, I could only see a defect. It's like the sense of sight of, I don't know the true face of Lucian Mountain, but only because I am in this mountain. But this time, it's different. The two golden lotuses held in the palm of the hand at the moment are small and exquisite, just like a perfect work of art carved with exquisite craftsmanship. The pearls are as exquisite and clear as pearls, and they are painted with light-colored black Kodan flower juice. And this is the same color as the nails on the kaken. As for the smell, there is no smell because it has been set in leather for a day. Of course, after all, today's time is still the winter season. Sweating is very rare. This is especially true for ghosts with a slow metabolism. At this moment, Yin Shi tasted it carefully. Just like eating steamed buns, the starch is gradually decomposed into maltose in the mouth. Of course, this is an exaggeration. For Yin Shi, the real taste is naturally not the case. However, at this moment, for Yin Shi, there is not much difference. Under the control of Yin Shi at this moment, the snake spirit let go of the pearls and swam up. Soon, he found the target while exclaiming, "Through the weak defense, the breath can be heard clearly." At the same time, in the side hall of the palace Daki, Mukago, am I wrong? The three looked at each other in embarrassment. They all heard from His Majesty Muzan that they would also marry together. However, what they think of each other is just him and His Majesty Muzan. And now, in this side hall, how could there be other people? And, all of them are 12 Kizuki. Looking at the prominent words on the eyes of the two women in front of him, Dakaizai felt upset, and said at this moment, "The first of the strings, Jiuhuo Nayo, and the fifth of the strings, Mukago, why are you here?" As His Majesty Muzan ordered, "We're here to help tonight." After Am I Wrong and Mukago exchanged glances, they both looked at Daki, the sixth of the strings, with some trepidation in front of them. In the Ghost Clan, 12 Kizuki's rank is quite strict, and the concept of superiors and subordinates is deeply rooted. When the two of them faced Daki, they immediately wanted to hug each other. In fact, Am I Wrong and Daki don't have a deep friendship with each other, and that's the big problem. You know, before Yin Shi left, the two of them were placed in adjacent villas, and as a result, almost 2 months had passed. Judging from the situation, it was the two of them who were not at all during that time. There is no intersection. Advertisement at this moment, upon hearing this, she narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Sure enough, I didn't expect that she was not the only one. Daki was a little annoyed, and the urge to beat Yin Shi, a heartless man, was a little more. She didn't come to see him for 2 months, and now she was going to get married, but it made her feel more troubled. What a nasty guy. But actually, why don't the two in front of you feel like this? They are different from Daki, they have a deeper relationship with Yin Shi. Therefore, when they knew that they could marry Yin Shi together as a dowry, they were very happy. Even with such status as maids, you must know that the one who can let them marry together as maids is His Majesty the Emperor of the Neon Empire, and also the Supreme Queen of the Ghost Clan. How can this make them resist and refuse? However, after knowing that Daki is actually one of them, the faces of the two are quite subtle and resentful. The difference in strength makes them dare not confront Daki face to face, but they can achieve what is allowed by slandering a hateful playboy in their hearts. At the same time, the three women looked at each other quietly, and fell into a brief embarrassment and silence. After a while, Am I Wrong spoke first, breaking the silence. Your Majesty's will is something we cannot disobey. In fact, Yin Shi has nothing to do with me. We have been husband and wife a long time ago. I think, Your Majesty, it is also because of this that I was included in the dowry list. I don't know, what about the two of you? Am I Wrong said softly, after a playful arc was drawn at the corner of her mouth on her bright and seductive pre-face. She said softly at this moment. The relationship between me and Yin Shi should be the most entangled among all people. I understand very well he. This inexplicable sense of comparison and superiority immediately aroused quite dissatisfied stares from Daki and Mukago. It's just that Daki just clenched his fists tightly, feeling a little annoyed, but he didn't choose to refute. She has no experience doing this. Damn, why is this guy so brazen? Daki cursed inwardly. But at this time, Mukago put his hands on his waist and said, so what, if you really want to say this, the relationship between me and Yin Shi is the deepest among us, and when I am with His Majesty Muzan, eat Yin Shi clean. In fact, being eaten has no power to fight back at all, but this does not prevent Mukago from lying to improve his status at this moment. But Daki and Am I Wrong widened their beautiful eyes in shock, and then became a little shy and annoyed. Has this guy actually made it this far? They are several levels ahead of them. And, that is to say, she is a veritable relationship. At this moment, both Daki and Am I Wrong felt very uneasy and nervous. Seeing these two second daughters who are stronger than him, but now falling into self-doubt, Mukago puts his hands on his waist with some pride, and feels that he is really amazing. Her real age is actually not that old. So relatively, in terms of mentality and dealing with things, you should be more childish. Just when Daki and Am I Wrong were a little annoyed and were about to speak, at this moment, they suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the next room in the main hall. After the three of them were slightly taken aback at this moment, they seemed to react to something in the next moment, and their whole bodies trembled suddenly. After that, I didn't have any idea of continuing to be a super sister. After looking at each other, they leaned against the wall cautiously. Advertisement, you can come here. However, just as they were getting closer and closer in embarrassment, Ghost Dancer Muzan's difficult sound transmission suddenly resounded in their minds. The next moment, almost at the same time, the bodies of the three who thought of something stiffened. Then, Mukago was a little excited and ran out first. Am I Wrong followed closely. I haven't seen Yin Shi for 2 months, Am I Wrong really misses him. Daki, who was stuck in place, stretched out his hand and then put it down wordlessly. Why so? Don't be in such a hurry, right? Daki, who was quite hesitant and shy in his heart at the moment, gritted his silver teeth, and after a battle between heaven and man in his heart, he let out a breath slowly, and then walked up without haste. Anyway, she doesn't hate Yin Shi anyway, and it's bound to happen. At this moment, Yin Shi, who has realized his dream, is quite uncomfortable. And the same as him is Muzan, the ghost dancer who is also suffering from severe pain at the moment. Even this omnipotent and incomparably noble ghost king had tears in his eyes and clenched teeth. Even though Yin Shi has taken many measures to ensure that before this, it is still not completely acceptable to people. A powerful force stopped Yin Shi's actions, only thinking about kicking him out of the door, throwing him out of the room and not allowing him to come in. As for Yin Shi, he feels right now, as if in a space with extremely strong gravity, countless pulling forces are constantly eroding Yin Shi's perception. Good jows. The attraction of the vortex and the repulsion of the voltage made Yin Shi miserable at this moment. After all, this is a barrier that has existed for thousands of years, but today, it has been completely broken down. It is conceivable that this is such a shocking event in history. Even if Duan Shi had already used a 3-inch tongue just now, it played a great role. However, since Yin Shi has been used in the unique formula developed by Ruhuo and Tamayo, it hardly has much effect. For a moment, Yin Shi gritted his silver teeth, looked at His Majesty in pity and uneasiness, and asked worriedly, or not. No, there's no need. I didn't expect that Mukago's reaction at that time was not an exaggeration. Muzan, the ghost dancer, shook his head lightly, his proud dignity was restored on his face. I am His Majesty the Emperor, so what is this little pain? Muzan, who gritted his silver teeth tightly, said at this moment, continue, but, slowly, Yin Shi couldn't help but nodded his head gently. I see, Your Majesty. Chapter 160 Spring silkworms will die until they die. Stretch out your hand to wipe away the tears in the corner of His Majesty Muzan's eyes at this moment. He knew very well that with the enhancement of Duohuo and Tamayo's formula, it was impossible for someone to remain calm about Yin Shi's strength in the first battle. This kind of severe pain can be divided into 3 to 5 grades in the 12 grades of pain in medicine. Moreover, no matter how high the degree of pain tolerance is, I am afraid that at that moment, they will not be able to calm down. However, with Yin Shi's previous efforts, another kind of quietly rising flame is also slowly driving the rapid stimulation of hormones in the body at this moment, allowing His Majesty Muzan to slowly recover from the previous pain at this moment. However, this is only temporary. Well, it can't be said to be temporary. After all, the physique of the Ghost Clan is very different from that of humans, and its physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary humans. I am afraid that he will recover quickly after this, and will not go into rest due to severe pain like the previous Oran Lixia, who will not be able to move for at least 3 days and 2 nights and needs to be taken care of by Daki so as not to make a tearful cat-headed expression. But also because of this, at this moment, Yinshi's back also left several bloody wounds. It was the counterattack from His Majesty Muzan, the nails painted with black coat and flower juice, easily torn open. His Majesty Muzan, who is in severe pain, will not still have the power to retain his mind, he must have an excuse to vent. So, it hurt Yinshi's back. The scars on the back are the shame of a swordsman. At this moment, Yinshi had dozens of embarrassments. However, Yinshi, who is recovering at a high speed in 607, knows very well that these wounds should not leave scars after healing, but this kind of relative pain can't help but make Yinshi smile wryly at what His Majesty Muzan did to him. From the beginning of phaseless resistance and strong extrusion to the present, the effect of repelling snakes before has finally fully manifested. The rampant flood gradually made Yuanyi and His Majesty Muzan feel a little different. From just now, gradually, most of the huge pain finally dissipated, and was gradually replaced by another strange feeling. After a while, His Majesty Muzan gradually felt the charm of fighting under Yinshi's hands-on teaching, and personally experienced the feeling that Mukago felt when he was watching Mukago. At this moment, His Majesty Muzan was finally completely relieved and began to indulge in this kind of teaching guidance. Then, very soon, as His Majesty the Emperor of the human race, he was also the Supreme Ghost King of the Ghost race. At this moment, His Majesty Muzan could no longer accept that he was at a disadvantage. Push Yinshi away directly, and His Majesty Muzan will take power by himself from now on. Regarding this hateful minister, His Majesty Muzan will use his supreme majesty and power to make Yinshi understand well. Who is the one who is in charge of the house? It was clear that His Majesty Muzan felt he was doing it again. Because of this, Yinshi, who was untied, watched His Majesty Muzan on horseback galloping down with amusement. Afterwards, he watched the other party playfully and gradually felt something was wrong with the strange and playful look on his face. Advertisement, Your Majesty, let me do it. After talking lightly and playfully, Yinshi regained the initiative. However, thanks to His Majesty Muzan's chaos, now is the perfect time for him, the great general, to lead the troops out. At this moment, His Majesty Muzan is like Mukago before. It collapses when touched and splashes when charged. The king was easily killed by the rebellious generals. Mukago, am I wrong? And Mei quickly assembled behind the door. The three of them looked at each other, and at this moment, they all panicked and tensed up. Yes, with such a close distance, obviously, what happened behind a door is really quite clear. His Majesty Muzan didn't transmit the voice at the beginning, then, that was obviously delayed by something. Because of this, the three of them are not sure. If you go in now and see the miserable state of His Majesty Muzan, will you be personally blamed by His Majesty Muzan later on? Moreover, all three of them had a premonition of what was about to happen. Shyness is doomed, but what is more profound than shyness is actually uncertainty and fear. Of course, this is Mei's emotion, not Mukago and Am I Wrong's. Just when the three of them were hesitating on the spot, Nuo dared not speak, and were struggling to advance and retreat, His Majesty Muzan, who sensed the aura of the three of them, hastily transmitted a nervous and powerless voice. Come and save me, why don't you come here? Let you just watch the guards standing outside the door. Yes, His Majesty Muzan is so sore now that he has no strength to fight back against Yinshi. Therefore, you have to distance yourself from Yinshi first, or let other things attract your attention for a while. But at this moment, upon hearing His Majesty the Ghost King's order, the three of them dared not stay where they were. Although they felt embarrassed, they quickly entered the room. Then, it can be clearly seen. At this moment, His Majesty Muzan, who was being held by Yinshi, looked at him with excitement and gratitude. Mukago and Am I Wrong noticed this scene immediately, and their hearts were awe-inspiring. Apart from embarrassment, there was still a trace of joyful excitement. Mei, on the other hand, was at a loss and was quite nervous. You know, when she was with Li Sha before, as a bystander, BDDF, although she also participated passively, Mei had a deep understanding of Li Sha's misery. Obviously, the current His Majesty Muzan has also stepped into Li Sha's later stage. Moreover, now, depending on the situation, he should not be able to escape. This time, it's for real. Under the embarrassment in her heart, at this time, Mei's heart, amidst the panic, faintly felt a little more excited. Yinshi, here you come, go deal with these people properly, I'll take a break first. At this moment, His Majesty Muzan, who saw the reinforcements coming, finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, he immediately issued an undignified truce to Yinshi. Regarding the emotions behind His Majesty's words at the moment, Yinshi couldn't help but laugh. Advertisement, Okawaii Kudo, exit Muzan. However, this is His Majesty Muzan's request. Moreover, Yinshi has no reason to reject this proposal. However, what he was worried about was, if the 3 days were like this, would His Majesty Muzan be willing? After all, the real purpose of these 3 days is actually to let this Neon Empire have a true heir worthy of the name. Therefore, Yinshi was cut off for 3 days and lost his freedom, and he was willing to do so. But what about His Majesty Muzan? As if seeing the questioning expression in Yinshi's eyes, Muzan explained softly at this moment and said, So, it depends on your control, Yinshi. Actually, you can use these 3 assistants, as a toolman for the prelude. This is the condition I promised earlier, otherwise, I wouldn't just let these 3 people's status be close to mine. His Majesty Muzan's words at this moment did not mean to lower his voice at all. And the expressions of the three people who heard the words did not change at all. Before today, the three of them knew their purpose from His Majesty Muzan. Although, it was Muzan who informed them one-on-one, and because of this, none of the three actually knew that His Majesty Muzan actually called two other people besides himself. It is regrettable that the result with Yin Shi will be taken away by His Majesty Muzan, there will definitely be. However, none of the three will feel dissatisfied by this, or go against His Majesty Muzan's wishes. As subordinates, these 12 Kizuki know which things are more important. In the Neon Empire, the concept of class is quite ingrained. At this moment, after hearing His Majesty Muzan's words, Yin Shi couldn't help being a little astonished and surprised. I really didn't expect it, so, is this the way it unfolded? He also thought that he must work hard to fight one-on-one for these 3 days, but now that he thinks about it, he was beaten by a despicable group. But at this time, after obtaining the consent of His Majesty Muzan, the first one to choose to go to the battlefield was naturally an international child who had already dealt with Yin Shi with His Majesty Muzan before. It can be said that His Majesty has been watching the battle. However, in the trio, Mukago's combat power and physical fitness are the weakest, so, in comparison, he is almost better than His Majesty Muzan who fought for the first time, but he was soon beheaded by Yin Shi. One rolling his eyes over Scissorhands, he announced that he could not fight again. Then, the next enemy was Am I Wrong, who couldn't wait, was gearing up and eager to try. Am I Wrong misses Yin Shi very much, and so does Yin Shi. It has been more than 2 months since he left Dongjing. Not only am I wrong, he also misses Tamayo, Spider Ghost and others. But at this time, Mukago, who lost his fighting ability, and His Majesty Muzan, who had a full meal, pulled on the Winding Sixth, which was smoking all over, and suppressed Yin Shi in all directions at this moment. Mei, who was looking at Am I Wrong now, didn't dare to look into each other's eyes at all. Chapter 161 Come back, I miss you so much. Neon Dongjing in the deep winter is quite cold in the morning. Because of yesterday's fierce battle, the smell was extremely heavy and thick, so at the last moment, when none of the four had the strength to fight anymore, Yin Shi was kicked down by His Majesty Muzan, motioning him to open the window for a good ventilation. So, now, when waking up, there is only one cold quilt after all, which is too much for 5 people to use, so they are all very close to each other, and Yin Shi, who is in the center, is like Rujiamo, they were surrounded so tightly that they could hardly move. His Majesty Muzan, Daki, Mukago, and Marong are all afraid of the cold depending on the situation, At this moment, Yin Shi, who was sleeping quite uncomfortably because there was a person on her chest all the time, woke up early. There was wind and snow outside the window, and the ventilation was done, but it also made the person on the bed at the moment completely unwilling to get up in such a situation. However, Yin Shi has his own calendar for this. Although both hands are hugged now, it is difficult to control, but the use of the thread fruit can still be done. At this moment, the control thread closed the window again, and with the cold wind finally no longer blowing into the room, at this moment, Mukago on his chest couldn't help but softly responded with some comfort. The trembling hand that had been tightly clutching Yin Shi's collar finally relaxed at this moment. Seeing this, Yin Shi also clenched his teeth, and removed his hands from under the heads of His Majesty Muzan, Am I Wrong and Daki, and went to sleep as a pillow for more than 2 hours, and now his arms are a little numb. Then, he gently hugged Mukago to the side of His Majesty Muzan on the left, and now they're facing each other. Yin Shi exhaled lightly, then got out of bed quietly, and helped the 4 of them cover the quilts at the same time. Now that I wake up, I can feel that my mouth is quite thirsty. This is a matter of course, after all, from the beginning to the end, only Yin Shi is working hard. Therefore, in terms of dehydration, it is true that Yin Shi is the most prominent among the 5 people. Thinking about it now, I feel that the 3 days from then to now are so dreamy. Struggling, joy and pain. Are you up? At this time, His Majesty Muzan felt that something was wrong with the touch in his arms, and he raised his beautiful eyes in confusion, and then saw that Mukago was holding him in his arms, and he untied her hands with some dumbfounding. Then His Majesty Muzan sat up. Seeing that Yin Shi was standing by the window at this moment, he couldn't help but whispered. Then, she put on her own bathrobe, slowly moved to Yin Shi's side, and let Yin Shi hug herself gently. The 2 of them just watched the snowflakes falling outside the window, and His Majesty Muzan also murmured softly at this moment. By the way, the agreed 3 days are over today. Are you going back? Well, I miss them too. His Majesty Muzan suddenly snorted a little bit with taste and jealousy, but he didn't continue to be too dissatisfied, but said softly. The situation of the ghost killing team. How are you dealing with it? I only know one thing. Probably, but I don't know much about the specifics. Hearing this, Yin Shi gently hugged His Majesty Muzan in his arms, and then softly said at this moment. The head of the Yubayashiki clan, Yubayashiki Kagaya, was beheaded by me on the spot, and the remaining males, because I had an agreement, so I chose to exile him and the other 2 together from the Neon Empire, and let them go to other places to fend for themselves. His companions are guys who have a lot of history with me, Kamado Tanjiro and Rengoku Senjiro. Yin Shi said softly. Advertisement, however, His Majesty Muzan's eyes are a little subtle at this moment. I remember you should have said. The mothers of these 3 people are all your female relatives, right? I remember very clearly that the names should be Yubayashiki Amane, Kamado Oiji and Rengoku Ruhuo. Yin Shi coughed slightly in embarrassment. As for His Majesty Muzan, both parties have promised that they will not hide from each other, and therefore, His Majesty Muzan knows the situation of Yin Shi quite thoroughly. But what I didn't expect for a while was that His Majesty Muzan could think of all this. After snorting lightly, His Majesty Muzan shook his head slightly and then continued. Then, what about the other circumstances? The female relatives of the Yubayashiki family, that is, the girls, because they are the daughters of Yubayashiki Amane, they do not pose a threat to me, so I took them all back so that they could meet each other. And as the Kochou house, the base camp of the Ghost Slayer squad, is where the homeless children were, and I brought them back so that Hanai could meet them again. Speaking of this, Yin Shi's eyes suddenly felt a little emotional and deep. After returning with the people from the Kochou house, Yin Shi also encountered a surprise. Exactly as he imagined, Kochou Shinobu, who traveled away, actually came there and found her sister. Although Kochou Shinobu was quite angry about the destruction of the Ghost Slayer squad, just when Yin Shi thought she was going to do it, it turned out to be a surprise that in the end, Kochou Shinobu did not choose to do it. Instead, he quietly took off his Captain Haori, and chose to continue living with his sister and the children who came back. His Majesty Muzan certainly didn't have the heart to understand this kind of thing, and Yin Shi also understood, so he immediately highlighted the key points. Then, in this operation, because the existence of Kaigaku has provided great convenience for our Ghost Clan's actions. All strategic objectives. Destroying the pillar swordsman of the demon killing team, destroying the knife forging village and Nichiren Blade's casting techniques, and killing the breathing method trainer, all perfectly fulfilled expectations. Yin Shi said calmly. This ghost killing team that has existed for hundreds of years, I can say for sure, has been completely destroyed, and there is no possibility of a comeback. Hearing this, His Majesty Muzan was silent, and then slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Yeah. Well done. What I want to hear is this sentence, for a while. His Majesty Muzan said softly at this moment. For the ghost killing squad, this existence that existed for hundreds of years was like a Tarsus maggot that made her extremely disgusted and disgusted. At this moment, it finally completely perished. It is really a very wonderful thing. It's not that Muzan can't do this, but that the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad has been quite secretive throughout the ages. Asking for flowers. Moreover, almost no one would betray the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad because of life and death threats, which made Muzan quite disgusted and disgusted. This group of disgusting guys who only know how to hide and seek. Now, knowing that there is no possibility of recovery for this damned organization, His Majesty Muzan's inner joy and excitement are naturally impossible to suppress. Those guys are weak, but they can hide well. In the past, my search for the blue Bana flower was so unfavorable and I couldn't make much progress because of the appearance of this damn organization. Now, is it completely destroyed? That's fine? His Majesty Muzan nodded slightly in satisfaction, and then said softly, Yin Shi, you will be responsible for rewarding 12 Kizuki at that time. Advertisement. Yin Shi was taken aback for a moment, then nodded slightly. Muzan drew the corners of his mouth slightly, his eyes were soft. She wants to raise Yin Shi's status to the same level as hers in front of all the ghosts. In this way, it is also helpful for Yin Shi to establish his prestige. After all, this is her man, so, naturally, you can't always keep quiet. Point 0. Sometimes, you should be high profile, and you have to be high profile. Also, regarding the dry blue Bana flower you brought over, His Majesty Muzan said softly at this time, I have developed the finished product, but it is not enough, and the medicinal effect is not good. Muzan said angrily. It's a one-time drug. After taking it, you can freely walk in the sun for a day without any effect on us, but once the drug's effect time is over, it won't work. After all, this is just a sample of withered blue Bana flowers, so, Yin Shi, it still needs your efforts. Well, I understand, my lord. After Yin Shi nodded with a smile, he put his arms around Muzan's hand, close to her belly. Then, Yin Shi closed his eyes. Of course, no trace of fetal movement can be felt. After all, it's only been 3 days. Moreover, I don't know whether such a drug can make up for His Majesty Muzan's incomplete genes. If it is completed, then Yin Shi's efforts in the past 3 days will actually have a great probability of success. After another short-lived reputation, His Majesty Muzan finally decided to give Yin Shi freedom. But at this moment, after working hard for 3 days, Yin Shi immediately returned to his 3 villas. When Hongyi, Shinmura, and Amber, the 3 people Yin Shi met for the first time since traveling, saw Yin Shi who finally appeared in front of her again after more than 2 months. The 3 young women were quite excited inside. Yin Shi, I miss you so much. Just like a baby swallow returning to its nest, the 3 of them hug Yin Shi very intimately at this moment, and the latter is also hugging these 3 family members, with gentle eyes at this moment. I'm back. I miss you too. Yin Shi closed her eyes and said softly. For Yin Shi, these 3 spider ghost mother and daughter are the most special existence after His Majesty Muzan. Chapter 162. The First World Demon Slayer is over. System Settlement Rewards. In the next few days, Yin Shi mainly spent time in the 3 villas in turn. He had a hunch that after the final task of his 2 worlds was completed, the time left for him by the system might not be much. After staying with Hongyi, Zenmura, Kohaku and others for a few days, after being known by Tamayo and Ruhuo and deliberately reminding them actively, Yin Shi also had to say goodbye to the 3 of them, and then rush to the next location, get along well with Tamayo and Ruhino. During this period, Yin Shi also well informed the 2 that His Majesty Muzan had developed an unfinished potion that could last a day for walking in the sun. Tamayo and Ruhuo also nodded slightly at the time, expressing that they actually expected this situation. There is no doubt that the medicinal effect of the dried blue bianhua flower sample is naturally lacking. Then, like Hongyi and the others, both Tamayo and Ruhuo felt quite complicated about Yin Shi's marriage news. They could only comfort the two of them for the night as they did to Hongyi and the others. For almost 2 days, Hongyi and Tamayo did not conduct medical research, but pestered Yin Shi, constantly seeking comfort. Demon Killing Squad, has it been completely wiped out by you? After hearing this news from Yin Shi's mouth, Tamayo and Ruhuo's expressions were a bit complicated, and at this moment, Ruhuo couldn't help but fell silent, and after a while, he opened his mouth and asked tentatively, Then, what happened to the Rengoku family? Hearing this, Yin Shi's complexion was a bit complicated, but looking at Rengoku Ruhuo, who was a mother, she cast her eyes full of pleading at this moment, and said softly, In that decisive battle, he was defeated by the first 3 hyphenation point after Akaza. I found out from Akaza that we had a complete husband and wife relationship, and I was so angry that I died. Later, Akaza brought him who had just died to ask for my help. Although I immediately ghosted Rengoku Kyojuro who had just died, I couldn't stop him. He scolded me and killed himself with Nichiren blades. Yao Huo's tender body nestled in Yin Shi's arms couldn't help but startled at this moment, then her eyes were in a trance, and her whole body was completely limp in Yin Shi's arms. Yin Shi is a little heartbroken, but this is the truth. If she chooses to hide it, in the end, after Ruhuo knows the situation, she will be completely heartbroken. Rengoku Senshiro's safety is well protected by me, but he is very dissatisfied and angry with us, and I have no choice but to take another measure against him. At this moment, Ruhuo, who was a little desperate, suddenly became nervous again, and looked at Yuan Shi in front of him in a little panic. Tamayo was in Yin Shi's arms, and his complexion was quite complicated at this moment. From the beginning to the end, she didn't say a word. Hearing this, Yin Shi said softly, The way I deal with him is to exile, let him and 2 friends who are almost the same age, bring enough money, and then deport them to other continents. Lu Huo, Yin Shi gently held her catkin, and said softly at this moment, I also had no choice. At that time, Senshiro was already in a state of mental breakdown. If you let him stay here, pay attention to you. The love with me will only make him more angry and then feel powerless and disappointed with the world, and even make a choice to commit suicide. He needs to calm down, and I promise, I will take good care of this adopted son, and I will definitely bring you to meet him in the future. Is that okay, Ru? Seeing Yin Shi's soft and ashamed gaze, Rengoku opened his mouth slightly, and after a while, nodded his head slightly in response. She knew very well the character of that child of Senshiro. As a mother, who doesn't know their children? So, obviously, after knowing all these things, Qian Shoulang really has a great possibility, same as Yin Shi. So, it's good to calm down. Moreover, under Yin Shi's care, Qian Shoulang's life should not have too many problems. What's more, in Yin Shi's plan, there are 2 other people the same age who accompany Qian Shoulang. Seeing this scene, Tamayo also relaxed a little. However, in fact, Tamayo had listened to all the words just now, but in her mind, she still didn't think of her old friend Yu Shilong who had been with her for decades. I have to say, it was quite a shocking thing. Tamayo is completely Yin Shi's person. Therefore, for other opposite sexes, Tamayo has obviously automatically placed them in the lowest position in his heart. Everything must be centered on this little adult. In the spring and summer of this year, I think the blue bana plants should get better, and then I will bring them all. In the future, we will be free, and we can walk freely under the sun. Good. After Tamayo responded with a smile, he threw himself into the big boy's arms. I haven't seen you for more than 2 months. Tamayo is far from satisfied with the previous request. Coming out of the villas of Tamayo and Ruhuo, Yin Shi came to his last stronghold in Tajing City. In other words, the adjacent villa where Hinazuru, Suma, Kyu, and Lixia lived. Obviously, the 4 of them were very excited when they saw Yin Shi finally came back. However, as to why Yin Shi became the emperor's son-in-law, everyone has their own opinions and worries. Li Sha understood her own position very well, but she sensibly didn't say a word. And Xia Crane is just as docile as her character, and always obeys Yin Shi. In memory, she has always been like this. But Suma and Moyu were different. Both of them are a little worried that the current emperor Anahime, after knowing that he is waiting for others, will issue an order to kill them because of jealousy, making their lives very miserable Day. And Yin Shi, at this moment, also decided to tell the truth, and fully revealed the identity of His Majesty Muzan, as well as his own identity. Knowing that His Majesty the current emperor actually chose to turn a blind eye, the 3 of them were quite shocked and delighted. Advertisement, however, in contrast to this, he has been staying with the 3 women all the time, and he faintly feels that they have some weird lifestyles. And now, after hearing Yin Shi's complete showdown, after the shock, what followed was utter panic. Ghost. However, before Li Sha ran away in fear, she was immediately suppressed by Suma and the others with ease. And Yin Shi, who chose a complete showdown, naturally thought of such a development. Although she was a little regretful for Li Sha's approach, she still understood her thoughts very well. After all, from the species of human beings, it has transformed into the species of cannibal ghosts. Also, as a human being, I was ignorant of being mixed up in the base camp of the ghost clan like this. Thinking about it, it's a chilling thing, isn't it? However, starting today, everything changes. Yin Shi began to talk with Li Sha about the benefits of becoming a ghost, but the former Oran was still quite afraid of Yin Shi. However, no matter how much she calls for help, it can only end up being ineffective every day. Moreover, there is only one way to deal with such a resisting thought in her heart. After ruthlessly transforming her into a ghost, and then rewriting her memory, replacing her physical instinct and subconsciousness of loathing and fearing ghosts, a quarter of an hour later, when she woke up again, a brand new ghost clan was born in the world. Afterwards, Yin Shi just stayed here and spent these few days with the four of them. On the one hand, it is to comfort Chuhi, Suma, Kyu and others, and on the other hand, it is to suppress the cannibal instinct of Lixia who has just turned into a ghost. By continuously feeding Lixia with Yin Shi's own blood, her strength can be improved rapidly while she can barely maintain rationality, and cooperate with the special medicine provided by Damayo. After 1 week of demonization, Li Sha has become the same person as Hinazoru, Suma, and Dian. After that, Li Sha, who could only watch and eavesdrop because of this reason, immediately chose to express all her longing for Yin Shi these days. After another 3 days, Yin Shi finally returned to the palace. It can be said, during the time he was away, he really didn't rest for a quarter of an hour. The continuous battles really made him feel a little annoyed. He couldn't control himself at that time, he was exhausted, but the happiness is almost all other people's. For Yin Shi's ridiculous reaction, His Majesty Muzan responded with a deep mocking smile. After negotiating with him about the research progress of Tamayo and Ruhuo, he chose to continue to let Yin Shi leave. She knew very well that Yin Shi, a cunning fellow who looked like a rabbit in every aspect, had more than 3 nests. Watching Yin Shi leave and being teleported to Infinity City by Nakim, His Majesty Muzan, who withdrew his gaze, looked at his stomach thoughtfully at this moment, and then stretched out his kaken and stroked it gently. Wait and see. If not, I will tie up Yin Shi and continue to work in half a month before going to. Yin Shi, who was sent back to Kochou Kanai by Nakim, sneezed suddenly at this moment, with a puzzled look on his face. Couldn't you catch a cold because of being too presumptuous? Yin Shi thought strangely. If you think about it this way, it seems to be very reasonable. After all, it is winter, and because of the opening of the windows for ventilation. Yin Shi shook his head, still not thinking about these things. I'm back. Welcome back, Dad. The next moment, Yin Shi caught the silver-haired girl who threw herself into his arms as naturally as a suckling swallow returning to its nest with some astonishment. His complexion is quite strange, because that's Amane's youngest daughter, Mofubafong. What kind of development is this? Ah no. After a short period of embarrassment, Yin Shi still mustered up his courage. At this moment, he stretched out his hand, touched the girl's head lightly, and said gently at this moment, The daughters of the Yubayashiki family are all twins, and they look very similar. However, Yin Shi can recognize who is who among the 4 from the subtleties and slight differences in faces. Therefore, he is quite clear at the moment that the little loli in his arms is Yubayashiki Baifang, the youngest daughter of the Yubayashiki clan. And the girls who came downstairs at the moment when they heard the voice were a little stunned and at a loss after seeing this scene. Not only the blushing Mrs. Yubayashiki Amane, but also the current daughter of the Yubayashiki clan. As her twin sister, Yubayashiki Hanai slapped Kiria hard as a younger sister in the original book because of her weakness. She has a very hot personality, and after seeing this scene, she was furious. What are you doing? What do you call him? Father, Dad, Baifang, what are you doing? I did nothing wrong, he is my father. Hearing the curse from his sister behind him, Yubayashiki, who was startled, hurriedly retreated behind Yin Shi at this moment, and said loudly to his sister. And Hanai's gaze was extremely gloomy at the moment. Yubayashiki Amane quickly reached out and hugged her. Stop her irrational behavior after that. And the little Lolita on the other side was crying loudly at this moment. Then, what do you want us to do? The current situation is that mother's husband is already him. Then we don't call him father, and then we will always be a person without a father? Advertisement. UB **********D. I'm going to tear your mouth out. Yubayashiki Hanai, whose eyes were bloodshot all of a sudden, broke away from his mother's hand at this moment, quickly went downstairs, locked onto each other aggressively and ran directly. However, her shoulders were held down by 2 kakens at this moment. Hannah, you can't do this. I apologize to my sister and my father. Yubayashiki Amane's pretty face, which had been a little annoyed just now, turned extremely red at the moment. And it was the elder sister and second sister of the Yubayashiki clan, Yubayashiki Hina and Yubayashiki Rika, who made this act. Hang Nai looked at the eldest sister and the second sister who looked quite serious at the moment in shock, and then tightly pursed their lips. After a while, he slapped off the hands of the 2 sisters, and ran towards the door crying loudly. As a result, the second daughter, whose body was rather stiff, gritted her silver teeth and looked at her ignorant younger sister. Then, he looked at Yin Shi who was hugging the other side at this moment with some timidity and complexity. It will get better slowly, I will find a way, but, as sisters, you 2 should run up and take good care of her, so as not to make any mistakes, but, no. To teach her a lesson. Yubayashiki Hina and Yubayashiki Hika looked at each other, then nodded slightly, obediently went down the stairs, bowed to Yin Shi, and said softly, It's Daddy. Yin Shi's complexion suddenly became strange. At this moment, Yubayashiki Amane, who was also going downstairs at this moment, embraced Yin Shi's other side in his arms affectionately, rubbed her cute little face, and looked at the woman in front of her with complicated and gentle eyes. Yin Shi. Yin Shi is very clear that he has been away for so long, and Amane definitely knows what Yin Shi has done from her daughter. And if you can still make such a gentle expression. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that Yubayashiki Amane is pretending, quietly waiting for the opportunity to take revenge, and at this moment is making false claims with himself. The other is that she really fell in love with herself completely, and forgot about her ex-husband, by Wang Zhao. If it is the former, then Yin Shi is willing to admit defeat. The next moment, under the other side's blushing gaze, the two adults hugged each other. How should I call you in the future, the husband of His Majesty the Emperor, or? Same as before, call me dear, Amane. Your Majesty, she knows and acquiesces. Then, that Kanai is not. Over there, you go back to your room first. After Yubayashiki gave a slight poo, he made a face and hurried upstairs. Then, right after she left, Yin Shi directly hugged Princess Yubayashiki Amane in the next second. Late at night because she was worried about the children's sleep problems, and she couldn't really do anything to Amane in the early pregnancy, Yin Shi was sitting on the eaves bored at the moment, thinking about how to deal with these children who suddenly became their cheap daughters tomorrow. But at this moment, a neutral electronic sound resounded in my mind at this moment. Then, at the same time, the colors of the world are also rapidly being dyed gray and white at this moment. The crazy rotation of the hour and minute hands resounded at this moment. Accompanied by this, Yin Shi can feel with his naked eyes that everything has come to a standstill except him at this moment. Here it is. Time pauses. Open black lens bracket Demon Slayer World Ultimate Mission completed, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket evaluation. Close black lens bracket. Reward props. Demon Slayer Plane Key 1, Villain Template Selection Opportunity 1, Dior Template. It is detected that the host has stayed in this world for too long, and the host will be forcibly transferred out of the field and entered into the next world. Specific instructions will be mentioned after the host arrives. Open black lens bracket. The world has entered a time-stop state. The host can choose to open the key of the plane to enter, and restart the time process of this world. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket now. I wish the host a happy journey. Close black lens bracket, F*K, wait. Chapter 163 descends to the world of Tivat. 4 Emperors, Beasts. Kaido Template Inheritance. In a valley. Flowing water continued to overflow from the cave, but a frosty aura quietly permeated at this moment, freezing the water flow. Therefore, the temperature felt at this moment even has a sense of sight of being in a world of ice and snow. A group of 6 people, whose goal is here at this moment, walk slowly towards the cave, calmly and extremely calmly. My lord, the front should be the product specially reserved by the doctor for us to continue to create chaos. However, it should be the period when the Wind Demon Dragon is making trouble. Do we have to activate it now? The tall and slender man covered in a black and red hooded robe spoke respectfully at this moment. His identity is a horror that makes people cry, debt handler. The so-called debt is not limited to the liquidation of money and goods. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, is the style they implement. No matter who it is, as long as it harms the interests of fools, it will be returned tenfold. One of the 7 nations in the world, Tavat, the Kingdom of Winter, is the most powerful power in the entire world with its diplomatic missions. In this world, there are 7 gods, each of whom governs a country. And the current ice god of the Winter Kingdom gave the 11 strongest fools under his command the power of gods. Therefore, let these 11 exist, and they all have the fighting power of the peak in the world. In terms of diplomacy, the aggressiveness backed by fools makes all countries disgusted but has no way to enter a state of vigilance and danger. Economically, the economic lifeline controlled by the Northland Bank can already threaten the situation of Liyue, the richest country of commercial and trade contracts in the 7 kingdoms, and become a vigilant opponent. Militarily, the Hakka Kingdom has the most powerful military force so far. Regardless of all aspects, Zedong is among the top existences in the 7 kingdoms. Therefore, correspondingly, its sense of oppression and threat cannot be underestimated. This is the world of Tivat, the most powerful empire. Listening to the speech of the debt handler at this moment, the blonde Yuji, who was surrounded by everyone, was silent. It was a very beautiful lady with long, smooth golden hair, and while she was wearing oblique bangs, the hair behind her fell like a waterfall. There is a black mourning crown mask on the exquisite face, which completely covers the right half of her small face, but only look at her face now, bright eyes and white teeth, high nose bridge, red lips with rouge, you can be sure that this is definitely a very good-looking beauty. Wearing a very slim black and white long skirt, showing his proud figure at a glance, with a black velvet red striped cloak attached to his sleeves, at the side, is floating at this moment a rather delicate white magic weapon that releases the fluctuating cold air. This arrogant beauty is one of the 11 executives of the Fools, Lady Rosalind Cruz and Sheikah Lofart. It's just a deceitful flower that has gained the influence of the power of the Earth's veins. Even if Dottore has conducted his own experiments, this kind of monster is just a matter of hand for me to control. After the lady snorted softly at this moment, she said calmly, "Don't talk nonsense, let's lead the way. It's the first time I've come to this place, otherwise it's very cold, it's really a good environment for me." The debt handler nodded quickly, and then, together with the other 4, respectfully led their executive forward. At the same time in the cave, in fact, not only the ladies and the group of uninvited guests, before them, there was already a little guy who had arrived at the scene. It is detected that the host is out of combat, now inform the host of the background of this world. This is the world of Tavat, there are 7 countries in the world, and now the host is located in the country of freedom and wind, Mond. In view of the fact that the host has perfectly completed the 2 ultimate tasks in the Demon Slayer world, the reward host can choose one of the 3 options as a reward. 1. 10 Yasha, Doflamingo's template progress is 100%, and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Dior's template is open, close black lens bracket. 2. Sacrifice the progress of all the templates of Amazona, Doflamingo, and get the template of One Piece, Beast Kaido. The progress is replaced by the template experience of Amazona, and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Dior's template opens. 3. A God's Eye, and the template of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Dior is open, close black lens bracket. Yin Shi's eyes flickered. From the discourse of the current system, BDCH, we can know a lot of information. Unexpectedly, this place is actually the original God world that I played in before. So, just now, he was attacked immediately after the time travel, the cold plant monster under his feet, combined with the Mond area, it is obvious. This should be the boss frozen tree in the game. It's no wonder that all the attacks I made just now seemed to be quite scratchy. It turned out that it was because I didn't break the shield. Yin Shi was a little emotional. Back to the topic, the 3 options of the system. First of all, Yin Shi can directly rule out option 1. Brother Ming's template progress is 100%, and it will not improve Yin Shi's own strength. It was already said at that time that the progress of the template is 100%, which will be a complete transformation of character. But what Yin Shi wants is strength, not to become a substitute for Brother Ming in another world, so this option is rejected. Advertisement then, there is option 3. The gift of the Eye of God is indeed quite good, but, in fact, in the world of Tevat, the gift of the Eye of God is not destined by nature, it is often a coincidence of the day after tomorrow, getting the gaze of the gods and then getting the gift. That is to say, even if Yin Shi doesn't choose the last option, perhaps, he still has a certain possibility to get the gift of God's Eye. Then, it would be foolish to waste this opportunity to choose. Therefore, there is no doubt that at this stage, it is best for Yin Shi to choose option 2. Open black lens bracket One Piece close black lens bracket 4 Emperors in the world open black lens bracket Beasts close black lens bracket Kaido template. Don't look at the recent comics in which he was defeated by Luffy, but that's because Kaido had fought several rounds in a row before that, hardly got a good rest and kept fighting all the time. This is defeat. The strength of Yu Yu Fruit, Phantasmal Beast, and Azure Dragon form is definitely like a natural disaster. Tornado Wind Blade, Lightning Roar, Flame Breath, Dragon Scale Defense, 3-color Overlord color top. No reason. Yin Shi will miss this opportunity. If it is placed in the system mall and used to redeem the points obtained for completing the final mission so far, it may be possible to accumulate and superimpose the points after the end of this world. Sacrifice the current, Tien Yasha, Doflamingo template, and get the 4 Emperors, 100 Beasts, Kaido template, which can be said to be a surefire choice. I choose 2. Yin Shi did not hesitate and said immediately at this moment. And in my mind, the neutral electronic sound of the system at this moment also responded immediately. No hesitation or nonsense. In an instant, after opening his mouth, Yin Shi clearly felt his body up and down at this moment, as if being stimulated. His whole body was surprisingly hot. Countless powers disappeared rapidly at this moment, and at the same time, a strange coldness gradually spread to the whole body at this moment. Yin Shi had a premonition somewhere. The power he had mastered before, including the skill and ability to use the thread fruit, disappeared at this moment. At the same time, a golden and burly figure seemed to appear in his mind, just like his own shadow. It folded its hands in front of its chest, and its burly muscular shape made him look like a perfect warrior. Wear a headgear that covers the bottom of the nose. Its face and triangular inverted image are a bit like the red crown of ancient Egypt. On the back, there is a small, simple dual dive tank connected to the back of the mask by a short, double-ridged air tube. It is secured with thick puffed ribbed straps from the back of the waist to the front of the shoulders. The chin, belly and knees have text, Y, decorations. Belongs to Yin Shi's stand-in. World. The ability of this substitute is to suspend all the time of the world at this moment. This is Dio's template. He is still a vampire, and therefore, in the case of giving Yin Shi immortality, he also neutralized the ghost blood in his body. Yin Shi had a strange feeling, but he couldn't say why. Vampires, ghosts. He is now a dark creature through and through, right? So, does the blue Bana flower still have an effect on him? Yin Shi was quite suspicious of this in his heart. No effect, host. Your current race is neither a vampire nor a ghost, but a devil fruit-capable person. Close black lens bracket. In other words, at this moment, after inheriting the Kai template of 100 Beasts, you are already the humanoid incarnation of Qinglong. Sunshine will no longer kill you in any way. The side effects of the devil fruit, such as fear of seawater, sea stones and other factors, are also neutralized because of your previous race, and all your abilities will not be subject to the above restrictions. Close black lens bracket. Yin Shi was slightly taken aback. It was the first time for him to get such an answer from the system. Yes, feel the words now. In the body, there is not only the ability to summon the substitute, world. Wind, flames, thunder. At this moment, with Yin Shi closing his eyes, he can clearly perceive these elements in the air. Is this the ability of the fruit of the fish, the phantom beast, and the blue dragon form? Looking at this level, after I grow up in the future, in this world, I may not necessarily be a demon god level existence. At the same time, if I harvest the god's eye of ice element, or the god's eye of water element, grass element, or rock element, what will be the effect then? Advertisement. Feeling the excitement coming from the blood in his body at this moment, Yin Shi thought with some excitement. This is really a novel experience like never before. Such power is really exciting and moving. Suddenly, as if he felt something, at this moment, Yin Shi couldn't help raising his head, and looked at another exit of the cave besides the exit on the ceiling. There, at this moment, suddenly, 6 figures broke in. Yin Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. He was quite clear about the identities of these people after playing the original gods. These are the fools of the Winter Kingdom, and, very coincidentally, the leader is actually that Witch of Flame, ma'am. Yin Shi's eyes lit up, but at this moment, the lady who conspired to start the Frozen Tree recovery plan at this moment, as well as the members of the elite and fools under her command, were really at a loss for what was happening in front of them at this moment. Looking at the situation, it's obvious. The Frozen Tree revived, before they came, and, it was solved by others? From Yin Shi's point of view, those quite familiar figures, of course, they are your dead handlers in the game, Lei Ying Warlock, Ice Ying Warlock, Hidden Mirror Lady, and Wind Fist Vanguard. At this moment, I saw that he was still alive and standing like a normal person, except for Yin Shi whose clothes were somewhat torn and covered with frost, and the corpse of the Frozen Tree under his feet. These 5 people immediately made a fighting posture. Among the fools, under the command of Mrs. Lady, they're veritable elites. The lady's face was also a little angry at the moment, but she didn't make a move immediately, but after indifferently humming, she quietly watched her subordinates make a move, and responded to the next lesson. Behavior is expected. Unexpectedly, the plan died before it started. Who is this nasty silver-haired kid? Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. Judging by the behavior of the dead handler, it is obvious that this brat in front of him has violated the interests of fools. Therefore, he must bear the 10 times the necessary repayment. Then, in the next second, a huge wave of fire came roaring out, and the 5 subordinates were directly blown away by Yin Shi at this moment, smashing against the wall without any power to fight back, and after that, he fell to the ground like a dead dog and couldn't get up for a long time. At this moment, the lady was really shocked. Looking at the smiling Yin Shi in front of him, at this moment, the young man said softly, "It's the first time we meet. I salute you, Ms. Rosalind, you are my idol. Although I'm not a member of Solstice Winter, I'm very motivated to join the fools. I don't know, can I join you?" The 5 people who were lying on the ground with their corpses on their faces looked at Yin Shi, who had just finished talking, in shock. Then, continued to lie down. Of course, Yin Shi didn't have a sudden desire for S*X, but because the system released 2 main tasks just now. A villain should look like a villain. So, fools, he's in. Chapter 164 Substitute, World, Time Pause, Ladies Fiasco. At this moment, the lady, Rosalind, who heard the words couldn't help but have blue veins throbbing on her forehead. The guy who jumped out of nowhere in front of him first killed the Frozen Tree to make their plan go bankrupt before they started, and then, in front of her, beat his men to pieces. This kind of strength is indeed worthy of her attention. It is not a bad idea to let him join the group of fools. Even if his identity is confusing, it doesn't matter. People who join the group of fools have their own secrets and ideas. However, the presumptuous and hateful eyes of this little B************* D made the lady not want to say acceptable words at all. With just a slight wave of his hand, the 5 seriously injured fools and elites behind him were all let go and flew out of the cave. Then, looking at Yin Shi who raised her eyebrows in front of her, Rosalind said coldly, "You destroyed our Frozen Tree first, and then defeated all the opponent's subordinates in front of an executive officer, and I also never your attitude and tone of voice don't show that you have any respectful thoughts and ideas at all?" Yin Shi thoughtfully looked at the lady who was now filled with murderous aura and showing great hostility. "It's best to stop here. You are not my opponent. Ms. Rosalind, how about taking a step back from each other?" Yin Shi is not afraid, but he is still immature in grasping his own power. 10 Yasha. Doflamingo's template progress is all replaced with beasts. Kaido's template progress, 85% of the value, it actually only converted to 33%. Although this kind of power is enough to make Yin Shi rampant in this world, after all, this is not the period of war between demons and gods thousands of years ago. However, if you want to step on the ants, you need the strength to prevent the ants from being trampled to death. The current Yin Shi does not have such a strong self-control ability. But obviously, his words, to the lady's ears, were proof of showing weakness. After a mocking sneer, Rosalind said arrogantly at this moment, "Oh, it seems that you think you are good at fighting? What's the use of being able to fight? When you come out to society, you need to be powerful and have a background." Yin Shi's complexion suddenly became quite weird at this moment, and then his body couldn't help laughing at this moment, suppressing a smile and trembling slightly. The lady, who was quite satisfied with Yin Shi's shivering performance, snorted softly at this moment, and then said softly, "You are trembling. Is it because of the extreme cold, or is it because of fear?" After the words fell, this proud lady waved her kakin at this moment. The white magic weapon floating beside him immediately released an icy blue ripple that rippled in the air. Then, visible to the naked eye, countless ice pyramids shot towards Yin Shi's position in all directions in this frozen cave. This is an ice element move that gathers range and attack power. Just by looking at the momentum, one knows it is absolutely extraordinary. And this is just a random blow from Madame Rosalind. The strength of the executive officers of the fools can be seen from this, so powerful. And Yin Shi, who watched this scene, took out a handful of Nichiren blades from the portable space with a calm expression. Then, looking at the sword momentum surging from all directions, with a wave of his arm, the surging tornado windblade, combined with the peak of the breath of wind swordsmanship, formed a violent storm at this moment, directly shattering all the ice edges into dust. Such powerful swordsmanship. Rosalind's eyes lit up, but she became even more puzzled in her heart. The raging fire elemental power just now, and the wind elemental swordsmanship now. Why can this guy use dual elemental power at the same time? Is it possible that you are in the same situation as yourself? Moreover, that swordsmanship does not have the shadow of Xiefeng swordsmanship, nor does it have the style of Liwei traditional sect and Inazuma swordsmanship. Advertisement: this big boy has such strength, why does the crowd know nothing about him? The lady, who was puzzled and awe-inspiring, continued to make tentative attacks, and her so-called tentative attacks were actually almost equal to the explosion of the elements of ordinary gods' eyeholders. However, under Yin Shi's swordsmanship, all the ice cones and ice edges cannot break through. After catching a large piece of extremely cold ice and slashing fiercely with the giant sword again, Yin Shi let out a soft breath. It's been more than 20 rounds of fighting. This woman should have already tested what should be tested, right? If he continues to act stubbornly, then he will not be polite anymore. Standing still and letting the lady release her skills, this is not Yin Shi taking the initiative to find the hammer, but expressing her apology to the other party. After all, from what he said just now, it can be seen that what he did was indeed a little too much. First of all, they destroyed their plan, then severely injured her subordinates in front of her, and finally looked at her with lewd eyes. A series of behaviors added up. It really seemed disrespectful. However, Yin Shi really didn't do it on purpose. After crossing to the scene, I was immediately attacked by the freezing tree, and when we first met, the people from the opposite side went straight to the nest, and the lady's figure is so impressive. No, the lady stood in front of me alive. Yin, how could she not focus on her? So, these are all misunderstandings. I've been standing here for 5 minutes and I'm going to fight back. Rosalind, be careful. After Yin Shi completely caught the ice crystal giant sword, he yawned lazily and said softly at this moment. Hearing this, the lady snorted disdainfully. Obviously unable to break through his own attack density, but can only passively stand in place and be beaten. This brat is really a big kid, so he has a lot of words. Still want to fight back? Be your dream. The next moment, Rosalind waved the two catkins at the same time, and at this moment, the tracking ice crystals, the ice cones flying around Yin Shi, and the icicles stretching across the ground shot all at Yin Shi's direction at once. From the attack just now, she has already understood that Yin Shi's sword defense is not all at the same defense level. As long as one of these attacks gathers a stronger force, then this kid will definitely pay a heavy price. However, looking at Yin Shi's mocking eyes, Rosalind was out of breath at the moment, and at the same time, there was a sudden sense of horror in her heart. The next second, Rosalind looked in front of her in shock. At this time, the Nichiren blades in Yin Shi's hand had disappeared, and they were brought back into the portable space. Asking for flowers, and he spread his arms at this moment, as if wanting to accept all attacks. At this moment, he seemed quite contemptuous. This B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* World. Stop the world now. The burly golden figure, an existence that could not be noticed by anyone in this world, suddenly appeared in front of Yin Shi at this moment. Accompanied by the gray and white color covering the whole area and even the whole world, the sound of the hour and minute hands turning crazily resounded here. Advertisement on an island above the sky, the holy figure widened her beautiful eyes in shock at this moment. In addition, everything in the world is completely closed at this moment. Boom. Dio, the villain who runs through the whole series of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, is not only a vampire who has no weaknesses except sunshine and ripples, but also has a powerful substitute, world, which is one of the most powerful in the world. And the ability of the substitute, world, is to block and suspend the time of the world. The longest, even up to 9 seconds, of course. Yin Shi's template progress is not enough now. The substitute, world, activated by him can only suspend the time of this world for 3 seconds. However, the power of time and the power of space, the two supreme powers of authority, can directly rank among the top powerhouses with just a superficial control. What's more, the one who masters this power is a real Dragon King. Woo big wood big, world. Swinging a fist, the fist surged and roared like a sea, and after shattering all the ice crystals in front of it, Yin Shi also came to Rosalind at this moment and then squatted down. The next moment, after removing the cloth ball, he walked behind her. 3 seconds, just passed. Boom boom boom. Countless ice crystal fragments were flying in the air at this moment, but what made Rosalind's pupil focus shrink was that Yin Shi's figure completely disappeared in front of her at this moment. What's going on? All my attacks have been defeated. When did I make the move? You lost. Do you want to continue fighting? Behind him, at this very moment, came that very annoying male voice. Ms. Pupil focus shrinks like a needle. To be approached by a swordsman like this? No, you have to distance yourself. Gritting his silver teeth tightly, his body flickered and quickly disappeared in place. When she reappeared, Rosalind exhaled slowly, and then, there was a contemptuous smile on her face, because she knew that she had escaped unharmed, and Yin Shi missed the shot at that time. But in the next second, Yin Shi, who was not holding a weapon, looked at the small black cloth ball in his hand at the moment. Rosalind's face was stunned, and then, suddenly, she felt a cold feeling, and her beautiful eyes widened in shock and anger. Yu. Chapter 165. Join the Fools, First Visit to Mond. Rosalind clenched her silver teeth and clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly at this moment. In his eyes, there was 7 points of anger and 3 points of horror. When exactly was she recruited, and why didn't she know about it? Moreover, just now, all the ice crystal attacks surrounding Yin Shi gave her the feeling that they were shattered in an instant. Pay attention, they were all shattered in an instant, and then, Yin Shi's words resounded behind her. Rosalind can be sure that the time elapsed before and after was less than a second. Moreover, after making these actions, he can't get close to him to do that kind of shameless behavior. Although at this moment, Rosalind was extremely ashamed, but hidden under the shame was extreme horror. Wind elemental power, fire elemental power, and the extremely terrifying swordsmanship strength, as well as the terrifying speed that just revealed the tip of the iceberg. Even if I take off the shackles of Her Majesty the Queen now and unfold my full strength, I am afraid I am not his opponent. Rosalind's face was ashamed and angry, her silver teeth were clenched tightly, and she quickly thought about it. It's not your style to stand up for your own men, Rosalind. Since he wants to join the crowd of fools for our use, there is no need to continue to entangle with him. Moreover, those subordinates are not dead at 830. The death of a monster frozen tree just proves that this plan is doomed to fail. And it's quite stupid to let this strong man go away and not let fools accept him for the death of an unrelated monster, isn't it, Rosalind? Your purpose is not to show off your prestige for a while. After a while, Rosalind closed her beautiful eyes, then hummed softly in silence, then turned around. I recognize your strength, I lost, tell me your name. Once this arrogance is lost, there will only be a proud lady, and Yin Shi is looking at it with a funny face at this moment. However, he didn't continue to pester and offend her. After all, if he continued to provoke her, it might backfire and trigger a backlash. At that time, the lady would just ignore her and die, and Yin Shi would be very sorry. My name is Yin Shi. Yin Shi, are you from Liyue? Rosalind asked suspiciously. Yin Shi shook his head, and at this time, Rosalind also saw the little black cloth ball in his hand that was shaking because of him, and her face turned even more blushing and annoyed, quickly said, take that. Yin Shi felt a little regretful. This black cloth ball was a very important trophy. He hadn't seen such a fine workmanship for a long time. However, since Rosalind had already spoken, it would be rude to continue holding it, and Yin Shi also doesn't want to be regarded as a pervert by others. The reason why such a choice was made by accident at that time was actually because of this, which could better intimidate the lady, let her fully understand the gap in strength between the two, and then stop this boring fight. At that time, after Yin Shi completely unlocked the Beasts, Kaido template and Dior template, the system immediately released the ultimate task. Moreover, unlike Ghost Slayer World, the ultimate mission released by the system this time is a type of continuous unlocking. At the beginning, it was only set in the Mond area. In other words, as long as those 2 tasks are completed in Mond, Yin Shi can gain the ability to return to the Demon Slayer world. Of course, after returning, you have to continue to complete the main missions in Liyue and Daozuma in other countries. There were 2 main tasks issued by the system at the time, and to complete all of these tasks, Yin Shi could only choose to stand on the side of the villain, and he had no choice in this regard. After all, this is the inheritance system of the villains of the heavens, and it will not give the host a chance to be a good person. Ultimate Mission 1. In the Mond area, defeat or subdue the Zephyr Knights led by Chin. Ultimate Mission 2. Successfully join the camp of Fools in the end of winter and become an executive officer, or successfully join the camp of Abyss and become an apostle of the Abyss. Advertisement then compared to the Abyss Apostle who is neither human nor ghost, the proper existence of the public enemy of the world, it must be more cost-effective to join the crowd of fools. Moreover, the first time you come to this world, the first people you come into contact with are fools. How stupid it is to let go of such an obvious opportunity. At this moment, Rosalind, who was furious and angry, gritted her silver teeth, glared at Yin Shi viciously, and took the black cloth ball from his hand. It was a shameful humiliation. She had never suffered such humiliation since she became the executive officer of the 11 Fools. Feeling the warmth of Yin Shi's palm left by the cloth on her hand, Rosalind was really ashamed and angry. However, she has no choice. After all, I never thought that there would be such an expansion. A huge ice cone rose from the ground at this moment, completely covering her body. Then, after a while, the ice cone like a hill melted, and Rosalind, whose face was still a little embarrassed and flushed with anger, looked at Yin Shi with murderous eyes. After a long silence, she said softly, "Your strength has been recognized by me. However, you said before that you want to join us?" "Right. Why did you choose to join us fools?" Rosalind asked indifferently. "The forces and strengths of the fools are the strongest among the 7 kingdoms, and the names of the 11 executive officers are like thunder," Yin Shi said calmly. "I can get more assistance by joining you. Therefore, until my goal is achieved, my power can be used by Her Majesty the Empress." Rosalind frowned slightly. "Your purpose, you joined the crowd of fools out of selfishness?" Yin Shi scratched his head. The question was quite unlevel, but he calmly nodded his head in affirmation. Rosalind was expressionless, her eyes flickering. Then, she asked softly, "Your strength has reached the level of an executive officer. Then, you who joined the crowd of fools, have the idea to become one of us." The answer Yin Shi gives to this question will allow Rosalind to decide how to arrange for him. Hearing this, Yin Shi nodded lightly. "Of course, to become a member of the Fool's executive officer, that's why I came here." That's it. Hearing this answer, there is an unexpected and reasonable sense of déjà vu. Afterwards, Rosalind shook her head lightly. The number of Fool's executive officers is not limited to 11, but most of the new recruits recently are ministers of meritorious service. Although your strength has arrived, you still need to judge. In any case, I will report your information to the Harlequin, and let him make a decision with his majesty. Before that, you will become my adjutant and directly obey me. Rosalind's tone is full of orders, completely unquestionable and refutable. It just so happens that those 5 subordinates were all seriously injured by you, and I am seriously short of men now. And to become a qualified executive officer, you need more experience. I will not be shy or wary of adding another executive officer. If you have the ability, then I will be happy to see it succeed. Rosalind said calmly at this moment. So, become my adjutant, work for me, learn from me, and assist me in completing my tasks. Do you have any objections? Yin Shi shook his head, indicating that he had no objection. He is very clear about the purpose of the lady's trip to Mond, and with or without his assistance, she will actually complete the task. However, it's not bad to be her adjutant by her side like this, isn't it? Those who are close to the water first get the moon. Advertisement. It's a pity that she is so arrogant, and she was hacked to death by a cook who can't cook because of underestimating the enemy and arrogance, isn't it? Your future, your destiny, let me change it, Rosalind. Seeing Yin Shi obediently accepting orders, seeing his respectful and bowing etiquette, Rosalind couldn't help but feel a little satisfied. Then, in the next second, she looked suspiciously at Yin Shi, who suddenly held her hand at this moment, and then kissed herself. Quickly retracting it as if getting an electric shock, Rosalind said angrily, "What are you doing? A hand kiss, a ceremony of allegiance, isn't it the etiquette of all Mons?" Yin Shi replied, dumbly. Rosalind was extremely annoyed by this sentence, this shameless and rude guy. You are not from the winter, and this is the etiquette of the old days of Mond. But, my lady, are you not a Mond? The lady's body froze, and then she gave Yin Shi a fierce look, her silver teeth clenched, and she walked towards the entrance of the cave. Then, he said in an extremely complicated way, I am no longer. Go, leave here, go meet with your other colleagues, and we will return to Mond immediately. Yes, my lady. Call the adults. 0.4. Yes, Lady Rosalind. Don't call me by my real name. Rosalind was furious. This guy is not big or small, and he is vile and lustful and pretends to be ignorant. He is really a hateful guy. If it wasn't for being unable to beat this B****************, D, how could the current Rosalind be incompetent and furious all the time? First strip yourself off, and then just kiss your own min. She has never had such intimacy with the opposite S***X before, even before she became the Witch of Flame. The hideous villain, B**********, D, rascal. By the way, starting today, you will have a name called Zedong. I'll call you, Vampire. Vladimir, Rosalind said in disgust. At this time, Yin Shi blinked his eyes in shock, and then smiled lightly. This name, in any sense, it is very appropriate. Rosalind snorted coldly, flung her sleeves and walked away, ignoring this weird and hateful guy.